Running Out of Time. Written by Angie Stanton. Narrated for you by Cole Eubanks. Prologue. Loud music blasts through the dorm room, jolting me awake and jarring my nerves. My body instinctively tenses. I've traveled again. But then I picture Abbi, with her smart mouth and sweet smile. My lovely Abbi, so sure of herself, brave and yet vulnerable, always trying to hide her fears. Will she be here? Or is she still lost to me? In time. The deafening music continues. My roommate, who's sprawled on his bed, arms flayed wide and jaw slack, slowly returns to consciousness. Without raising his head, he bangs on the radio, a small black box, which also has the time displayed in numbers. The music stops, and he goes back to sleep. Fully awake, I check my bed to be sure I haven't lost anything valuable. Early in my travels, I was careless and lost special keepsakes to time. There isn't much remaining from my past, so every token has become a treasure. But all is well. My satchel hangs over the headboard, and the growing collection of crew jerseys, an effort to prove my travels are real, are heaped as well. I've traveled forward again. It's always forward. It's easy to confirm by the personal belongings in the room. In my time, I possessed only 4 shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, my cap, and a coat. But in this time, my closet is full, and the bookcase, rather than holding books, is filled with plastic knickknacks, figurines of characters, some still in their box that reads, Star Wars. A new time means possibility. Will she be here? Will the professor have figured out how to bring us together again? Will I be here a day or a year? Time has been fickle, forcing me to accept the impossible, endure the unexpected, and yet hope for a miracle. As always, my first piece of business is to determine when I am. It usually doesn't take me long, as there's a calendar or newspaper lying around, but today is more difficult. I'm not sure until I dig through a desk drawer and find a receipt from the university bookstore. 1983. I blow out my breath and shake my head, staving off my nerves. That's a huge jump. But I think it may be one of the years that Abbi gave me. I rifle through my wallet for the slip of paper where I recorded her travel dates. There it is. 1983. She's here. She's gotta be. I nearly weep with relief. I race to her dorm, Elizabeth Waters. It's a grand building that's weathered the years well. When I enter, prepared to sweet-talk my way back to her room, I'm waved in by a bored desk attendant. 20 years ago, I would have had to wait until evening visitor hours in the date parlor. I try not to run to her room. Will she be here? What will I say? How will she react? As I pass through the halls, not one girl is wearing a skirt. They're all in denim blue jeans or trousers. Most of them wear their hair long and loose. At the sight of her familiar door, number 4418, I heave a sigh. I've pined for her beautiful face and voice for longer than I can count. I stand straighter and give the door a solid 3 raps, holding my breath in anticipation. I wait. And wait. My smile slips, and I blow out my breath. I knock again. And again. No one answers, and I'm getting curious glances from some of the young ladies in residence. I turn tail in retreat, but I'm not even close to giving up. I check for Abbi in the dining hall and every other place she might frequent, but there's no sign of her. I'm forcing things again. And if I've learned anything, time cannot be forced. So I check the professor's office. Locked up tight. Then to the library to see what new developments there are in the world of science and physics since my last jump. I'm determined that the key to the past is in the future. The problem is, I only recall bits of what she said about 1983. I recall something about going out with friends that evening, but where would that be? I recruit my roommate. Hey there, Chaz. Where would girls go out on a Saturday night? He takes a long drag on his strange-smelling cigarette, and while holding his breath, says, "You gotta be more specific than that." He exhales and offers the cigarette to me. Want a hit? No thanks. I gave up cigarettes. Dude, it's a joint, not a cigarette. I don't know the difference, but pass on it. I saw the most beautiful girl today, and I have to meet her. I heard her friends say they were going out tonight, but I didn't catch where. Can you be a pal and help me out? He scratches his head. First round is on me. I grin, more confident I'll find her with Chaz's help. Done. And so, following Chaz's lead, we hit the bars and clubs, dressed in pants that are far too tight for my tastes. Chaz calls them parachute pants. It doesn't take long for my panic to set in, as each place is packed with students. I tap random young women with long brown hair on the shoulder so they'll turn for me to see their face. But Abby's familiar face is nowhere to be found. Have I missed her? Am I too early? What if she's hopping from bar to bar as I am? By the time we reach our fourth spot, Headliners, a club with a live band and a sticky floor, the drinks are catching up with me. The music is pounding, and the place is packed with students, crowding the stage while a band named Cheap Trick plays. The lead singer has long blonde hair, and the girls are enamored with him. One of the jarring parts of traveling across time is how drastically music has changed, including the loud volume. This time I skip the bar and go straight to scanning the crowd. I leave Chaz behind and move through the melee. The low lights of the club make it harder to search for Abby's familiar silky tresses. I squeeze past group after group. Some of the gals smile invitingly, and some of the fellas frown as I scan each girl's face. The band begins a new song and the crowd cheers, rushing toward the dance floor, mixing up the part of the crowd I've searched through with the part I haven't. I curse under my breath and turn around. Then, suddenly, there, in the middle of the dance floor, is Abbi. My Abbi. I close my eyes for a brief moment and quietly exhale. Finally, she's here, and we can be together again. Her clothes are so different. She's wearing a bright top, form-fitting jeans, and ankle-high boots, but her gorgeous face is exactly the same. She's with a group of gals and guys, smiling and yelling over the music to each other. But then I notice one of the guys leering at her. He sways drunkenly when he leans in to say something to her. Abbi shakes her head and turns away from him. I rush to make my way to her, jostling students and apologizing as I go. But I can't wait another second. The leering guy grabs Abbi by the hips, pulls her in, and lays a sloppy kiss on her mouth. I pause, dumbstruck. Is she with him? Does she like him? But she struggles against him, and I'm overcome with rage. I push people out of my way to reach her. Abbi shoves him away, a look of disgust on her face. Before thinking what I'm doing, my fist connects with his face. In the process, I've elbowed someone behind me. My target goes down, bumping into others and knocking two guys to the ground in the process. I'm pushed hard from behind and into others. Drinks spill and curses are hurled. I apologize and turn toward Abbi, but the crowd is in disarray and I don't see her. More punches fly, girls scream, and it's become a brawl. Abbi! I yell into the melee, desperate to find her. Then, I see her. A friend is pulling her toward the exit. Abbi! Over here! I yell again, struggling to reach her as the fight escalates around me. She pauses and turns my way, searching the crowd, but her eyes scan past me. I lunge forward to escape the ruckus when I'm tackled. He takes me down. My head cracks on the floor. When I come to, the room lights are bright. The band has left the stage, and there is no sign of Abbi. I rub the bump on my head and stand to get my bearings. The club is quickly clearing as police pour in. I have to reach Abbi. She can't be far. I've waited too long to miss her now. I dart toward an exit, but am apprehended by an officer with a steel grip and firm voice. Not so fast. It's déjà vu. I'm delivered to a paddy wagon and pushed in with a number of other guys who are all battered and looking worse for wear. We're processed and kept in a holding cell with cold benches and gray bars that shut with a solid clang. How is it I'm here again? If I miss Abbi tonight, will I ever find her again? What if I don't? Am I to be hurtling forward through time by myself for no apparent reason? There's only one option left. One person who might be able to help me, and I don't even know if he's alive. Will Hansen? An officer announces. You're next. The door swings open, and I'm escorted to a phone. He hands me a quarter and says I get one phone call and 5 minutes. There's a black and silver box with a phone handle and metal cord attached to the wall. It's a modern-day phone. Swell. A battered phone book rests on a shelf below. I flip through the pages to S and scan the listings for Smith. My heart races. If he's not listed, I'm out of options. There are several columns of Smiths, and I rack my brain to remember the professor's first name. I run my finger down each column at a total loss. Then, toward the very end, I see W.C. Smith, Professor. That's it. I know how to use a phone, even with the dial replaced by push buttons, but I'm not familiar with this model where a coin is inserted. I scan the front and see a slot for the quarter. I insert the coin. There's noise as it drops inside, and a rattle once it settles. I lift the receiver and hear a dial tone. When I push the buttons for the number, nothing happens. I still hear the dial tone. Annoyance leads to frustration as I try the number again with no success. My time is running out. Examining the device more carefully, I see coin return. I nudge the tiny silver door open, and there is my quarter. This time I lift the receiver and then drop in the coin. When I dial the number, the dial tone goes away and suddenly it's ringing. Finally, I pray the professor is home. I pray he picks up. It's well after midnight, but I let the ringing continue as I watch the time on the wall clock move forward. Suddenly, I hear a sleepy girl answer and say, "Hello? Have I dialed the wrong number?" "Hello. I'm calling for Professor Smith," I say in a rush. "May I speak with him?" "He's sleeping," she answers with a yawn. "Please, this is an emergency. I must speak with him right away." "You want me to wake him up?" "Yes." I notice the police officer checking his watch. "Please, hurry." The officer starts toward me, and I call out to the girl. "Wait, can you give him a message?" "I guess." "My name is Will Hansen. Tell him I'm in jail and need his help." The officer approaches. "Time's up." I offer a panicked smile and hold my finger up that I need another minute. He settles an ornery frown on me. "Please, Give the professor the message. I repeat it into the receiver. Got that? I ask. Then the officer presses his finger on the phone cradle, and the call goes dead. Back in the holding cell, the hours pass slowly. The other derelicts leave one by one as a friend or loved one posts their bail, but no one comes for me. Alone and trapped in this human-sized cage, I'm forced to face the facts. I'm in new territory. Thanks to Abbi, I knew when in time she'd be. The hopes of seeing her again is what got me through so many difficult times. But this was the last date. I'm truly forging ahead with no idea of what's to come. I'm on my own, lost in time, just as she is. Exhausted, I lie on the hard, cold bench and wallow in my misery. How in heaven did I end up here? Why did this happen to me? If I'd listened to my father and stayed on the farm instead of running off to university, would I still be safe in 1927? But then, I'd never have met Abbi. Which option is worse? My mind drifts back to those early days. Chapter 1. Freedom never felt so good. And I know, starting university in the fall of 1927 is the best decision I've ever made. Some might say I was running away, but the truth is, I'm running to a new future, one of opportunity, and a chance at dreams I never dared to dream. I pull smoothly on the oar, in sync with my crew teammates, as we glide across the calm early morning water. The University of Wisconsin in Madison, a picturesque campus perched on the edge of Lake Mendota, with a majestic Carillon Tower reaching into the sky, is my new home. Yet, the steady cadence of the oars dipping into the fresh water is reminiscent of my hometown in Ephraim. Eagle Harbor was one of the few places I could think, and no one could interrupt or need me for another task while I was sculling across the bay. Here, at college, I'm now free to read and lose myself in the text of literary greats, delve deep into the sciences, and study the higher levels of math that my small, one-room schoolhouse couldn't cover. I'll have to write to my teacher, Miss Winifred, and thank her for all the years of encouragement and slipping me books that went beyond the minimal curriculum of a small tourist and fishing town. 2 weeks after my arrival, my sister, Agnes, wrote in her familiar flowery script conveying our father's ire. I've left her in a terrible bind having to deal with his anger, but at least he'd never strike a woman. She and Mother have had to help with the milking as well as the morning chores. I'm sorry to have burdened them, but I couldn't sacrifice all my beliefs for my father's. Finally, I'm in a place surrounded by others with a thirst for learning and creating a better future. Deep in my soul, I've always felt I was meant for something more. But it was an impossibility, living on our small farm where my father insisted the only book a man needed to read was the Bible. The only hiccup has been gouging my hand while hanging crew boats. It was a bloody mess, but my roommate, Bernie, is a good fella and helped me clean the jagged wound and bandaged it up. It's gonna be an ugly scar, but it'll offset that pretty face of yours, he jokes. Maybe some of the gals will give me a second look instead of mooning after you all the time. You can have them all. The last thing I need is a gal hanging around. Gathering my thick physics textbook, I start my day and venture off to Bascom Hall, the pinnacle building atop steep Bascom Hill. Inside the lecture hall, I take my regular aisle seat next to a cheerful fella, Walter, who's quick to laugh and is always a kick to talk with. The room fills, and there's a petite girl with delicate features searching for a seat. I declare, she is the prettiest gal I've ever seen, Walter says, his eyes following her. With a glance at his lovesick expression and the young woman's predicament, I gather my books and stand. Excuse me, miss. You may take this seat if you like. She turns and her wavy light brown bob swings. When she sees the vacant spot, she smiles. Well, aren't you a doll? Thank you. She slides gracefully into the chair next to Walter, who looks awash with amazement at his luck. I give him a sly wink and find a spot on the far side of the room in the middle of a row. My next class is chemistry, followed by lunch at the Memorial Union, a majestic building with a terrace overlooking the rippling waters of Lake Mendota. After an hour in the library and English literature, I'm off for my second crew practice of the day. After an invigorating session where my arms are so fatigued that I can barely carry my athletic bag, I want nothing more than a hot meal and a warm shower. Following the lakeshore path, I enjoy a smoke and the sense of autumn as the sumac turns red and the summer slips into fall. Before entering Tripp Hall, a newly constructed dormitory, settled amongst the trees along the lake, I toss the cigarette in the dirt. Bernie, my roommate from a town south of Milwaukee, is waiting with a grim expression. I set my bag on the edge of my bed, wondering what's happened. He's at his cluttered desk, which holds a small globe and a metronome, as well as his textbooks. Will, a telegram arrived while you were at crew practice. His brow is furrowed, and his manner somber as he hands over a thin, yellow envelope. Telegrams are expensive to send, thus are rarely good news. I turn over the envelope and find it's already been opened. I raise my eyes to him. I thought it was for me until I read it. I'm so sorry, he says regretfully. I'll give you some privacy. He slips out the door, causing me to dread reading it. As I pull out the missive, I take a seat at my desk, prepared for a scathing message from my father. I imagine him demanding I return home to resume my duties on the farm. But that's not going to happen. Thankfully, I'm a couple 100 miles from Ephraim, and he can't leave the cows unattended to come fetch me in person. With a bracing breath, I read, Will Hansen. Smallpox has hit Ephraim. Your father, mother, and sister have perished. Funeral Saturday. Miss Winifred. The telegram slips from my fingers to the desk. Perished. This can't be possible. It was only a few weeks ago I saw them. I read it again. My heart squeezes, and I struggle to take a breath. The words are the same, and the meaning is sinking in. Miss Winifred was my teacher and closest confidant. She would never make up such a tale, but I can't fathom it's true. It must be a mistake. Please, let it be a mistake. I don't know what to do. My thoughts go to kind-hearted Agnes, who always rooted for me and tried to protect me from our father. My mother, a soft-spoken woman who showed her love with acts of kindness. And my father, a man I could never please. He was a strong disciplinarian and made no secret of it, leaving me with bruises and fear as a child, and now bruises and resentment as an adult, which made it all the easier to leave. But father was the epitome of strength in his work ethic and dedication to God and church. He was a man who stood by his beliefs, even if they were wrong. And now, he's gone. All his sacrifice to come here from Norway and his hard work on the farm over the years was for what? To die along with his family from a terrible disease? I shake away my melancholy reflections. I must travel home and bury my family. Then there are livestock to care for and a farm to manage. My life as a college student is over. I pull out my billfold and count my funds. They are woefully thin. There isn't enough to reach Green Bay, let alone Ephraim. Hitchhiking to Madison took me 3 days. I don't have that kind of time. Perhaps the head resident can help me contact someone with a car for part of the trip. When I step into the hall, Bernie is leaning against the doorway of the social room, waiting. Will, I'm real sorry about your family. I nod. My ma passed when I was 14. It's a darn sad business. Our looks connect, and I see in his eyes that he does understand. I need to get home, but I'm short and can't afford the train. Bernie purses his lips and thinks. You let me handle it. Go wash up for dinner, and I'll figure this out. I'd forgotten I was still in practice clothes and smelling like a barnyard. Dinner is no longer appealing. My family is gone, and I am alone in this world. The door pops open. Will, you are set to go, Bernie says, coming through with a smile. You found someone with a car for part of the way? Better. I took a collection. There's enough to get you to Sturgeon Bay by train and enough to pay for a ride to Ephraim from there. He sets a stack of bills and a pile of change on my desk. Everyone chipped in. The guys in the dorm and your crew team, too. There is far more money than I'll need. None of these guys has cash to spare, and yet they've given everything they could to help. Gee, Bernie, I don't know what to say. Don't worry yourself. We wanted to help. You'd have done the same. He pats me on the shoulder, and I'm near tears. If you don't mind, I'm gonna step outside for a smoke. The evening cools as the sun dips toward the horizon. I pull out a paper from my pouch, drop a generous pinch of tobacco into it, and carefully roll it into a thin cigarette, pinching the ends tight, as I've done hundreds of times before. I strike a match and inhale the sweet tobacco, allowing the familiar taste to bring about a bit of calm in the midst of upheaval. Tomorrow, I will return home to say my final goodbyes to my family. The crops should be in for the season, but their livestock must be tended to. Work on the farm never ends. The water laps gently against the shore. The trees, with their brilliant fall leaves and shades of vivid yellow, burnt orange, and deep brown, arch over the path, creating a cocoon of peace. This is a beautiful place that gave me everything I longed for and worked so hard to achieve. But it's time I face the truth. I won't be returning to the university. I must drop out to run the farm and become the man my father wanted me to be. Upon my return to Tripp Hall, I pack my personal belongings into my satchel and hook it over the end of the bed. A jackknife, a comb and brush set from my mother, and a book gifted me by Miss Winifred. If not for the textbooks I purchased for my class, I'd have little to show for my time here. Several of the fellas stopped by with words of condolence and best wishes. Saying goodbye to my crewmates hurts the most. They've become swell pals these past weeks. When it's lights out, I'm unable to sleep, so I stare out the window from my bed. The moon is full and glows brightly. I imagine how much the moon, hanging low in the dark sky, has witnessed over the past millions of years. The moon was there as I grew up, a regular presence, and as my family fell ill and died. The moon is here now. Is it mocking me? or proving that life goes on. I'm gonna miss this place. I had such grand plans. I sigh. I will cherish these memories for a lifetime as I return home to take up the work my father began. My mind wanders, and my eyes close with weariness. As I drift off to sleep, the clang of bells from the Carillon Tower sound eerily in the distance. Chapter 2. I wake with a jerk. I've overslept. Have I missed my train? Bernie's bed is empty, with the covers bunched in disarray. Why didn't he wake me? The train station is a 30-minute walk, but if I hurry, I might still make it. I rush to dress, but am startled to find my closet filled with clothes. And oddly, none of them are my own. Am I in the wrong room? Did I sleepwalk? I swing around. My bed looks the same as ever, with the same navy bedspread on the bed, and my satchel hanging off the footpost where I left it last night. But when my eyes scan to my bedside table, the cash that Bernie collected for my trip is missing. Not a penny remains, but there's an unfamiliar wallet in its place. How can that be? I look at my bed again. Normal, but upon further inspection, notice that Bernie's globe and metronome are gone. The desk is neat as a pin, holding a couple of books, a notebook, and a rosary. This is so odd, and I can't fathom what is going on, but I must get to the train station. Then I realize my suitcase isn't by the door. What? This is not the time for a prank or petty theft. The door opens and a fella walks in, hair wet and combed back, carrying a towel and shaving kit. "Mornin', Will," he says, hanging the towel on a hook near the dresser as if he belongs here. "Pardon me, but what are you doing and where's Bernie?" I ask in a not-so-polite tone. He turns. "I don't have class for another hour, and who's Bernie?" My jaw is about to drop in disbelief, but I catch myself. "Bernie is my roommate." "Who are you?" He chuckles. "Will, are you joking?" I'm quite serious. I stand my ground, not about to let this stranger pull a hoax on me. He examines me closely, peering into my eyes with genuine concern. "Did you get hit in the head by an oar at crew practice yesterday?" I ponder the thought. Did I? That would explain my odd thoughts, but I'm here in my dorm room. I know this because outside the window is the same view of the lake and the trees along the path, but nearly everything else in this room is wrong. I shiver with the heebie-jeebies. Hiding my confusion, I ask, "Have you seen my suitcase? I left it by the door last night, but it's missing." He turns to his dresser to put away his shaving kit. "I never saw your suitcase last night. Check under the bed. It's probably there." Crouching down, I peer under the bed and, sure enough, there is a suitcase. But it isn't mine, nor are the clothes in my closet. At a loss, I sit on my bed. The bedding is the same, and the satchel is definitely mine, as my initials are stitched on it. "You could probably use a good meal. That'll put the color back in you. Join me for breakfast," my roommate, whose name I still don't know, says. Yes, you're probably right. Go on ahead and I'll catch up with you." I wave him off, feigning normalcy. Thankfully, he leaves, allowing me to panic in private. I drop onto the bed. This is impossible. My roommate seemed honestly concerned. He did not seem the type of person who would pull such an elaborate trick. A wallet and room key are on the bedside table where my own wallet and donations should be. I open the wallet, hoping to find out who it belongs to, but the school identification card has my name on it. How is this possible? And it contains a generous amount of cash, certainly enough to cover a train ride home, and more. With my roommate gone, I explore his side of the room for more clues. There's an essay assignment on his desk with his name at the top. George Haley. Okay, George, I mutter to myself. What is going on here? Beneath a history textbook is a copy of the school paper, the Daily Cardinal. The issue is dated May 14th, 1929. That can't be right. Today is October 2nd, 1927. But the paper appears legitimate. I shake my head and search for more clues, but find nothing. My confusion grows, as does the tightening of my shoulders. I quickly dress, donning the clothes in my closet that clearly belong to another. Skipping the dining hall, instead, I pass by the bulletin board of announcements. Yesterday, there was a flyer about the homecoming football game, but today is news of a spring formal. Outside, the courtyard air is fresh, and I drag in a full breath, hoping to slow the panic in my heart. Stepping out to the lakeshore path, the sun warms my skin. Ducks quack nearby, and crabapple trees are in full bloom. This is wrong. It's October. I walked through crisp, fallen leaves yesterday, but this is spring. The trees are budding and plants are poking through the earth along the shore. More disoriented than ever, I run down the path all the way to the boathouse. Everything is as it should be. The Memorial Union commands the shoreline with its pillars and picturesque patio overlooking the lake. Just beyond it is the YMCA, and then the boathouse, perched at the edge of the water. Its doors open with sailboats, rowboats, and skiffs at the ready. The familiar red gym is directly behind the boathouse and anchors campus with its Romanesque revival style, built with red brick and castle-like turrets. In contrast to the unchanged nature of the buildings is the warm breeze, flowering trees, and students in short sleeves. It is a spring day, and that is impossible. I look upon the boathouse. Crew practice is early in the morning, which I've missed today. The students manning the boats now are unfamiliar. Is this another sign of what's amiss? I go to the announcement board where the schedules and regattas are listed. My heart sinks as, at the top of the listing of races, the date reads Spring 1929 Competition Schedule. "Hello, Will," says one of the students storing ropes. "Keep your head down so Coach doesn't see you. He was mighty sore when you missed practice." Right. Thanks," I stutter, not accustomed to strangers addressing me by name. I've never seen this fellow before, yet he seems to know me. I break out into a sweat. How is this possible? Without looking at him, I say, "By the way, is this schedule correct?" "Sure is. Why?" "Oh, nothing. I just thought it might be next year's." He glances over and points. "Says right there, Spring 1929. We don't get next year's schedule until fall." I nod and struggle to find my breath again as he walks away. Have I actually fallen asleep and missed a year and a half of my life? Everything is pointing toward that fact, but it's scientific impossibility. I nearly stumble out of the boathouse, but then notice the skull. Instinct takes over, and I lift the boat off its hooks, take it to the dock, and carefully lower it into the water along with paddles. After seating myself comfortably, I glide from the dock and dip the paddles into the water. Soon I'm free of the shore and the confusing evidence of time. As I pull each stroke, fear and anger churn in my gut like vinegar and milk. Nothing makes sense. None of this is possible. Am I trapped in a nightmare so vivid I believe it's real? I'm going mad. Can the shock of losing one's family do that to a person? I row until my arms ache. I row until I reach the tip of Picnic Point, a picturesque spot at the end of a long peninsula near campus. On a peaceful day, if I had time to while away, I might tie off my boat and enjoy the view of the state capitol in the distance. But today is not peaceful. I'm on the precipice of unknown territory. As I mull over what to do, I realize that more than anything, I want to go home. Is it true that my family perished, or is it part of this unsavory, alternate reality I'm in? Perhaps in this strange world I'm trapped in, they are alive and well. Either way, my hometown seems a safe place to be where people have known me all my life. Unlike here on campus where strangers act as if they know me. My mind is made up. I'm going home. After the train to Sturgeon Bay, I take a rumbling bus for the rest of the long trip home. The pitted road is so rough that I'm bounced out of my hard bench seat so often that I almost wish I'd walked. As we get closer to Ephraim, my thoughts turn to the farm. I'm anxious to be home and find out who's been caring for the livestock, and get started on the spring planting. "What's your name, son?" the driver asks when I say he should let me off a mile outside of town, rather than at the Anderson store. "Will Hansen." He turns in his seat. "Are you Sven and Helga's boy?" The bus jerks each time he hits a rut. "Yes, sir." I fold my cap in my hands and try not to twist it. I am so close to facing my new reality and picking up the pieces of what my father left behind. "Are you certain you wouldn't rather go to town first?" he asks, his brow furrowed. "A lot of people have been looking for you." My head darts up. Who is that?" "Pretty near everyone," he says, facing the road, but his tone is serious. "It seems they couldn't find me." I swallow. Because somehow 1927 has become 1929. Now, more than ever, I want to reach the farm before I run into anyone I know. I don my cap and hop off at our road, just outside of town. The driver wishes me luck with a nod and tips his hat. I walk the route I've done hundreds of times, with a cigarette to calm my nerves. As I make my way past our neighbors' farms, the Olsons, the Johnsons, and the Helgesons, everything looks much the same as always, with livestock grazing in distant pastures and farmers preparing their fields. It's too early for spring planting, but the trees lining the edge of the fields are leafing out, and the scent of the cherry blossoms wafts through the air. When I breach the hill and set eyes on my father's farm, it's clear that something's amiss. There are no clothes on the line, whipping in the wind. No chickens scattered near the barn, pecking at the dirt. And weeds have grown tall, choking out my mother's garden. There's no soft mooing of the herd from the milk house, and the draft horses, Nellie and Star, aren't in the corral. The heavy weight of silence and the lack of activity are like a stark, cold vacuum. The house is dark, with no smoke trailing out the chimney. It's abandoned. The gravity of my loss hits me full force. It's as if all signs of life have been wiped away. I open the door with trepidation as the reality of grief settles in. My first thought is that the house has been robbed. The heavy oak table remains, but the chairs are gone, as are the food staples from the shelves near the cook stove. My mother's coveted Rosamald dishes that her mother painted are missing from the fireplace mantel, as are my father's spectacles. The absence of my family echoes through the rooms. Agnes was always humming a tune, and Ma cooking and knocking pans on the cook stove, while Father called out to the dairy cows, or was hammering a damaged fence. The only objects remaining are a scattering of empty bottles, a broken dish, and a chair with a broken leg. Even my father's Bible, which he brought from Norway and displayed proudly on the fireplace mantel, is gone. Who did this? Who would ransack our home and the memories of my family before I could get here? My eyes water, my breath hitches, and the weight of loss is heavy on my chest. Every sign that they existed has been erased. I hear the sound of a motor car rumbling down the lane and turning onto our driveway. I blink away my pain to meet the visitor. Mr. Henry, the town supervisor, steps out of his Model T. "Hello, Will," he says in his brusque voice, but his eyes are guarded and weary. He must know I'm frantic for answers, but from his stance, I'm not sure he'll give them to me. "Hello, Mr. Henry." He looks around the vacant home, silent. Finally, he asks in a voice that sounds both sad and accusatory, "Where have you been, Will?" That is the question of the day. If only I knew. Nowhere, I suppose. But the man needs an answer, so I respond truthfully. This is the first I was able to come home. He shakes his head as if I'm an errant child, not living up to his responsibilities. I feel guilty for something out of my control. What happened here? I gaze at the abandoned farm. I understand someone taking the animals away to care for them, but this is my place now, and it's been ransacked. There isn't even a bed to sleep on, let alone my father's worldly possessions. I think of the gold watch I left behind when I left for school. Father gifted it to me on my 18th birthday. I left it here in my mother's care so I wouldn't lose it at school. But I've lost it anyway. "You should have come sooner. The bank held off as long as possible." My head jerks around. "What do you mean, the bank?" "The bank held the deed for the farm. With your father passed on and 6 months with no one to make payments, it went into arrears. And I wasn't here to help. My stomach begins to ache. Understand, Will. We tried to contact you down at the university, but we never heard back." He arches a brow, silently questioning where I was if I wasn't at school. I can't answer that question. If only I could have been here, I would have kept the farm going and somehow made the payments. "Everything was taken?" I say, to get the conversation back on track. "There was a bank auction. Nearly everything went. Olaf Helgeson bought the farm to expand their fields. They don't need the house as of yet, but I expect his son will move in when he comes of age. Everything is gone. In the blink of an eye, I went from a successful college student who'd run away from the family farm to standing here with nothing and no one remaining. I wipe my shaking hand over my face and blow out the air in my chest. My calm facade is about to crumble. What of my family photos and our Bible? Who would want those? Oh, we saved those. Actually, Miss Winifred, now Mrs. Weborg, since she married Ole Weborg, was certain you'd come home and insisted certain items be kept for you. Miss Winifred encouraged me to continue my education. She saw something in me that my father did not. Why don't you come along with me? You can't stay here tonight. Not that Olaf would mind. As you said, there's no bed. Suddenly, I feel like a homeless orphan. I don't know what to do, where to go. I'm alone, as I've ever been. It's getting late. Come along. My wife boiled some whitefish and potatoes for dinner, and there are sure to be leftovers to share. We'll find a bed for you, he says, reading my thoughts. I need to see my parents' graves. He looks me over and must see that I'm weary with shock and grief. You've had enough for one day. It'll wait until tomorrow. As I sit numb from the staggering loss of the farm, Mrs. Henry silently places a heaping plate of whitefish, potatoes, and onions before me. I didn't think I was hungry, but the salty, buttery meal is just what I needed. There's a calendar on the wall from the feed store. The month is May, 1929. Another reminder that I'm in the wrong time. After I've finished and thanked her, Mr. Henry hands me a glass of brandy. You're old enough for this now and certainly can use it. He tells me about how smallpox swept through Door County at the end of the tourist season in 27. Crew members from the supply boats brought it to town. Many fell ill, but only 5 died. A Thorpe girl, Marcus, a fisherman, and my parents and sister. It's a terrible shame, he says, to lose your whole family like that. I gulp the brandy. You're welcome to stay for a few days, until the steamers start arriving with tourists. Then I'll need the room. You'll have no trouble finding work, at least for the summer season. He's right. I've worked plenty of jobs here in town. Back then, as soon as the farm chores were done, I'd head to town, often rowing over to save the long walk. It's how I earned extra money for the university. Not much good that's done for me now. Despite nearly 2 school years passing, I've only attended classes for little more than a month. I can't say at the moment. I assumed I'd take over the farm and continue what my father started. I'll need to give it some thought. I understand. It's a big shock. Such a shame you didn't come sooner, he says again, not directly asking why I wasn't here, but certainly hinting at it. Let me assure you, I would have been here if I could have. Your father would want you back here in Ephraim. You'll find your way. Chapter 3. The next morning, after a restless night, I walked the path along Eagle Harbor through town. The smoke from my cigarette leaves a wispy trail behind. Most everything is the same. Anderson's store and the ice house where I used to help haul ice from the frozen harbor during the winter. There's the library, where I spent so much time, and the fire station. Not much has changed, other than Wilson's ice cream shop repainted their sign, and there seems to be more cars buzzing down the lane than before. My walk takes me up Eagle Bluff to the cemetery off Mengelberg Lane. I step quietly through the oak and elm trees that offer shade over the grave markers, some of who I knew, including Eric, a boy from school who drowned in the bay. Further back, in a sunny area, I spy 3 markers, and it's like a stab to my heart. Sven Hansen, Helga Hansen, Agnes Hansen. The gravestones are simple and small, with only their names and dates of birth and death. I hang my head in regret. They deserved better. If I'd been here, I'd have given them appropriate gravestones to honor their lives. For all my father's faults, he was a hard-working, church-going man. It's interesting how I seem to be able to overlook his faults now that he's gone. I kneel before their graves and pray. I pray for their souls, that they did not suffer long, and that they find eternal peace. And then I pray for forgiveness for my selfish act of leaving just when I was needed most, for not being here to lay them to rest myself. Someone else ordered their gravestones when it should have been me. I take time remembering each of them. Agnes, for her cheerful optimism that always raised my spirits after difficult encounters with my father. I could certainly use her brightness today. She was far too young to die at 16. So much lost potential. My father, a hard worker who never walked away from a job. A strict disciplinarian who didn't bend to anyone. Yet he'd brought my mother here and cleared this land with only the strength of his own back. He deserved to be respected for all he accomplished. My mother and her kind heart, always lending a hand to others in need. The buttermilk biscuits she made each Sunday and her gentle hand on my shoulder when she'd find me reading. Their markers aren't worthy of who they were, and I will fix that one day. But for now, I gather clumps of forget-me-nots from the edge of the woods. Their delicate blue flowers were my mother's favorite. I dig into the rich soil with my bare hands to give them a new home, providing beauty for my parents and Agnes. If nature blesses them, they will recede and decorate these graves for years to come. My teacher, Miss Winifred, now lives up on Moravian Lane near the escarpment where I used to play in the caves as a child. I push my hair off my forehead and stand up straight, cap in hand, before knocking. "Hello, Will." She smiles kindly, as if she's been expecting me, which takes the pressure off my visit. News travels fast in a small town. "I'm so glad you came." She's wearing a simple cotton dress with an apron. Her dark hair is styled in a bob. Now that I'm here, I'm not sure what to say. I've shared all my dreams with this woman. She encouraged me and gave me the strength to believe in myself and follow my dreams. Miss Winifred rummages around in the cupboards, pulling out glasses and plates. "You picked the perfect time to visit. I just put the baby down, so we should have time to talk." She sets a plate of oatmeal cookies on the table and pours us each a glass of lemonade. "You have a baby?" She wasn't even married when I left for college. Her face warms and she glances lovingly toward the nursery.
Yes, little Alfred. He's a dear, but keeps me on my toes. I believe it was easier handling a classroom of 30 students.
She takes a sip of lemonade, sets the glass down, and her demeanor shifts as she looks me straight in the eyes.
Will, why has it taken this long for you to come home? I sent multiple letters, but they were all unanswered, and one came back as undeliverable. I worried that something awful happened to you.
I squirm in my seat, like I did when I was a small child who'd eaten all the cherries my mother picked to make a pie. I want to explain the truth to Miss Winifred, that I wasn't here, that I jumped ahead in time. But despite all the evidence, it still seems impossible. Please, know that I wanted to be here, and planned to, but I was detained. No one is more remorseful about that than I. Her face softens. She's always been quick to forgive.
Well then, I'm glad to see you now. You haven't changed a bit. What's with that ragged bandage on your hand?
I flex my hand. I haven't changed the bandage since Bernie dressed it. It's dirty and stretched out. My mind has been on far more important things than this. It's just a little slip-up storing a crew boat.
It needs changing. Let's get that taken care of this instant.
She rises and gathers supplies while I remove the bandage and carefully wash the wound in the sink. She tisks at the angry red skin, but proceeds with the bandaging.
Tell me about the university and your life in Madison. Has it been all you hoped for?
This is a tricky thing to answer, having lived there for just over a month, not the nearly 2 years she assumes. With my hand bandaged, I return to my seat and take a bite of cookie to stall for time to find my words. I tell her about the majestic Bascom Hall that boasts a perfect view of the state capitol building, the Carillon Tower that juts out above the trees, and the Memorial Union Terrace set along the lake that made it easier to feel like home. I tell her about joining the crew team and how much I've loved all my classes. She beams and nods her approval. I sip my lemonade and tell her about visiting the farm yesterday and the shock of finding it empty and uncared for.
I was so sad when it went up for auction,
She says.
I urged Mr. Griffin at the bank to wait, so sure you'd come home to take over and catch up on the debt. But when you couldn't be located, they went ahead with the sale. That was nearly a year ago, Will. I'm very sorry.
Mr. Henry said you saved a few things for me.
Yes, of course. I should have brought them out right away.
She goes to fetch them and returns with a small box.
Here you go. I'll give you a few minutes to yourself.
Inside is the family Bible my father read from each night, and the Rosamald dishes my mother said Agnes may have on her wedding day. The tobacco tin contains a few family photographs, hair combs my mother wore to church on Sundays, and 3 of Mother's handkerchiefs, each wrapped around something. The first is my 18th birthday gift, my father's gold pocket watch. Thank goodness I left it behind, or it may have disappeared with the rest of my things when I seemingly time traveled. The second handkerchief is light, and I can't imagine what it might hold until I unfold it and discover my parents' wedding bands. My father's is solid and plain, while my mother's is etched with tiny flowers. They were wearing these rings when they died. My eyes well up. Someone had to have removed them after they passed. I dab my eyes with my mother's handkerchief and gently fold the rings back inside. The last handkerchief contains money. I blink. More than $200 in cash and silver dollars. This is all the money my father possessed.
My mother said that it would be stolen if we didn't put it in safekeeping right away, so I kept it hidden in that tin in the back of my bureau for all these months.
I stare at her blankly. What about the bank debt? I thought the bank would demand it. Miss Winifred stands straight, her head high.
They took everything else. I knew you'd need this one day.
I can't contain myself any longer. I bow my head and weep. The only tangible items of my family's life fit in one small box. It's so unfair. A firm hand rests on my shoulder, offering me solace.
I wish I could have saved more. This is a difficult time, to be sure, but you are an intelligent young man. You will get past this and do well.
But I don't see how.
Let's sit out on the porch. Prospects always seem brighter on a sunny day.
Outside, we sit on the porch swing, and the slight sway soothes my turmoil as I eat a cookie. She lets me be silent for a while before asking what I'll do next. I suppose I'll rent a room at the boarding house and find work. Mr. Henry suggested I get summer work, but I'd rather settle into something more permanent. Maybe a job at the sawmill. I'd like to get the farm back, but I don't see how I'd manage that. She looks aghast.
What of your education? You worked so hard to get there.
I shake my head and stare at my shoes. I never should have left. Had I stayed as my father wanted, perhaps I could have saved them, or at least saved the farm. The swing stops, and she turns to me.
No. What happened to your family was God's will. There is no way you could have changed that, or the fate of the farm. One man can't manage a farm that size.
But everything has gone wrong. It's out of my control. I need to fix it. We swing gently again.
Will, what else is going on here? Something isn't adding up.
She lowers her teacher gaze, as if she can see right through me. There is no way I can tell her I've come forward in time. Like H.G. Wells' book, The Time Machine. She'd never believe me. Yet, it's true. I start to squirm.
Whatever it is, you can tell me. You know I'll help you as best I can.
I don't speak, warring with myself.
Have you gotten a young lady in trouble?
She asks directly. The swing stops. Good gosh, no. How could she think such a thing? She seems to relax, and the swing moves again. She waits, assuming I'll break, and sure enough, I do. You'll never believe me. I start.
Now, don't you tell me what I will or won't believe.
I shake my head, trying to find a way out of this. I hop off the swing and pace the front porch. She watches patiently, waiting for me to find my words. I push my hair out of my eyes, look skyward, and finally begin. 2 days ago, I received your telegram that my family had perished from smallpox. Her brow wrinkles.
But, Will, I sent that telegram.
October 2nd, 1927. I interrupt. I received that telegram the day it was sent. But now, for me, I hesitate, afraid to say the words. It was 2 days ago.
I don't understand.
She says, "Please, bear with me." I lean against the porch rail. That night, I packed my bags to come home on the train the next day, but here's the impossible, troubling part. I take a bracing breath and let it out in a sigh. When I woke in the morning, it was yesterday, May 15th, 1929. I watch for her reaction, and she does not disappoint. She's gone still, staring at me with wide eyes.
Will, that's not possible.
I agree. I've tried to prove it wrong. I thought if I came home, perhaps things would set themselves right, but it is most definitely still 1929. She blinks. You think I've gone mad? She begins to speak, then stops. It's all right. I hold up my hand. I fear I've gone mad as well. Try as I might to piece together how I missed a year and a half, it's just not there. No memory, no sign of what I've done. In fact, in my dorm room, all of my belongings were gone when I woke that morning. My wallet, my clothes, my books. My roommate was a stranger, and yet he acted as if I'd always been there. It was the same with a fella down at the boathouse.
Oh, Will,
She says in sympathy. I don't know what to do. Everything has changed, except I'm still here. I go on to explain how I roamed campus, hoping for some clue, but there was nothing to discover. If I have gone mad, why do I feel the same? I remember every detail. You can ask me anything, except anything about the past months since.
honestly, Will, I don't know. Losing your family had to be a terrible shock. Perhaps you've locked it out?
No, I swear on my life, I'm not lying or playing games with you, and I haven't blocked anything out. She twists the edge of her apron without realizing it.
It's impossible for you to jump forward in time.
She looks at me with sympathy and carefully says,
But I believe that you think you did.
My head drops. Miss Winifred is the only person I can trust with this, and she doesn't believe me. There's a cry from inside the house. The baby has woken. She takes that cue and rushes into the house. I don't blame her. I'd want to escape me, too. I'm tempted to leave and bother her no longer, but I should collect my parents' belongings and say goodbye first. The baby stops crying, and I hear Miss Winifred cooing to him. I sit on the front steps and contemplate my next move. First, I should secure a room at the boarding house before they fill up with summer workers. I'm sure Mr. Henry will be glad to see me move on. Then I can check around town for a job. I may have to go to Sister Bay. There are usually jobs on the docks this time of year. I wish I had my father's car, but it was sold, along with everything else. The screen door creaks, and Miss Winifred appears with a baby in her arms.
This is my son, Alfred,
She says with pride. He's a chubby, rosy-cheeked baby with drool down his chin. She wipes it away with the corner of her apron. I smile, unsure what to say. She settles him on her lap and turns to me. You think I need to be put in an asylum, don't you?
Not at all. I've given it some thought, and I think It's going to be all right. I'm sure of it, she says with refreshed positivity. You are going to push through this.
She's right. I nod. I can rebuild my life here.
But you shouldn't stay in Ephraim, she says. You have far too much potential for this tiny tourist town.
I can't believe my ears. I thought she wanted me to stay.
You were always desperate to get out. So, you're going to return to university. You have always been destined for greater things.
What about the time issue? What am I to do? She's glossed right over it, as if I never said a thing.
Well,
She contemplates her answer.
if you did, you don't have much choice. You're here. And if you're actually suffering confusion, then devoting yourself to your studies will center you,
She says kindly, but based on the steady gaze of her eyes, she thinks I've lost my marbles. She is in full teacher mode when she continues.
You've always been at your best when faced with a challenge. You will find yourself again. Of that, I'm sure.
This is not what I expected to hear, but perhaps she's right. I agree, unsure how my future will unfold.
Please write and let me know how you are. And, Will, I will always be here for you. I promise.
After a swift thank you and goodbye, and with the tin containing a few coveted family keepsakes tucked in my satchel, I endure the long trip back to Madison, wondering when I'll be back here. With my situation uncertain, I left the Bible, dishes, and hair combs with Miss Winifred for safekeeping. While I know the people in town and have Miss Winifred to support me, there's nothing else for me here. Of course, she didn't believe I'd traveled through time. How could she? And I wonder again if I somehow blacked out these past months. When I enter my dorm room that evening, George glances up from his desk where he's studying. There you are! He turns in his chair. He remembers me. So I suppose that's something. I had to catch the train home, and didn't have time to let you know. Good thing you're back. I was worried you'd drowned in the lake and I hadn't reported it. He grins. Exhausted from the last 2 days, I don't bother to unpack my satchel. I hook it on the corner of my bed. George has a big exam the next day, so I leave him to it. On the train ride home, I held my father's pocket watch and gave a lot of thought to this whole time travel fiasco. If it's real and I haven't lost my mind, how do I keep my few cherished items safe? When I traveled, I lost the shirts my mother made me, my wallet and favorite books I'd brought from home. The only things that I still have are my crew practice shirt and my satchel that were hanging from the bedpost. My bed and the blanket are the same. It seems that these few things on my bed traveled with me. Perhaps it would be the case should I travel again. But if not, I need another method to keep my things safe. If I can't keep my father's watch secure in my room, maybe it would be safer somewhere outside of my room. My mind made up, I head out with my satchel and stop by the maintenance shed, where I help myself to a small garden spade and a piece of oilcloth. Then hike out to Picnic Point. I've been to Picnic Point a few times before, but haven't explored much. I study the paths and choose one and then another, each more narrow than the one before. I memorize the turns and continue on searching for the perfect spot. Suddenly, I spy a large fallen oak that's been here for a couple of years by the condition of the bark. For a final time, I look through the photographs of my family. One was taken on the Anderson Pier. We were wearing our Easter best. My father looked so stoic in the photograph, and my mother serene and proud of her family, with her hand resting on my shoulder. I remember the knickers she sewed for me. I was probably 5 years old, but I'd grown a lot that year. Another photo is of us at the beach in our bathing costumes. It was my mother's birthday, and my father agreed to an afternoon of fun. There's a toy pail in my hands, and I remember my giddy excitement to play in the water. The gold watch, with its intricate face and delicate hands, ticks softly as I wrap it in one of my mother's handkerchiefs and pray that this is the right way to preserve it. I place the bulk of my father's money that Miss Winifred saved for me inside the tobacco tin and close it tight. I clear away leaves and debris and dig deep, creating a new home for my keepsakes, my future. Wrapping the tobacco tin with the oilcloth, I place it at the bottom and cover it with the fresh earth like a buried treasure. This is my past, all that remains of my family. I swipe away a tear of emotion. What did I put into play by leaving home? I've lost everything. Back in my dorm room, I hang the satchel on the bedpost along with my cap and glance around the room at the books and clothes. Apparently, they are mine now. Exhausted, I crawl between the sheets and close my eyes. My mind wanders to all the events of the past 2 days. Miss Winifred's words echo in my mind. Push through, and you will find your way. I hope she was right. And I also hope that my time travel is finished, and that it was an unusual fluke. In a perfect world, when I wake in the morning, I'll be back where I belong, in the fall of 1927. As sleep draws near, I hear the soft, distant sound of bells. Chapter 4. I wake, disoriented, and wonder if the last days were all a dream. It is all quite impossible. There is no way I could have lost my family and traveled through time. I open my eyes, and the room is the same. That is, until I notice a fishing pole in the corner, and a world map on the wall over my roommate's bed. My snoring roommate has dark hair and a prominent nose. This is definitely not Bernie or George. I scramble upright as if a cold bucket of water was dumped over me. This can't be. Not again. I scrub my hand over my face and blink several times. I'm in the same room, but all the contents are different. I look for my satchel and heave a sigh of relief to see it hanging exactly where I left it, hooked over the bedpost. A room key and a new wallet are lying on my bedside table. I'm afraid to open it because my wallet from yesterday is in my bag. It's as if someone snuck in during the night and changed everything in the room. But the pit in my gut tells a different story. I've time traveled again. I step silently around the room, searching for signs of the date. On my desk is a crew shirt and practice schedule, but no year. On the floor is an athletic bag. There's no wall calendar or newspaper to be found. That is, until I notice a discarded copy of the Daily Cardinal in my roommate's trash can. April 22nd, 1930. I let the paper fall on his desk, brace my hands on the back of his chair, and drop my head. A year. I've missed another year. My roommate snores quiet as he begins to wake. I can't handle facing this unknown person yet, so I dress quickly, grab the practice gear, and slip out. A couple of fellas nod hello as I make my way down the hallway, but they don't start up a conversation. I take the lakefront path toward the boathouse. The morning is chilly, with a drab, overcast sky. What the devil am I going to do? There's a stab of fear in my heart, and my breath comes short and fast. My family has died, the farm has been lost, and I'm traveling forward in time. I start to run. I don't know why, other than to escape my thoughts. When I reach the boathouse, other students are gathered for practice. "Morning, Will," says one. A couple of others nod their greeting, and I again question my sanity. I force a smile and nod back. I'm tempted to leave, but getting out on the water is what I need right now. It's the only place I know that will clear my head. After changing, I join them at the dock and step carefully into the last remaining spot, the bowman seat, which happens to be my regular seat on the boat. Another eerie coincidence. Once we're off, I settle into dipping and pulling my oar in rhythm with the others. As the practice continues, we strain and pull harder. A sheen of perspiration covers my skin as the 60-foot boat flies across the water, and the anxiety in my heart eases. If I can travel forward in time, why can't I travel back? If I could, perhaps I could go home before my family falls ill and, somehow, keep them from getting sick. Instead, I'm here with a world of strangers. Yet they seem to know me, which is oddly even more isolating. I'm an anomaly, an oddity, a freak. We row until I'm breathing heavily, and my muscles can take no more. It's good. This is better. Back at my dorm, I see the class schedule in my desk drawer shows I have 2 classes today, European literature and calculus. I dutifully attend, sitting in the back and trying to pay attention when my mind is on everything other than school. Later, I hike out to Picnic Point to see if my tin is as I left it. It's easy to find my way as I buried it only yesterday, which today is nearly a year later. The site is undisturbed, and my belongings are safely encased. I sit a while and stare at the photos of my family. My heart aches for what I had and walked away from. It was foolish to have left them. I post a carefully worded letter to Miss Winifred, thanking her for the kind visit the other day. I explain that it feels like just yesterday, when in fact 11 months have passed, and hope she understands my meaning. I promise to focus on my studies, but I'm not sure how well that will work. The following day, I discover I have no classes until the afternoon. So, I collect the fishing pole and gear I found in my closet, light up a cigarette, and take the walk to Picnic Point. The weather is mild and mostly sunny, with puffy clouds floating by in the breeze. It's a fine day, if not for the fact nothing in my life is right. How do I complete my coursework when I keep flitting ahead in time? My mood turns sour. I find an inviting alcove, complete with a tree to lean against. With my line cast and a cigarette held loosely between my fingers, my eyes settle on the bobber, floating on the surface of the water. Fishing is normal. It's simple, and has been a part of the fabric of my life for as long as I can remember. Then, my thoughts shift, and all I can think of is how I've lost my parents, who worked so hard to provide a future for us, and Agnes, so full of life and kindness. Despite what Miss Winifred said, I feel responsible. The lost farm, my father's valuables, all gone. I let myself wallow in self-pity as the sun rises above the sky, unmotivated to leave my secluded spot.
Hey, stranger.
A feminine voice calls, pulling me from faraway thoughts. An attractive gal, several feet away, watches me intently. She's wearing a stylish yellow dress with a soft cream sweater and low-heeled shoes. How long has she been here? Hello, I say, and turn back to my fishing, hoping she'll move on. She moves closer.
How long have you been here?
Dagnabbit! Can't she tell when a fellow wants to be alone? I fight the urge to glare at her. She doesn't know the darkness in my heart. A silent void stands between us. Finally, with my attention focused on the water, I answer, a couple of hours. Now, perhaps, she'll move on, but I still feel her gaze on me.
Nice day we're having,
she says cheerfully. I frown, but she's not deterred. She sits on the grassy bank, adjusting her skirt.
Am I bothering you?
I pause and take a long drag off my cigarette. When I exhale, the smoke releases in a slow gray stream of air. You're scaring the fish away, is all. She nods toward my empty bucket.
Doesn't look like you've been having much luck.
I don't believe I've ever met a more forward woman. If this is her effort to flirt, despite her lovely face, it's wasted on me. Miss, is there something you need? I say, gritting my teeth.
No, but I've traveled a long time.
She aims a pointed look at me. My jaw clenches. Is she playing games with me? She can't possibly know about my predicament. I mask the pain it triggers, grunt, and turn away.
30 years,
she adds with a hopeful tone to her voice, and watches me. Now she has my attention, but I don't trust her. I set the fishing pole down and face her. Her features are delicate, with long lashes framing her amber eyes, and her shiny brown hair is plaited into a long braid down her back. She's not wearing the fashionable hair bob like the other gals. I wasn't born 30 years ago, I say. She arches an eyebrow.
In the future.
My breath catches and shoulders sag. It can't be. She's talking 30 years in the future. I remain silent because what is there to say? I take a drag of my cigarette and blow it out the side of my mouth.
Don't you have more to say to me than that? You were quite chatty in 1961.
My back stiffens, and I stare out across the water, wanting to cover my ears and tell her to stop. She's speaking nonsense.
You showed me where you buried your tobacco tin. Want me to take you there? I know where it is.
What? I buried it a year ago, but checked it yesterday. Did she follow me? She somehow knows more about me than anyone else. It takes me a full minute before I turn to her. Fine. What do you want? She bristles at my harsh tone and responds,
Listen, I don't know what's been going on with you, but if you'd give me a chance, we can help each other. We've met before.
I shake my head vehemently. I can't let my mind believe her. It's too outlandish. I have time traveled 2 times, each about a year in time. What she says is like imagining a man flying to the moon. The fellas in my dorm and on crew all seem to know me, but they're from now, the present. This gal is speaking of decades in the future. That's unlikely.
It should be unlikely, but it's not.
I take a weary drag from my cigarette and recast my line. The breeze off the water ruffles the edge of her skirt.
I'm sorry about your family,
she says. My heart aches at this strange girl's mention of them. She can't know this. No one here in 1930 does. I clear my throat and speak quietly. How do you know about that? You told me. She studies me for a reaction. I shake my head. I remember telling you, and I'm certain I've never met you before. Will, she says softly, in a way suggesting she's said it many times before. My eyebrows rise, and she takes this as a sign of encouragement. I'm like you. You told me in the future. I stare at her pretty face, button nose and doe eyes that beg me to believe her. There's too much chaos in my brain, too much loss in my life. Nothing makes sense anymore. I have to get away from here. So I toss my cigarette into the lake, pull in my line, and gather the gear. She stands and steps closer. Her hopeful eagerness is palpable. It's true. You told me in 1961 on a fall day. We met at the Union. I hold up my hand. This is too much. I'm confused. This can't be my future. I can't. Stop. Please. Stop. I beg of her. But her face falls, and I'm pricked with guilt. I'm sure you're a nice girl, and what you say might even be true, but I can't take anything more today. I'm at my limit. I collect the gear and hightail it away. She starts to follow. Will, wait! I have so much to tell you! I pause for a moment. Please, leave me be. I'd rather not know. Stunned and defeated by her declarations, with my head down and shoulders sagging, I take the path away from this strange gal who claims to know me and all of my secrets. I go to class, clinging to Miss Winifred's advice to make the best of this situation and attain the education I sacrificed everything for. That afternoon, I join crew practice again and finish my studies that evening. Still, when I crawl into bed that night, her ominous words and soulful eyes haunt me. The next morning, I wake to the rumble of my roommate, whose name I've discovered is Arthur, snoring. I'm still here, which is a relief. Perhaps I'm here for good now. The day passes with me blocking out all thoughts other than the here and now. I attend my classes, study in the library, and arrive at crew early for the team photograph. There's an odd comfort in knowing there's a fresh record of my existence. The day is cool, and the clouds are heavy in the sky, threatening to rain. But we finish our practice without a drop. My teammates are nice fellas, but I hesitate to interact, since my life still feels uncertain, as if I'm about to fall from a precipice. On the way back to my dorm, I light up and let the other fellas walk ahead. The scent of my tobacco is soothing after an especially rigorous workout. Just after I pass Elizabeth Waters' dormitory, the mystery girl from yesterday suddenly pops out in front of me. I instinctively tense. Was she lying in wait for me in the shrubbery? Hi, she says brightly, planted directly in my path. Hello, I say, as there's no reason to be rude. Then I step around her and continue on my way. She appears at my side, rushing to keep up with my brisk steps. You're not even gonna talk to me? She says, exasperated. A drag off my cigarette leaves the scent of fresh tobacco in the air. Now that I see her up close, I realize she's quite beautiful and stubborn. Miss, I'm sure you're a nice gal, but I'm tired and hungry and going to eat supper. Seriously? She snaps, her eyes darkening with agitation. I'm here. I don't especially want to be, but I am. And so are you. The breeze blows the hair around her face loose. She shoves the strands behind her ear. I wish I could help her, but I'm barely holding myself together. In fact, she seems much more confident and in control of her life than I do. So I continue on my way. Will, I need you. My chest squeezes in helpless agony. I have nothing and no way of helping her. I'm amazed I'm still here today, but I might be gone tomorrow. Where would that leave her? I turn back. Trust me, I'm no one you can count on. You'd be best off staying far away from me.
Please, don't go, she pleads. I can help.
I hesitate. She holds her sweater tight around her small frame to ward off the cooling breeze. There's no way this whip of a girl can help me any more than I can help myself. I shake my head. No one can. With that, I walk on, hoping she has the sense to get in out of the cold. She yells after me, but her voice is carried away by the breeze. Why she is so cross with me, I can't fathom. I pass other students who look at me as if I've done something nefarious to bring on this gal's ire. I pick up my pace. Before I leave the path to enter my dorm, I glance back at the trail and she's nowhere to be seen. I sigh in relief to have her out of my hair, but then notice a rowboat out on the lake amongst a few other boats. I get a niggling feeling and move to the shoreline for a better look. Sure enough, it's my mystery gal, and she's never rowed a boat before in her life. She's making progress, but slowly. I shake my head at her foolish antics, stub out my smoke, and head for the showers. She's not my concern. By the time I'm dressed and ready to go, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Outside, the wind is picked up. Before I head for the dining hall, my curiosity gets the best of me, and I head to the lake to make sure the girl who claims to be a time traveler like me has made it to shore. I'm bamboozled to spot her boat in the middle of the lake, likely carried by the wind and current. She must be 2 miles out. Astonishing. Whatever was she thinking? Didn't she notice the other boats come in? I groan. Dinner will have to wait. I march to the trip hall pier, untie and toss in the ropes to a rowboat, and hop in. Pulling smoothly on the oars, I set course for the distant boat that continues to drift further away. As the dark clouds blow in, I dig in and pick up the pace, stroke after stroke, fighting the choppy current. It isn't more than a few minutes, and raindrops begin to fall. I mutter a curse. Back home, I've paddled Eagle Harbor hundreds of times, but it's never any fun with weather like this. I glance at the girl and am incredulous to see her standing up in the boat, trying to paddle with one oar. What in God's name is she doing? She will be the death of me yet. I lower my head and row with all my strength, hoping to reach her before she topples into the lake. Then the sky opens up and rain pours down in cold, heavy sheets, and the air temperature plummets. Within a minute, I'm drenched to the bone. The downpour creates a deafening roar as it hits the surface of the lake. Fighting the wind and freezing rain, my arms strain to continue on. I am so angry that I am unaffected by the cold. Finally, I've caught up to her and glide my boat up toward hers. She's entirely soaked, her hair flattened to her scalp, and she's huddled up, her arms wrapped around herself, her legs bunched close, shivering. She could have died out here. I am so angry, I yell, "Have you gone daft?" And she has the audacity to grin. Chapter 5. Clearly you have. I clench my jaw, ready to wring her neck, but need to secure her boat. Fetching the tie line that's floating in the bottom of her rowboat, I secure it to the back of my boat. and then return my attention to the foolish young woman whose cheeks are chafed and red from the cold. "You think you can climb over?"
Of course. I'm not helpless.
She yells over the downpour. I raise an arched brow. Rainwater runs down my face and into my mouth. I spew it out. "I believe you've just proven otherwise." With one hand, I grip the sides of the two rowboats and extend my other. "Take my hand." Her expression is a combination of relief and something else. Perhaps it's determination, as this girl is no shrinking violet. She reaches out. I grasp her hand firmly. Despite the rain, wind, and rocking of the boats, I notice the delicate hold of her long fingers as she stumbles across the boats in a most unladylike fashion. The boats rock, but I manage to get her in without tipping us into the lake. Releasing her boat, it drifts away, but remains tethered. I guide her to the bench seat across from me. She's shivering and pale, huddled forward and gripping her arms for warmth. "Are you all right?"
Never better,
she manages, her teeth chattering. I know what cold can do to a person. This may not be northern Wisconsin on Lake Michigan, but I recognize the early signs of hypothermia. Untended, it can quickly strike a person down. I push my hair out of my eyes and frown, then take the oars and set course for the university shore. At least, I hope it's the university. She's managed to drift to the center of the lake, and with it still raining cats and dogs, the shoreline is merely a haze in the distance. I strain against the oars, pulling stroke after stroke, my muscles aching from the long trek. The girl, whose name I still have not learned, hasn't stopped watching me. It's as if she's studying a lab specimen. She appears tiny and defenseless in her pretty little dress and shoes that are likely now ruined. With my hands gripping the oars, rain runs freely down my face and into my eyes and mouth. Suddenly, she smiles, and her face lights up despite the rain and the leaden gray of the sky. "What's so funny?" I snap between pulls.
I knew you'd have to talk to me eventually, but I never imagined this is how it would happen.
"We'll deal with that later," I say, groaning as I pull deeply on the oars. "Right now? Let's try to get to shore before you freeze to death." Her lips are turning blue, and despite the exertion of rowing, I'm freezing in my crew shirt and shorts, and the wound on my hand is torn open and is bleeding. At long last, we reach campus and the boathouse pier. Eager to escape the cold rain, I leap out of the boat. My hands are so cold that I struggle to tie off the boats. The girl rises, but moves slowly, stiff with cold. When I offer my hand, she looks at me with wide eyes and blinks, her hair plastered flat to her head. She resembles an adorable kitten who fell into the horse trough.
"Why didn't you take us back to my dorm?"
she asks as we rush down the pier through the rain. "I didn't feel like rowing another half-mile in the rain. I'll take the boats back to the pier after it lets up." I swing open the door to the boathouse, relieved it isn't locked up yet, and usher her in. Walking back to the dorms in this weather would be torturous, like pouring lemon juice on a paper cut. This building has been a haven for me, filled with nautical gear and boats of all types. It's a reminder of home and life on the water. When I started school, it was the perfect extracurricular activity, and now it's a constant that I can rely on. No one ever seems to notice that I'm the new guy, including the two students that are working on a trailer. It's as if I've always been here. My little refugee, who I rescued from the storm, is shivering uncontrollably at my side. "Hi, fellas. We were caught in the rain. Do you mind if we use the club room to dry off?" They are all eyes for my drenched damsel in distress. A puddle forms from the water dripping from our clothes. I clear my throat to bring them back to reality. "We're almost finished here. Lock up when you leave," one says with a smirk. I lead the way up the steep stairs and turn the light on. The room is cool, but at least it's dry. Take off that sweater before you catch your death. I'll have a fire going in a jiffy. I set about stacking kindling and wood in the grate. She peels off her wet sweater and sets it on the stone hearth, and then moves to the large braided rug and examines the room. The furniture, sofas, and chairs, the framed photo of crew members, and the many trophies. As soon as the kindling catches, she moves like a moth to the small flame. I sneak a look at her. Goosebumps cover her arms, the colors coming back to her cheeks, but she's wearing a wet dress and waterlogged shoes. She doesn't seem worse from the experience. I fetch a stack of small towels and rummage further to locate a spare UW crew sweatshirt and pants from a cupboard down the hall. I wrap one around my hand that's still seeping blood. Sorry, these aren't any nicer. They're used to wipe down the boats. And here's a change of clothes, the smallest I could find. There's a bathroom at the end of the hall. She stares at the clothes as if it would lower her respectability to accept them. After I saved her from a foolhardy escapade, I expected appreciation, not disdain. Don't worry, they're clean, I add. Thanks. She accepts the offering and disappears down the hall. I add more logs and place 2 chairs in front of the now crackling fire. When she returns, her hair has been toweled off into a mop of tousled, damp waves. She's barefoot and carrying her damp clothing. There's a note of satisfaction in her step, as if she's pleased with the results of her ill-advised adventure. She notices blood on the towel I used for my hand. What happened there? I am far from content. I missed my dinner and am standing in clammy, cold clothing. I ignore her question. You want to explain why you were out in the middle of the lake during a rainstorm? I ask sternly. She's unaffected by my tone. I didn't plan to get stranded. Those boats are terrible. Someone should invent a better system for keeping an oar in its hooky thing. She holds her hands before the fire. Oh yeah, they do. In the future, she adds with sarcasm. I can't help but smile, trying to hide it by toweling my hair. You didn't answer my question, I say, but now she's watching my every move and not listening. Am I acting differently than the person she knows in the future? I sling the towel around my neck. Well? Her eyes move to the fire. The light from the flames give her face a lovely amber hue. She suddenly loses her nonchalance. Her brows furrow and her eyes turn weary. Without glancing my way, she sighs and says, I'm so tired of it all. I don't fit anywhere. There's no place I can go to escape. She waves her hands in the air. Time. Her voice cracks with emotion, and her shoulders slump in defeat as she wipes away an unshed tear. This is a new side to her. Until this moment, she's been contrary and outspoken. But now, a vulnerability I hadn't expected has seeped through her bravado. So, you took a boat out into a rainstorm? I point out, refusing to let her off the hook. It wasn't raining at the time, she defends herself. I frown. That's no excuse for putting herself in danger. Hey, if you'd just taken a minute to talk to me, I wouldn't have done it, okay? Her soft side instantly disappears. She's perched on the hearth, leaning toward the heat from the fire. I'm not a total moron. I think I'm allowed a little meltdown after traveling back through time so many times. There it is again. Time. I've tried to avoid discussing it or admitting to this trap I've fallen into. Pretending it isn't happening hasn't been helping matters. For all I know, tomorrow I may wake up and discover I've jumped ahead another year or 2. You were a nice guy the last time I saw you. Now you're a self-absorbed jerk. I flinch at her stinging words. While they don't make sense, the intention behind them is quite clear. You certainly do speak your mind in the most creative of ways. The world changes a lot. Trust me, she says softly, staring into the fire and lost in her thoughts. The fight seems to have gone out of her again. She's silent after that, for which I'm grateful. I take a chair near the fire, still in wet clothes with my stone-cold body craving heat. And I think, clearly this girl has experienced time travel, and obviously knows me from the distant future. This means I will continue to travel. My chest tightens, and the panic I've experienced so much of these past few days returns full force. The fire snaps loudly, interrupting my thoughts. I feel my pockets for my cigarettes and fish them out, only to find them ruined from the rain. With a frown, I toss them onto the hearth. The room is warmer and has dried the hair around the girl's face into gentle curls. Despite her earlier ire, she seems content. Is she comfortable with this time travel? Or is it knowing she's found another person like herself? She notices me watching her and smiles. "How many times have you traveled?" I ask, not sure I want the answer. She touches the tips of her fingers, counting silently. "This time makes 6. 6? I leap out of my chair as if stung. How can that be possible? How can any of it be? I rub my forehead. "How many for you?" she asks, as if we're comparing how many fish we've caught. "Twice. But that's 2 more than I can bear." Speaking of this out loud makes it too real. She nods. "I don't know how long I'll be in this time. But in the future? You said we were—" She hesitates. "Good friends. A lot has happened, and I have no one else I can talk to. I could really use a friend right now." She gazes at me, hopefully, as if I have the answer she seeks. But she's mistaken. We aren't friends. I'll likely be gone tomorrow. How can I help her when I don't know what to do? "When you approached me yesterday, I'd just traveled again," I explain, raking a hand through my unruly hair and thinking how much my life has changed. I don't know how to survive this thing that's happening to me. I thought it would be best to avoid you because I don't know what tomorrow will bring. She listens intently, letting me process my thoughts. "But you've made me see things differently." "So, friends?" she asks, looking hopeful and oddly adorable in the crew sweats. I smile for what feels like the first time in forever and nod. Her face lights up, and she sighs with what I imagine is relief. I add another log to the fire, and then take the opportunity to change into dry crew sweats. She looks at me oddly and covers her smile. I look at my clothes and don't see anything amiss. After putting a kettle of water on the fire, I've run out of things to do, so I take my seat again. This pretty girl before me wants to be friends. It's not as though I don't talk to young women, but it's not usually in a secluded room with a warm fire flickering gold and amber light upon their lovely faces. Where to begin? I have a million questions, but they seem to have left my mind, so I toss another log on the fire, and sparks fly back at me, as if telling me to get on with it. You know who I am, but who are you? I don't even know your name." "I'm Abbi. Everyone else since I started traveling calls me Abigail, but to my friends, I'm Abbi." "It is lovely to meet you, Abbi. And already, it is easier." You realize this is a peculiar paradox. The fact that you know me from your past, which is in my future? Trust me, I'm well aware of how bizarre this is. She holds her hands before the fire. They're like prunes, but also blistered. "You've got blisters." I take her hand in mine and examine it.
It's okay. I deserve them.
Carefully, I run my finger along her palm. The blisters are torn and raw beneath from her attempts at paddling. Silly girl. They should heal in a couple of days, but will hurt until then. So, when are you really from? I take my seat across from her again. She tells me the date. It's nearly 100 years in the future. Impossible, isn't it? I fear my jaw has dropped in shock, but it is possible because we're both here. Clearing my voice to get my wits about me, I say, that's a very long time in the future.
I know. Every relative I've ever known hasn't even been born yet.
And every person I know will be long dead by your time. We spend the evening talking about all of her travels. Abbi tells me that on one of her travels, she woke to discover her own grandmother, who'd passed on in her time, was her roommate. She said it was the most wonderful experience, and that leaving that time was the hardest. I brew coffee for us over the fire. Abbi tells me about a professor from the future who's trying to help her, and apparently me as well. She says I know him in the future, and again, my mind is a tangle of confusion on how she can know my future self and the people I interact with, yet we have just met. Abbi explains that she can't talk to Professor Smith as long as she keeps going backward in time.
It's going to be up to you. Once you meet him, you must do everything you can to help him. He becomes a brilliant physicist in the future, and I hope that he can find a way to send us both back to our normal times.
There it is, the crux of the situation. Abbi keeps traveling back in time, never forward. When she leaves here, who knows how far back she'll go. I won't be able to communicate with her. Yet, both our fates will lie in my hands, with people I've never met. It's a daunting task for something I don't even understand. But this stubborn gal before me is certain that it's the only way. And from what she's shared about her travels, she knows better than anyone.
There's just one other thing,
She adds, her tone turned serious.
Sterling Hall, where his office is located, is bombed in August of 1970. Someone dies, but I traveled before I could find out if it was the professor.
This is a lot of information. I nod, unsure of how to navigate this. I need time to figure it out. Despite my concern at bearing such a responsibility, I vow to do my best. The idea that someone from the future can get me back to my time is a great motivator. While you're here, we can look into any possible clues so I can share them with this professor.
We should research the Carillon Tower. I've never been up in it, but maybe we can find a way,
She suggests. I glance at the clock and see it's nearly 10 o'clock. As much as I long to continue our conversation all night, we can't. I remind her of curfew and scatter the embers in the fireplace.
I totally forgot about curfew.
She rushes to put our chairs back and collect her clothes. Thankfully, the rain has stopped when we step outside. The air smells clean and fresh, as if the rain washed away my troubles. And I, now, have reason to hope. The night is quiet and cool, with only the squishing sound of our wet shoes to break the silence as we follow the lakefront path.
When I saw you yesterday, you seemed upset. Or maybe sad is a better word?
Abbi says. I hesitate, not wanting to discuss all of my personal losses. But I need to trust her. I explain that I'd just traveled again, after learning that my father's farm and everything he worked his lifetime to build were lost. Saying it out loud brings back the grief I fought to mask. She looks at me with kindness. Everything my father worked so hard for is gone, other than a small bit of money I've stashed away.
Will, that's terrible.
I thought that I'd always be able to return to the farm if I had to, but it's no longer mine. I'm alone, with no means of support. I don't know what I'll do now.
We'll figure something out. You're not alone anymore.
She reaches out and gives my hand a warm squeeze. I cling to her words. I am not alone. We pass the Carillon Tower, which rises above as if keeping an eye on us, and then we reach the massive and beautiful Elizabeth Waters Ladies' Dormitory.
Well, this is me,
she says. I stare across at the Carillon Tower, looming over us. Will its bells peal again tonight? I shudder.
What's the matter?
What if one of us travels? I can't let her slip away. It's nice to know I'm not alone in all of this. She tells me not to worry.
When I was with my grandmother in the 50s, I forced myself to stay awake nearly every night. It worked, and I never traveled, but I was exhausted most of the time and ended up expelled from school.
My gosh, she's had some adventures and stories to tell. I can do that. I'm not ready to lose you after you worked so hard to get my attention. I smile and nip her chin with my thumb. Abbi smiles, and there's relief in her eyes too. We need each other.
Then that's the plan. Don't go to sleep until dawn. Do you want to meet someplace around noon?
I point to the looming tower. How about the bell tower?
Perfect. I'll see you then.
Just inside the dorm, a woman is locking the doors.
I've got to run.
She rushes toward the doors. Abbi, please, stay awake tonight. I don't want to be alone anymore. She opens the door and pauses.
I'll do my best. I promise.
Chapter 6. Staying up all night and sleeping until nearly noon was an odd experience that certainly wouldn't have happened on the farm. But I believe it worked, because it is still 1930, and my roommate Arthur is the same. Now, I just need to know that Abbi made it as well. I take a drag on my cigarette as I walk to meet her. She's thrown a lovely wrinkle into the chaos of my impossible situation. Sitting up all night gave me plenty of time to think about her. She's traveled far beyond belief, and now I have more questions than there are fish in a lake. As I climb the hill, with the top of the Carillon Tower in my sights, my pulse races with anticipation. What if she isn't there? What if it was a brief moment we had, and now she's been pulled through time again? But when the base of the bell tower comes into view, my heart expands with joy. Abbi waits. The breeze ruffles the hem of her dress, and the sun beams down on her like a promise. There's no sign she doesn't belong here, other than her outdated hairstyle. Nervous jitters strike. I take another drag on my smoke. She turns, spots me, and smiles. I flick the ash from my cigarette. We made it.
Nice to see you too,
she says, and there's a note of awkwardness to her voice. Last night, she said that we'd met, but only for a day. We stand looking at each other with an uncomfortable silence. She also said that I had insisted we were very good friends. If that's the case, why am I bumbling about here? Get on with it, Will, I tell myself. So, you think this might be the key to our time-traveling problems? I run my hand over the rough stone wall. I never heard the bells last night. Hard to imagine how a building could have anything to do with it.
Hard to say, but it seems to be one of the constants.
Craning my neck, I gaze up the steep walls that rise many stories above us. I don't understand how ringing bells can cause us to travel through time.
Maybe it creates a rift in time or opens a wormhole. I don't know how anything like that would work, but it seems we should at least check it out.
Abby seems weary of this building. She has more experience with this than I. Plus, the professor she mentioned seems to think it may play a role. Perhaps there's a secret chamber in there with a time machine waiting to be discovered, I suggest, wiggling my eyebrows at her, which brings out her smile again. I would literally faint if we discovered something like that. Inspecting the building, I try the door. When it doesn't turn, I put my shoulder to it. It's locked up tight as Fort Knox. She frowns.
That's a drag.
Yes, indeed. A drag. I repeat her expression, another sign that confirms she isn't from this time. She fights back a grin at my awkward attempt at her slang.
Maybe we could pick the lock.
Do you have a hairpin on you? That might do the trick. She shakes her head.
No, but I can get you as many hairpins as you need. Want them now?
We probably shouldn't pick the lock during the day. I study the door and take another drag off my cigarette. I believe it will take a little stealth on our part.
Then, tonight?
Yes. We stand in silence. She kicks at pebbles. There are a lot of hours to fill until tonight, and I'm not ready to let her out of my sight. I suggest we take a walk, and she agrees, stepping alongside me, her gait matching my own. There is much to say, and yet we can't seem to find our words. We pass Bascom Hall and walk down the hill toward State Street. Then Abby speaks.
Last night I was thinking about the problem of your money.
You mean lack of it? It's amusing that of all the things there are to think about, she zeroed in on my finances.
Yes, but you said you still have some. I can help.
Oh? Did you time travel with a satchel full of money?
No, but I know enough about the future that should help you make a few surefire investments.
I raise a skeptical brow, but she seems excited about this, so I listen.
For example, my best friend's grandfather worked for Polaroid back in the day. They were a popular camera company, and later, Apple is huge. I'll write down the products that I know are popular, like Nabisco and Oscar Mayer, and if you keep going forward, check to see if they exist yet.
I've heard of these companies, but I have so little money to spare, and what if I travel again? I know nothing about how to buy stocks. I don't think it's a good idea.
You're going to have to learn a ton of new things. The world changes a lot.
She snaps. I flinch. I may have traveled twice, but only a year or so at a time, and not much seems to be different. However, she did say she met me in 1961. That's 30 years from now, and I can't imagine how I'll manage it. My gut churns. I flick my cigarette away, then reach under my vest for another. This all sounds complicated.
You have to figure it out. I'll help as much as I can, but you have to do this. If you get stuck in God knows what year and have nothing, how will you get by? Money makes life a lot easier, and trust me, the future is expensive.
This talk of future travel is disturbing. I light another cigarette and inhale deeply. The scent of the tobacco is soothing. Abby wrinkles her nose.
And stop smoking. You'll end up with lung cancer. Plus, your breath smells like an ashtray.
You sure are bossy. Are all the women in the future as opinionated as you?
I'm not being bossy. I'm trying to help. And in the future, women are strong. They aren't all helpless. Poor me like the women of today.
I chuckle. You mean like last night, when you were stranded out on the lake? She wasn't so sassy then.
I did not cry, "Help me, save me,"
she states stubbornly. There's no way to win this one. I shake my head and take a last long draw on my smoke, then drop it to the ground and snub it out. Abby beams with satisfaction. We reach State Street, a busy street of shops, delis, and five and dime stores. Trolleys stop at every block. All right, I sink my hands into my pockets. I'll invest, and pray to God I'm able to collect on it. Anything else? An ice truck whizzes past, nearly running over our toes. I catch her arm and pull her back. Without missing a beat, she informs me that the U.S. will enter World War II in the early 1940s. Another war? It's been barely 10 years since the last one. At least, to me, it was 10 years. It's been a few extra now. In Ephraim, a couple men returned from the war injured. A couple changed. And a couple never came home at all.
Yeah, it's a bad one, so whatever you do, avoid getting drafted.
During the Great War, I was a boy, but now I'm of age. Abbi says I travel forward, but only mentions the one date. Where am I during this World War II? If I wake up during this time, I must serve. It would be my duty. But what then of getting home? I reach for a cigarette. Then remember Abbi wants me to quit. I drop my hands and blow out my breath. She notices my distress.
Don't worry, I saw you after the war, so we know you're going to be okay.
She reassures me.
Hey, I remember learning that when the war happened, car companies did really well because they started building tanks and planes. The war brings us out of the Depression.
I hope your plan works. I don't have much, but I did squirrel away some after my parents' death. My voice unexpectedly turns to a whisper. I keep trying to block out the pain, but it sneaks into my voice. It's easier to set it at a distance, where I try to look at it analytically, instead of up close where I can't deny it. She sets her hand on my bare arm. Her touch is warm, and her eyes are gentle. I place my hand over hers, touching another person. This person who knows me is like having an anchor to steady me in a storm. Thank you. We walk toward the state capitol. There are more Model Ts rumbling along than I recall. Abby's eyes are wide, and she slows as she takes in the storefronts and people.
I can't believe how different everything is.
When I started school, there was still the occasional horse-drawn buggy. Now we're dodging buses and delivery trucks. She sighs and pauses before the window of a travel agency. What is it? She gazes at a poster advertising the Niagara Falls.
Travel reminds me of my grandma. She loved to travel. In my time, she'd recently passed away, so it was amazing to be with her again. But when I left her, she was so upset. Her mother had died, and she discovered some upsetting news. We were on a mission to solve it, but then I traveled and abandoned her.
Oh, it strikes me to hear of another death followed by time travel. Is this a pattern? Or a reason we've traveled? What was the mission? Abbi tells me that her grandmother discovered she had a sibling, a secret baby that was born before her parents married. Together, they were going to find out what happened to the baby. So, now she has to search for this lost child without you.
That's just it. I know for a fact she doesn't find it. Remember? I'm from the future, she says with a smirk and points at herself. And you want to hear something even more bizarre?
I nod. Her life is much more complicated than mine.
Last night, I met my grandmother's mother. Her name is Ruby.
I stop on the sidewalk outside of a drugstore restaurant. And you're only telling me this now?
I didn't want you to freak out, she says,
using another odd saying, but I think I get the gist of it. That's unbelievable. That makes her what, your great-grandmother? What did you say to her?
Not much. I helped her sneak in after curfew. She's been off with some guy. I didn't realize who she was until the very last second.
I shake my head, still digesting the situation. Are you going to ask her what she's done with the baby?
Maybe she hasn't had it yet. I don't know.
She shrugs. You think she's with child now? I stutter. Speaking of a woman's delicate condition isn't something I've done before. Abbi holds back a smile.
She didn't look it, but I only saw her for a couple of minutes, and I wasn't exactly checking her out. Maybe she hasn't met the father yet.
I shake my head. If she's sneaking in from a late-night tryst, I can guarantee you she has.
You don't know that.
She defends the young woman, but there's doubt in her eyes. This whole situation is rather strange, I say, puzzling over how she could possibly interact with her own relatives. Abbi tugs my sleeves and whispers in my ear.
I think it just got stranger.
She's so close, and smells of something floral. Why is that? Abbi turns away as a couple approaches. The gal notices her and rushes up.
Oh my goodness! It's Abbi, isn't it? Yes, it's great to see you. Will, this is Ruby.
Abbi gives me a pointed look and wiggles her eyebrows.
We met last night.
My eyes land on the girl with delicate features and a light brown wavy bob. She wears a thick wool coat with a fur collar despite the mild day. Not only is this Abby's great-grandmother, I know her. Chapter 7. I glance at her companion and can't believe my eyes. It's Walter, who I met back in 1927 before I'd ever traveled. Holy smokes! Hey, old pal, how've you been? Walter grins and shakes my hand vigorously, and I try to make sense of the idea that even though I've traveled, I can know someone I met then.
You know each other?
Abbi wears a puzzled expression as she looks between us and back again. Sure do. I met them a while back, I say, although I didn't know her name until today. Abby's jaws dropped, and she's staring at Walter as if she swallowed a goldfish. Finally, she utters,
It's nice to meet you, Walter.
Likewise, he answers. Will is responsible for introducing Ruby and me in freshman year. He and I sat together in a physics class, and during a crowded lecture, this gentleman here gave up his seat for this little lady, and she's been sitting next to me ever since. Walter sets adoring eyes on Ruby. The man is smitten. It's true, I say. I couldn't let the poor gal stand there, and I thought Walter might need a little nudge in the right direction. Walter gives me a hearty pat on the back.
He sure did,
Ruby says with a laugh. Abbi is unusually silent, staring at Ruby and Walter.
And, Walter, Abbi is the sweet gal who let me in last night,
Ruby says, both joyful and friendly.
He and I lost track of time, and I missed curfew.
She blushes.
Abbi is a true lifesaver.
Suddenly, I connect the dots. This gal named Ruby is the same Ruby that Abbi was telling me about. This is her great-grandmother. I'm so caught off guard that I choke on my own spit and start coughing. Abbi pounds me on the back. She's a lot stronger than she looks. I pull myself together. I look at Abbi and she's trying to hold back a giggle. So, this is the strange paradox she's been living in. Walter insists on treating us to a soda, despite our objections.
All right, I'd love to try one,
Abbi says, with a glance at me. This must be an unreal experience for her. I grin. I can't think of anything I'd rather do. Before meeting Abbi, my life was uncertain and confusing. But now that she's here, everything looks brighter, and having the opportunity to witness this unusual reunion is beyond the scope of my imagination. As we enter, Abbi bumps my shoulder and gestures toward Walter.
He's my great-grandfather,
she whispers. I laugh and shake my head. Walter is the epitome of youth and vitality, with his stocky build, bushy eyebrows, and an infectious grin. I can't imagine him as a grandfather. This is indeed a tangled pickle of events. Inside, the floor is black and white checkered. Red stools line a long gray formica counter, and there are booths along the side. It isn't very busy, other than an elderly gentleman who smiles so broadly, it's as if he knows us. Walter motions Ruby to slide into the booth first. She's wearing a long coat and is a bit clumsy. He follows, sitting close to her side. Abbi and I have just met, and even though we're getting on quite well, I'm careful not to sit too close. Abbi seems fascinated by the menu and the fountain drinks. Her eyes widen at the sight of the foamy drinks with the tall paper straws poking out of the top. This must be different from her time, but I can't imagine how a drugstore would change over the years. As we wait for our order, Abbi keeps staring across the table at Ruby and Walter, to the point they begin to look uncomfortable, and Ruby pulls her coat closer. I understand why Abbi is doing this, but she can hardly explain it to them.
I'm sorry,
Abbi says, realizing she's created an awkward moment.
You both just seem so in love.
The couple smiles at each other and relaxes, and Walter changes the subject. Will, I haven't seen you around campus since that day you played matchmaker for us. Where the devil have you been? Well, how in hell, Water, do I explain that? I search my mind for a plausible explanation. Abbi looks on, curious to see how I'll respond. I needed to help my father out on the farm, and I wasn't able to get back to school until this semester. That's unfortunate, he says, but I'm glad to see you again. I breathe a sigh of relief. I've never had to explain myself until today. I calm myself and enjoy the odd company of a time traveler and her great-grandparents, as well as my cherry phosphate, since I missed breakfast. And yet, all of the sudden, I can't get the notion of the Carillion Tower out of my head. It must hold some secret to time travel, and I wonder if the man across the table can help. Walter, have you ever been inside the Carillion Tower? Abbi glares at me as if I've said something forbidden, but I ignore her. Inside, you say? He scratches his head. Can't say that I have. But yesterday, I was in one of the tunnels that run beneath campus.
I didn't know there were tunnels,
Abbi says. Oh, yes. Walter goes on to regale us with stories of the miles of tunnels, some dark and dangerous, how he often uses them to stay warm and dry when crossing campus during bad weather, but that on this occasion, he was hiding from the campus police. They caught me riding the fire escape in Science Hall. The older gentleman laughs, enjoying Walter's stories. I expected that Walter was a bit of a rascal, but he's more spirited than I realized. What's so special about a fire escape? I ask.
It's loads of fun. It's like a giant slide.
Ruby twirls her straw around her glass.
But you have to sneak up to the top floor of Science Hall. The graduate students working up there don't care for undergrads interrupting their research.
I've never heard of such a thing, Abbi says. Ruby continues.
Walter took me to the fire escape on our first date.
He shakes his head. Aw, shucks, Ruby. Now you're making me look like a cheapskate. She left out that I took her to the movies first. She smiles adoringly at him, and then pecks a quick kiss on his mouth. That is an imaginative date. I'll have to figure out how to top it. I slide my eyes to Abbi. Would she allow me to take her on a date? Across the table, Ruby grins. What has you wanting inside the Carillion Tower? Walter asks, bringing me back to the moment. Why else? Because it's there. I laugh. Walter slaps the table, and our glasses jump. In that case, I'm your man for the job. Well after curfew, armed with a screwdriver and a flashlight, Walter and I climb out my first-floor dorm window and drop onto the dewy grass of the lawn. My roommate, Arthur, raises an eyebrow, but says nothing. The night is quiet, as it's past curfew. I light up a cigarette and offer one to Walter. The crescent moon shines onto the ripples of the lake, creating a kaleidoscope of dark and light, and the air is crisp and cool. I glance at the darkened windows as we pass Elizabeth Waters' dormitory. I'm concerned about the girls sneaking out of their dorm without being caught, but Walter assures me that Ruby knows her way around. When we crest the final hill, the Carillon Tower looms tall and menacing in the night, dominating the hill as it ascends high above the trees. Could this bell tower be the secret to time travel? Is this stone building the reason Abbi and I have jumped through time? Walter waves me over to stay out of sight behind the building, but when he holds a finger to his lips and grins, I hear the murmurs of the girls approaching. I toss my cigarette aside and grind it out. The headlights of a passing car light up the area. Ruby makes a frantic squeak, and suddenly they rush around the building to hide. Walter jumps out of the shadows with a menacing roar. Ruby and Abbi let out piercing screams. "Gotcha!" Walter laughs, then pulls Ruby into his arms.
You nearly scared me to death! Shame on you!
She swats him. The gals are dressed in dark coats and stockings, blending in nicely to the dark surroundings. Nice evening for a stroll, ladies. I tip my cap as if it's every day I'm out strolling at midnight. Abbi shakes her head at our shenanigans, but quickly calms.
I can't believe we're going to do this.
Ruby pulls her coat tighter.
I feel like a cat burglar.
With the car passed and no one else in sight, we gather around the front entry door. Abbi brushes against me. Is she nervous about what we might find? It would make sense. She's been hurtled through time further and more often than I can fathom. She's so far from where she began. I give her a reassuring smile. More than anything, I want to help her. Ruby hugs herself tightly. Walter notices. Maybe you girls should go back. Will and I can handle this.
As long as we don't get caught,
Ruby whispers.
I can't afford to have Miss Peabody call my father.
He pulls his arm around her and kisses her temple. I won't let that happen. If you wish to take Ruby back, that's fine, I say. The poor gal is trembling with fear. Not everyone is cut out for breaking and entering. But I need Abbi with me. I rest my hand at the small of her back to set her at ease. She steps closer.
It's okay, but please be careful,
Ruby says. If there's any sign of trouble, you run into the woods and hide, Walter tells her. So, we're all good? I ask, looking at each of them. They all nod. And then Ruby presents a long hatpin, Walter the screwdriver, Abbi a hairpin, and I the flashlight. Our eyes meet, and Abbi says,
I solemnly swear that we're up to no good.
Walter chuckles, and with a unanimous nod, we circle around the door with the light of my flashlight on the lock.
Good thinking to bring a flashlight,
Abbi says, huddling next to me for warmth. Thank Walter for that. He borrowed it from a pal who works for university maintenance. It's all in who you know. Walter grins and takes Abby's hairpin. He straightens it and slides it into the lock, jiggling it about, but nothing happens.
Try using it with the hatpin at the same time,
Abbi suggests.
That's how they do it on TV.
Walter and Ruby stare at her.
What's TV?
Ruby asks. Abbi startles for a moment, then stammers,
Oh, I meant radio. It's how they do it on the radio shows.
Whatever TV is, it is clearly from her time and not mine. I hike an eyebrow at her. She shrugs. Walter jiggles both pins a few times. This isn't working. The lock is strong and sure. He hands Ruby the pins and brings out his screwdriver. I flash the light around the lock, handle, and hinges. The door is thick and secure, with no gaps or visible screws. The lock and handle are solid. The screwdriver is useless. Ruby whispers in panic.
Someone's coming.
She and Walter take off and hide in the woods behind the tower. I click off the flashlight and take Abby's hand, pulling her behind the tower. Her eyes are wide with panic. I gently hold her by the shoulders. What's the worst that could happen? We haven't actually done anything other than sneak out after curfew. However, that would put us in a bit of a pickle. I lean closer, as if my body can protect her from danger. She smells of lilacs, and her sweet breath warms my cheek. The corner of my mouth rises into a smile, and our gazes lock. Her eyes are deep wells of emotion that draw me in, and I'm willing to go. All clear, Walter calls. Darn, I would have liked more time alone with Abbi. With a quick squeeze to her shoulder, I step back. The cool air fills the space between us.
It was only a student walking home,
Ruby says, appearing with Walter. Refocusing on our mission, Abbi says,
I don't think a screwdriver is going to get us in.
That's all right. I'll find another way. Walter points out a small window partway up. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? This is why I asked for your help. I knew you'd be good in a jam. I run my hand over the smooth stone walls. Ivy climbs dense and tangled along one side, but wouldn't support my weight. There are small crevices between the stones.
I have an idea,
Abbi says. Now, Will and I have this under control, Walter says, examining the stone. You gals stay out of the way. Ruby steps back. Abbi follows, but she huffs and frowns at him. Walter wedges his foot in one of the spaces, but gets no grip with the thick soles of his shoes. I'm wearing leather loafers, which, in hindsight, might not have been the smartest idea, but I'm able to get a couple of feet up the wall before losing my grip and sliding roughly to the ground. Walter tries a couple more times when Abbi says,
I think I can reach the window if I stand on your shoulders.
It's all I can do not to drop my jaw. First, it would be impossible, but also highly inappropriate. What? She asks, not seeing that sense of it. Things must be very different in her future for her to even suggest such a thing. Here, Will, I'll boost you up. Walter ignores her and links his hands and holds them out to me. This should work. I grip his shoulders, then fall over his back, and we both end up on the ground. Next, I try to balance against the wall, but Walter can't keep us steady, so we tumble again. Abbi frowns and shakes her head. Now, I can mount a horse without a problem, but using Walter's hands as a stirrup isn't working. We fumble several more times. Ruby giggles, and Walter scowls with frustration. Abbi steps up to us.
You guys? I know how to do this.
This is men's work, don't you worry, Walter says, which, for some odd reason, sets off Abby's temper.
Are you serious? Just let me try?
She demands, arms on her hips. Can't she see the most obvious problem? Walter, Ruby, and I all look at her skirt and lovely stocking-covered legs.
Abbi, you're wearing a dress,
Ruby whispers.
Oh, please.
She rolls her eyes.
I'm sure they will be total gentlemen and not peek up my skirt.
There's silence until Walter, with a mischievous glint, says, I might. I look away, fighting the urge to bust out with laughter.
Walter, you're terrible. No, you won't.
Ruby yanks him away. Abbi wastes no time and slips off her coat and kicks her heeled shoes aside. She steps up beside me in her cotton dress, which comes to her mid-calves, and her stockinged feet. I hike an eyebrow, but follow suit and remove my coat too. Abbi, I fear this will end badly. You saw how difficult it is. Leave it to the men. She shakes her head, but smiles with confidence.
There's a lot you don't know about me.
Touché, I say. She continues to surprise me at every turn.
Will, plant your feet further apart and squat down a little,
she instructs, taking charge.
I'm going to step on your thigh with one foot, and then up to your opposite shoulder with the other.
My eyes widen. There is no way we can do this. But To appease her, I squat awkwardly next to the tower, feeling foolish. Now, hold your arms like this. She raises her arms toward me as an example. Keep them steady. It'll keep me from falling. Ruby watches, her mouth open in wonder as if we're a circus team doing a death-defying trick. Walter snickers. I bite the inside of my cheek. Abbi places her stockinged foot on my thigh near my hip, which feels wildly inappropriate, but also intimate. Before I can object, she takes my hands for balance and stands, placing her other foot on my shoulder. I wobble, certain we'll fall and she'll be hurt. Hang on. She steps up, pushing hard against my arms, and stands, using the wall for balance. The whole maneuver takes a mere couple of seconds. Grab onto the back of my calves, she says, her voice unsteady. I pray she doesn't fall. I swallow. Did I hear you correctly? You'd like me to place my hands on your legs? Yeah, she answers, perhaps rethinking this foolish act. My hands inch slowly from her dainty ankles up to her slender calves. I break out in a sweat. A low whistle sounds behind us. Well, I'll be, Walter says. Abbi is impossibly standing on my shoulders. She's so light that it's no trouble to hold her weight. I want to check on her, but I don't dare look up. The smooth contour of her legs is enough to convince me that this time-traveling girl is real. Can you reach? Ruby asks, reminding me why we're pulling this escapade. Her weight shifts a bit, and Abbi says, Not quite. Can you get me any higher? Walter steps to my side and suggests how we might do this. Hang on. Walter's going to help. We'll try to boost you further. Each of us grip one of her feet. Despite the fumbling about, we manage not to drop her, and on the count of 3, we hike her higher up the wall. After a few seconds of wobbling around, she calls down, I don't think the window is built to open. Her voice is calm, despite the fact she's being held up by her feet. This girl is fearless. What in tarnation are you doing? A stern voice behind us barks. Chapter 8. Walter falters, I startle, and Abbi falls. I try to catch her. She's all arms and legs, and one of them knocks me square in the noggin. It's not pretty, but I manage to keep her from hitting the pavement. Once she's secure in my grip, I realize her skirt is hiked up, and that I have one hand wrapped around her thigh, and the other securely across her soft breast. Our eyes meet. Hers are surprised to find herself in this position. Mine are trying not to grin. Before I can enjoy the experience too much, I set her on her feet. She smooths down her dress as we face the intruder. Are you trying to break in? The man's voice is gruff, and he wears a university maintenance uniform. More or less, Walter confesses in his lackadaisical style. Ruby gasps, and Abbi glares at Walter. We're up to our eyeballs in trouble now. Why didn't you ask to borrow my keys instead of my flashlight? The man says. Walter shows a devilish smile. Gee, Frank, it never occurred to me you'd have one. I swear, I'm smarter than all you knuckleheads put together. He looks us over, noticing Ruby trembling at Walter's side, and Abbi standing calmly in her stockinged feet. His brow creases. What tomfoolery are you saps planning to do up there? There's no need to get Ruby and Walter into trouble, so I speak up. Actually, I'm the one who needs to get up in the tower, I volunteer. I assure you, it's for purely self-serving reasons. And those would be... Frank crosses his arms. With a glance at Abbi, I step to his side and speak quietly with him. He grins, then fishes into his pocket and pulls out a key ring holding dozens of keys. As he examines each key, I shoot Abbi a hopeful glance. He removes a key and slaps it into my hand. There you be. I think I'll take one last cigarette break and walk to the observatory building and back. If you can't accomplish what you need to by then, you're a darn fool. You're a good man, I say. Frank walks away and mutters, Don't I know it? The others gather around the moment he's gone, asking what I said to Frank. I glance at Abbi and smile. A gentleman never tells. Walter chuckles.
Let's get on with this,
Abbi says, slipping back into her shoes. I assist her with her coat and then slip on my own and collect the flashlight. We all gather around the door to the bell tower. I slide the key into the lock and turn. The heavy metal door clicks softly and swings inward, revealing a pitch-dark room. Ruby, tucked into Walter's side, gasps in awe. I turn on the flashlight. There's a set of metal stairs ascending into the dark tower. If there is a key to our travel, it's somewhere in this building, and Abbi and I alone must find it. I need the other two to stay behind. Walter, would you and Ruby keep watch while we go in? I give him a conspiring smirk and nod toward Abbi. He smiles. Of course.
But I want to see the view from the top.
Ruby tugs on Walter's sleeve, but he takes her hand and kisses it. That place is filled with cobwebs and mice. Stay down here, where I can keep you safe. Ruby shudders.
Oh, that's fine then. I'll stay.
Abbi looks alarmed at the mention of mice. She is clearly a city gal. Without further ado, I enter the building, my light focused on the steps that lead into the dark abyss above. Stay close, I say over my shoulder.
Not a problem.
She steps close behind me. Walter was right about the cobwebs. The flashlight catches them attached to the dusty metal handrail. The stone walls keep it cold, with a hollow, eerie feeling. A stale, musty scent permeates the air. What's that? Abbi says as we take the first turn of the steps. I didn't hear anything.
Slow down, will you?
She clutches the back of my jacket, so close that I hear her nervous breathing. I chuckle. The steps continue endlessly, flight after flight, until we reach a landing and a small room. A sliver of moonlight streaks through the window, creating shadows. Abbi hovers behind me, holding my coat in a death grip.
Now what do we do?
Her voice has a slight tremble, quite different from the fearless girl who stood on my shoulders a few minutes ago. The light reveals a bulky, covered form against the wall. That must be the organ under that tarp. Switching the flashlight into my other hand, I pull Abbi beside me to see.
What are we even looking for?
She asks. I don't know. Maybe there's a sign that says, Press here for time travel. I scan the room, looking for anything out of the ordinary. What was I expecting? A mad scientist to appear and explain how he'd been sending me forward in time? I'd like to get my hands on him, if he exists. When I flash the beam upward, Abbi screams and ducks her head against my chest and clutches me with surprising strength. What? I try to spot the danger she sees. There's a dark orb hanging above us. In fact, there are several in varying sizes. I laugh. It's only a bell. Still clinging to me, she peeks up again.
I thought it was a man.
She steps away and smooths my jacket as if nothing was amiss. You are a big scaredy cat. No one else is up here. You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
I didn't believe in time travel either until very recently, so I'm not counting anything out.
She shifts her feet nervously.
So, who's up here playing the bells on the nights we travel?
And that is the sobering crux of it. I shine the light around. Why are these blasted bells ringing? And are they the reason we travel? But I have no answers. Maybe it's the wind.
It doesn't feel drafty in here,
She says, just as I feel a sudden breeze of air by my face. Abbi screams again and dives back to my chest. Bats, I say, as they fly off. My arm falls naturally around her, holding her safe and secure. She's warm and smells so good in this cold, dusty tower.
Are you kidding me?
Her voice is high-pitched with panic.
They're like rodents with wings.
She's attached to me like a barnacle, her head nestled sweetly into my neck. I happily wrap my other arm around her. I could get used to this. I won't let them get you, I promise. Is everything okay up there? Walter's voice echoes off the walls. Just a little folly with bats, I call back, trying not to chuckle. But we hear Walter's deep laugh from below.
You are enjoying this way more than you should,
She says. What's that? Having a beautiful gal cling to me? She loosens her hold and regains her wits.
All right, Sherlock. Now what?
I don't know. I thought once we were up here, the answers would reveal themselves. I conveniently keep one arm around her and glance down. She smiles contentedly.
What did you say to Frank to get the keys?
Unsure if I should tell her, I hesitate, but then go ahead and confess. I told him I planned to get you up here and kiss you.
Oh,
She says, and her lips and unguarded eyes draw me in. As much as I'd love to do just that, she or I will be gone soon. So I release her and return to the task at hand, removing the piece of canvas covering the organ. Beneath is a long row of wooden handles. I run my hand across one of the cold, smooth handles. I thought it would be a keyboard, not a bunch of wooden knobs. We stare at the device in silence.
what if it started playing right now?
She asks. I run the flashlight over each knob. Do you think we'd travel through time? Abbi sighs.
And if we did, where would we end up?
All I know is, if it starts playing, I'm holding on to you. If I have to travel again, I definitely want to stay with her. Where you go, I go. I add softly. She gazes at me, so ready to be kissed. But this is neither the time nor place for it. I focus on the organ. Wanna play it?
Are you crazy? Nothing says, let's bring in the cops like waking up campus with an impromptu bell tower concert.
She's right. Nothing good could come of bringing in the authorities. Frank's generosity can only go so far. I ask if she thinks other people hear the bells like we do on the nights we travel.
I've wanted to ask someone, but because I end up in a different time, that's been impossible.
Abbi starts humming the haunting melody that plays late at night when I've traveled. Unsure of what we're stirring up, I join her. Our voices meld in unison, and our eyes connect. We're humming the exact same tune. Impossible. I take her hand, just in case something happens in this tiny room with a sliver of light streaming through. When we reach the part where the melody always goes off-key, Abbi hums the key flat, and I go sharp.
Oh my God, they're different,
She says, with this new discovery. What does that mean? I'm dumbstruck. Could a single note be the difference in our journeys?
My version goes down, and yours goes up. Is that why I go back and you go forward?
It's a valid theory. So if mine ever goes flat, I'll be traveling back. An image of my family flashes through my mind. Is it possible I might see them again?
And I need to go sharp. Now, all we have to figure out is how to make that happen, she says with renewed hope.
We may not have found a time machine in here, but at least we have one more clue. Let's cover this up. The tarp drops heavily over the wooden knobs and sets the bells gonging at a deafening volume. Let's get out of here! I take her hand and we hightail it down the steps as if the devil was on our tail. The sound reverberates through the stone building, and my blood pumps loudly through my chest. Once outside, I drag in a breath of fresh air. Abbi is flushed, but excited. You trying to wake the dead? Walter asks. Ruby is watching for the authorities. Sorry about that. Quick, lock the door before campus police shows up. Give me the flashlight. You take the gals back, and I'll get the key and flashlight to Frank. I hand them over and guide Ruby and Abbi to the edge of the woods for extra cover. When I have them safely delivered to the back door of their dorm, Ruby flies inside, terrified to be caught out after curfew. Abby's cheeks are rosy and eyes sparkling from the adventure, and I can't keep the grin off my face. Abbi, you are the most fascinating girl I've ever met. I can't stop gazing at her, and the luck that brought her into my life. I'll see you tomorrow at noon again?
Maybe we shouldn't meet at the Carillon Tower,
she says, giggling. We decide on the Abe Lincoln statue on Bascom Hill. And don't you go leaving in the night. I can't lose her now.
You either.
With a nod, I disappear into the darkness, light up a cigarette for the walk, and pray I don't lose Abbi in the night. Chapter 9. It was easy staying awake until dawn, with my mind reeling from all that happened with Ruby and Walter, to the close encounters with Abbi, and our failure to find anything significant inside the bell tower, other than the fact that the tunes we each hear are different. I arrive early to the Abe statue and take a soothing drag off my cigarette. Missing 2 morning classes doesn't sit well with me. I may be jumping around in time, but I'll be darned if I've gone through all of this not to get an education. In 2 short days, life has changed from an impossible reality of time travel to one of connection and, dare I say, adventure. I never imagined I'd meet someone who could help ground me in the present and give me an unusual sense of security despite our predicament. Abbi approaches with a graceful gait, wearing a lovely rose-colored dress and a satisfied expression on her face. I pull the cigarette from my mouth and smile. You look happy.
My schedule is now all afternoon classes, she says. I can officially sleep in and get my awful roommate Mildred off my back. She explains how she met with her dean and was able to rearrange her schedule. Smart idea. I'll have to look into that. It would put me at ease, knowing I could keep up with my studies for as long as I'm here. Gazing at Abbi, I hope it's for more than a few days. I lift the cigarette to my lips. Will, she frowns. You really need to quit those nasty things. I can't imagine why she would care. I'm not hurting anyone. I flick off the tip of ash into the grass. Trust me, you don't want lung cancer. Please try to give them up. She changes her voice to sweet as honey, and she flutters her lashes at me. I chuckle and shake my head. Her charms are hard to resist. I toss it away and snuff it out with my shoe. How's that? I tilt my head at her, and when our eyes connect, her face blushes ever so slightly. Thank you. Oh, the next time you get the urge for a cigarette, you should try chewing gum, or... She scans the lawn around us and pulls out a tall blade of grass the groundskeeper missed and presents it to me like a gift. Try this. I stare.
She can't be serious. You want me to chew grass? She grins brightly as if there's some joke I'm not in on. It's worth a try. Reluctantly, I slip it between my teeth. The blade of grass tastes much like it smells, fresh and green, with a note of dirt. Oh, yes, this is much more enjoyable than a smoke. If I start to moo and give milk, please say you'll let me smoke again. She bubbles with laughter and then explains that now that her schedule has been changed, she has class in a few minutes, which cuts our chance to spend time together short. While I want to learn, she's of a different mind. Her goal is not to be expelled, like she was during her last travels. To stretch out my time with Abbi, I gather her books and tuck them under my arm. I'll walk with you. She looks surprised at the gesture, but smiles again as we set off for her class. Abbi, I've been doing a lot of thinking, and I really hope you don't leave. Before you arrived, the only good thing left in my life was rowing. I duck my head, a bit embarrassed. Have I said too much? She gazes up at me and nods with a reassuring smile. Thank goodness. Of course she understands, because she is as alone in this as I am. To lighten the mood, she changes the subject. You really like crew? I breathe the warm afternoon air. I do. It reminds me of home. I lived near the water, and sometimes the only escape from my father was to row. Your father was difficult? She asks, her brow furrowed. I remove the chewed blade of grass from my mouth and stare at the gnawed end. How do I explain my father? He was a complicated man, loyal to God and a diligent, hard-working farmer with a temper. His refusal to accept my thirst for education and my need to find something more meaningful than our small town drove a wedge between us. I could never please him. Father was a man with high standards and was a strong believer of spare the rod, spoil the child. As much as I long to have my family back, I still tense at those painful memories and reach for my tobacco pouch. Then I remember Abby's blasted blade of grass and stick it back in my mouth. That's terrible. I'm sorry that happened to you. Abby's voice is a soothing balm. I'm glad you have crew now. We walk in silence. And then she says, Did I tell you that the professor, when he was a freshman, gave me an old yearbook from this year that has your picture in it? It's how I knew for sure you were here in 1930. I didn't know if the days overlapped, but it seemed likely. This professor of hers seems to somehow hold the key to solving our problems. I look forward to meeting the good professor. When did you say that happens? During his sophomore year. So that would be around 1949. But don't judge him too harshly that first time. Her mouth curls into a smile, thinking of this man. He's not the all-wise and brilliant man you're going to expect. He's still finding his way. My body gives an involuntary shiver. I'll travel again. At least twice, if Abby's correct. The year 1949 is nearly 20 years in the future, putting me further away from my time. I must befriend this young professor, as she seems convinced that he can help us both get home. I'll keep that in mind. So, tell me, how much time do we have together now? Is it only a few days? I hope not. Or a month? Or a year? Her brow furrows as she picks at her fingernail. You wouldn't tell me. Why ever not? You said that knowing the future might somehow change it. In fact, when the professor was younger,
He set his sights on my grandmother. If they'd fallen in love and married, I would have never been born. With a grimace, I sigh. I suppose you're right. But it sure would be handy to know. I consider the uncertainty of my future and the security of right now, with Abbi, here, and having been reconnected with Walter and Ruby. Last night was great fun. Your great-grandparents are swell. I laugh. Picturing the young and in-love couple as old doesn't fit. They are. A couple weeks ago, I didn't even know their names, and now I'm hanging out with them. It's wild. Her speech continues to confuse and amuse me, as does the fact that she's impossibly now friends with them. I never met my grandparents. My parents came to America, leaving everyone and everything they knew behind. 2 of them have died, but the others I don't know. They too may have passed in the years since I've jumped ahead in time. Do you think Ruby is pregnant? She asks. From what I saw, she didn't seem to be, but she was wearing a long coat. That would definitely hide any sign she was expecting. Abbi wrinkles her brows together. I was thinking the same thing. I'll have to look more closely the next time I see her. She stops in front of the social sciences building and asks about my afternoon schedule, which is physics, a science lab, then crew practice. That'll keep you busy. I wish I could skip classes. It seems meaningless when everything is temporary. She looks around at the buildings and trees. All this jumping through time has made it harder to learn, but I'm determined. It's why I left home in the first place. I lean against the light pole, still holding her books. So, when will I see you again? I ask, as if it's a date. When would you like to? She dips her head. Would you like to meet at the library later to study? I smirk, certain that isn't what she was hoping to hear. She wrinkles her nose. Sure. Maybe some of your smarts will rub off on me. How about 7 o'clock? I hand over her books. I'll see you then. The afternoon flies by, and I'm exhilarated after crew practice. My classwork keeps me challenged and content, and I'm beginning to connect with the crew team, but best of all is Abbi. She's no wallflower clinging to the edges of life. She continues to surprise and astound me, and I look forward to what she says next. After a quick shower and dinner, I head to meet Abbi at the library. My only aggravation is my desire for a cigarette, but she doesn't like the smell and insists cigarettes are bad for my health. Despite the bitter taste, I chew on a blade of grass and hum a cheerful tune. When I round the corner and spot her, she's pacing frantically, clenching her hands, and wearing a look of desperation. I toss the blade to the ground and rush to her. What's wrong? Her lovely face is pale and eyes wide. Something terrible has happened, but I can't imagine what. Everything. Walter has left, and Ruby is definitely pregnant. Worse, she's been found out, and the head resident is calling her father. Whoa, Nellie. I check to see if anyone nearby heard her announce that Ruby is in the family way. Thankfully, no one seems to have noticed. I lead her away from the library entrance where we can speak more privately. So, all our speculation over Ruby's condition proved to be true. Abbi looks up at me with hope that I somehow have the power to repair the situation. But there's nothing I can do. I tell it to her straight. They're going to send her home. Yes, and Walter isn't here to stand up for her. He's a couple of hours away in Sheboygan, she says frantically, pacing back and forth. He left? I thought I'd read his character better than that. Without him by her side, Ruby is in a difficult spot. His father had an accident, and needs Walter home to make ice deliveries or something, she says, confused by what that means.
That's awful timing. Of course, he would be there to help his father. Then I get a niggling guilt up my neck, having ignored the needs of my own father and the farm. Look where that got me. Abbi clutches my arm and looks about to weep.
I'm so worried. I'm sure all of this plays into what happens to Ruby's missing baby. Will, I have a very bad feeling.
She looks at me with the saddest eyes, devastated for Ruby. For all the fight in her, she's running on empty. Come here, I call to her, and fold her into my arms. Her lithe body leans against me, and I breathe in her scent of lilacs and murmur, "It's going to be okay." She sighs, releasing some of her pent-up fear. Her arms snake around my waist. I smile and gently rub her back. Her forehead is pressed to my cheek, and I can't remember ever having felt so content. But we're in public view, so after one last moment to relish this feeling, I release her. Are you going to be okay? I brush a stray lock of hair from her face. She nods, and I wonder if our embrace affected her as well. I think studying is off the table for this evening. Let's find a place where we can talk in private, I say. We decide on the Memorial Union. Once inside, Abbi heads for the Rathskeller Men's Lounge. Abbi, wait. She pauses in the entrance, confused. You can't go in there. She looks into the Rathskeller and back to me.
Why not?
It's a men's-only lounge.
Seriously?
She peeks in at all the male students, relaxing with friends and enjoying a beer. She gets an expression of consternation again. Things must be different in the future. Yes, of course. It would take mere minutes before she, and probably I, was escorted out.
Oh my God! That's the most misogynistic thing I've heard!
She flashes her annoyance. We'll find a more suitable spot. Before I can finish, Abbi stomps past and leads the way up several flights of stairs. I don't know where she's going or why she's so put off about the men's lounge, but I keep my thoughts to myself. On the top floor, the hallway opens up to a grand ballroom like nothing I've seen before. Holy cow! I had no idea this was here. The floor is marble, as are the pillars throughout, and gleaming oak tables and doors that lead onto a patio high above the Union Terrace.
It's so new,
she says with awe, gazing at the chandeliers.
When I saw it in the 1950s, it was still beautiful, but showing signs of wear and tear.
She trails her fingers across a polished handrail. Again, I'm reminded that Abbi isn't of this time. She doesn't belong here. Where she's from is too far into the future for me to fathom. A few students linger about among the elegant wing-back chairs and settees. There's a secluded spot in the corner where we won't be overheard, and it has a view of the terrace below. Abbi slips out of her shoes and tucks her legs to the side. I ask her to tell me what happened from the beginning. She explains that when she returned to her dorm, Walter was waiting outside, frantic because he couldn't find Ruby, and a taxi was waiting to deliver him to the train station. He said he'd be back in a few days, but when she later told Ruby of his family emergency at home, she burst into tears and opened her coat, revealing her delicate condition.
I was trying to figure out how to help her, but things are different here in 1930,
Abbi says.
They were going to sneak off and elope because she's Presbyterian and he's Lutheran. Ruby said her father would never allow the marriage, which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
She rubs her hands on the skirt of her dress, and her eyes dart around the room as if still trying to find a solution. I think of my father. To him, religion was the only thing that mattered, followed by hard work. It may seem stupid, as you say, but a person's faith and religion are the most important thing to many people. I wonder what religion Abby is. She rolls her eyes, not caring much for my explanation, and continues. Then, my roommate, Mildred, marches in, sees that Ruby is pregnant, and goes ballistic, saying terrible things like she ruined herself and that she's a disgrace. It was awful. Then she ran off and told the head resident, Miss Peabody, who dragged Ruby away to call her parents. And she's making Ruby stay in her room so that she doesn't upset any of the other girls. Can you believe that? I give a sympathetic nod because she clearly needs to talk this out. But I'm not surprised by any of it. Abby continues, not yet finished with her rant. The worst part of it was watching Ruby accept their verbal attacks. When she left, she was so dejected and ashamed, as if she committed a crime. Sure, it's not ideal timing, but I know for a fact that she and Walter get married and have a happy life together. They don't need to punish her. She looks at me. I try to keep my expression neutral. What? You don't agree? It's not that I agree or disagree, but an unmarried woman in her, condition isn't considered acceptable. Oh my God! You too? It's not like she got that way by herself. Is Walter going to be castrated over this? She drills a stare into me. I cringe at her vulgar language. How did I become the bad guy here? Of course, she has a point. Other than a stern conversation with his parents and, likely, Ruby's father, he won't be harshly judged. Once Walter finds out, he'll do the right thing. I'm sure of it. Abby shakes her head. Something must go wrong. According to my grandmother, the baby was a secret until she saw the entry on her birth certificate, indicating Ruby had a baby before she was born. Grandma was their only other child. This whole situation has Abby distraught. We brainstorm ways of helping Ruby and Walter, but nothing seems possible. Frustrated, Abby says, "You know what really annoys me?" Her hands are swinging in the air as her agitation rises. My roommate, Mildred. She narked on Ruby. She came flouncing in, flashing an engagement ring. She's quitting school, just like that. She's throwing her education away. She said she came to college to find a husband. That is so messed up. Some of the things Abby says are hard to make sense of. And it's obvious there are a lot of changes between this time and hers. Do you realize it might be best to let this play out however it's supposed to? I say, locking eyes with her. She shifts in her seat, then stares out the window at the lake. You're right. It's just so difficult to stand by and watch Ruby treated so badly. She and Walter are facing so many problems with their families. But they do end up married, and they have your grandmother. So, all is not lost, I remind her. I hate to know that Ruby has such a hard time ahead of her. Did I tell you that her mother died when she was only 2 years old? No. She was shuffled around to different family members until her father remarried a truly evil woman. I wish I could bring Ruby some comfort in all of this turmoil. You have. In the few days you've known her, you've made a wonderful connection. Maybe you'll see her again after she leaves.
I hope I do. But with me only traveling back in time, I don't think it's likely.
I give her hand a squeeze. She smiles sadly, and I walk her back to her dorm, right before curfew.
Thank you for being with me tonight,
She says, "My pleasure. I wish there was more I could do to raise her spirits, but I'll take her company any way I can get it. I'll see you at the Carillon Tower at noon. That is, if one of us doesn't travel to some unknown time in the night. But neither of us say it.
See you then.
Chapter 10. With Ruby gone, Abby's brightness has dimmed. She's concerned for Ruby's unborn child and fulfilling her grandmother's wish that Abby find out what happened to the baby. Walter hasn't returned to university, which has her concerned for Walter and Ruby. Yet, she knows they end up happily married at some point. We sure had a lot of fun with them. Walter's absence leads me to believe he's fulfilling his family obligation to keep the ice delivery business operating. This is another pang of guilt I have for abandoning the family farm, yet I'm anchored to this time and can do nothing about the past. Each night, I sit in my room or the common room, trying to stay awake and not travel. Sometimes I sneak outside and walk the lakefront path, gazing out over the water and taking in the night sky. I focus on my studies, which is calming and feeds the fire in my belly, but it also leaves time to fret about traveling again and my precarious future. Abby said I was in great spirits when we met in 1961, but that's more than 30 years in the future. I should be a gray-haired man by then. And how many times do I travel in between? What becomes of me? And how do I navigate a world that Abby says changes dramatically with technology? A word I know to mean the use of engineering, the sciences, and invention. When she talks about technology, it's about devices and machines that do the unimaginable, like sending a letter from one place to another through the airwaves. It sounds like hocus pocus, but why would she lie? The upside is that I spend my free time with her. We take long walks, study together, and are never at a loss for words. She's my guardian angel and has given my life meaning. And I know she feels the same about me. She's been alone in her travels so much. And now that she's found me, she says she's happy to stay put. One Sunday afternoon, we're relaxed on the lakeshore. Abby, lovely in a peach-patterned dress, sits on the grassy bank beside me and yawns.
After all the time I've been staying awake all night and sleeping until noon, you'd think I'd be used to it by now.
I toss stones into the lake, enjoying the kerplunk each makes as it breaks the surface. It's a shame we're both up all night, trying to stay here for each other, and yet we have to spend the whole night apart.
Right? It'd be a lot more fun if we could be together. All I do is roam the halls, worry about Ruby, and hope she sends me a letter soon.
I gaze out across the water, and I worry about a future where I won't know a soul, and everything will be so different. I fling the next stone far out into the lake and brush the dust off my hands.
Will, what if you sneak into my room?
My head snaps in her direction. Is she mad? But her lovely amber eyes connect with mine. She's serious about this, and yet there's a flush of pink to her cheeks.
Mildred's gone now that she's engaged, and I won't be getting a new roommate. You can spend the night with me, and we can help each other stay awake.
I should insist that it's inappropriate and refuse. Instead, I can't help smiling. Me? Spending my nights in a girls' dormitory? Why didn't you think of it sooner? The rest of the day is a blur, as I can't focus on anything other than the idea that I'll be spending the night with Abbi. If ever I needed a cigarette to calm my nerves, it's today. Instead, I chew my way through blades of grass. Later, at the agreed-upon time after lights out, I lurk outside a side entrance to Abby's dorm, my skin prickling with nervous energy. Suddenly, the door cracks, a beam of light pierces the darkness, and Abbi peeks out. I emerge from my hiding spot. You realize if I get caught, I'll likely be expelled or arrested.
Then be quiet,
She whispers. She quietly leads the way up the stairs, checking for anyone who might be up late and see us. Our illicit rendezvous has my pulse racing. I never thought I would be that type of guy, but it's all innocent, I remind myself. Once we dart across the hall and into her room, Abbi pushes the door shut a bit too loudly, then locks it and leans against it. She giggles. I touch my finger to her soft lips to quiet her. Instead, she giggles more. I struggle not to laugh and give her a stern look. She quiets, pinching her lips together, but looking into my eyes. Stepping away from her deep gaze, I glance around the room. Mildred's side is bare, but Abbi has dresses in her closet. Feminine touches like the lace dresser cover, the carved handle of her hairbrush, and tiny bottles of perfume. I sink my hands deep into my pockets. So, this is a ladies' dorm room.
Yep.
It's larger than my room, and definitely smells nicer. There's a patchwork quilt on her bed that's quite different than the ordinary quilts my mother would make. The print fabrics are unlike anything I've seen, and the pattern places the colors in beautiful combinations, creating an artful image. I run my hand over the corner. Your grandmother made this? She nods. And this is the magic, or should I say, cursed, bed you travel in? It seems rather ordinary. The headboard is solid and unmarred like the one in my room. Both our beds travel with us. I run my hand over the sturdy wood.
It's nothing like a DeLorean,
She says. I wonder if that's a type of bed in the future, but not wanting to show my ignorance, I don't ask.
I almost wonder if it's this spot in the room, or if I move the bed away from the wall, would I still travel?
She looks around the room. Ever tried it? She sits on her bed and gets comfortable.
Nope. We could try.
May I? I point to Mildred's empty bed, bare except for a blanket.
Of course.
Something about being in the safe confines of Abby's room makes the reality of our situation glaringly evident. I sit on the bed. I'm not ready to face the future yet. If it's okay, I'd like to stay with you in this time as long as possible.
And I'm terrified to go anywhere too. Plus, I'm afraid I won't see you after I leave this time.
Her eyes connect with mine.
I'll be all alone again,
She says quietly and hugs herself. Abbi always shows a brave face, but now she looks desperate and frightened. I join her on her bed and curl my arm around her. She fits perfectly into my side, and she emits a sigh. She's incredibly strong to face the things she has, yet she has this vulnerable side that makes me want to protect her from all of life's hardships. Abbi, we can't let that happen. We have to find a way to fix this thing and get back to our rightful times. She looks up at me, her mouth so close to mine that it's distracting, and says,
You want to go back? Even though your family's gone?
I've been thinking a lot about that, and it's the only place I truly belong. I don't think there's any way I could prevent my family from getting sick and dying. But if I was back where I started, maybe I could save the farm and my father's legacy. I'd be giving up on all my dreams, but perhaps that's for the best. Abbi says,
I wonder, if I ever make it home and tell people about this, will anyone believe me? Will life be the same? Or will things have changed?
I don't know.
Like, have I done something that changes the future? Or have you? And did Professor Smith die in the bombing? Or did I save him?
I can't help but sigh. How will I even know if the future has changed when I haven't lived it? Will this mysterious professor help me, as he's helping Abbi? There are so many questions, and no answers. The night passes quickly as we fill it learning about each other's lives. I spend it staying safely on Mildred's bed, while Abbi sits up on her own. Just as dawn breaks, I slip out and return to my dorm, both tired and content. Not even Arthur's rumbling snores can keep me awake. The days and nights pass quickly, and I'm becoming more attracted to her, but do my best not to show it. Abbi and I focus on the reality and difficulties of what we'll both face in our futures, and try to teach each other how to cope in a foreign time. The time Abbi came from is filled with modern gadgets and devices that I truly can't comprehend. She assures me that invention is the way of the future, and that something called electronics rules the world. She explains television to me. It's like going to the movies for entertainment, except that some of it is live and broadcast in the moment. It comes from a box in your home, and the boxes get lighter and thinner over the years, but the screen's larger. There are microwaves that cook food from frozen to ready in a matter of minutes. I understand electricity and how it powers lights and radios, but struggle with much of what she tells me. Telephones are tiny and fit in your pocket. They also take photographs, and you can ask the telephone any question and get an answer. But she warns me about logins, passwords, and staying charged. More complexing is her explaining that instead of writing a letter, you can send an instant message, and you can order nearly anything you want from these phone devices, and it will arrive at your doorstep in 2 days. Then she mentions Zoom calls, laptops, Google, and TikTok. My head spins from so much unfathomable information. Abbi notes my confusion and laughs, but thankfully says no more. Hopefully there will be a book in the future that can teach me how to use these things. But she says most books are kept on a different device, an e-reader. In the past, life is simple, I explain, except Abbi doesn't have basic skills like threading, sewing, and lighting a kerosene lantern, nor does she know how to light a fire for a cook stove or hearth. This is concerning. If she's here at school and not on a farm where she'd need to milk cows, churn butter, and help with butchering, things should be easier for her. The more time we spend together, the closer we become. And there's a sense of safety that comes with it. Abbi trusts me and has come to rely on my presence. Her beauty and smarts are an enticing combination. Together, we can handle living in a different time. But alone, it'll be much harder. One night, campus security changes their route, and I'm nearly caught. I wait them out, gnawing on a blade of grass while hiding behind a clump of bushes, before making it safely into Abbi's dorm. It doesn't take long before we yawn at the exact same time, and then burst out laughing. We're only getting 5 or 6 hours of sleep each morning, since we have to be up for our afternoon classes. I also attend crew practice. Abbi suggests I give it up, but It's a constant in my life that keeps me centered and gives me time to think.
What if we took turns sleeping at night?
Abbi suggests. It's an interesting thought, but there are a lot of variables. I run my hand through my hair. But what if, by accident, the awake person drifts off? Or what if the sleeping person somehow still travels right in front of the other? Abbi nods and thinks. Or she glances at her bed and back to me, nibbles the edge of her lip, and says,
What if we both slept?
I can't help but stare at her. She's just asked me to sleep with her. My pulse races, and my stomach does backflips. Did I hear her correctly? She twists the corner of her sweater and stutters.
It's just, I don't want to end up somewhere by myself, but if you're on my bed with me if I travel, you'll come too.
She rubs her palms against her dress and waits for my reaction. I give her a lazy smile and lean against the doorframe. Are you inviting me into your bed? She shrugs and grins. There's logic to your idea. You've said that whatever is on the bed travels with you. We stare at the narrow bed, and I picture our bodies pressed together under the covers and break out in a sweat.
Yeah, so far.
It's difficult to speak. I clear my throat. I know a gentleman would say no, but the idea of lying in bed next to a beautiful girl, well, I'm in. And I'm exhausted. I gaze into her amber eyes. She blushes and looks away. We slip off our shoes, and Abbi prepares the bed.
This stays with me. And this.
She pushes her hat box into the corner at the foot of the bed and a macrame bag.
Anything you need? Make sure it's on the bed.
Hooking my satchel over the post at the foot of the bed, I can already smell her perfume. I imagine her sweet, sleepy scent when she wakes in the morning. We're going to share a bed tonight. And if I'm lucky, every night. I grin, showing more excitement than I should. Abbi laughs.
Stop that! You're making me nervous.
Fully clothed, she lies on the side near the wall, her silky hair draped over the pillow. Once she's settled, I turn off the light and climb in next to her. Together, we fill the bed, our heads resting on the same pillow. Her hair brushes against my face like sweet tendrils of joy. I sigh. Abbi squirms beside me, trying to find extra space that doesn't exist, and then laughs.
This is going to take some getting used to.
I'm willing to put in the necessary practice to get it right, I offer.
Oh, I bet you are.
She shoots back. I chuckle.
At this rate, we'll never be able to sleep.
No argument there. I'm transfixed by the warmth of her arm pressed against mine, and the sound of her rapid breathing. Is she nervous at our closeness? Or excited? It takes a few minutes, but her breath slows and her body relaxes. I could spend the entire night reveling in her presence, noticing when her breath changes as she falls asleep beside me. I smile and try not to shift so that I don't wake her. Will the bells ring tonight? Will we be transported to another time? Will it be far in the future or the past? If we do travel, at least we'll be together. Chapter 11. I startle awake from a deep slumber. It's an instant before I realize I'm in Abbi's bed, and she's squeezed in beside me. Did we make it?
We did.
She smiles. Thank God. I fall back to my pillow and stretch. I haven't slept so well in weeks. In reality, the last time I slept so deeply was before I began time traveling.
Goody for you, you bedhog.
She laughs and arches an eyebrow at how much space I'm taking. I look at the tiny space she's squeezed into with a pang of guilt. That was horribly bad-mannered of me. I'll try to do better tonight. I grin, because we just slept through the night and didn't travel. It feels like a miracle. She gives me the bum's rush. I grab my satchel and cap and sneak out undetected. I make my way back to my dorm with a whistle on my lips and a skip in my step. That evening, we meet at the library to research the effigy mounds that exist throughout campus. Two interesting things happen. I discover that the Elizabeth Waters dormitory, or Liz Waters, as Abbi calls it, was built on one of their sacred burial grounds. The other is that, while peering together at the pages of the old book, I almost kiss her. When I arrive at her dorm, she's acting shy and flitting around her room nervously, moving things about. Did she feel the heightened energy when our eyes met? Did she feel the attraction? Or was it just me? The last thing I want is to frighten her. I remove the blade of grass from my mouth, it's become a new habit, and toss it in the trash can. Any word from Ruby? I know she wishes she could have done more to help her.
Nothing yet,
She says, and glances at the discarded grass.
How are you doing with giving up cigarettes?
I'd rather be smoking, but you know what the future brings, so I trust you. I snag my bag on the end of her bed. The future. I've tried not to worry too much about it, but it's always looming over me.
Even though we'll be separated?
She seems surprised and sits on her bed, running her hand over the quilt. Especially because of that. You have no idea how much it terrifies me to imagine a world where there are so many changes. I take a seat on the bed across from hers. There are so many wars and terrible disasters, not to mention those little boxes everyone holds that can tell you anything you want.
Cell phones.
She smiles. I rub my temples. My head can't comprehend much of what you've told me. I sincerely wish you could be there with me. How will I navigate a world where everything is electronic, automatic, or run by a machine? None of it makes any sense. I take a deep breath. I'll have to find a way to survive.
I wish I could be with you too.
To lighten the mood, we talk about fun things like how music changes, how everyone has their own car and uses debit cards to pay for things. That is the most mind-boggling. You don't use money anymore? She smiles and patiently explains,
We do, but usually we just use a little plastic card, sort of like a school ID card. Machines scan the card and know how much money is in your bank account.
I shake my head, overloaded with confusing details.
Let's get you a bank account tomorrow, just in case,
Abbi says. That will be helpful, but what about her? And what will you do if you keep going back? There's no bank account set up for her, and she can't use money from 1930 if she ends up in 1920. She'll be alone, in a world with no family and where women rely on men for everything.
I'd rather not think about it,
She whispers, and turns away so that I can't see her face. She's been so brave through all of this, but I hear her breath hitch on the edge of a cry. I go to her and pull her close. Her eyes are brimming with unshed tears.
I'm scared, Will.
She's trembling ever so slightly, trying to control her emotions, but the fear of an unknown future that she's been so diligent to hide is finally bubbling up. I know. I murmur softly, Abbi, I will move heaven and earth to be there for you, even if it means traveling hundreds of years into the future. so that I can figure out how to come back and save you." She stays in my arms, gazing up at me as if relieved. The bare skin of her arms caresses mine.
"Thank you."
I kiss her temple, and mean to stop there, but then I move to her cheeks, tenderly kissing them. Her amber eyes are glassy with desire, so I continue and brush my lips over hers. Tingles run down my arms and up my back. How have I resisted her so long? My hand slides to the small of her back and presses her body close to mine. She sighs and leans into me. I draw a hand through her silky hair. I've wanted to touch it since that first day in the boathouse, where, before a flickering fire, it slowly dried into lovely wisps around her face. I lower my head to hers. She gazes at me, and I caress her neck with the pad of my thumb until she sighs. Then I tilt her chin up, raising her lips to meet mine, and kiss her soft, pliant mouth. She tastes sweet and innocent, despite her often sassy words. My desire builds from a flicker to a roaring flame as I explore her with kisses that soon turn from gentle to demanding. I feel her desire in the quiet mews she makes, in the way her arms drift around my neck to keep me close. I want more, and so does she. I'd like to ravish her completely, but this is not the time. When I end the kiss, she's flushed, out of breath, and speechless. I hold her in my embrace and smile, knowing how entirely I've aroused her, and that, in of itself, is intoxicating. There is no doubt that, whatever happens, there will be many kisses in our future. It takes her a minute before she speaks.
"How the heck are we supposed to share the same bed now?"
I burst out laughing. Her hand flies to her mouth.
Did I say that out loud?
Reluctantly, I release her. You make an excellent point. I am afraid I shouldn't have opened that can of worms, but there it is. I can't wipe the smirk off my face. We need to shake off this feeling before I return for more. The only thing that comes to mind is sneaking down to the kitchen for a late-night snack. We make it there undetected, and it doesn't take but a couple of minutes before I find the key to the freezer and enough ice cream to feed an army. Abbi finds chocolate syrup, and we make sundaes, and brazenly enjoy them in the ladies' dining room.
"This is the same table my grandma and I used to sit at,"
she says thoughtfully.
"And that reminds me of Ruby. I'm worried about her. Seems she should have gotten a letter to me by now."
Maybe Walter was able to get her from her father's house. I take a bite full of ice cream and nearly moan at the creamy taste. Abbi stirs the chocolate into her ice cream.
"Maybe. But wouldn't she have written to tell me? I wish I could go see her."
I suggest we call her at home, and we finish our ice cream with Abbi excited about this plan for tomorrow. When we're both ready to climb into bed, I promise I'll try not to hog all the space.
"Don't worry. I'll just kick you out if you do,"
she teases, and I wouldn't be surprised if she did. With all our valuables in place, we lie facing each other. I curl my hand around hers. Thank you for coming for me. She smiles, all drowsy and sweet.
"You're welcome. But it's not like I had any say in the matter."
I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if there's more to us coming together than random time travel, I say.
"You did introduce Ruby and Walter. If you hadn't, they wouldn't have my grandmother in a few years, and I wouldn't exist. That's epic."
Well, let's think about it. I ask about the first time she jumped and traveled to a new time. She says it was 1983, and that she didn't meet anyone or go to her classes because she was freaking out too much. Although she did go out to a bar with a couple of girls from her floor. So it's possible the professor was there, and you didn't see him because you didn't go to class, I suggest.
True. I did have physics on my schedule. But there's also a chance that he died in the Sterling Hall bombing in August of 1970. That's where his office is located. He was such a good person and was trying so hard to help me. I really hope he survived.
My gosh, that would be tragic. I hope so too. I squeeze her hand and ask about her next stop.
1970. The first time I saw him. He seemed so confident about his theories then.
Good. So, even if he did die later, maybe his work was passed along to a colleague. It seems the real key to us finding our way home is through the professor's work. Abbi turns my hand over and comments on my calluses. I pull my hand away, explaining that they're from rowing, but she takes it and opens my fist, revealing the roughness of my hand. She runs her fingertips lightly over each finger, and my palm, which gives me goosebumps. I pull my hand away, and she frowns. That tickles, I say.
You're ticklish?
I am when you touch me like that. I laugh, tuck her hand in mine again, and ask her about her next stop.
1961,
she says. I smile. Where you met me? She smiles, and her face lights up.
Yes. And the professor. He toured my room and took pictures of everything in the hat box to see if there's any connection.
Good. All this supports your theory that he's the key to helping bring us home. What's next? Her next stop was in 1951, where her roommate turned out to be her grandmother. That cannot be a coincidence. See, I think that's a big key, too. You're drawn to the person who had such an emotional pull on you.
It was amazing, and that's the most time I've spent anywhere so far.
That might be because you figured out how to fight the system, which is what she taught me to do. So effectively, in fact, that now I'm sharing her bed so that we can stay together.
I think you're right.
A lock of hair falls into her face. She tucks it behind her ear before I get a chance to do it for her.
And now that you mention emotional pull, Grandma desperately wanted to find out what happened to Ruby's baby. And poof, here I am, in Ruby's time when she's pregnant.
I tap her hand. And there's me. Don't forget that. What part do I play in this equation? Or am I independently on my own journey?
I could never forget you.
She touches my cheek, and my heart melts.
Heck, I wished on the stars one night. Please send me back in time several decades to meet a cute farm boy.
So, it's your fault I'm traveling through time. You couldn't get a date, so you had to search this far back in time to find one. She's getting harder to resist. I kiss her hand. It's soft, and she has long fingers and oval nails. She props herself up onto her elbow.
Hey, pal, I don't believe you've ever asked me out.
I broke into a freezer so you could have ice cream.
That's breaking and entering, not a date.
I fall onto my back and laugh. Well, perhaps I'll have to do something about that.
Perhaps you do.
Rolling to my side again, I lean forward and kiss her, trailing my fingers along her arm. She lays her hand on my chest. Suddenly, I feel helpless against her. Her kisses are intoxicating, and soon, our legs are entangled. Time has no meaning as we touch and explore over each other's clothes, and then under. My self-control is waning. I want her so much, but This is wrong. I force myself to pull away. I roll onto my back, overheated and out of breath. I stare at the ceiling. If I were a gentleman, I'd throw myself out. But considering our peculiar circumstances, I think the best I can do is try to keep my hands to myself for the remainder of the night. Abbi sighs beside me as I squirm to the edge of the bed, providing a tiny bit of space between us. We don't want to end up in a similar situation to Ruby and Walter.
Oh my God. Can you imagine me showing up in 1880, alone and pregnant?
I turn my face towards hers. There is clarity in her eyes as she recognizes what we almost did. We can't let this get out of hand. I'm sorry I crossed that line. I won't let it happen again.
Heck you will.
She wiggles into the crook of my arm, grins, and murmurs,
There's no stopping now. We'll just be very good at self-control.
"Dear Lord, she will be the death of me." Chapter 12. Before, I was always nervous and on guard when I would wake up in the morning. But now, it's the best part of my day, waking up next to the sleeping angel beside me. Her dark lashes lay like butterfly wings on her skin, and she smells of fresh sheets and sleep. Good morning. Her eyes flutter open, and a smile crosses her lips. She's tucked into my side like a puppy.
Good morning,
she murmurs, and eases away from me.
We made it another day.
A knock sounds at the door, and we freeze. I can't be caught in Abby's room. Lord only knows what the consequences would be, but it would likely end my overnight visits. Abbi looks at me, stretched out on her bed. There's no way she can hide me under the covers.
What do we do?
She whispers. The window is my only option. But we're on the top floor, and there's no ledge on the other side. Ignore it, I say, in hushed tones. But the knock sounds again, louder this time. Whoever's on the other side is persistent.
Abigail? Are you in there? I have forms you need to sign.
Abby's face pales.
That's my resident advisor. I better answer. Quick, hide.
She leaps over me like a gazelle and smooths down the crew shirt she's wearing. The room contains 2 beds, desks, dressers, and closets. I'm 6 foot tall. How is this going to work? Her eyes dart about the room.
Closet, or under the bed. Pick your poison.
I dive for the closet, ducking my head and clawing through her dresses to hide myself. I crack my knee against the wall and nearly curse. That'll bruise. Abbi pushes the hangers together and pulls the cloth curtain to block the sight of me, but my bare feet stick out. She drops a sweater over my feet, and I'm distracted by the soft material tickling my toes. A moment later, I hear the door open.
I was just getting dressed,
she says, smooth as silk.
You have something for me?
Yes, of course, I hear the resident advisor say.
You never handed in your resident hall discharge papers. Are you staying for summer session? I can stay for summer session?
I can hear the excitement in Abby's voice.
Of course, but you need to fill out the attached card and return it to the office right away. Thanks. I'll get right on that.
Abbi closes the door and sweeps the closet curtain aside. I poke my head out from behind her dresses. She grins.
Did you hear that? We can stay for the summer session.
Just like that, life gets even better. Sneaking out of Liz Waters is no easy task, since we overslept. It involves Abbi keeping watch until the coast is finally clear to the back stairs. Then I hightail it out like my life depends on it. If any of the gals saw me, hopefully I was gone before they could register what I looked like. Before my first class, I take care of the summer session form and breathe a sigh of relief. One more thing to make life easier. That afternoon, I meet Abbi at the Memorial Union to call Ruby. I wish Abby wouldn't worry so much about her, as there's nothing anyone other than Walter can do to help. Still, we cram into the tiny phone booth and make the call. Ruby's stepmother answers and says that Ruby is taking care of an aunt who's fallen ill. There were a couple of gals in Ephraim who disappeared in the same fashion. The whispers around town were that they had been ruined and were sent away until the problem went away. Abby is worried sick about Ruby, so I make it my job to cheer her up. The next day, the sun is hot, and the wind is brisk, perfect for sailing. So, I invite Abby out in a 12-foot dinghy. I haven't sailed nearly as much as I've rowed, but I know enough to get us out and back. We kick off our shoes, and I hold Abby's hand as she wobbles her way into the boat. She's wearing a white and blue floral dress, and I'm in a casual knit shirt with my trousers rolled up past my ankles. While she settles in, I throw off the tie lines and hop aboard. We grin at each other as the boat floats from the dock amid a cluster of ducks with their tiny ducklings trailing behind like cars on a train. As I drop the main board and loosen the boom, Abby asks if she can help, but the boat is small and everything is within reach. The most important thing about sailing is to mind the boom, I say, preparing to raise the sail.
What is the boom, and how am I supposed to mind it?
She aims a skeptical smirk at me. Well, this here is the boom. I pat the long wooden pole that anchors the sail. When we come about, it can swing fast and hard. If you don't duck, then boom, she laughs. Exactly. The crisp white sail flutters as I raise it until the wind catches it. And then, off we go. Abby gives a surprised ooh as the boat changes from bobbing in the surf to smoothly cruising along the waves. I handle the rudder and guide us out to the center of the lake, where several other boats are skimming through the water. Sailing is quiet. There are no creaking oars or heavy breathing like on a crew boat. Here, the only sound is the gentle rise and fall of the bow as we slice through the waves. Abby closes her eyes and raises her face to the sun, soaking in its glory. Her carefree beauty draws me in. I could watch her expressions over simple joys all day. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed life, without worries over my studies, my home life, or the troubles of time travel. Here and now, it's just the two of us, in this breezy, warm day where occasional splashes catch us unaware. Abby emits little squeals of surprise, and I grin at the simple joy of it all. When not at class or crew, we're usually together studying, most often on a blanket on the lawn or under a tree, with a view of the lake and the Carillon Tower always peering down on us. There's nothing better than losing myself in the text, while having Abby close where I can lean against her shoulder, toy with her hair, or steal a kiss. She looks at me with such adoration that I feel like the luckiest fella on earth, and I can't imagine life without her. Occasionally, thoughts nudge at the back of my mind that our time together is limited. I choose to ignore those thoughts and believe that nothing can interfere with our happiness. We're often at one of the coves along Picnic Point, where I teach her how to skip stones across the surface. She giggles in awe that I can throw a stone and get 8 or more skips. In her time, she says she can get to level 10 on Tetris. Neither endeavor sounds very important. Basking in the sun after rollicking in the water, Abby lies beside me in a nearly scandalous bathing suit of periwinkle blue. She's at total ease, despite exposing so much of herself. I kiss her warm, tan shoulder. Her slender legs are long, and she likes to run them against mine. She nudges me onto my back and lies on her side with a hand on my chest, toying with the scattering of dusty blonde hair, and I'm in heaven at her touch.
Guys in my time would die for abs like yours,
she says, her hand trailing lower to my stomach. My breath hitches at the tickle of her touch. Why's that?
It's all about having a six-pack?
What?
Like a six-pack of beer bottles lined up in 2 rows?
She lightly taps each of my stomach muscles.
Guys work out like crazy to look like this.
I can't imagine why they'd care what their stomach looks like, but maybe they should try the crew team. I chuckle at the odd practice and wonder about men's vanity in the future. What else do guys of your time do?
Well, some of them pierce their ears and wear earrings.
I jerk upright. Like a woman? She'd told me that women in the future all pierce holes in their ears rather than use clip-on earrings. She giggles.
Sort of. But it's a masculine thing. Some guys shave their chest hair and some only shave their faces once in a while, so it always has scruff.
She continues to run her fingers over the surface of my chest and stomach, now heated by the sun and the allure of her touch. Let me assure you, I don't care what men do in the future. I will not be wearing earrings or shaving my chest. You are woman enough for me. At that, I slip my arms around her and pull her in for a kiss. On a balmy Saturday night, we make our way up State Street to the Orpheum Theater. The Orpheum is grand, with a tall, brightly lit marquee, marble lobby floor, and ornate furnitures throughout. But Abbi says the wooden seats are uncomfortable. She explains that movie theaters still exist in the future, but feature full restaurant menus and padded chairs that recline and have a special cup holder. Evidence of progress and invention are apparent when we spot the most marvelous contraption, a photomaton machine. It's a small booth where an attendant snaps 3 quick poses in succession, and in a mere couple of minutes, a strip of photos appears from a slot in the booth. The booth is so tiny that Abbi is pressed close. We smile. Abbi giggles. And for one photo, I surprise her with a quick kiss. The photos are cut apart, and she insists I take 2 of the photos. Now, there will forever be proof that we existed together in this time. Our days are idyllic and filled with sun and fun, yet the weeks are flying by, and I know our time together won't last. At some point, we will part, and everything will change. It's late, and I'm lounging on Abby's bed against the headboard while she's down the hall brushing her teeth. When Abbi met me in the future, why didn't I tell her how long we'd be together? It would be so helpful to know when we leave each other, and how, instead of always wondering. I wish there were a way to leave my mark here in this time, something to remain that represents our time together. An idea strikes me. I fetch my satchel and dig around until I locate the jackknife I received for Christmas when I was 10. Its smooth brown handle rests comfortably in my hand. It was the best Christmas ever, as my father taught me how to whittle. I carved a wooden toy boat with 2 oars from a piece of cedar. I turned to the headboard and set to work. A few minutes later, Abbi slips in, locking the door behind her, and asks what I'm doing. My first reaction is of guilt for defacing university property. She comes closer and sees my carving. It's the hands of a clock. I thought I should leave a sign that we were here, for posterity. I dip my head to hide the emotions behind this act. Will she think I'm foolish? She traces the fresh mark with her fingers, and her eyes go wide.
It was you!
What do you mean?
When I started school, I noticed this carving. It was worn down, but it was there.
She sits on the bed, her eyes glued to my fresh carving, and nearly whispers,
"It lasts more than 90 years.
My stomach lurches. She remembers it from her time. This one simple act stays. It stands the test of time. It's a mark that we were here, together, working side by side, like the hands on a clock. Golly, that's a very old headboard then. Do you mind that I did it? Abbi gives me a peck on the cheek.
I love that you did it.
And now I wonder if I should have posted a warning of some kind to prepare her for what was ahead. But what might I put that would make sense to her in the future? Nothing. It's best we live each moment in the here and now. I roll over to her. Abby, it's a beautiful night. It would be a shame to waste it cooped up in here. Let's go out on the roof and look at the stars. We lift the quilt from Abby's bed, and with her fighting back the giggles, sneak down the hall and climb through the study room window onto a flat roof. With a whoosh of her arms, she unfurls the blanket. We stretch out, with her head in the crook of my arm, and gaze up at a perfect view of the night sky.
The stars are incredible,
Abby whispers. The air is warm and filled with the floral scents of summer flowers, lush trees, and mowed grass. The full moon hangs low in the east. The stars twinkle in the inky black sky, and I point out constellations. The heavens are so vast, and it feels like I can almost reach out and touch them. Abby taps my arm with her hand.
I have a favor to ask.
I gaze into her smoky amber eyes and reply, anything. I would give her the moon if I could.
When you see me again in 1961, I don't want you to tell me about our time together.
I prop myself up on an elbow and take her hand. She seems quite serious. Why?
I've been thinking a lot about it. If I'd arrived here knowing everything that happened, it might not have happened this way. Knowing the future might have somehow messed things up. And this,
she gestures to the two of us,
is too important to risk.
My sweet Abby. She's always thinking ahead. And she must fear, as do I, that our time is running out. I caress her cheek with my thumb. Not even when we meet? Or how? She shakes her head.
Not even that.
My heart breaks for her. She cups my face with her hand, and I lean in. Do you know how difficult it'll be not to tell you about our time together and what you mean to me? I take it and plant kisses on her palm. And when I see you again, all I'll want to do is hold you and pick up where we left off. She leans forward and kisses me.
I know.
We link our fingers and talk about how knowing the details of the future could backfire. If I had known in advance that there was nothing inside the Carillon Tower, would we have tried to break into it at all? And if we hadn't, we wouldn't have discovered the differences in the tunes the bell played before we traveled.
That's what scares me, she says. Is knowing the future or past helpful? Or will it make us do things we wouldn't have done otherwise? That's what Professor Smith warned me about.
We roll onto our backs, mulling what all of this means. Reality is catching up with us. I can't bear the thought and say, it kills me to know that you'll be leaving.
Or maybe it's you who leaves me,
she responds. Neither option is good, and I hate feeling helpless. I shake my head and sigh. Abby, you are everything to me. I brush my lips against hers. If this were just you and me, with no Carillon bells chiming and no time traveling, I'd declare myself yours forever and always. I pierce her eyes with mine, willing her to understand the depths of my heart. Her lashes flutter, and she softly breathes,
I love you, Will.
I know. I grin, and she swats me. I love you too. And I've never been happier in my life than these past months. And I'll carry this feeling through whatever time or troubles I must endure ahead. Her eyes widen with worry. Apparently, we're both thinking of what happens next. I will always hold on to our love, I promise. But her worried eyes turn watery, and I fear I've made it worse. I open my arms. Come here. Abbi snuggles in, pressing her body close to mine, with her breath warming my neck. I close my eyes, savoring her touch, and then nuzzle her neck and whisper, "There's nothing to worry about. Tonight, there's only you and me." My lips graze hers, and she softly gasps as I kiss her again. She threads her fingers through my hair and presses her lips to mine. My senses jerk into overdrive. Her scent, the taste of her, the feel of her. I muffle a groan. Our hands roam over each other's bodies. Tingles course through me, igniting a flame I can't control. She pulls my mouth closer. I roll over so that I'm above her, gazing down at the desire in her eyes. I would do anything for her. Our kisses heighten, as does our desperate need for each other. Our passion grows, and this time, instead of telling her I love her, I show her. Chapter 13. The next morning, I wake to find Abbi snuggled into my side. She gazes up at me and pushes back my errant bangs. I smile at her with the deepest adoration. Abbi has become my everything, and I love her with all my heart.
I love you, Will,
she says with a smile, as if reading my mind. I love you too. I kiss her lips and gaze into her eyes, but then her smile falters and she looks away. Abbi, is something wrong?
I don't know. Something's off, and I'm not sure what.
She shrugs. Did you have a bad dream? I smooth the hair back from her face, but she gets out of bed, goes to her dresser, and brushes her tangled hair.
Yeah, but I can't remember it.
I sit up, dangling my legs over the side of the bed. Is it because of last night? Does she regret our lovemaking and doesn't know how to say it? I shouldn't have let it happen, but I have no misgivings about it. My love for her is eternal, and someday, if she accepts, I plan to make her my wife.
God, no. Last night was perfect. I don't know what it is.
Thank goodness it wasn't me. I step behind her and look at her reflection in the mirror. Promise you'll let me know if you feel worse. She smiles reassuringly.
I promise. Have fun at the race today, and good luck.
Thanks. I'll see you afterward. I grab my satchel and kiss her quick. Oh, I almost forgot. Tonight is Eddie's stag party.
That's right. You've got a busy day.
Between my night with Abbi and setting up for our regatta with the crew team, I'm in the best of moods and find myself whistling. I've been with these fellas for a few months, and we've become friends. The sky is bright blue with occasional white, fluffy clouds floating by. The breeze is soft, and the sun is warm as we run each heat and race. The day is, in fact, exhilarating. Winning makes it even better. We're shaking hands with our competition and patting each other on the backs for a great race when I spot Abbi through the crowd. With a grin and a wave, I jostle through the mass of athletes. Her hair is loose, her sun-kissed skin is tan, and her whiskey-colored eyes are shining. You're a sight for sore eyes. I slip my arm around her waist and lead her away. Come here. She steps into my arms and without a thought presses up against me. Despite my damp uniform, I am a lucky man. I love you, Abbi. My lips find hers, and we kiss as if we've been apart for months, not hours. When we part, her gaze is troubled. Hey, what's the matter?
Nothing. I'm still feeling kind of off,
she says with a strained smile. This is not like Abbi. Very little rattles her cage. We can't have that. I take her hands in mine and search her troubled eyes. She draws a shaky breath and brushes it off.
It's nothing. I'm just being silly.
Are you sure? She nods. Perhaps she's coming down with something. If you don't mind waiting while I finish up with the team, I'll walk you back. She agrees and waits on a nearby bank while I rejoin my team, who's still celebrating. We lift the boat from the water and spray it clean. I keep an eye on Abbi as we store all our gear. When the task is complete, I return to Abbi, sitting prettily on the bank. The top buttons of her blouse are undone, and her sleeves are rolled up. To some of the team, she might appear daring or risque, but she's comfortable and confident in all that she does. Another reason I love her. I wave the fellas off. Herb calls out, "Are you gonna leave your girl long enough to join us at Eddie's stag party tonight?" "Yes, I'll come by for a bit, but trust me, Abbi isn't just any girl." I grin. She's the girl. They hoot and holler as they head off down the path, declaring I'll be the next to the altar. Abbi blushes, a lovely shade of pink. She takes my hand, and I help her to her feet. "Will you be okay if I go tonight?" I ask, because if she's feeling out of sorts and needs me with her, I'm happy to oblige. Abbi shakes her head.
Absolutely. As long as you'll still be back tonight.
A wild team of horses couldn't keep me away. The stag party is a raucous event, with toasts, pool playing, and far more whiskey than I've drunk before. It's after 1 in the morning before I stagger around the side of Abby's dorm to the rear door. I'm stumped when I discover that someone has removed the stone Abbi placed to keep the door open for me. I'm locked out. We can't be apart at night. It's too risky. I toss a pebble at her 4th-floor window, but hit the side of the building. So I try another, but miss again. Blast it. This time I pick up a handful and throw them hoping at least one hits. When this still doesn't bring her to the window, I holler, "Abbi!" I throw another handful. "Abbi! I'm here!" Nothing. So I grab another handful, and suddenly the back door opens, and Abbi is whispering loudly,
"Will, get over here."
The pebbles slip through my fingers and I stumble forward. "Abbi, I thought you forgot me." My words come out as a slur, which is confusing, because I said them clearly. She giggles.
"You have a good time tonight?"
"It was smashing." I throw my arms wide and nearly lose my balance.
"Shh, come inside."
She waves me over again. I step carefully, concentrating on her face. "You're so beautiful. I love you." She reaches out her hand to me.
"I love you too. Now come on, let's get you inside."
"You there! What's going on here?" I look toward the voice. Shoot. It's a campus cop, and he doesn't look pleased. I make a run for the open door, but suddenly find myself laid out flat on the concrete steps, confused as to how I got there. Abbi explains to the officer that I'm her boyfriend, and urges me to get up. "It's well after curfew, girlie. Time for your boyfriend to go home." I don't like that fella's tone. I crawl to my feet and notice my jacket is dusty and has a tear in it. I smooth it down.
"He's had a little too much to drink, officer. Would it be okay, just this once, if I let him sleep it off here?"
she asks. I turn to look at the chap. He's a blustery fellow and red in the face. "Absolutely not. That would be highly inappropriate, not to mention against university conduct rules." Abbi tells me to return to my dorm and winks at me. I shake my head vehemently, which makes my head spin. "I don't want to go. I want to stay with you, like I always..." She clamps her hand over my mouth. The officer steps closer. "Listen, son, it's time to say goodnight to the young lady. I'm sure she'll be here for you to woo in the morning." "Now, see here." My voice is again a slur. Abbi turns me toward her.
"It's okay. Go back to your dorm. I'll see you later." Do you understand?
But I don't. I press my forehead to hers and try to make her listen. But Abby, a second officer appears, crosses his arms, and looks me over. Come along, young man, the first officer says. Where's your dormitory? I'll walk you back. He grabs my upper arm like a vice and yanks me away from Abby and the open door. I try to shrug him off, but his grip tightens, and my temper flares. Let me go! I jerk away, and without thinking, deliver a right hook straight to his jaw. Suddenly, I'm tackled to the ground, pinned with a knee to my back, and feel the clink of handcuffs around my wrists. I'm dragged to my feet, and the reality of what I've done washes over me like cold rain. Please, officer. I'm sorry. I'll behave. I promise. He gives me a shake. That's right. A few hours in the clink will give you a proper attitude adjustment. Abby's face is distraught. I now feel stone sober. She pleads with them to release me, but I'm not getting out of this hot water any time soon. The officers grab me by the upper arms and push me away from Abby. Will, she calls out, don't go to sleep. Promise me. I look back over my shoulder. I'm sorry, Abby. The next day, with a pounding headache and dry mouth, I stare at the front doors of Elizabeth Waters. I will Abby to emerge. I've been keeping watch ever since the police released me at dawn. I'm such a fool. Each time the doors open, my heart is in my throat, and I lurch forward, ready to greet her. But the girl passing through is either too short, or blonde, or ordinary to be my sweet, beautiful, and gutsy girlfriend. If Abby followed the pattern to stay in the same time, she would have waited to go to sleep at dawn, with her alarm set for noon. It's well past that. She has class. Where is she? I enter and go to the reception desk and ask for someone to check her room. My stomach is sour and queasy, my hands clammy. It could be from my night of debauchery, but I know it's actually cold, stark fear that she's gone and lost to me forever. Each minute I wait while the irritated desk clerk checks Abby's room is drawn into eternity. I try to calm myself and sit on the oval bench in the lobby, but end up pacing the room instead. Please, Abby, I silently beg, be sleeping in your room. She knows how to manage staying up all night. She did it before we began sharing her room, and she did it when she was with her grandmother. Please, Abby, be here for me. The girl returns, alone.
She didn't answer the door. She must be out,
she says. It can't be. Please, can you try again? The girl wrinkles her nose in irritation.
I knocked 3 times. You said room 4418?
I nod.
She must be at class.
An older woman with graying hair and a severe line to her mouth comes from the back office.
Did you say room 4418?
Yes, the girl says.
That room has been vacant since the end of spring semester.
That can't be. She was there yesterday, I insist. My words come out broken and emotional, and it feels like there's a heavy leaden ball pressing on my heart. The woman eyes me closely, taking in my rumpled clothes and unshaven face.
Young man, I assure you, that room hasn't been occupied since May. I believe you've been played for a fool by a girl who didn't wish to see you again.
The curly-haired desk clerk hides a snicker. It's impossible. Abby was in that room yesterday, and I was with her. But the woman shoos me away without a care. Outside, I go around to the side of the building and look up at her window, willing her to appear. Please, 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 let this be a mix-up of some sort. She can't be gone. I watch until my stomach aches, now calling out for food. I haven't eaten since last night, or slept since the day before. I take a speedy break to my dorm to shower and eat, and then return to my vigil outside her window. As the day turns to night, there's no sign of life. As other windows light up at dusk, Abby's stays black. The hours pass, and the light in each window eventually turns dark as the girl goes to bed. Still, I wait, standing vigil, praying for a miracle. But no miracle comes. Only the campus police on patrol, insisting I return to my dorm. This time, I obey. What have I done? I've lost her to time. I lie in my bed for the first time in weeks and stare out the window at the night sky. Where are you, Abbi? What time has fate dropped you into? And how do I reach you? My chest wrenches, and the breath goes out of me. What happens now? My eyelids grow heavy. I fight sleep as the distant chime of the Carillon Tower carries across the night. Chapter 14. I jerk awake from a dream in which Abbi is high in a tower, waving to me and calling my name, but I can't reach her. I holler back, but the wind muffles my voice, and she doesn't hear. There's a river between us. I can see her, but I can't reach her. There's a sheen of sweat on my skin, and my breathing is heavy. She's gone. My heart drops. I stare at the ceiling above my bed. How do I go on without her? Then I turn my head, and dread hits full force, like a blast of hot air. The other side of my room is occupied. When I went to sleep last night, I was alone, with no roommate during summer session. Now there's a lump of a person in the next bed. The desk is cluttered, and the dresser drawers are partially open, with wrinkled garments hanging out. I am not alone, and I'm quite certain I'm no longer in 1930. So, it's begun again. Abbi told me it would, but I didn't want to believe it. I wanted us to exist in a cocoon of safety, just her and me, where the world couldn't touch us and time travel didn't exist. But here I am, and the sooner I get on with it, the sooner I'll find Abbi. In fact, she said we meet in 1961. Perhaps that's exactly where I am. I lost her yesterday, but maybe today we're reunited. Trying not to rouse my new roommate, I quietly look about the room for signs of the date. The books on the desk look similar enough, as do the clothes in the closet, but there's no calendar on the wall. But then I spy a newspaper on my roommate's nightstand and gasp at the date. August 7th, 1945. My roommate stretches in his bed and sees me reading the newspaper. He says, "Hadn't you heard? We got those kamikaze bastards." I try to mask my confusion and shock. How can I be in 1945? Before, when I traveled, it was only a couple of years at a time. And what are kamikaze bastards? Then I glance back and read the headline. Atomic bomb drops on Hiroshima, Japan. I gulp, gathering my wits about me, and nod. No, I hadn't heard. Mind if I borrow this? He gets up and slides on black-framed eyeglasses. He's a small fella, the kind you could toss easier than a bale of hay. Now with Japan hit square in the jaw, we can finally win this blasted war. War. Abbi said there would be another world war, but to see evidence of it is unsettling. Knowing she had traveled from the future is one thing, but to see her predictions or knowledge of events actually come to pass is difficult to digest. I pull on clothes from my closet, a pair of brown trousers and a short-sleeved knit shirt. They're not that different from the clothing I'm accustomed to. I scoop up the newspaper as I leave. I can't stay in this room with a stranger and pretend I know anything of this time. Perched on a boulder near the lake, I read the article as well as the rest of the paper. I'm not familiar with what an atomic bomb is. I'm familiar with dynamite, as it was occasionally used in the quarries near Ephraim. The article educates me on unimaginable facts. We are indeed at war with Germany and Japan. The United States dropped the bomb on the city of Hiroshima. It is estimated that 70,000 died instantly, with surely thousands more to perish in the weeks to come. I set the newspaper aside. What is the world coming to? The Great War was devastating, and thousands perished, but it was fought with troops and guns, not bombs that incinerate entire cities in a matter of seconds. Darn, I want a cigarette. Instead, I pull a long blade of grass and slide it between my teeth. Abbi fears that Professor Smith may have died in a bombing. Have bombs become so commonplace in the future? And where is Abbi? If she's gone as far back in time as I've come forward, how is she coping? If only she could write and let me know. Then I realize she may have left a letter with the keepsakes I buried near Picnic Point. I bolt into action, running down the lakeshore path. Cars roar past on the road beside me. These are enormous vehicles, with thick tires and heavy rounded metal frames like nothing I could imagine. The headlights are huge, as if they're a giant monster rolling down the road, and I'm struck with a new kind of unease. This washes away any lingering doubts that I've traveled forward in time. There's a new sign at the entrance to Picnic Point, but otherwise, it appears the same. I race down the main path until the first turn. Branches brush against me as I weave through the smaller paths. Much is overgrown, which should protect my secret stash. Suddenly, I'm desperate to have my keepsakes undisturbed. What if they're gone? I'll have nothing. I spot the downed tree. It's begun to decompose. I brush away leaves and debris, unearth my trowel, which has begun to rust but is still strong and sure, and begin to dig. With each spade full of rich dirt, I pray that Abbi has left a message. When I open the old tobacco tin, there's nothing new. Only my father's pocket watch, the photos, and the stock certificates Abbi convinced me to buy. I slump against the fallen tree amidst the dirt and debris. Where is she? And why didn't she write? A cold dread prickles up my arms, and I shiver. This can't be it. I won't let it be. So, there in the woods, I set pen to paper and pour out my heart. Dearest Abbi, my heart is shattered without you here by my side. We knew this day would come, but it doesn't soften the desperate ache that reaches into my soul. You assured me our paths will cross in the future, but until I set my eyes on your loveliness again, I will be a useless excuse of a human being, rowing away my sorrows. If you ever read this, which I pray you do, please, don't think me mad with my declarations of love. I fear you may expect me to be a man of honor and strength. What you will find is a lost boy looking for meaning and direction in the crazy world you and I share. Abby, you brought me solace and made my life worth living again. Each night, I will send a prayer that the bells will chime and take me to a time where I will gaze upon your sweet face again. All my love, Will. Before I rebury the tin, I carefully fold the letter and slide it back into the tin along with one of the photomaton photos from my wallet. This way, Abby and I both have a picture, and there's another in the tin for safekeeping. Wherever she is in time, I hope and pray she'll find my message. Back in Trip Hall, I discover my roommate's name on the top of an assignment, Charles Pring. Fortunately, he's out, so I can take a closer look around to see what I lost when I traveled forward. I heave a sigh of relief when I see my satchel hanging off the foot of the bed. I was so distraught yesterday. It's a miracle I had the foresight to hang it over the bed rail. I've hauled that bag back and forth to Abby so many times, it easily could have been left behind. But whatever I'd left on my nightstand is gone, replaced with loose change, a wristwatch, a wallet containing a student identification card bearing my name, a class schedule folded in half, and $23. My dresser contains a shaving kit and comb, a package of Wrigley's chewing gum, and a coffee cup bearing a large W for Wisconsin. Inside my satchel is my crew jersey from the regatta. I give it a sniff and toss it onto the bed. My jackknife, a physics textbook, and an assignment I no longer need to complete. This is also a good time to take stock of everything in my wallet. Safely tucked inside is the other precious photograph of Abby and me. This photo and the one in my buried tobacco tin are the only proof I have that Abby exists. I stare at her image, so happy and carefree, and miss her desperately. Also in my wallet is a copy of my bank account numbers. There's also the cash remaining from my time in 1930. The amount had dwindled. Is that a sign of why I traveled? Because I was running out of money? Before I forget, I scoop the cash from my bedside table into the wallet, as well as the student identification card. I've accumulated 4 of these now. For me, this may be the only way to prove where, or when, I've been. Which leads me to wonder if there's any other proof of Abby's existence. She said she knew I was in 1930 because Professor Smith had given her a yearbook with my photograph. Perhaps she's in an old yearbook as well. I plan to find out. On my way to the library, for the first time, I begin really noticing my surroundings. As much as campus has stayed the same, much has happened in the past 15 years. The first thing I notice is there are fewer male students. With a war going on, it's understandable. I'd like to ask someone how and when the war started, but I would look a fool. I'm amazed at the large cars rumbling down the streets. They're loud and crowd the road. Most odd to me are the buildings that were not there before. It's as if they popped onto the landscape by magic. Ensconced in the library at a corner table, I'm surrounded by several stacks of university yearbooks, beginning with the current year. I scan every page, looking for Abby's photo, and paying special attention to the dormitory section featuring Elizabeth Waters. Page after page, name after name, I search for her brilliant smile. But she's not there. Before I leave, I pen a letter to Miss Winifred. She was sympathetic when I told her I'd jumped forward in time, but she thought I'd lost my marbles. Perhaps this letter will help convince her. I'm not about to admit on paper that I've traveled again, but I do give hints and tell her about all the new buildings on campus and how upsetting it is to read about Hiroshima. I tell her what classes I'm taking, based on the schedule I found on my desk. If I remain here, I will attend them. But today is a day of reconnaissance and learning what I can. After posting my letter and catching lunch of a liverwurst sandwich and an apple, I consider whether to take out a boat or to return to the library to do more reading on the recent history of our times. There are a number of magazines that give a good overview, but then I hear the bell tower chime. Shivers spread down my arms like a warning. But I'm not in my dorm room, let alone on my bed, so there's no way for me to travel. Is there? What it does mean, though, is that someone is playing the carillon bells. I take off at a run toward the bell tower. The large metal door is ajar as the tunes plays on for another 10 minutes. When it finishes, I poke my head inside and call out hello, and am immediately invited up. At the top of the steps that I took with Abbi in the dark is a portly gentleman with thick black-rimmed glasses and a bulbous nose. He is a wealth of information and tells me that the bells were manufactured in England and the tower opened with a set of 25. More bells have been added over the years, and there's now a 4-octave range, with the largest bell weighing over 3,000 pounds. I ask him how often he, or anyone else, plays. It's always for 20-minute concerts on Sunday afternoons. Yet, I've never heard the bells ring during the day before. He assures me that he's never heard the bells being played at night. Later, walking along the lake, I try to digest this new information and find some clue to how the bell tower could affect our travels. Nothing comes to mind. Looking out over the water gives me the itch to get out there. It's always a salve to my frayed nerves. Do I belong to the crew team in this time? Will they know me? There's only one way to find out. Wearing a crew t-shirt from my dresser, I walk through the open doors of the boathouse. The afternoon sun beams in onto the gleaming boats. I take a closer look, running my hand down a sleek, polished wood side. "She's a beaut, ain't she?" says a fella winding ropes. Sure is. I gaze around at all the boats stacked on racks in neat order. Most are new, but there are a few old ones. Despite the years, so much in the boathouse is still familiar. "Mind if I take out a scull?" He tells me to help myself, and so I spend a couple of hours out on the lake, which is so familiar to me now. I recognize every bend and notice changes all along the shoreline where new buildings have gone up. When I'm sated and my muscles are spent, I return the boat and sit on the shoreline outside Tripp Hall, staring across the water as the sun dips below the horizon. What is to become of me? Back in my room, I struggle to stay awake. There's so much buzzing through my mind, like a swarm of bees that won't leave me alone. I still can't believe I've lost Abbi. It's my fault we're separated. If I hadn't come home drunk, we'd still be together. If only I'd told Abbi in 1961 all the details of my travels, so she could have relayed it to me in 1930. But alas, I'm on my own, with no indication of how long I'll be here or what I should do next. My roommate complains about the light, so I throw in the towel, turn off the light, and climb under the sheets. Sleep pulls at me like the undertow of a wave, and I'm out. Chapter 15. The racket from drawers shutting and doors slamming breaks my slumber. My head is comfortably deep into my pillow, and with one eye open, I see my roommate, a fella I've not seen before, packing a suitcase on his bed. It's happened again. I've traveled. I heave a steady sigh and try to brace myself for whatever is next. I had one day in 1945, and I've jumped forward. He slaps a couple of textbooks loudly onto his desk. Does he not realize I was trying to sleep? I roll over and stretch. "Oh, good, you're awake," he says. "Can I borrow your green cardigan over break? I seem to have lost mine, and my mother will have a conniption if I'm not presentable at Christmas dinner." Christmas? I go to the window. Snow blankets the lawn, and the lake beyond is frozen. I blink. Yesterday was summer. I stare outside at the impossible change of seasons. "Do you have a copy of the Daily Cardinal?" He nudges me with the folded newspaper. Unfolding it reveals the date. December 22nd, 1949. That's 4 years. And so it continues. "Will?" My roommate calls, pulling me from my thoughts. I turn. "The cardigan?" He's holding it over his suitcase, folded and ready to pack. I've never seen it before. "Of course. Take whatever you want." He drops the cardigan on top. "Terrific. I'd feel sorry for you and the other poor saps who still have finals, but I'll be on a bus to Racine and eating Kringle by noon." He grins and slaps his suitcase closed. I escape to the showers, and then breakfast. Along the way, there are greetings of, "Hello, Will," and "Mornin', Will," from fellas I've never met before. I nod and good morning them back. I will never get used to being around strangers who seem to know me. Back in my dorm, my roommate and his suitcase are gone. I sigh and slump onto my bed. There's a slip of paper with the dates and times of my final exams on the bedside table. The Will of this time has a European literature exam at 11 o'clock and a chemistry exam at 2 o'clock. I crumple the paper and toss it into the wastebasket. The Will of this time is going to flunk his classes. As usual, there's a student ID card, a wallet, and loose change on my bedside table, including a couple of silver dollars. I smile and drop the coins into my satchel, then add the ID and cash from the wallet into my own wallet. Carrying around a bunch of wallets could get me arrested as a pickpocket. I pull out the list of dates I jotted down. Abbi says we don't meet until 1961, and she never visited 1949. I'll check her dorm just to make sure she isn't somehow here waiting for me. The list indicates 1949 to 1950 is when she thought I'd meet her esteemed friend, Professor Smith. This could be the time. But by skipping my finals, will I upset the apple cart and not meet him after all? Darn. But before that, I need to check for a message from Abbi. Snow covers the ground, but hopefully the freeze line doesn't go very deep this early into winter. Bundled up in a wool winter coat, boots, hat, and gloves that I find in my closet, I stop at the maintenance shed outside Tripp Hall. There's an array of tools, and I select a snow shovel, a garden spade, and a small axe. The lakefront path is covered with snow, but the road alongside it is not. The day is early, and the sun is low in the sky as I lug the tools to the picnic point entrance. I find a couple of tracks from cross-country skis that lead the way in. I have to look sharp to find the turn off onto a side path. My boots crunch through the frosty top layer of snow. Back in the woods, everything is pristine with the fresh snow. The scent of pine and balsam fills the air, and a sense of quiet as there are no leaves on the trees for the wind to rustle. I find the next turn and notice deer tracks leading my way. It takes a while as the snow comes to the top of my boots, and my trousers are already crusted with snow, but there's no mistaking the sight of my tree. My heart lurches with hope. that Abbi has found a way to leave me a message. First, I clear the snow away and the deep pile of leaves and debris. The ground is hard and cold, but not as rock solid as frozen tundra can be. I break through with the axe and quickly switch to the shovel, digging deep. The soil softens as I get deeper, and I'm able to switch to the small garden trowel and unearth the oilcloth-wrapped treasure. I hold my breath as I open the tin. A folded piece of paper springs out at me. She wrote! I'm struck with relief and joy as my trembling hands open her letter, and my eyes land on her loose script.
Dear Will, I've landed here in the fall of 1948, but you probably know that because I plan to tell you when we next meet. By the way, you never told me when that happens, which, as you know, annoys the heck out of me. Last night I left my grandmother. I'm devastated all over again. But today I found your letters and am so relieved and happy. You can't imagine. I only spent a few hours with you in 1961, but now having read your words, I can't wait to see you again and discover this magic connection you say we share. Knowing you, you've made the whole thing up as a joke, but heck, I can use a good laugh. I saw young Professor Smith in 1951. He asked me out. My last night there, I had the chance to introduce him to my grandmother, Sharon. He got all excited about her, too, so I had to warn him off. How the poor guy ever finds love, I can't imagine. My great-grandmother Ruby died. Sharon is heartbroken. I'm now on a new quest, which I probably already told you about, so I won't mention it again. By the way, couldn't you have found a better spot for your treasure? A mouse ran over my hand and I almost had a coronary. Okay, now I'm babbling. But it makes me feel less alone. I'll go, but know that my latest roommate will probably throw me out when she sees my dress and shoes covered in dirt, and all because of you. Hope to see you soon. Your partner in time, Abbi.
My Abbi. I clutch the letter and grin. She has me in stitches, and yet a tear rolls from my eye. There is so much of her flowing from this single page. I retrieve the photo of us from the photomaton. She sparkles with joy. I miss her desperately, and the pain in my heart is unbearable. She is light and strength and possesses unflappable bravery. She's been hurled through time, alone, and kept her wits. She is my soulmate, and now she is lost in time. I reread her words. She read letters from me in 1961 that I haven't yet written. We're living the impossible. There's an extra sheet of paper with her letter and a pencil in the tin. How do I convey my feelings with mere words? But I must. I thank her for her letter and confess how much it means to me. I mention that I still haven't met Professor Smith and don't know how to find him, but will do my best. I tell her it's Christmas time, which makes me miss her even more. I'm not sure what else to add since I just wrote to her yesterday. So I sign off with love and rebury the tin with a lightness in my heart. Sitting an exam for a class I've never taken is beyond frustrating. My knowledge of European literature could fit in a thimble. Instead of trying to write a decent essay answer, I study each of the male students in hopes I'll find out if one of them is the all-important Professor Smith as a college student. When the instructor gives me the evil eye, suspecting I'm cheating, I direct my eyes back to my paper. Abbi never described what Professor Smith looks like, whether he's tall or short, blonde or dark-haired. How in the devil's name am I to find him? And why didn't I ask what he looked like? Before my second exam, I head to the Memorial Union for lunch. The Rathskeller is nearly the same. The furniture is rearranged a bit. The German murals on the wall are unchanged, but there are a couple of Christmas wreaths hanging up, marking the season. The biggest difference is the presence of women mixed with the men. The room is packed with students, deep in study for their next exam. Yet, it's absurdly quiet for the number of people present. After fetching a hamburger for lunch, I sit at a table near the window, watching a lone figure shovel snow out on the lake. There are a few more shovels stuck into the snow, yet he is the only one there. Perhaps I should be cramming for the chemistry exam I have next, but instead, I watch his methodical shoveling, back and forth, with a thrust of snow into the air every so often, creating a small snowbank bordering the cleared area. He occasionally pauses and looks around, as if expecting others to come help, but after a few seconds, he returns to his task. When my burger is finished and my stomach is full, I check the time. I have half an hour before my exam begins. Instead of heading over early, I pull on my coat, hat, and gloves, grab my satchel, and venture out across the terrace and onto the lake. "Need a hand there?" I say, since I've got a spare quarter hour. The fella stops shoveling and gazes up. He's tall and thin, with traces of acne on his face. His coat hangs open as he's worked up a sweat from shoveling. "I'd be much obliged." He smiles with a spark of relief in his eyes. I set down my satchel and grab a shovel from the snowbank. "How big a space are you clearing?" "Large enough for the year-end skating party. I was recruited by the head resident of my dorm. Did he strong-arm you into this too?" "No. I saw you working out here and figured I could spare a few minutes to lend a hand." He leans on his shovel, catching his breath. "Well then, I appreciate your help. Looks like the others forgot." More likely, they bailed out on the task. There's a thin layer of snow, maybe an inch thick, but it's light and fluffy. The sun is shining down on the cleared area, melting the stray snow that his shovel missed. Happy to help. By the way, I'm Will. He reaches out his gloved hand to shake, looks me in the eye, and says, "Nice to meet you, Will. I'm Smitty." I'll be darned. I do a double take and try to hide my astonishment. This has got to be the esteemed Professor Smith. He's about the same age as I am and is certainly no wiser, but he's friendly and glad for the help. I won't be making it to that chemistry exam after all. Not when I've got the man who's pegged to solve the mystery of my time travel standing right before me. Smitty indicates where I should shovel, and we set to work, our shovels scraping the surface of the snow and making enough noise that it's impossible to converse. Still, I sneak glances at him out of the corner of my eye. His coat is worn and his boots heavily scuffed. He's bent over his shovel with slumped shoulders. From what I see, there's literally nothing remarkable about Smitty. Yet, I know that he makes great advances on time travel by the 1970s, and a research library will be named after him in Abbi's time. After a few minutes, we pause to catch our breath. "The task sure goes faster with help," Smitty comments. "I've cleared snow for ice skating more times than I can count. Where I'm from, there's a protected cove that we'd skate on each winter, but it took a lot of shoveling to clear." Visions of Ephraim, nestled on the edge of the shore, pop into my mind. It's the prettiest little town in the winter, with snow-covered buildings and warm lights of the homes glowing, and the stunning church steeple rising above all else. Smitty leans on his shovel. "I've never ice skated before." "Here's your chance." He shakes his head. "Not this year. My latest exam is tomorrow. I'll be at the library tonight, keeping company with my textbooks and lecture notes." That's bad luck. We get back to our task, and before long, have a nicely shaped skating rink ready for the evening party. After returning the shovels, I retrieve my satchel. "Thank you again for your help," Smitty says. There must be more to my meeting Smitty than this. "Would you like to join me for a hot chocolate? Or perhaps a beer in the Rathskeller?" I ask, unsure which he'd prefer. "I wish I could, but I already sacrificed too much time on the shoveling. I need to return to my studies. I can't foul up my statistics grade." I give him an understanding nod. "Where will you be heading home to for winter break?" "I'll be here on campus working. I don't have any family to speak of." Did Abbi mention this to me? I don't recall. Did he lose people in the war? "I'm sorry. I'm in the same boat," I say, knowing that even if I could travel back in time, my family would still be gone. Smitty nods. "I envy those who have loved ones to visit on the holidays. I'd better get back to my books. Perhaps I'll see you around." I want to suggest we meet up again, but I'll likely be gone tomorrow. Good luck on that last exam. We part ways, and I feel regret, as if things are unfinished between us. But I don't know what else to do. I can't force him to stay and chat with me. I watch young Smitty, the future professor, until he disappears around the building. So, that's it. As I make my way back to Tripp Hall, Smitty's words echo in my mind. "I envy those who have loved ones to visit on the holidays. My loved ones are gone. Even if I were to go home to Ephraim, who would I see when I've barely aged? My buddies would be, what, in their 40s? Egad, that's impossible." But true. My gut aches at the thought, and loneliness stings my senses. I truly have no one in this world. But there is Miss Winifred. I've told her about my travels and even sent a couple of letters. Of course, she didn't believe me. How could she? She's the only person, other than Abbi, who I trust. What if I were to visit her? That would certainly convince her I've hopped through time. I smile at the idea of seeing her friendly face again. It's so tempting. But odds are that I won't be here tomorrow unless I stay awake all night. But so what? Even if I land in a new time, I can still pay her a visit. Chapter 16. I check the bus and train schedules and can leave in the morning, which gives me the evening. I could pester Smitty at the library, but I don't think he'd appreciate that. There's the skating party at the Union, which might be just what I need. But I don't want to arrive at Miss Winifred's door without a gift. At the dining hall, having dinner, I ask a woman who works behind the counter where I should stop for a gift, and she directs me to a department store located on the Capitol Square. Manchester's is easy enough to find, just a brisk walk up State Street to the state capitol, looking majestic atop the isthmus, and a left onto Mifflin Street. Inside, a blast of warm air, ladies' perfume, and piped-in Christmas music set a holiday mood. But this will be my first Christmas without my family, and my heart pangs at the thought. The department store is the largest I've ever seen. There are counters with sales gals rearranging jewelry, wristwatches, cosmetics, and perfumes. There are racks of handbags and leather wallets, hats, hosiery, scarves, and gloves. One large section features similar items, all for men. The vast selection is overwhelming, and I'm not alone. There are several men milling about with bewildered looks, and others who are being assisted at the counters. After a cursory look, I'm wondering if a simple box of chocolates would suffice. But there's none in sight.
"May I help you?"
A pretty young woman wearing a navy dress and bright lipstick asks. I try to fight back my awkwardness at being surrounded by so many women's personal items. Yes, please. She smiles sweetly.
My name is Audrey. I presume this is a Christmas gift?
I nod. Yes, thank you. I'm Will.
Very nice to meet you, Will.
She's already put me at ease.
Is this gift for a young lady?
Oh no, but I wish it were. I never gave Abby a gift. What a fool I was not to give her a keepsake.
For your mother?
She asks, as if playing 20 questions. No, I'm sorry. It's a gift from my teacher.
My goodness, that's the sweetest thing. I'm sure we'll find her something lovely.
And indeed we do, when she shows me a selection of ladies' fine leather gloves. Miss Winifred always wore gloves and dressed with style.
These are made of kid leather.
She holds out a pair in olive green. The gloves are soft and would make the ideal gift. She shows me all the color choices and smiles her approval when I choose muted red. The nearest checkout counter is occupied by a middle-aged police officer with gray hair at his temples. He's purchasing jewelry, so we take the next spot, a couple feet away. Audrey and I chat as she writes up the bill and I pay, not caring how expensive the gift is. There's money in my wallet, so I might as well spend it. I notice the officer watching me with a quizzical expression, and after a polite nod in his direction, he still doesn't look away. After my run-in with the campus police that resulted in my separation from Abby, I'm leery. But there's no way this could be the same officer.
I'll wrap this for you and be back in a jiffy,
Audrey says, leaving me alone at the counter. I gaze around at the holiday decorations and gift displays. Excuse me? The officer is at my side. Your voice caught my attention, and you have an uncanny resemblance to someone I used to know. For a moment, I freeze and look closer at him. He does seem familiar, but I can't place him with his graying hair, glasses, and uniform. You don't say? Yes, my college roommate. Are you by chance related to a Will Hanson? My breathing constricts. This man knows me, and he's waiting for my response. There are few things I can say that are true, but I suddenly think of a plausible answer. Yes, actually, he's my father. A broad smile crosses his face. I knew it. How is he? He's quite well, thank you. I start to think back about my roommates, trying to place this man. We had some good times, but he left school abruptly. It was quite sad. As I'm sure you know, his family died of smallpox. Bernie! I almost blurt out having placed him as my roommate when I first started school back in 27. I recognize his eyes and the way he smiles. Bernie collected money to help me get home for the funeral, but I traveled that night and missed it. I'm struck with how time has changed his appearance over the years, and can't look away. Where's my Manus? I'm Bernie Marshall. Your dad and I met in Trip Hall. He holds out his hand to shake. I extend my hand, and he glances down as he shakes mine. I'm about to introduce myself, but realize I can't say my first name. And now Bernie is staring at the scar on my hand, the one he wrapped up after I injured it handling crew boats. I yank my hand away. That's odd. Will had a terrible gash on his hand in the same spot. Suddenly, everything is closing in on me. I need to get out of here. Where is Audrey with my package? Bernie tries to look at my hand again, but I slide it into my pocket. His brows furrow in confusion. How is that possible? He stares at my face again. Audrey appears around the corner with a pleasant smile and a narrow box neatly wrapped in festive paper and a red bow.
Here you are, Will. Let me get a bag for you.
Will? Bernie looks from me to Audrey and back to me. Our eyes lock in recognition. It's written all over my face. He knows it's me, and I can't deny it.
You know each other?
She says, as if this is a grand coincidence. Do I say that I'm named after my father? Based on his suspicious expression, I'm not sure he would believe me. What would he do? Call the authorities and turn me in? Demand answers? Would he believe me, even if I told him the truth? As panic rises like a train whistle in my ears, I grab Miss Winifred's gift off the counter and race out the door. After my scare with the past, there's no way I'm going to join the skating party. The fewer people I meet, the better. I toss and turn through the night, unable to settle. But in the morning, I am still securely in December of 1949 and set up for a visit to Miss Winifred. After a long day of travel, the bus delivers me to Ephraim with its snow-frosted roofs, domed street lamps, and the smell of log fires trailing from the chimneys. Satchel over my shoulder, I avoid the familiar general store and businesses of my past. After yesterday's run-in with Bernie, I have to be careful. Pulling my hat low and keeping my head down, I silently make my way. When I cross the crunchy snow onto Miss Winifred's porch, I gulp down my anxiety. The moment is here. What if she doesn't remember me? What if she does? Or what if she doesn't even live here anymore? My former teacher is the closest person I have to family, other than Abbi, and I'm surprised at how much seeing her matters. The woodsy scent of the cedar and pine Christmas wreath fills my senses with childhood memories of the holidays and causes pangs of missing my mother. I remove my hat, smooth down my hair, and rap on the door. The ribboned wreath blocks most of the window and my view of the figure walking toward the door. The smiling, aged face of Miss Winifred appears as she opens the door. She gasps, stares at me, and shakes her head in confusion. I'm startled by her considerably older face, lined with fine wrinkles and framed by graying hair. "Hello, Miss Winifred." She stares at me. "Are you?" She squints, as if her eyes are fooling her.
No, it can't be.
My smile is weak. "It's me, Will." She grasps the doorframe, as if needing it to stay upright.
It's not possible.
I step forward to reassure her, but fear flashes in her eyes, and she steps away. I freeze in place, then raise my hands and slowly back up all the way to the edge of the porch. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come. My emotions threaten to overtake, and I don't want to appear more out of place than I already do." She watches me like a hawk, battling internally with herself over how to make sense of seeing me here. I release a pent-up breath. "I wrote to you in 1930 and in 1945. Her eyes flicker, and she appears torn, unsure what to do. She says nothing. What was I thinking? I'm a frightening, impossible vision from the past who hasn't aged. I don't want to upset her further. Hat in hand, I descend the steps. "I'm sorry. I won't bother you again." Turning to leave, I remember her present, retrieve it from my satchel, and set it on the top step before walking away. "Merry Christmas." I can't keep the emotion from my voice. This was a mistake. With the passage of time, things change. People change. Yet, I have not. Chapter 17. I head down the street, bereft, rejected. alone.
Will?
Miss Winifred calls out. She's on the porch, my gift clutched in her hands.
You'll catch your death out there. You best come inside.
With a grateful sigh of relief, I return. She hustles me inside, checking to see if anyone else is out and about. In the entry hall, she looks me square in the eye.
This isn't possible. Are you Will Hanson's son?
I stomp snow off my boots and onto the front rug. No, Miss Winifred, it really is me. A smile warms her face.
No one has called me Miss Winifred in years.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Weeborg, I say. In my mind, you will always be Miss Winifred. She waves it away as if it doesn't matter what I call her.
Tell me something about Will, from the past.
She's still vetting me, unconvinced I am who I claim to be. Do you mean about you sending for advanced textbooks on calculus and chemistry, because I had gone through every other text at school? Or how you saved my father's pocket watch for me after he passed? Her shoulders relax a bit as she settles into believing me.
How in tarnation is it possible for you to be standing here before me, not looking a day older than when I last saw you more than 20 years ago?
There she is, still showing her stern side, when at heart, she is kind as the day is long. I truly don't know. Pursing her lips in thought, she shakes her head again in disbelief.
Best we get you out of those boots and coat before you tell me the rest. You'll be wanting a hot cocoa, I suppose.
She snaps the curtains closed on the front door, and then in the front room as well.
I think it wise we keep it quiet that you're here.
Her kitchen is warm and bright with delicious smells. Loaves of banana bread and apple strudels line the counter. Butter cookies cool on a rack. My stomach pangs. It's been a long day of travel with only a sandwich to eat. Miss Winifred sets my package on the table, fetches milk from the icebox, and goes about making my drink.
You've caught me on baking day. With Christmas Eve tomorrow, I've been busy as a bee.
There's a quiet awkwardness as she works. I imagine she's trying to adjust to the fact I'm here, still a teenager, when I should be middle-aged. A plate of cookies is set before me, soon followed by a steaming cup of cocoa. The sweetness warms my core and feels like Christmas. This is delicious. Thank you. She wipes her hands on the faded apron and sits with a cup of her own.
Now, tell me how this is possible.
It's the same as I told you when I visited after my family passed. When I go to sleep at night, sometimes, often, I wake up in another time. Miss Winifred tries to digest my words. I know it sounds preposterous, and I can't explain why it happens, but I believe it has something to do with the chiming of bells in the Carillon Tower on campus. She purses her mouth in consternation.
How can a bell transport you through time?
I blow on my hot cocoa and then take another sip. All I know is that I hear the bells chime the nights I travel.
How many times has this happened? You waking up in another time?
I think back. It was twice before I met Abbi, then twice since. 4 times since 1927. Her brows furrow as she listens.
How long do you spend in each time?
Well, the first couple times it was only a day or two. Then in 1930 I met a girl. I pause to think how to explain Abbi. She traveled back in time. She helped me learn how to stay in one place. I continue on with what sounds outlandish and explain how we would stay up at night to avoid travel and the various theories that Abby and I came up with about what might be causing our time travel. Miss Winifred listens earnestly to every word, which is a balm to my soul.
What happened to Abby?
Swirling my cocoa, I stare into my cup. I made a terrible mistake one night, and I'll just say that when the next morning came, she was gone. She traveled, and now I don't know where she is.
That was 29 years ago?
For me, it was 3 days ago. She stares, trying to get her head around this pretzel of time.
If that is so, how long has it been for you since you visited me in 1929?
After I left here, I traveled that night and woke up in 1930. That's when I met Abby, and we were together for 3 months before we each traveled again. To answer your question, it would be about 3 months and 3 days since I last saw you. She slumps back, her mouth ajar.
Will, I just don't know what to say. It's absurd, and yet here you are, in my kitchen, eating cookies. I fear I'm going mad. Yet I've kept the letters you sent. They worried me. I hoped you were exploring fiction writing and not having hallucinations. With a laugh, I tip back my cup and finish my cocoa. I've considered that possibility. It's unsettling to realize that no one in this world knows me anymore. With the exception of Bernie yesterday, his looks of confusion and suspicion were alarming. I needed to see the familiar face of someone I trust. Her gentle smile is exactly what I needed. I'm glad you came. But what do we do with you? You can't be seen around town. There would be too many questions that I wouldn't know how to answer. Did you stop into Anderson's store? Or speak to anyone?
No, I came directly here from the bus stop. She nods.
Good.
There's silence as she contemplates what to do next.
Do you remember how to split wood?
The wood box in the corner is nearly empty. Yes, ma'am. I grin because I used to split wood for the schoolhouse not so long ago, as well as at home.
The Johnsons are off to Milwaukee to visit their son for Christmas, and Mrs. Pruitt, on the other side, is mostly deaf and sees poorly.
She points to the houses on either side of hers.
She won't notice you working out back. You'll stay the night.
That settles it. Swinging an axe is calming and repetitive, like rowing a boat, and the crack of the wood splitting feels real and tangible, unlike my nebulous travels. I work until my arms ache, and I'm sweating in just my shirt. I've hung my coat over the fence post. There was very little cut wood in the pile, which is concerning for this time of year. When I'm finished, I bring in several loads and stock the wood boxes by the cook stove in the kitchen and the fireplace in the living room.
I didn't expect you to cut every log, she says with a smile,
but there's gratitude reflecting in her eyes.
You were outside so long that dinner is ready.
Over a meal of rich, savory beef stew and flaky buttermilk biscuits smeared with butter and honey, Miss Winifred shares that her husband died early in the war. She's been getting along on her own since her son, Alfred, left to work in Oshkosh. We adjourn to the living room, where a portrait of each is displayed on the mantel. The Davenport is faded and threadbare. The rug is clean but frayed. Times have been hard. You haven't opened your gift. I set it on the coffee table. Miss Winifred smiles, now at ease with my presence, and unwraps the fancy package, revealing the muted red gloves.
Oh, my!
She runs her hands over the soft leather and slips one on.
Will, these are beautiful.
You always wore stylish gloves, so I thought you might like them. I smile sheepishly.
During the war, there wasn't much available, and since George died, there hasn't been extra for such extravagances.
It's strange to have jumped right past the war. I missed all of it. I found a special issue of Life magazine on my desk that covered the war, the loss of life, and all the hardships. She straightens her dress and stoically says,
Trust me when I say it is for the best.
Perhaps. But why am I here in this time? What do you think is the purpose of me traveling through time? It makes no sense. How am I to accomplish anything? I bite into a cookie while she considers my question.
Will, why did you leave Ephraim to begin with?
To better myself. To learn.
Go on.
I wanted more from life than farm work in a small town. I wanted to experience new things, to be someone of value, and to make a difference in the world.
You are certainly getting more than you asked for. Perhaps you need to focus on those things.
The next morning, Miss Winifred drives me all the way to Green Bay. She says it's to save me waiting for the bus, but it's more likely to get me out of town without being noticed. My satchel is heavier, with a jar of cherry jam, a loaf of date bread, and a tin of Christmas cookies.
Stay safe, Will,
she says. Her eyes hold concern for my unknown future.
Please, continue to write, if you can.
We face each other in the parking lot of the train station. Is this the last time we'll see each other? With Abbi stuck somewhere in the long past, Miss Winifred is the only other person I have. She pulls me to her and gives me a brisk hug.
You've always been a good boy, Will. Godspeed.
I hug her tightly. Tears sting in my eyes. Thank you. I'll be back, I say. That is, if I don't run out of time. After a long day on a train bustling with holiday travelers who are excited to be with family, it's a stark contrast when I arrive on campus. Most of the buildings are dark. A cold gale whips off the frozen lake, and a sharp, icy snow bites at my skin as I lean into the wind along the desolate sidewalks to Tripp Hall. Nearly all the students have returned home for winter break. I'm startled when someone steps from a doorway into my path, and we bump into each other. Excuse me, I say. It's no trouble, he says, and I recognize the voice. He recognizes me, too. It's Will, am I right? I find myself looking into Smitty's face. A smile curls my lips. Yes. How the devil are you? Quite well, now that my finals are complete. What are the odds of bumping into you twice in 2 days? Indeed. The world works in mysterious ways, and having Smitty step directly into my path is not lost on me. What are you doing out in this miserable weather?
I was checking the grade postings at my professor's office. And you?
Returning from visiting an old friend.
That's nice.
He nods and stuffs his hands in his pockets.
It's nice seeing you again. Have a Merry Christmas.
I can't let him get away. Hold up. Do you have any plans tonight?
No, not really.
With it being Christmas Eve and all, I think we should celebrate with dinner out. His eyes flicker with interest, but then he hesitates. I'm guessing he's concerned about spending the money. It's my treat. I recently came into some extra cash. Smitty smiles, and his relief is palpable. We spend Christmas Eve together at the college club, which has a smattering of students who are staying in town and some locals with nowhere else to go. There are wreaths and garland offering a holiday scent, and glowing colored lights around the bar setting a festive mood, while crooning Christmas music plays in the background. We settle onto stools at the bar and order a couple of beers. How did you do on your statistics exam? I aced it, Smitty says proudly. You had a perfect score? I ask, because statistics is not an easy course. Yes, it's important I keep my grade point up. I want to get into graduate school. What are you studying? Mathematics. How about you? Mathematics? I don't know how that will help him become a future professor who studies time travel. Our beers arrive and we take a foamy first swallow. I was thinking about engineering, but the sciences interest me too. Smitty wipes at his mouth. I understand. There are so many options, and I don't know about you, but it's hard to narrow down the choices. We talk about classes and course loads. Here I've dabbled in classes I can never finish, while Smitty has been taking a heavy course load, far more classes than I could juggle at once, and he does the same during the summer session. School has always come easy for me. You see, I was raised in an orphanage, so there's no family business or farm for me to go to work for. I need to build my own future. With a melancholy sigh, I'm reminded that I, too, am now an orphan. I'm in the same boat, so to speak. My parents and my sister died recently. I wasn't raised in an orphanage, but I am alone now. Golly, Will. I'm sorry to hear that. I guess we're two fellas on our own in the world. More alone than he knows. But that will change one day, and he'll be trying to help me navigate time travel. It's hard to imagine him anything other than a young college student, but I trust what Abbi told me. Smitty raises his glass to mine. Here's to the two of us and making waves in this world. We dine on Salisbury steak with a rich gravy, green beans, and mashed potatoes slathered in butter. We talk about music, which I know little about other than church hymns and a handful of Christmas carols. Apparently, Smitty listens to the radio a lot and is up on the current singers, including a fella named Bing Crosby, who's singing the Christmas song we're listening to. I tell him about growing up on a farm where learning wasn't valued, and he shares stories of the orphanage and how many of the teenage boys lied about their age so they could go fight the Germans in the war. Smitty says he has a terrible time talking to girls and doesn't know how he'll ever meet one to marry. He confesses that his greatest desire in life is to have a family. The beers keep coming, and after dessert of warm apple pie a la mode, we slide off our stools, tipsy, stuffed, and filled with holiday spirit. When we reach the point where Smitty needs to head south to the room he rents on Charter Street, I gift him with the cherry jam and tin of Christmas cookies from Miss Winifred. I can't thank you enough, Will. You are too generous. This has been the best Christmas ever. I quite agree. But deep down, my heart aches for Abbi, and I worry about her. Smitty tucks the jam in his pocket and the cookie tin inside his coat. The biting wind has stopped, but the temperature has dropped. Merry Christmas, Will. Merry Christmas, Smitty. We head our separate ways, and I silently say to myself, until we meet again. I'm going to miss Smitty, and I have no idea how long it'll be before our paths meet again. I lie in bed, thinking of what a nice Christmas it was, visiting Miss Winifred and seeing Smitty. I drift off to sleep, dreaming of Abbi, and wondering where she is, and if it's Christmas time for her as well. Chapter 18. The sound of chirping birds outside my window brings me awake. It takes a moment to get my bearings. Dawn is just breaking, and there's a cool morning breeze drifting through the window. It's early. My head is thumping to an unwanted beat, and my mouth is parched. Realization dawns on me that I'm hungover, and then I remember. My lips curl into a smile. Last night was Christmas Eve, and I spent it with Smitty. I also spent time with Miss Winifred. This is the most grounded I've felt since losing Abbi. Abbi! Perhaps this is when we meet again. I leap out of bed, and pain stabs my brain. I cringe. The door opens, and a fella with red hair and freckles enters carrying a shower caddy. "You're just getting up?" my roommate says, hanging a damp towel on a hook near his closet. "Better get moving. The bus doesn't wait." Bus? What the devil is he talking about? I scan the room for a calendar or newspaper or clue of the year I'm in, but find nothing other than a pile of comic books. In fact, other than a radio and alarm clock, not much has changed in this room. I ignore his comments about the bus and ask my nameless roommate what the date is. He gives me a blank stare. "Do you have a screw loose? It's September 8th. It's the Loch Labelle Regatta." Apparently, we row crew together. But that is the last thing I want to do in this moment. Sorry. I'm sporting a splitting headache and not thinking straight. What I really need to know is the year, so I beg off. "I'm going to have to sit this race out." He's still staring at me. "Coach would skin you alive and make my life miserable for not getting you there. How can we compete without you in our bow seat? Take an aspirin and a shower." He tosses a small bottle of white pills at me, which I fumble to catch. "You've got 15 minutes. I'm about to protest, but the ginger-haired taskmaster is having none of it. So, 30 minutes later, I'm loaded on a bus with the remainder of the team and headed out of town. My roommate's name is Gary, and it turns out he's the coxswain, which explains his bossy nature. As we drive to Oconomowoc, my face is pressed to the window, watching the cars speeding along the highway. They are bigger than ever. Many have large fins on the back, and they're colorful in shades of green and yellow and red, quite unlike the black cars of my time, and even most of the cars in the 1940s. But I also notice the license plates, where they clearly state the year. 1961. This is it. This is the year I see Abbi. I'm sure of it. But now I'm caged up in this blasted bus. I look back toward Madison. The miles between Abbi and me are growing by the minute. I pull out my wallet and check the slip of paper with the dates of her travel. September 9th. Tomorrow is the day we meet up again. I heave a sigh of relief and grin. We're so close in time that I can feel it in my bones. I just need to get through the next 24 hours. There are 12 at the regatta, and excitement buzzes through the air like static electricity as we size up our competition. I admire the modern boats. The brass hardware is shiny, new, and not as clunky as in the past. With a boat like this, we'll fly across the water. When I step into the boat and take my position, it's as if I've practiced with this team for months. Our rhythm is seamless, and each stroke centers me. We make it through the first 2 heats, and I'm exhilarated. But in our next round, we are knocked out. The other guys are disappointed, some angry, but I'm focused on seeing Abbi. We don't return to Madison until late in the afternoon, and I'm dragged along with the fellas to the Union for burgers and a beer. The Rathskeller is the same. It's still dark with heavy oak tables and the German murals on the wall. There are as many gals in the room as there are guys. Abbi will be happy to see that. Clothing styles, however, have changed. All the fellas are wearing dungarees, blue denim jeans, rolled up at the ankle, with white socks and canvas athletic shoes. A lot wear plain white t-shirts, and others short-sleeved button-down cotton shirts. Most of them sport their hair greased back. It's an odd, casual style. We order our food and take it out to the Union Terrace. I'm a bit amazed to see that the bright green, yellow, and white sunburst chairs are still there, albeit an updated style. I gobble down my meal with my foot bouncing on the ground. Should I try to find Abbi? She gave me the date, and it isn't until tomorrow. Would I change things if I were to seek her out now and find her? What about Smitty? I waffle over what to do, then decide I can't chance it. Instead, I order another burger and fries. Later, I take my time wandering around campus in awe of the new developments. The architectural style has changed, and the new buildings are like concrete blocks with small, narrow windows. At the library, I do a cursory review of the Look magazines and learn the current president is a man named John F. Kennedy. There's a space race with the Soviet Union to land a man on the moon. And a fella named Elvis Presley was the most popular singer of recent years. Back at the dorm, Gary is reading a Superman comic book in bed. I need to stay awake tonight. It has been a long day, and I'm weary, but there's also a zing of adrenaline humming through me. Anticipation for tomorrow. Gary, do you have an extra comic book I can read? Sure. I left them in the television room. My head jerks around. Abbi told me about television. He must mean the common room. I hustle down the hall to see what television is all about. Two fellas sit on a sofa watching a large wooden box with dials on the side. The glass screen shows cowboys riding into a town on horses. It's like a miniature version of the movie theater. What are you watching? Gunsmoke, one says. I take a seat, riveted to the black and white images. When Gunsmoke ends, the guys say goodnight and head off to bed. I stay and watch the Dick Van Dyke Show, a program about a working man and his family. There are a lot of pratfalls and silly escapades, and I find myself laughing out loud. This is a fantastic invention, and a perfect way to learn about this time. It'll be easy to stay awake all night, watching television. But after the Bob Newhart show ends, the screen turns to a fuzzy black and static sound. I try turning the channels, but they're all the same. It takes me a bit of exploring to figure out how to turn it off. I stay in the television room and read all of the action comic books, and then pace the halls until the sky lightens into a rosy glow. Feeling safe I've weathered the night, I slip back to my room and crawl into bed, knowing that I'll see Abbi again soon. I awake fully rested and glance around the room with momentary panic that I might have traveled. But the comic books are on my bedside table, and I know that I'm still here in 1961. A check of the clock reveals that it's just after noon. Holy moly! I've slept too long. No way am I showing up unshaven and slovenly. I bolt out of bed and head to the showers. Dressed and ready to go, I glance in the mirror. My hair is a tad long. I sweep it to the side out of my eyes. This is the first time she meets me. Will she like me? Gosh, I hope so. I pull a blade of grass, slip it between my teeth, and hustle down the path toward the Union where Abbi said we meet. I rack my brain for any tidbit of information she gave me. It seems she said she was with the professor right before meeting me. Professor. I smile. It was only 2 days ago that Smitty and I spent Christmas Eve together. I'm curious to see him again. Will he remember me? The Union comes into view, and my heart nearly pounds out of my chest. What if Abby's not there? What if she won't talk to me? But she told me she did. I'm trusting her words. She hasn't led me astray yet. Tossing the blade of grass away, I push through the door into a crowd of students. I search each gal's face as quickly as I can, but each one is a stranger. I stand in place where I can see everyone who passes. Still nothing. Then, I glance further down the corridor, and just when I think my chest will roll over from the tension, there she is. My sweet, beautiful Abbi walks toward me. The weight lifts, and I'm giddy with relief. Wearing a blue and white checkered dress, she blends in with the other students, except for the forlorn expression on her face. Abbi! I call out and run towards her. She sees me, but then looks around as if I couldn't possibly be talking to her. I pull her into an embrace, inhaling her familiar scent, and swing her around. Her breath catches, and I capture her lips with mine, kissing her with all the pent-up emotion and longing I've felt for her since that fateful night when we parted. Her lips are soft, and her scent is heavenly. The press of her body against mine is like coming home, sending a familiar ache through me. When the kiss ends, I gently set her on her feet, my arms still around her, grinning. Abbi, I never thought it would happen. I mean, I hoped so. I prayed for it, and you were right. Here you are. Exactly when you said you'd be. The fact that we've found each other in another time is miraculous. All the pain of being apart was worth it for this moment. She's flushed and breathless. Her hands rest against my chest, and she smiles shyly up at me with her amber eyes. I'm sorry, but how exactly do we know each other? Chapter 19. My hold on her drops. Oh, rats! I press my hand to my head. Abbi, forgive me. I had it all planned out how I was going to approach you, but then got swept up in the moment and forgot that you haven't met me yet. She stares at me in wonder. I know she's traveled a couple of times by now, but she's speechless. To her, I am a complete stranger who's been far too familiar with her. Students bustle around us. This is not the location for this conversation. Let's get out of here. I scoop her hand into mine, escaping the Rathskeller and the terrace, and guide her down the path to a bench overlooking the lake. Her hand is warm and secure in mine. I'm tempted to never let go, but I don't want to frighten her, so I release her and brush the bench clean of fallen leaves. We take a seat, and I can't take my eyes off her, soaking up every essence of this Abbi, who doesn't know me. Her hair is in a messy ponytail with loose tendrils that blow in the breeze. Her dress is shorter than what she wore before, and she wears leather shoes with little white socks on her feet. She watches me closely, curiously, but doesn't speak. What is she thinking? I swipe my hair out of my eyes with my hand. My apologies. I'm handling this all wrong. I'm more nervous than I expected, which is amusing. I'm a lovesick fool. I raise my shaking hand. Look, I'm giddy as a racehorse.
It's okay.
Abby smiles and cradles my hand in hers. The touch of her skin is exhilarating. I search her eyes for recognition of the bond we share, but what I find is calm fascination.
But please, tell me how we know each other. When exactly did we meet?
She asks, with the politeness of a stranger. My confidence falters. I was certain that deep down she would remember me, but it appears not to be the case. Where do I begin? How much do I say? Then her words suddenly echo in my ears. She didn't want me to tell her about her future, which is my past, our past. She gazes at me expectantly. I swallow. Abby, I can't tell you that. All I can say is that, for me, it was a while ago, but for you, well, it's still to come. She releases her pent-up breath.
You know about my traveling?
I know all about it, I say, looking into the depth of her eyes, still hoping for recognition. Her doe eyes widen.
Did I tell you?
She asks hesitantly, seemingly unsure of how well we know each other, or perhaps she wonders if she can trust me, and my heart breaks a little at that realization. Yes, you told me many things about the future. I hold her gaze, desperate for her to remember something of our history together. I tell her how helpful she's been to me, and that all my travels would have been so much harder without her aid. She peppers me with questions of my own travel, how we met, and more. I tease her to slow down and touch her cheek. I'm longing to hold her again.
I'm sorry. Let's start again.
She smiles.
You know my name is Abbi.
I do. She pauses and collects herself, folding her hands in her lap.
I'm sorry. This is a lot, and I'm nervous. I keep popping from one time to another with no rhyme or reason.
I pluck a blade of grass from a clump at the base of the bench and slip it into my mouth. I give her a compassionate look. I understand. She's acting so courteous. Where is the feisty gal who climbed onto my shoulders to break into the Carillon Tower?
So, you know me from your past, and we're good friends?
Very good. I can't help but grin recalling our many nights snuggled together in her tiny dorm bed. She blushes and averts her eyes. Her voice returns, quiet and timid.
You know everything about me, and yet I don't even know your name?
Her gentle words are like a punch to the gut. I swallow my pride and say, "My name is Will."
Hello, Will. I'm Abbi. You already know that, but I feel better officially introducing myself.
She extends her hand as if to shake like a man. Without meaning to, my brow cocks up. Oh, we're way past shaking. I laugh and then dip my head. I love her so deeply it's painful. Abbi, I've missed you very much, and the thing is, we never had a chance to say goodbye. She contemplates my words, then rewards me with a sly smile and a spark in her eyes. Before she changes her mind, I pull the blade of grass from my mouth and move closer, our faces a few inches apart. Our eyes meet, mine with longing, and hers with open trust. My pulse races as I ever so gently kiss her. I let my fingers glide along her jaw, and coax her to respond. She does, matching my ardor. I'm suddenly thrown back to a time when we would lose ourselves in touching, tasting, and exploring each other all through the night. When I've returned to my senses, I reluctantly pull away. Abby's eyes blink open in awe.
Is this goodbye or hello?
She murmurs in a husky voice. Dear Lord, I hope it's hello.
You're not like the guys from my time,
She whispers. No, I suppose I'm not. She's from so far in the future and will have to make significant adjustments as she travels through time. I slip the blade of grass back into my mouth. Abby smooths imaginary wrinkles from her skirt.
When exactly are you from?
1927. I'm so far from my own time, and to say it aloud is jarring. Her mouth is agape. Then she recovers and gulps, trying to hide her shock and digest that I'm from nearly 100 years in her past.
Seriously? That's so long ago. Were cars even invented yet?
Yes, automobiles were common. My father owned a Model T, but we still used horsepower on the farm.
Wow, you grew up on a farm in the 1920s?
I chuckle, because for me, it was only a few months ago, and to her, it's an impossibility.
Please, Will, tell me everything you can. Maybe it'll help us figure this out. I've been totally lost ever since this started happening.
Her eagerness is a delight. It reminds me of when we first met. She was determined and desperate to get home. That is, until we fell in love. Of course I will, but slow down. Allow me to take you to lunch. You must be hungry, and the food of this time is delicious. She smiles.
Sure, I'd like that.
I offer my hand, and when she places her hand in mine, the warmth radiates straight to my heart. Abby is here. Finally. She's nervous, yet I can see she trusts me. I want to wrap her in my arms and reassure her that she's going to be all right. But honestly, I don't really know that. I steal looks at her as we walk. I know she'll be safe while we're together back in 1930. But after that, I don't know what happens to her. And yet, at this moment, she is by my side. Our shoes crunch on the gravel path, and she asks how we met. I'm hesitant, as she made me promise not to reveal too much. I keep it brief and explain that it was a beautiful day and I was fishing. I think back to that moment and how entirely uncooperative I was. My only excuse is that I was confused and grieving. Thank goodness she was so persistent. She asks where I'm from. I tell her about Ephraim and growing up on the farm. It's odd to tell her things that we've already discussed in detail, only a few months ago.
So, you travel forward? I've only traveled back in time.
That's right. I smile at her sweet politeness. When I first met her, she was pushy and blunt in her actions and speech.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. But I believe the bells of the Carillon Tower have something to do with it.
Yes,
She says.
the bells are the only thing that I know for sure happened each time.
We reach the main drag, State Street, where it's congested with ladies carrying shopping bags, students taking a break from their studies, and delivery men wheeling carts from their trucks. Large automobiles crowd the street and send smelly fumes into the air. I guide her along the street and explain that I've spoken with the bell player and learned that he never plays at night.
But someone must be.
What about the professor? Maybe he can look into it, if we can find him, I suggest, even though I know we'll see him together soon. I just don't know exactly where and when. Abbi stops abruptly. A man in a business suit darts to the side to avoid bumping her.
You know Professor Smith, too?
I pause for a moment, confused because she knows this. Then it dawns on me that she doesn't. I push my hand through my hair and apologize. I keep forgetting we don't share the same history yet. Most of my knowledge of him is from what you've told me. I met him briefly when he was a student, but nothing of our time travels then. In fact, that meeting was just 2 days ago, but I don't want to confuse her further. She grabs my arm, and her eyes light up.
You're the other time traveler he mentioned.
I laugh. I hope there aren't any others. This is complicated enough.
Is this the first time we're all in the same place at the same time?
She blows a stray hair off her face. I'm tempted to curl it back behind her ear, but resist. I guess so. You've seen him already?
Right before I saw you. And I'll see the professor again later today. I hope. He thinks my dorm room has something to do with my travel.
That's good. Things are happening as they should.
But why hasn't my roommate traveled with me?
I've wondered the same thing about my roommates. I just landed in this time yesterday. Apparently, he was with you. I smile at Abbi, still so relieved to be with her again. So, it seems we have a few hours to dally away before you meet up with the professor again. She giggles, then quickly covers her mouth with her hand. What? Grass in my teeth?
Dally. It's so old-fashioned.
She grins, and I see the Abbi I know and love. I guess I'm an old-fashioned fella. Trust me, you get used to it. Come along. I take her to Renabaum's, the same drugstore and malt shop where we sipped sodas with her grandparents, Ruby and Walter. I'm itching to tell her that experience is coming her way, but don't. We're greeted with the tempting aromas of grilling burgers and fried onions. My stomach rumbles as we bypass the counter service with the shiny red stools and find a booth toward the back that's more private. Abbi exclaims about how affordable the prices are, while I lament how much they've gone up. A gum-snapping waitress with bright lipstick takes our order and leaves. Abbi is in awe of pretty much everything in sight, explaining how much things have changed from her time. For me, this world is much more modern, with fancy coffee makers, chrome malt machines, and jukeboxes that play 3 songs for a nickel. Life was simple in 1930. In 1961, everything is busier and brighter. Sitting across from Abbi, I soak in every detail of her lovely face. Her amber eyes with bright flecks of gold, the way tendrils curl around the frame of her face, and the bow shape of her pink lips. She, however, isn't as content, and tears the edge of her napkin into little strips and peppers me with questions.
Tell me, if you keep coming forward, do you ever visit your family? They must have freaked when they first saw you looking the same.
I bite back a smile at her unusual slang. No, I never saw them again. A few weeks after school started, I received a telegram that a smallpox outbreak hit my town. It was bad, and a lot of people fell ill. My family died.
Your whole family? I'm so sorry.
I nod. It's in the past, and there's nothing to be done about it. Yet, I still wish I could do something. I've racked my brain, but other than traveling back to before they fell sick, I don't know any way it could be stopped. And here I am, so far from that time, with no clear idea of the future. Even though I finally have Abby at my side, I sigh. But then realize I've taken the conversation to a sad place. I didn't mean to ruin our lunch. She lays her hand over mine, and her touch fills me with such love.
You haven't. Waking up with a stranger in the next bed was pretty much how it happened for me,
She says. I squeeze her hand gently and hope to somehow convey, without saying anything, that we are soulmates. I know. The waitress arrives with our lunch, and we spend the next 2 hours deep in conversation. She tells me about her grandmother and their escapades. The love they shared is still in abundance, and I'm happy to know she'll soon be spending time with her once again. One of the rare gifts of time travel. I tell her all about my past, my love of rowing and learning, and even share that I secretly feel I'm meant for something bigger in life. The one thing I don't tell her, and it pains me not to, is about her future with me. That magical time is ahead of her, while it becomes more distant for me every day. Yet, we're reunited now, and I plan to make that last as long as possible. Chapter 20.
Are you nervous?
Abby's looking at my hand and smiles. I realize I've been drumming my fingers on the arm of a wingback chair in the formal date parlor of Abby's dorm. Excited. This is the best thing to happen in a long while. That is, other than finding you. I give her a flirty grin. Her eyes shift away, and she paces. Gals come and go from the adjoining library, some peering at us with interest. I'm about to see Smitty again. But this time, he'll be a professor, and I hope beginning his path to helping us. A gal with curled brown hair and thick glasses, followed by a couple of her friends, approaches. Abby looks at the girl with confusion, and then recognition lights her eyes.
Abigail, who's your visitor?
The newcomer coos, and the ladies with her look me over, preen, and bat their eyelashes.
Just a friend.
Oh, good. The girl grabs Abby's arm and drags her to my side.
Introduce me.
Abby rolls her eyes, a familiar sight that warms my heart. I hold back a laugh, but a smile slips out.
Well, this is my roommate, Janice. Janice, this is Will. He's...
Poor Abby doesn't know what to think of me yet. I rise to greet Janice and save Abby from trying to explain our relationship. I'm Abby's steady. Abby's head swings toward me faster than a top. Her pouty mouth drops open, and her eyes are saucers. Her astonishment is comical. I offer up my most charming smile. Pleasure to meet you, Janice. Confused, Janice turns to Abby and hisses,
But you said...
I slip my arm around Abby's tiny waist and rest my hand on her hip. Her body is like a magnet to mine, and the physical touch fills me with bliss. Abigail is afraid her parents will find out about us. I whisper to Janice. She doesn't like to tell people. You see, I'm Catholic, and they would never approve. Abby stares at me dumbfounded. I don't know if it's from my personal touch or the white lie. I give her a quick squeeze, and she catches on.
Please don't tell,
she pleads. Abby is quite the little actress. Janice's jaw drops open, but then she smiles, apparently pleased about our little scandal.
I promise. See you later then,
Abby blurts, dismissing Janice and her friends. They move on with a final peek at me and a goodbye. Abby spins toward me, effectively placing her in my arms. This day keeps getting better.
That is the lamest reason I've ever heard for a parent's disapproval.
I smile at her and shrug. It's a legitimate reason for us to not be together, and Janice believed it. Her hand rests comfortably on my chest, and the warmth radiates to my heart.
So, you're my steady?
She asks with skepticism. I laugh. If only she knew. Yes, I am. There's a flash of something in her eyes. I'm not sure if it's excitement or ire.
We'll see about that,
She says. A man rounds the corner carrying a large black case. He wears black-rimmed glasses, a tweed suit jacket, and looks like a young professor. It takes an instant before I realize this is Smitty. I do a double take and stare at my friend. It's bizarre to see him as an adult after spending Christmas Eve with him a couple of days ago. He's filled out a bit, but is still thin, and he now carries himself with an easy confidence and a friendly smile. Abbi jumps away from me as if we've been discovered doing something illicit.
Professor, it's so good to see you.
She wrings her hands. Hello, Abbi, Smitty says cheerfully and sets down his case. He glances at me and startles. Good gracious! I grin. You remember me? Smitty stares, trying to place me. He rubs his forehead. Then, wide-eyed recognition comes, followed by quick confusion and dawning realization. Dear Lord! Yes! It's Will, I say, to help him out and give him a moment to digest who I am and what this means. Smitty steps closer, studying my face like it's a map. I extend my hand. He grins and shakes it vigorously. This is amazing. Just incredible to have you both here. His gaze fixes on me, then Abbi, then back again. We've certainly got a lot to catch up on. Girls from the library peer at us. It must not be every day that a professor appears in the date parlor. Smitty frowns at their interest and suggests we find a more private place to talk. So we head for the patio. The sky has clouded over, and a breeze has picked up, taking the edge off the hot day. Fortunately, we have the space to ourselves and sit at a wrought iron patio set. Smitty keeps glancing at me and shaking his head. Even though he knows time travel is real, it's been a shock for him to see me again. This is a monumental day. Will, a fella I met sophomore year, is here in 1961 with Abbi, my old
thorn in your side?
She offers, with a sardonic glint in her eye. I was going to say, old friend, he says fondly.
Oh, that too,
she adds. I grin, unable to contain myself. It's swell to see you again. It's mind-boggling. Both of you look exactly as you did the last time I saw you, Smitty says. That is, except the clothes. No one would suspect you don't belong here. You, mate, do not look 19, I laugh, recalling the lonely, insecure fella I met. Now he's self-assured, mature, and barely ruffled by my sudden appearance. I suppose I don't. I'm married with 2 kids, and another one on the way. There's a glint of pride in his voice. Holy cow! I shake my head. His fears of meeting the right gal were unfounded. When love calls, anything can happen, even to a boring chap like me. He grins. Abbi, why didn't you tell me Will was here? She didn't know, I interject. At least, not until a couple of hours ago. He raises an eyebrow, and Abbi nods.
Apparently, he and I have a history together,
she says, still denying our connection. But I notice a blush staining her cheeks, and my heart soars. She already likes me. Smitty removes his glasses and rubs his eyes. All right, Will. You'd better start from the beginning. Perhaps putting together both your experiences will be the key I need. I tell him the same story I shared with Abbi. He scribbles frantically in a notebook to keep up. There's so much more I should tell him, but I glance at Abbi and know I can't reveal most of it to her. There's too much at stake, and we can't risk changing the past, my past, and her future. Perhaps you and I can meet later, and I can go into more specifics. I catch Smitty's eye and give a quick jerk of my head toward Abbi. He nods and sets his pen down. Of course. Abbi frowns. Hey, anything you tell the professor, you can tell me. I need to know this stuff too. I avoid her glare. Smitty continues as if he didn't hear her. Abbi, I spoke with the director of housing, and the head resident should be waiting to escort me to your dorm room. He checks his watch, then closes his notebook and returns it to his case. Abby's mouth screws up in frustration, but she says nothing. Perhaps there will be something that offers a clue as to why your room is serving as a portal for travel. But Will, I'm afraid you won't be able to join us. Why not? I've been to Abby's room plenty of times. Abby's head jerks up in surprise. I shrug and grin. I told you we were close. Smitty stands. I'm raising enough red flags by asking for an inspection of a co-ed's room. The housing department would frown heavily on a male student coming along as well. Ah, Smitty, you weren't a prude when I last saw you. If that's what happens with age, I don't want to grow up. I joke. He shakes his head in a very professor-like manner. Sorry, my friend. It's the rules. Very well, then. I'll go hang out at the boathouse for a while. Abbi grabs my hand. Do you have to? There's panic in her eyes, and I'm reminded that she's still new to this and has been alone. She has no answers. Heck, I barely have answers. But at least in the past, we had each other. Don't worry. I'll be waiting. In fact, why don't we meet outside my dorm in an hour? It's Trip Hall, I add, because she has no way of knowing that yet. There's something I want to show you. I give her hand a warm squeeze and make a silent promise to be there. Fine. She doesn't seem convinced, but my word is all I have to offer, and I hope that's enough. Ahead of the appointed time, I wait for Abbi on the lawn outside of Trip Hall. I pull a long blade of grass from the base of a large maple that's dripping with gold leaves, slip it in my mouth, and lean against the tree. The past hour has been torture, knowing she's here, but that I can't be with her, even though she doesn't remember me, or more aptly, know me yet. Every moment together is blissful perfection. But she's still not here. Could she have forgotten? Or could she have traveled somehow? It's unlikely, but then again, so is time travel. As my concern grows, she suddenly appears with that graceful gait I would recognize anywhere. Her hair blows in the light breeze. I push away from the tree and smile widely. You sure are a sight for sore eyes. Her eyes meet mine and stay. The connection is there. I know she must feel it too. Then a blush stains her cheeks, and my heart swells. Following the lakefront path toward Picnic Point, the light breeze off the water cools us. We walk in silence for a bit as I chew on the blade of grass and consider Abbi. It seems she's trying to figure out what to do with the realization of a relationship she hasn't experienced yet. I hope she accepts it soon and will open her heart to me. Why are you always chewing on grass? She asks, which is the last thing I would have thought she'd want to know. I gave up smoking cigarettes, and it helps me from reaching for another. But why grass?
Did you get that idea from watching the cows on your farm? She teases. Her smile is adorable. I cock my head, amused. A friend suggested I try it to help me quit. Smart friend, she says, unaware that she's that person. We continue along the lake, our feet crunching over fallen leaves. It's a perfect day for a walk. Over time, the trees have grown taller and now provide a thick canopy, shading us from the heat of the sun. The road that runs along the path is now paved, with more automobiles roaring past. Abbi notices. I can't get over the cars. My mom could have driven half the neighborhood kids in that monstrosity. They're large compared to my time, too. So, cars go from being small to big, and then back to small again? These constant changes are fascinating. They aren't all small, she explains, tucking a flyaway lock of hair behind her ear. There are still SUVs, trucks, and even these giant things called Hummers. But most people drive smaller cars that are more fuel efficient. I shake my head. There is so much change to come. We pass the white, painted sign marking the entrance to Picnic Point. So far, this is the one place on campus that stayed the same. There are a few more spots with benches that overlook the water, but otherwise, it appears to be untouched by time, and that's something I can count on. Would you like to meet for dinner later? Or perhaps stargaze from Observatory Hill? I need excuses to spend every moment with her. I'm meeting the professor later, but maybe dinner, she says, not fully committing. But I'm not worried. We belong together. Perfect. After following the main trail for a bit, I lead her onto a side trail to the left where the trees and shrubs are denser. Birds chirp joyfully, and squirrels dart up trees as we pass. Where are we going? I remove the blade of grass. There's something I want to show you. We take a new path along the west shoreline to a narrower trail that goes deeper into the woods. The light dims under the canopy of oaks, maples, and poplar trees. Rumor has it there's buried treasure out here, Abbi says. I almost laugh, but hold it in. I give her a sideways glance. There's no way she could have known this. We hike further in, and I carefully take specific forks in the path, pointing out landmarks. There's a familiar woody scent in the air that calms me. Remember, after you take the first trail off the main one, you take 2 forks to the left and 1 to the right. Where are we going? She asks, looking up at the trees and not at the direction we're going. I stop in the path. Abbi, this is important. Okay. What did I say? She must remember the directions because if she doesn't, it could affect our future and how we stay in touch. She rolls her eyes. Take the first trail, then fork to the left, then the right. No, 2 forks to the left and 1 to the right. Repeat that. I stare pointedly. 2 left and 1 right, she answers, sounding irritated. I nod. Good. Don't forget. At the point where the path bends, I spot my fallen willow. It hasn't escaped the ravages of time. No longer the sturdy tree newly fallen back in the 1920s. It's now covered in velvety moss and wispy flakes of lichen. I trudge through the fallen leaves and climb over the decaying trunk. Aren't you coming? I smile invitingly. Oh, sorry. She steps gingerly through the decaying leaves and places her foot on the tree. I take her hand as she steps up. Our eyes lock, and I can't help but gaze at her lovingly. We've been through so much together, and for her, it's all just beginning. Oh, how I wish I could relive it all again. She smiles shyly and hops to the ground. The large branches I've placed have broken down as well.
but leaves and pine needles have created a mound of protection. I drag what's left of the branches to the side. Abby hops out of the way. Dropping to my knees, I push at a mound of damp leaves and dirt.
What are you looking for?
She slaps at a mosquito. This. I hold up my trowel that has become quite rusted over the years.
Yay,
She says blandly, and I fight back another grin. She peers over my shoulder as I move a large rock.
Now what are you looking for?
You'll see. I dig, and the earthy scent of rich soil fills the air. It only takes a couple minutes before the trowel makes a thunk.
Oh my God, you found something!
She perches next to me, peeking into the hole. I wag my eyebrows at her and grin, which produces a sweet smile. She most certainly likes me. But she hasn't decided how she feels about it yet. I love her in this state of discovery. A few more shovels and some handfuls of dirt. I work my oilcloth-covered tin free.
What is it?
She whispers. A tobacco tin.
Why would it be here in the middle of nowhere?
She asks, her voice filled with awe. Because I put it here.
You did?
She scoots closer as I brush the dirt away from the oilcloth. Her breath tickles at my skin, and I resist the urge to kiss her. There are a few items I wanted to have access to, no matter what year I ended up in. I explain that it's too big a risk to keep these things in my dorm room or a safety deposit box. I hear I might have trouble getting access to it once we hit something called the digital age, when social security numbers and passwords come into play.
Oh, I never thought of that.
She says, as if I'm a genius. I laugh. Actually, you did. You're the one who warned me to take precautions. She beams.
That was nice of me.
Yes, it was. I chuckle and uncover my tobacco tin. The lettering is faded, and there's rust at the edges, but it's still airtight. Abby kneels next to me, no longer worried about the dirt and bugs.
Open it! What's inside?
I spread the oilcloth out on the ground and wipe my dirty hands on my pants before opening the lid. I gingerly remove the contents, wrapped in a handkerchief, and set it on the clean side of the oilcloth. Abby is practically holding her breath as I unfold the handkerchief and reveal my father's gold pocket watch, cash, and silver dollars. This belonged to my father and his father before him. He gave it to me upon my high school graduation. Abby's breath catches. It's as beautiful today as it was the day I received it, and memories of my stern-faced father presenting it to me flash in my mind. I set it aside. Silver dollars become quite valuable in the future, or so I'm told. I glance at her expectantly.
Yes, they're kind of rare.
She agrees, not realizing that she's again the person who gave me that advice. I point to a folded piece of paper and explain that is my bank account numbers, in case I lose the ones I keep in my satchel. There are also a couple of stock certificates folded with it. This may be my only access to the money I managed to save. Someday, if I ever stay in one place, I'll need it. In fact, I should check to see how my accounts are doing, since she helped me open them back in 1930.
Will, how long have you been traveling?
I think of all my journeys and sigh. It feels like longer than it's actually been, I reckon.
What's this?
She points to a small folded envelope pressed in the bottom of the tin. I dip my head, slightly embarrassed, because the envelope contains the love letters I've written to her, and the photo of the two of us from the photomaton. I gaze at her beautiful, innocent face. She has no idea of the challenges ahead of her, or The love we'll share. It's for you.
Really?
She says, her eyes wide.
What's it say?
I shake my head. You can read it another time.
But I want to read it now.
Her hand darts out, but I grab the tin and hold it out of her reach. No. This letter is for you to read if you can't find me. I'll add to it every time I travel, at least every time that I can. That way, when you travel, you can check the tin for messages, and I'll do the same.
But I only travel back in time, and so far, you've only traveled forward. I'll never get a new message.
I get her frustration. Heck, I've been frustrated every day we've been apart. Abbi, it might change. You might travel forward. We don't know, I explain as gently as possible. If you figure anything else out about why you think we're traveling, you can leave me notes and I'll get them. Then I can pass them on to the professor. She frowns, her jaw clenched and brow furrowed.
I hate this. All of it,
she snaps.
Do I ever write you?
Yes.
I did? Is it in there?
She leaps for the tin.
Let me see it.
No! I barely keep it away from her. She harumphs, then kneels next to me and speaks softly and sweetly.
What did I write in my letter?
I avoid eye contact and don't answer. I'm not falling for her tricks.
Why won't you tell me?
She whispers, her shoulders slumped and eyes glazed with disappointment. I've hurt her feelings. Of course she wants to know. I will cherish the letter she wrote to me forever. But I can't reveal what's in it. I give her the truth. You asked me not to tell you. She takes that in for a moment, and then stands and throws her hands in the air.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
You were afraid it might change things for the worse.
How could this get any worse?
She kicks at the shriveling leaves on the ground, and then, hands on her hips, looks at me.
Okay, so now I've changed my mind. I want to know. Just tell me it's my letter.
She's determined and demanding. But I know not revealing her future is important. I slip the stock certificates into my pocket and return everything else to the tin, pressing the lid tightly into place.
I'm serious, Will. You can't keep things from me. Do you have any idea how terrifying this has been?
Her voice is raised. I cock my head at her with a raised eyebrow. Of course I know. After wrapping the tin in the oilcloth, I place it back into the hole. She raises her hands in the air.
See? You do understand, which is exactly why you need to talk. Apparently, I told you how to protect your money. It goes both ways, pal.
There is no answer I can offer that will make her feel better. Our future together could be in peril if I allow anything to change. And who knows if it could affect mine. It takes all my self-control to ignore her. I focus on shoving dirt back into the hole.
You are the most infuriating person I've ever met.
She stomps her foot on the forest floor.
You're all full of secrets and innuendo. Trust me, we're quite close in the future.
She mocks. It's true, I say softly.
Bull. When you meet me, whenever the heck that is, I won't bother giving you the time of day. We won't get close, and you'll have no reason to bother me. What do you think of that?
Her face is flushed and angry as she points her finger in my face. I'm frustrated too, but I keep my word and say nothing.
Nice knowing you. Later.
She suddenly takes off into the woods, leaving me with my tin only half buried. Abby, wait! I have to finish my task, roll the rock back, and hide the spot with more branches. But she doesn't slow or turn back, and within moments, she's out of sight. Abby's gone. Chapter 21. Despite my efforts, I don't catch up with Abby. I couldn't risk leaving until my tin with my valuables was deeply buried, covered by a large rock and disguised with as many branches and brush as I could manage. After all that, I wander the maze of trails deep within the woods, searching for her, but have no luck. At her dorm, she doesn't answer the call from the front desk. When she told me we met in this time, she never mentioned that she was angry with me, or how much time we spent together. She only said that it was one day. Do I search her out, or let things play out however they're supposed to? I don't want to screw up time, but doing nothing prickles me the wrong way. I kick a pebble off the sidewalk and wander back to my dorm. We spoke about dinner after her meeting with Smitty, but she never actually agreed, and we didn't set a time or place. I shower and then pace the small space in my room. When Gary gives me the eye, I take it outside and wear a path on the grass while chomping on a blade of grass. Do I interrupt her meeting with Smitty, or bide my time? Impatience wins, and I head out to his office in Sterling Hall. There's no way I'm letting her slip away this easily. As I turn onto Observatory Drive, a car is stalled on the side of the road. As I get closer, I realize it's a frantic Smitty, banging his hand against the steering wheel and cursing. "Will!" he calls out. "Thank goodness. I need your help." I glance around, but there's no sign of Abby. What can I do? He explains that his wife is in labor, and he needs to get home to her right away, but his car is acting up. Sometimes it misfires and quits when he stops. He needs me to hold a screwdriver against something in the engine while he turns the ignition, or the car won't restart. I do as requested, leaning under the behemoth of a hood. The engine chokes, then sputters to life, with fan belts spinning. I jerk away, nearly dropping the screwdriver into the whirling engine. This car is far different than a Model T. "You're a lifesaver." Smitty leans out the window in relief. "One more thing. Would you ride along with me, in case the engine quits again?" I glance up at the hill towards Liz Waters' dormitory and back to him. If Abby isn't with Smitty, then she's likely in her dorm. He can read my mind and says, "It shouldn't take long, just long enough to see my wife safely to the hospital. You'll be back on campus in a jiffy." But I'm not. With only one mishap along the way, Smitty pulls up to a small white house with neatly trimmed hedges. He throws the car into park. "I'll be right back with Carol." I hop into the back seat, and it's not long before he reappears carrying a small suitcase and guiding his pretty young wife, who appears as if she's hiding a basketball under her dress, to the car. "Be good for your grandmother," she calls to two tow-haired children. Her mother holds a toddler on her hip, while the slightly older child watches in wonder as Carol, with one hand on her lower back, eases herself into the front seat. "Hello," she says with a bright smile, looking back at me. "I don't suppose you planned on this today?" "No, ma'am, I didn't." "Will, this is my wife, Carol. Carol, this is Will." "You must be one of Smitty's physics students." I glance at Smitty. Not exactly. He backs out of the driveway into the street. "Will is, I'll explain it later." Carol arches an eyebrow as if knowing he's keeping something from her, but then she waves to her children and we're off. After that, she's quiet, closing her eyes and breathing slowly. Smitty glances at her with concern. How far apart are the contractions?
Oh, 2 or 3 minutes, I suppose,
she says calmly. Smitty's eyes bulge as if this isn't good news. The car quits twice. Smitty tries to hide his frustration, but Carol touches his arm and smiles serenely.
Don't you fret, dear. My labors are always quick. If the car doesn't start, you can deliver the baby right here.
I shoot out of my seat, screwdriver in hand. Not to worry, ma'am. We'll get you there. There is no way I am going to witness more of this woman's business than I already have. Seeing her pant in pain every couple of minutes is all I can handle. From that point forward, Smitty rolls through every stop sign and stoplight until he pulls up in front of Madison General Hospital. As if on cue, the car sputters and quits. Just in the nick of time, Smitty mutters. He gently assists Carol inside, giving me a quick backward glance. Would you? I wave him off. Don't worry about a thing. Later, with the car finally parked out of harm's way, I step out of an elevator onto the maternity floor, bewildered by the experience. The uniformed attendant smiles. He presses a button, and the elevator lifts us from the lobby to the 4th floor with barely a jolt of movement. I can't wait to find Abbi and tell her about it, if she'll see me. The corridor is long, gray, and smells of rubbing alcohol. I locate Smitty in the waiting room and hand over his keys with my grease-stained fingers. I'm afraid you'll have to find another way home tonight. I think the car is done for. A new car isn't in the cards right now, especially with a little one about to be born. There are 3 other men waiting expectantly. One taps his foot impatiently, another's leaning back with his head against the wall, and the last one smokes a cigarette. They're all waiting for news of their wives' delivery. I shift from one foot to the other. Growing up on a farm, I've witnessed plenty of births, but knowing there are women going through that process a few doors away from me is, well, something I'd rather not think about. Smitty smiles and pats me on the back. You're a little green around the gills, Will. You'd better sit down. I drop into a chair next to him and draw a deep breath. No need to worry. Carol has been through this twice before, and she has quick deliveries. She's a real trooper. A nurse appears, wearing a starch white dress and a little white cap that looks like a folded paper boat. All of the men jump to their feet. The nurse checks her clipboard.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, answers the man who was dozing moments before. He's wide awake now.
Congratulations, Mr. Taylor. You have a son.
A broad smile covers his face, and his eyes tear up. A son? She nods. He turns to the other men. I have a son! Smitty shakes his hand. Another smacks him on the back, and there are general congratulations and chuckles before the nurse leads him off to meet the baby. As we sit back down, I'm about to say my goodbyes to Smitty and go find Abbi, but a doctor wearing a long white coat approaches. The men go silent. All their faces, including Smitty's, flood with concern. He looks to the 3 men. Mr. Smith? That's me, doctor. Smitty steps forward. His brow creases, and his face pales. Oh, God. Please, don't let anything be wrong. The doctor speaks in soft tones, but I hear him explain that the baby is not positioned the normal way. They speak for a couple of minutes. How is my wife? May I see her? He asks. We don't allow fathers in the delivery room. It will be a difficult birth, but Mrs. Smith should be fine. Breech births always increase the possibility of complication, which is why I'm updating you. But your wife is young and strong, and we're monitoring her vital signs carefully. Thank you, Doctor. Please, give her my love. The doctor leaves, and Smitty sinks to his seat with a deep sigh. The baby is breech. I nod. It'll be a more difficult delivery, and they might have to do a cesarean section. I don't know what that means, but Smitty explains it's a surgical procedure where they cut into her abdomen to get the baby out. Oh, the horror on my face must show. It sounds dangerous and risky, and the tortured look in Smitty's eyes confirms it. A minute ago, I was about to dash out and go find Abbi. But how do I abandon Smitty now? The answer is, I don't. She's going to be fine, I say confidently, because anything less is unacceptable. He has 2 little ones at home, and a bright future. At least, until the Sterling Hall bombing. After that, I don't know. But today, now, there must be a happy outcome. The wall clock ticks slowly. The hours pass, and the other men all leave to join their wives and new infants. But for Smitty, there's still no baby. Will, you should go be with Abbi, Smitty says, noticing my eyes on the blasted clock. No, I'd rather stay with you and make sure Carol and the baby are all right, I say, even though I'm desperate to find her. His eyes meet mine in sincere appreciation. When midnight strikes, I pray the Carillon Tower doesn't play its ominous tune. I hope Abbi is staying awake and waiting for me. But I don't think she's learned that trick yet. Like a fool, I didn't mention it to her. The anguish-filled night dawns bright, with the safe arrival of a healthy baby girl. Smitty and I hoot and holler, likely waking the whole floor. He laughs, tears in his eyes, with overwhelming relief, and thanks the nurse profusely. He's off to meet his daughter, while I race back to campus, light as a feather, knowing there is a bright new life in this world. But I also battle the dread that Abbi won't be here. Out of breath from running, I pester the gal who's manning the front desk of Liz Waters. My fears are confirmed. Abbi isn't there. There's no record of her name on the residence list. And after my insistence that they check the room for her, I'm faced with 2 gals who are strangers to me. I'm too late. Abbi is gone. Chapter 22. Hours later, I wake up when Gary enters. Rolling over, I stretch and remember the events of last night, and there's a heavy weight in my stomach, knowing that I squandered my time with Abbi. Have you slept all day? I did. I was up all night with, I'm about to say Smitty, then correct myself. Professor Smith. He needed help with his broken-down car so he could get his expecting wife to the hospital. Really? His mouth is agape. It was a girl. I grin, recalling Smitty's joy. Huh, that's a surefire way to ace a class. Are you going to afternoon practice? What else am I going to do now? Abbi is gone. I sigh, a pit in my gut. But I need to meet with Smitty to report all the things Abbi and I learned together. Things she didn't know when she met with him yesterday. We had agreed that I'm the only hope to get him that information. Information that will help him make groundbreaking discoveries on time travel here on campus. But for the moment, he must have his hands full with the new baby and his children at home. You bet. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. Gary's a nice enough fella. We take the lakefront path down past the Union Terrace, where students fill every table, soaking up the warm sun of early fall. I greet the others on the team, having seen them a couple of times now. Once we're clipped in and out on the water, I fall into the steady cadence of pull and slide. The sun beats down, heating my skin. The occasional splash of water is refreshing. My mind goes to Abbi. Will I ever see her again? Where is she now? And what happens to me next? Rather than let my spirits spiral downward, I force myself to focus on the things I can do. I can help Smitty before I travel again. I picture his growing family in that tiny home with a clunker of a car. I have money in my wallet, as I do each time I travel. There isn't enough to make a difference. But now, I have the stock certificates Abbi helped me buy. I pull and glide with new energy. I have a purpose. Once I'm back at Trip Hall, there's a note slid under my door that Professor Smith called, and that I'm to phone him back. Here I thought he was too occupied with family matters to deal with me. The telephone in the hall is a black box with a handheld receiver, rotary dial, and a long, coiled cord. I manage it well enough, and am delighted to hear Smitty's voice. "I'm so sorry," he says. "Abbi." He knows she's gone. I pinch the bridge of my nose. I've been trying not to think too much about the reality of the situation. It's not your fault. I chose to stay. For that, Carol and I are grateful. You are a true friend. As is he. I picture him at the college club and our heartfelt conversations. You'd have done the same. We set a time to meet after dinner. He doesn't want to chance me traveling before we talk, and I have a lot to tell him. His office is cluttered with papers, binders, and boxes of research work littered on every surface. From his desk to shelves and atop the filing cabinets, there are corkboards on the wall covered with notes, maps, and diagrams. For such a steady, mild-mannered person, his office is chaos. Don't you need to be home with your family? Oh, no. He shuffles a stack of file folders off the chair to make space for me. Carol and the baby won't come home until Saturday, and bless her mother for coming to help, but it is much easier for all involved if I stay away. He chuckles. You shared a few things about yourself when we met at Christmas in '49, but now I'd like the full story. He sets up a tape recorder. It's a reel of tape like a movie film, but only records audio. This is a backup if I miss anything in my notes. Then he pulls out a yellow-lined notepad, and I start at the beginning. I share my story, starting with coming to school, getting news of my family falling ill, and my first times time traveling. I give a full accounting of the different factors Abbi and I feel may be propelling us through time. I tell him everything, including how Abbi and I met and leaned on each other, our adventures with her grandparents, Ruby and Walter, when we broke into the Carillon Tower, and their abrupt departures from the university. Smitty's questions are unending. How do I feel when I travel? Do I have premonitions it will happen? Does anyone seem to notice? How did I stay in 1930 for so long, when Abbi seems to pop through time quickly? I answer every question until he's satisfied I haven't forgotten anything. I tell him how we stayed up all night in an effort not to travel, and that it worked. I also confess that we later shared her bed, so that if we traveled, at least we'd be together. Then, I share everything Abbi told me about her time with her grandmother, Sharon, in the early 50s, and how Sharon's mother, Ruby, died, and that Abbi met Walter when he came to collect Sharon for the funeral. So, Abbi met him in 1951, and then again in 1930? He shakes his head, trying to keep things straight, writing furiously. He turns to a new page in his notepad. We move on to my travels after Abbi and I parted. My trip home to Ephraim, and more importantly, that Miss Winifred knows about my travels. Smitty raises a brow, as if this was a bad move, but I don't care. She's the only other living person who knows me and my situation. We talk until he's rubbing his eyes, trying to stay awake. We should stop for tonight. I think you've got most of it. I don't want to chance losing you to time again, too. I told Abbi I felt it was fate and to let things happen as they should, but I also need every detail I can to study every factor. I'm fairly certain I can be here tomorrow. I just need to stay awake all night. He yawns. Aren't you exhausted? It's not so bad. I slept all morning and into the afternoon. And I have to, because I have things to accomplish here. Do you have a couple hours tomorrow to help me with something? Of course. He checks his schedule and finds an open slot. What can I do for you? I need you to set up a meeting for us with a stockbroker. I'm going to sell some stocks. His eyebrows rise, as if he can't imagine how an 18-year-old college student would even have stocks. Why on earth would you need to do that? I'm going to buy you a new house. You are a very wealthy man, Mr. Hanson, says the stockbroker, Mr. Fennel, a portly man with a crew cut and black-rimmed glasses. I scrub my hand over my face, lean back in my chair, and blow out my breath. There's no hiding my dumbfounded shock. Smitty stares at the figures, and then at me. How is this possible? But he knows. It's all because of Abbi. She knew the future, and that certain things would be in high demand, like aviation, radios that became television companies, and food manufacturers that would grow, while others died off. Your grandfather made some incredible investments. They were small, but look how they've grown exponentially. Smitty and I decided a fictional grandfather was the only plausible explanation for my owning stocks that were issued so long ago. Mr. Fennel pokes at numbers on a mechanical adding device on his desk, then pulls the lever and gets the mathematical answer. It's brilliant. See here. He pushes the paper toward Smitty and me. A $1 investment in this aviation company back in 1930 has increased in value and had multiple stock splits over the years. That $1 is now worth more than $50,000, and he bought $10 worth. I've never seen anything like it. Smitty rubs his temples. Then look at the Nabisco and Zenith price increases. It's uncanny. I had hoped there would be enough money for what I planned to do, but nothing of this magnitude entered my mind. I gulp. Can I sell it? Mr. Fennel's eyes bulge, and he stammers, Yes, of course, but there will be significant taxes on the capital gains. I have no idea what capital gains are, but I nod anyway. I won't sell all of it, just enough to take care of a few things. He looks to Smitty, who we introduced as my cousin on my mother's side of the family. Professor Smith, I'm glad you accompanied your cousin. This inheritance is a great responsibility for such a young man. Indeed, Smitty replies in his professor tone. I'll set Will up with my accountant to deal with the tax issues. The next hour is filled with making decisions and signing documents. Mr. Finnell and Smitty question my decisions, but I'm steadfast. I have a large amount cashed in to be transferred to my bank account. I ask about fruit stocks, specifically apples, because Abbi insisted it would be huge, but there's nothing available. I'm too soon. There are stocks for the photographic companies Abbi mentioned, so we add those to the mix. When Smitty excuses himself to get a drink of water and a breath of air, he's overwhelmed by it all. I instruct Mr. Finnell to list Smitty as a cosigner and my sole beneficiary. Next, we visit the Savings and Loan Bank to make more arrangements, including setting up an account specifically for Smitty. He frowns, but doesn't argue in front of the banker. I want to make sure he and his family are financially secure in case something happens to him. It's getting late as we walk back to campus. I suggest we stop at a restaurant and celebrate with dinner. Once we're seated, Smitty sets down his menu and drills me. What are you thinking? Giving me all that money when your future is so uncertain? It's irresponsible. I grin. I'm buying you a new car. He shakes his head. That's kind of you. But I'll manage fine on my own. With a roll of my eyes, I add, and a bigger house. Your family is growing, and you deserve more space. He's about to argue, but I give him a pointed look that I won't budge on my decision. Smitty's jaw goes slack. It's too much. How do I explain it to Carol? Tell her you got a raise, or a bonus. Or how about you tell her the truth? He stammers, unsure how to react. Honestly, she deserves to know. It's too big a secret for you to hide from her. He taps his fingers against his water glass. I have something to confess. This gets my attention. The night before Carol and I married, I told her about Abbi and her time travel claims. I hike my eyebrows. At that point, I'd only met Abbi twice, and she couldn't give me any concrete evidence, but she was quite convincing, telling me about a future president named Kennedy and a famous singer named Elvis, which, by the way, both came to pass. Anyway, Carol was skeptical too, as you can imagine, but I didn't want to enter marriage with a secret like that between us. I'm surprised she didn't call you mad and call off the wedding. He grins. That makes two of us. But she accepted the story, and we've been waiting all these years to see if it came true. And, pardon my French, but yesterday all heck broke loose with the both of you showing up. The waitress stops by, and I insist we order the largest steaks on the menu. I think of how hard my parents toiled for every nickel, and feel a pang of guilt at my windfall. After the waitress leaves, I address the money issue again. Smitty, other than Abbi, you are my only other friend. I want to do this for you. I have no idea what happens to me next. I need to know that I've made a difference in this world. My voice grows husky with emotion. He nods. All right, then. And there's a couple of other things. First, would you order gravestones for my family? They deserve better than the small, plain markers the city gave them. He nods solemnly. Of course. Also, I'd like you to send a check to Miss Winifred, my teacher. She's actually Mrs. Weeborg, but she'll always be Miss Winifred to me. She lost her husband in the war, and when I last saw her the other day, Smitty raises a skeptical brow. I'm quite serious. It was in 1949, but that was literally a few days ago for me. He shakes his head, as if trying to clear the confusion out of it. Anyway, it looks like she could use the help. Miss Winifred must be in her 60s by now. I suggest a figure that should pay off any debts and give her a significant nest egg for her retirement. You are a good man, Will. I don't know about that, but at least I can try to make a difference for a couple of people. Our steaks arrive, sizzling, and my mouth waters as I slice in and take the first bite. We fall into our old camaraderie as we eat. Smitty tells me about Carol and that she's funny and generous and a wonderful mother. His greatest dreams are coming true, and his life is better than he ever imagined. I confess that I've fallen in love with Abbi, that this was the only other time she and I were together, and that I'm at my wits' end to be without her. I set my fork and knife on the table. I have to find her, Smitty. I promised. I don't know how to do that, so I'm counting on you. He meets my eyes and tilts his head in acknowledgement. Smitty can't be much older than 30, but he takes this endeavor seriously. In fact, he thinks Abbi and I are both traveling for a reason. He doesn't know what it is, but assures me that now that he has so much information, he will begin in earnest to search for answers. Analyzing and measuring every aspect of every location and environment that remotely plays a role in our travel will be his first task. When dinner is finished, I write a note to Miss Winifred on a clean paper placemat. I ask Smitty to mail it to her, along with the check, in case I travel in the night. He gives me a sympathetic look, because my life is in such upheaval. I shrug it off. I have no time to feel sorry for myself. Chapter 23. Loud music blasts through the dorm room, jolting me awake and jarring my nerves. My body instinctively tenses. I've traveled time, but the deafening music continues. My roommate, who's sprawled on his bed, arms flayed wide and jaw slack, slowly returns to consciousness. Without opening his eyes, he swings his hand over and bangs on the radio, a small black box which also displays the time in numbers. The music stops, and he falls back to sleep. Fully awake, I check my bed to be sure I haven't lost anything valuable. But all is well. My satchel hangs over the headboard, and the growing collection of crew jerseys, an effort to prove my travels are real, are heaped as well. Thank goodness Smitty and I took care of business yesterday. I thought I'd be able to stay with him longer, but no. I've traveled forward. Again. It's easy to confirm by the increased number of personal belongings in the room. There's a small television on a shelf, and a large black metal device with speakers on each side and buttons in the middle. Next to it is a stack of clear plastic boxes, the size of a deck of cards, with what appears to be musicians' names and photos. The walls are covered with posters of musicians and bands. I've never seen anything like it. In my day, I possessed only 4 shirts, 2 pairs of trousers, my cap, and a coat. But in this time, my closet is full, and the bookcase, rather than holding books, is filled with plastic knickknacks, a cube with bright-colored squares, and figurines of characters, some still in their boxes, that read, Star Wars? A new time means new possibility. Could Abbi be here? Is Smitty here? With all that happened with Abbi and Carol having a baby, I plumb forgot to warn Smitty of the Sterling Hall bombing. How could I have done this? What is the date? What if I'm too late? There's no wall calendar, no newspaper on the desk or in the trash. I dig through a desk drawer and find a receipt from the university bookstore with a date. 1983. I drop onto my bed. It's over 20 years. If Smitty died in the bombing, it was a very long time ago, and there's nothing I can do about it. Dread creeps up my neck. But I think this is also one of the years that Abbi traveled to. I rifle through my wallet for the slip of paper, where I recorded her travel dates. There it is! 1983! She's here! She's gotta be! I nearly weep with relief, and rush through my shower and shave to race to her dorm. I'm prepared to sweet-talk my way back to her room. Instead, I am waved through by a bored desk attendant. 20 years ago, I would have had to wait until evening visitor hours in the date parlor. At the sight of her familiar door, number 4418, I heave a sigh. I've pined for her beautiful face and voice for longer than I can count. I stand straighter and give the door a solid 3 raps, holding my breath. I wait. And wait. My smile slips, and I blow out my breath. I knock again, and again, no one answers, and I'm getting curious glances from some of the residents. I turn tail and retreat, but I'm not even close to giving up. I check for Abbi in every possible place she might frequent, but there's no sign of her. What I do discover is that cars have changed drastically. No longer are they enormous vehicles, but they're all shapes and sizes and colors. And more startling is the appearance of buildings that never existed before. Abbi warned me about it, but it's shocking to go to sleep in one world and wake in another where a building that must be at least 20 stories high has popped up overnight. I yank a long blade of grass and slip it between my teeth. I no longer need it to quell my craving for cigarettes, but it's a habit from my time with Abbi. I ponder the situation. I'm forcing things again, and if I've learned anything, time cannot be forced. So, I decide to check Smitty's office. Sterling Hall looks the same, other than a few marks in the concrete outside. The building survived. Did Smitty? I read the directory in the main lobby. There's no Professor Smith. It's as if he has been erased. My heart lurches, and I think of the kind man he was, and of his young wife and small children. He was my closest friend. We shared dinner together just last night. I pinch the bridge of my nose and check the list again. No, he is definitely not there. No longer noticing the changes around me, I trudge to the Memorial Union. It's a cool day, but the sun is shining. I buy a Coca-Cola and sit in the Rathskeller, staring into nowhere. Smitty. Dead. It's tragic, and incredibly unfair. And selfishly, what does this mean for me? For Abbi? Are we truly trapped forever in this web of time travel? I step onto the mostly vacant Union Terrace. The terrace has been updated. It's spacious and nice, with more seating. I gaze out over the lake. That is one thing that hasn't changed a bit. Low, steady waves that lap against the shore, the scent of the water, and the sound of birds flying overhead are a familiar balm. There are a few boats out, and suddenly, I need to be on the water myself. But when I round the corner towards the boathouse, it's gone. The entire building that anchored the shoreline for decades has disappeared from existence. How is this possible? I turn around as if it's somehow hiding, but the area behind the red gym, where the 4-story boathouse with the long piers, wide doors, and a turret used to be, is an empty, grassy lawn with a couple of trees. It's as if my soul has been ripped from my chest. The professor is gone. I can't locate Abbi, and now this? I can't look at the gutted space any longer. I retreat to the library in hopes of discovering what new developments have occurred in the world of science and physics. These are the fields that should unlock the secrets of time travel, I think. But there are no books titled, "What Has Changed in the Last 20 Years?" There are, however, magazines with articles and photographs of the latest inventions. What's amazing is that the photographs are all in color. The images are so real they pop off the page. I pore over popular science, info world, and compute, to name a few. I can't fathom the many inventions of today. There are devices to automatically open a garage door, pocket-sized calculators, handheld devices to listen to music, and computers, which Abbi talked about so much. My mind is abuzz with all these discoveries, but enough for one sitting. I push my chair away from the table and check out a half-dozen magazines, stuff them into my satchel, then take a walk. Thoughts of Smitty weigh heavy on my mind. Maybe he moved. Maybe he no longer works for the university. There could be a dozen reasons why his name isn't on the building directory. My wandering takes me to State Street, where I'm bombarded with the hustle of modern shops and restaurants and loud, crowded traffic. There are more cars on the road than I've ever seen before, and large buses that leave heavy exhaust fumes in their wake. On my way back to the dorm, I notice a steady stream of people entering and exiting a restaurant that smells delicious. My stomach grumbles, and I realize I haven't eaten all day. So, I follow the students into this place called McDonald's. There's a long line, with a board displaying all the items and the prices. Big Macs, Quarter Pounders, Chicken McNuggets, and Happy Meals. I don't know what they are, but they seem to be in high demand. When I reach the counter, I'm not sure what to order. Excuse me, what is the Big Mac? The girl across the counter raises her eyes at me, as if I'm a fool, but answers so fast I can barely catch what she's saying.
It's 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onion on a sesame seed bun.
Oh, I'll take that. She punches my order into a machine.
Want fries with that?
Yes, please, I say, trying to fit in. She rings it up. My eyes nearly pop when she says the price. The gal leaves her post, and in less than a minute, has collected my food items and pushes them toward me on a plastic tray.
Have a nice day.
I stare at the tray, delivered impossibly fast. The Big Mac is like nothing I've ever tasted. And I nearly moan when I guess I was hungry. As I finish the last of my meal, my thoughts return to Abbi. I only recall bits of what she said about 1983. I recall something about her going out with friends that evening, but where would that be? I'll need help with that. So, return to my dorm. My roommate's name is Chaz. He's lounging on his bed, watching television, smoking a cigarette that smells strange. The picture is now in color, like the magazines, and it's magnificent. I'm tempted to sit and watch it, but instead get straight to the point. Hey there, Chaz. Where would girls go out on a Saturday night? He takes a long drag on his cigarette, and while holding his breath, says, "You gotta be more specific than that." He exhales and offers the cigarette to me. Want a hit? No thanks. I gave up cigarettes. Dude, it's a joint, not a cigarette. I don't know the difference, but pass on it. I saw the most beautiful girl today, and I have to meet her. I heard her friends say they were going out tonight, but I didn't catch where. Can you be a pal and help me out? He scratches his head. Sure, but did they say if it was just to drink, or hear a band, or dance? I shrug, searching my memory for any other comments about that night, but I have nothing. Well, it's most likely the college club or the church key. There's a new bar on Gorham that's popular. Maybe Headliners or the Stone Hearth. Of all the options, the only one I recognize is the college club. Any chance you'd like to be my wingman? First round is on me. I grin, more confident I'll find her with Chaz's help. He glances up from the television. Done. And so, following Chaz's lead, that night we hit the bars and clubs, dressed in pants that are far too tight for my tastes. Chaz calls them parachute pants. It doesn't take long for my panic to set in, as each place is packed with students. I tap random young women with long brown hair on the shoulder so they'll turn for me to see their face. But Abbi is nowhere to be found. Have I missed her? Am I too early? What if she's hopping from bar to bar as I am? By the time we reach our fourth spot, Headliners, a club with a live band, loud music, and a sticky floor, the drinks are catching up with me. The music is pulsing, and the place is packed with students crowding the stage, while a band named Cheap Trick plays. This time, I leave Chaz at the bar and go straight through the melee. I squeeze past group after group. The band begins a new song, and the crowd cheers, rushing toward the dance floor, mixing up the part of the crowd I've searched through with the part I haven't. I curse under my breath and turn around. Then, suddenly, there, in the middle of the dance floor, is Abbi, like a vision. It seems impossible, but it's not. She's here. I'm flooded with relief. Finally, we can be together again. Her clothes are so different. She's wearing a bright top, form-fitting jeans, and ankle-high boots. But her gorgeous face is exactly the same. She's with a group of gals and guys, laughing and yelling over the music to each other. But then I notice one of the guys leering. He sways drunkenly when he leans in to say something to her. Abbi shakes her head and turns away from him. I rush to make my way toward her, bumping people and apologizing as I go, but I can't wait another second. The leering guy grabs Abby by the hips, pulls her in, and lays a sloppy kiss on her. I pause, dumbstruck. Is she with him? Does she like him? But she struggles, and I'm overcome with rage. I push people out of my way to reach her. Abby shoves him away, a look of disgust on her face. Before thinking what I'm doing, my fist connects with his face. In the process, I've elbowed someone behind me. My target goes down, bumping into others and knocking two guys to the ground with him. I'm pushed hard from behind and into others. Drinks spill, and curses are hurled. I apologize and turn toward Abby, but the crowd is in disarray, and I don't see her. More punches fly, girls scream, and it's become a brawl. Abby! I yell into the crowd, desperate to find her. Then I see her. A friend is pulling her toward the exit. Abby! Over here! I yell again, trying to reach her as the fight escalates around me. She pauses and turns my way, searching the crowd, but her eyes scan past me. I lunge forward to escape the ruckus when I'm tackled from behind. He takes me down, and my head cracks on the floor. When I come to, the room lights are bright. The band has left the stage, and there's no sign of Abby. I rub the back of my head and stand to get my bearings. The club is quickly clearing as police pour in. I have to get to Abby. I dart toward an exit, but am apprehended by an officer with a steel grip and firm voice. Not so fast. It's déjà vu. I'm delivered to a paddy wagon and pushed in with a number of other guys who are all battered and looking worse for wear. We're processed and kept in a holding cell with cold benches and gray bars that shut with a solid clang. How is it I'm here again? If I miss Abby tonight, how will I ever find her again? What if I don't? Am I to be hurtling forward through time by myself for no apparent reason? There's only one option left. One person who might be able to help me, and I don't even know if he's alive. Chapter 24. Will Hansen? An officer announces. You're next. The door swings open, and I'm escorted to a phone. He hands me a quarter and says I get one phone call and 5 minutes. There's a black and silver box with a phone handle and metal cord attached to the wall. It's a modern-day phone. Swell. A battered phone book rests on a shelf below. I flip through the pages to S and scan the listings for Smith. My heart races. If he's not listed, I'm out of options. There are several columns of Smiths, and I rack my brain to remember the professor's first name. I run my finger down each column at a total loss. Then, toward the very end, I see W.C. Smith, Professor. That's it. I know how to use a phone, even with the dial replaced by push buttons, but I'm not familiar with this model where a coin is inserted. I scan the front and see a slot for the quarter. I insert the coin. There's noise as it drops inside, and a rattle once it settles. I lift the receiver and hear a dial tone. When I push the buttons for the number, nothing happens. I still hear the dial tone. Annoyance leads to frustration as I try the number again with no success. My time is running out, and I haven't even gotten through yet. I need the officer's assistance, but he's at the far end of the hall with his back to me. Examining the device more carefully, I see coin return. I nudge the tiny silver door open, And there is my quarter. This time I lift the receiver and then drop in the coin. When I dial the number, the dial tone goes away and suddenly it's ringing. Finally, I pray the professor is home. I pray he picks up. It's well after midnight, but I let the ringing continue as I watch the time on the wall clock move forward. Suddenly, I hear a sleepy girl answer and say, "Hello? Have I dialed the wrong number?" "Hello. I'm calling for Professor Smith," I say in a rush. "May I speak with him?" "He's sleeping," she answers with a yawn. "Please, this is an emergency. I must speak with him right away." "You want me to wake him up?" "Yes." I notice the police officer checking his watch. "Please, hurry." The officer starts toward me, and I call out to the girl. "Wait, can you give him a message?" "I guess." "My name is Will Hansen. Tell him I'm in jail and need his help." The officer approaches. "Time's up." I offer a panicked smile and hold my finger up that I need another minute. He settles an ornery frown on me. "Please, give the professor the message." I repeat it into the receiver. "Got that?" I ask. Then the officer presses his finger on the phone cradle, and the call goes dead. Back in the holding cell, the hours pass slowly. The other derelicts leave one by one as a friend or loved one posts their bail, but no one comes for me. Did the girl on the phone give the professor my message? Was she too sleepy to hear it clearly? Or did she ignore it after the call was cut off? Alone and trapped in this human-sized cage, I'm forced to face the facts. I'm in new territory. Thanks to Abbi, I knew when in time she'd be. The hopes of seeing her again is what got me through so many difficult times. But this was the last date. I'm truly forging ahead with no idea of what's to come. I'm on my own, lost in time, just as she is. Exhausted, I lie on the hard, cold bench and wallow in my misery. How in heaven did I end up here? Why did this happen to me? If I'd listened to my father and stayed on the farm instead of running off to university, would I still be safe in 1927? But then, I'd never have met Abbi. Which option is worse? My mind drifts back to those early days. "Will Hansen?" I jerk awake, having fallen asleep. "Yes?" He unlocks the door, and with a loud, hollow clink, it swings open. "You're free to go." I'm returned to the waiting area with plastic chairs, a city map on the wall, and the scent of burnt coffee. There are a few people milling about, but I don't see Smitty. He must have bailed me out, but why isn't he here? At the front counter, the clerk returns my wallet and dorm key. When I turn around, there's a middle-aged man with a thick thatch of gray hair and a bushy mustache, wearing large-rimmed eyeglasses and grinning at me. I squint at him. Is my mind playing games with me? My eyes bulge in surprise. "Smitty?" He breaks out in a chuckle and approaches. "It's uncanny. You look exactly as you did when I last saw you. That is, other than the black eye you're sporting. And you smell like a tavern." I stare at him, my mouth agog. He chuckles. "I suppose I've changed a bit." That's an understatement. But Smitty's voice is familiar, and suddenly I recognize my friend behind all the signs of aging. He's round about the middle, his hollowed cheeks have filled in, and his face is marred by a lined forehead, crow's feet at the edge of his eyes, and deep smile lines. "What the devil are you doing here, Will?" He's referring to the police station, and not the year in general. "Abby," my voice cracks with emotion. "She was here, but I couldn't get to her. A fight broke out, and I was thrown in the darned clink." His aging face softens. "I'm sorry. Let's get you out of here so we can talk." Smitty pulls into the driveway of a 2-story home with a wide wraparound porch located on a large lot. Is this the house? A grin creeps onto my face. Yes, it's been a wonderful home for us all these years. It was only a few days ago I insisted he buy a home worthy of a growing family. And here it is, as if by magic. And it's beautiful, with a birch tree out front, a swing on the porch, and pots of chrysanthemums around the steps and front door. He points out a treehouse he built with his sons, the swing his daughter fell from and broke her arm, and a flower garden his wife tends to. "How is Carol?" "She's quite well. She'll be disappointed to have missed you, but she's visiting her mother and won't be back until tomorrow. Follow me. There's something you should see." We round the corner of the house, and there, spread before us, glimmering in the sunlight, is the lake. There's a boathouse, and hanging on hooks off the back is a scull boat. It's perfect and beautiful, and gives a pang to my heart. Smitty raised his family here for more than 20 years. Longer than I've been alive. He's built so many memories, and I've missed it all. I shake off the disappointment and run my hand along the smooth hull of the boat. "Did you take up sculling?" Smitty smiles. "No. It's for you." My head jerks up. "Me?" "But," he smiles and nods. "We didn't know when in time you'd appear again, but I wanted you to always have a place to come home to, a space that feels comfortable. You can take the boat out any time you wish." "It's too much," I say, emotional and overwhelmed by his kindness. "Says the young man who gave me a house." Smitty laughs. "By the way, those stock tips you provided have paid off quite well. It's put all my children through college. We can thank Abbi for that. And now, we're both wondering where in time she is and how she's faring." We head back to the house and sit at the table in a bright kitchen. The walls are lemon yellow, and the counters are a jade green. Floral curtains hang in the open windows. Hanging wire baskets hold apples and bananas, and there's a bear-shaped cookie jar next to a toaster. Last night at the police station, when I was given my one phone call, you were the only person I knew to call, but I didn't know if you were even alive. Smitty nods somberly as he pulls glasses from a cupboard. "Abbi and I thought you might have died during the Sterling Hall bombing." He hesitates before speaking, staring out the window, bringing his past memories forward. "That was a terrible time. I lost a good friend and colleague that night." Abbi knew that a man died, but not who it was. I should be sad for that man and his family, but I'm so thankful Smitty survived. He shakes his head as if to clear away the cobwebs. "Years of research was lost, too. Men's entire life's work was erased in an instant." We lock eyes. Mine as well. My heart sinks. That means he hasn't figured anything out. That he had to start again from square one. Fortunately, I kept all the personal notes I'd taken from you and Abby here at home. I couldn't risk someone coming across your stories and thinking I'd gone loony and believing some cockamamie time travel claims. He fetches a pitcher from a refrigerator, fills the glasses with a red beverage, and hands me one. It's not lemonade, as I expected. I smell the drink. It's Kool-Aid, he says. I take a sip of the cold, sweet drink. Cherry? That's right. Smitty smiles and takes a seat. His mustache covers his entire upper lip. So, what's that all about? I point at his furry upper lip. What? You don't like it? He rubs his fingers over it. I can't control my laughter. It's the current style. And Carol loves it. She says it tickles. With that, I burst out laughing. I can't begin to imagine this old version of Smitty kissing his wife. He rolls his eyes at me and changes the subject. Tell me, how have you been since I last saw you? I was with you yesterday, so I'd say I'm the same. It comes off sounding harsh, but it's true. Last night, we dined on steak dinner, and you told me about Carol and your kids. The day before, I helped you get her to the hospital to deliver your daughter, and I'd just lost Abby. Smitty leans back in his chair and rubs his forehead. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. It's been 23 years for me, Will. My children are grown. He's trying to be kind, but his words sting. Everyone gets to live their life, make memories, and grow up. But here I am, my life on repeat, only in a different time every few days. I chide myself for such rudeness. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way, Smitty. You're my sole friend on this earth. So much has changed in the world. It's like overnight, much that was familiar is no longer. I smooth my hand over the tablecloth. I went to the boathouse, but it's gone. Wiped right off the shoreline as if it never existed. Smitty sets his glass down. It's not gone. The boathouse needed a great deal of repair and more space. The university built a new, state-of-the-art facility on the west side of campus. I sigh. That's a relief. After a while, Smitty makes us bologna sandwiches with mayonnaise and explains the current state of his research. He's conducted extensive studies of barometric pressures and sound waves in the areas affected by our travel, and also in the areas that are not, for comparison's sake. He's hopeful that because Abby and I both traveled recently, it will have created an anomaly in the data then, and perhaps yesterday too. That anomaly could be just the information he needs to move his research to the next level. I hope so too. Since I have nothing new to share, he catches me up on basic history. The United States won the space race by landing the first man on the moon. President Kennedy was assassinated, which Abby had told him would happen. There were protests and terrible upheaval in our country over another tragic war, this one in Vietnam. There was the assassination of Martin Luther King and the president's brother, Robert Kennedy. These names mean nothing to me, so it's hard to relate. I missed the hippie era and miniskirts. Smitty explains that technology has taken off with the development of VCRs that play movies on your television screen, microwave ovens that cook food quickly, and best of all, computers are becoming common in the workplace, which has been of great help in tracking his research. Once we've exhausted the conversation about world events, and emptied the chocolate chip cookies from the cookie jar, Smitty invites me to stay overnight. We have plenty of room for you, or would you rather return to your dorm? We discuss the options. If I stay with Smitty and Carol, I shouldn't travel. But is that keeping me from moving forward in time, where there might be solutions to controlling my travel and finding Abbi? But Smitty also wants me to stay around for a while, so we can spend more time together. In the end, even though we're both nervous about the decision, we agree that I go back to my dorm and allow things to play out however they should. If I travel, hopefully it's for a good reason. If I don't, we have a standing meeting. I'll report to his office each day for lunch so that he knows I'm still here. And so, it begins. After checking for Abbi again at her dorm, just in case she's somehow still here, I return to Trip Hall. Whoa, man. Look at that shiner, Chaz says, looking up from a textbook. Things got a little out of hand, I say. Chaz closes his book. I figured you got nicked by the cops last night, but I thought you'd be back this morning. A friend picked me up, and I spent the day with him. My friend, a middle-aged man. I smile to myself. It's good to shower and change into clean clothes after spending the last night and most of today in this outfit that practically mopped beer off the floor last night. I'm torn whether to stay awake all night or not. Today with Smitty was nice, and I could use more low-key experiences where my guard isn't always up. In the end, it's Chaz who forces the issue when he complains about my light keeping him awake. Turning it off, I lie back, release a deep breath, and let fate take me where it will. Chapter 25. The day begins with the racket blasting from Chaz's radio alarm clock. It rattles my teeth, but I'm still here and am relieved for another day to see Smitty. First, I check my tin. The forest has changed over the years, but I still find it. There's no message from Abbi, which is disappointing, but not a surprise. I leave a short note as I'm at a loss for words. Next, I search out the new boathouse. While the building lacks the charm of the old building, it's spacious and organized, and an improvement. The boats are no longer wooden, but made out of some sort of resin that makes them lighter. The rigging is shiny chrome, and the oars have a new squared-off shape. I can't wait to take one out. But for now, I want a scull. A fella I've never met before is adjusting the rudder on one of the boats, so I figure he must be in charge. He looks up. "Hiya, Will. How's it going?" "Good. And you?" "You know, different day, same shit." He grins. I laugh. He has no idea how true that sentiment is. "Can I take out a skull?" "Of course. You know the drill. Just sign up over there." He points to a clipboard hanging on the wall. "A lot of guys are coming in for a last row before we close up for the season on Friday." We chat amiably as I collect my gear, trying to disguise the fact I don't know where anything is. Once I'm out on the water, I breathe deeply and find my center. The wind is calm, the water is smooth, and I fall into a rhythm and aim for Picnic Point. The shoreline hasn't changed, but over the treetops, a building, larger than anything I've ever seen before, towers in the distance. It's as if many buildings were put together to create it. I row until my arms ache and my mind is clear. While much in this world has changed, the smell of the lake, the rocking of the waves, and the sight of birds soaring overhead haven't changed. "Hello?" I knock on the open door to Smitty's new office. He turns with a broad smile, revealing that he's relieved that I didn't travel and that I'm on time for lunch. "You're here!" "Yes, sir." I mock, as he's an old man now and earned the title. And I didn't stay awake all night either. I wonder why that is. I nearly always travel if I don't stay awake. His new office is much larger than the one at Sterling Hall, and just as cluttered. He scoops up a pile of exams, drops them on top of his briefcase, and sets a large paper bag on the desk. I sit across the desk from him. "What's that huge building complex near Picnic Point?" "Oh, you mean the University Hospital? Yes, it's the largest hospital in the city, the state, for that matter. They do groundbreaking work." I can't imagine the need for a hospital that big, and hope I never need one. "Carol packed us a celebratory lunch. She insists you come to dinner this week, if you're still here," he adds. A home-cooked meal sounds wonderful. Will your kids be there? I'm curious to know what they're like. Do they look like Smitty or like Carol? They're all older than I am at this point, so that will be odd as well. He scratches his jaw. "That's an issue I'm trying to decide. If you meet my kids, what happens if you visit again in the future? Should they know about you when I can't prove time travel even exists?" I raise an eyebrow and hold out my arms. Aren't I that proof? Indeed. But is that information they should have? I've worked diligently to keep your and Abby's existence a secret. At this point, Carol is the only other person who knows, and she's met you just that one time. It was memorable, to be sure, I add, recalling her heavy, labored breathing as Smitty raced to the hospital. He unpacks the lunch bag. "If the university heard that my atmospheric studies and research on string theory were because I claimed I'd met a couple of time travelers, I'm sure they'd label me a kook and give me the boot." He sets small prepackaged bags of Cheetos and another called Bugles on the desk. I pick up a package labeled Fruit Roll-Up. It says it's a chewy fruit roll of real strawberries. "As it is, my funding is running out next year." I glance up. That sounds bad. It's not good news, that's certain. But there's still time to apply for more grants. I'm trying to collect enough data to publish a paper, which would better the chances by far. It's a good thing you're here. The data from the night you traveled will be invaluable. How much funding do you need? I set down the roll-up and pick up a clear plastic bag containing cookies shaped like peanuts that smell like peanut butter. "There's never a ceiling on funding. The more dollars we get, the better, more accurate equipment I can purchase, as well as hire more staff to monitor the data, get more office space, etc. I'd really like to hire a top physicist to assist." He places 4 sandwiches on the desk, along with the cheese sticks, 2 oranges, and something called Twinkies. He glances at the abundant pile of food. "Carol thought you should taste some of the latest developments in junk food. She included the orange to make sure there was something healthy." I stare at the unusual food and crinkle my forehead. What is junk food? Smitty chuckles. "It's food that isn't good for you. It's sugary and fatty." I start on a sandwich. It's egg salad and melts in my mouth. It's a treat not to eat dorm food. You know, if funding is a problem, can't we fund it from those stocks I have? Assuming they've increased in value and not gone belly up. He sets down his tuna fish sandwich. "That's a brilliant idea. Last I checked, years ago, they were doing incredibly well." We discuss the particulars and make plans to meet with a stockbroker. I work my way through the lunch items. The fruit roll-up is not to my taste. It gums up my teeth. Have you ever been to a dentist? Smitty asks, as I pick at the sticky glob in my molars. No. Thank goodness. On the rare occasion my parents went to the dentist with a toothache, they always came home without the tooth. Dentistry has changed for the better. I'll try to get you a rush appointment. If we're lucky, you'll be here for a couple more days. You've never been vaccinated, and that's something we should get taken care of as well. I open a tall canister labeled Pringles and pull out symmetrical potato chips stacked together. Why is that? There have been groundbreaking medical advances these past years. We can prevent many diseases now, like polio, for example, mumps, and measles. I set the canister down. And smallpox? Yes, and smallpox, he says softly, knowing that's what took my family away from me. It's important you get these vaccines sooner than later. Whatever you think is best. It's an odd sense of urgency. Do I try to stay in this time to take care of all these matters of business and health? Or let the winds of time take me away? Abbi knew nothing more about my future. It could be anything. With a plan in place, Smitty rips open the package of Cheetos and pops one in his mouth. You didn't mention your classes this morning. What are you taking? Geez, what's with the 20 questions? He thinks about it for a second. When you're a parent, it comes naturally. You never stop worrying or trying to give your kids the best opportunities. Do you think of me as one of your kids? I grin. Not sure how I feel about that. To me, Smitty is my pal. I'll always think of him as the shy fella from the Christmas of '49. He gives me a tilt of his head. With you, kid, it's complicated. You mess with my head. You're about 2 shakes out of childhood, yet you're wiser than many adults I know. Now, you're avoiding the question. Tell me about your classes. The way he pins his eyes on me has me almost squirming. I didn't go. He gives me his professor look. Why not? I had to check for a message from Abbi. There wasn't one, I add. I found the new boathouse and took a skull out. He finishes the Cheetos, leaving crumbs on his face, crumples up the bag, tosses it at a wastebasket, and misses. All right, I get it. But starting tomorrow morning and every morning in the future, wherever you are going to go to class, do your homework, and try to eke out an education. I laugh. You sure are taking this parental thing seriously. What's so funny about that? You have orange crumbs hanging from your mustache. Back in the dorm, I find my schedule and textbooks, and attend 2 afternoon classes, English literature and world history. I've studied these subjects before, but never finished the semester. The evening starts with me trying to complete the homework, which is reading. But when Chaz comes in and turns on his television to something called MTV, I can't keep my eyes off the program. It features singers and bands performing their songs, but each one is like a short film. The array of clothing and hairstyles is a fast-track education to what's developed over the past couple of decades. I should get back to my reading, but many of the women are wearing tight, form-fitting clothes, heavy makeup, and revealing far too much skin to be decent. I'm halfway between blushing and staring. Staring wins out, and my books are forgotten. The next day, my satchel over my shoulder, Smitty and I hustle our way up State Street to a stockbroker's office on the square. I pause to take in the state capitol building, the crown jewel of the city, and unchanged by time. Smitty urges me along to an office building. We take an elevator to the 5th floor, and I'm again amazed at this invention. There's no attendant. I comment, as he presses the 5 button, and the doors automatically close. That's right. Progress is everywhere. So many things are automated now. Our arrival on the floor is announced by a loud ding, and the doors open. I turn back as we walk down the hallway and see the doors close. It's fascinating. Sitting in leather-upholstered chairs in the broker's office before an oak desk, Mr. Vetter examines the stock documents that Smitty has held in safekeeping. The value of money hasn't affected me much, because I can't keep up with the change in the value of $1. I've always had enough cash for my meager needs, but when I learn that the photographic film companies suggested by Abbi, Polaroid, and Kodak, hugely successful, I am again dumbstruck. Smitty's eyes are wide in shock. This has got to be far more than enough to fund Smitty's research. Mr. Vetter is nearly speechless. To be honest, I've never met someone with holdings of this magnitude. You are one lucky kid. As he discusses how best to liquidate some of the stocks and the tax ramifications, my eyes gloss over and focus on the grand view of the Capitol and its pristine grounds. The broker suggests we hire a tax advisor. I let Smitty take over. He has a friend who's a corporate tax attorney who can help us. Before the meeting ends, I pull one of the tech magazines from my satchel and lay it on the desk. On the cover is a photo of a new computer with the headline, "Apple. It's more than a fruit." Mr. Vetter, I'd like to make a couple of new investments. And a pattern begins. I go to class, meet Smitty for lunch, attend appointments if he's set one for me, study, and watch television in the dorm. Each night, I close my eyes and think of Abbi, and pray that she's safe and that I'll see her in the morning. But I don't. Chapter 26.
Would you like more tuna casserole, Will?
Smitty's wife, Carol, asks. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. It's delicious. She adds a generous scoop to my plate.
Please, call me Carol.
She smiles fondly and then shares a look with Smitty. They're happy together, and having me here must seem surreal to both of them.
How are you faring here in 1983? It must be a shock to the system.
I wipe my mouth with a napkin. Yes, the world has changed in ways I never could have imagined. The music resembles nothing of the past. Smitty, remember when we spent Christmas Eve at the college club? The music was wonderful. That was Frank Sinatra and Bing Crosby. What I'm hearing now is busier. In some of the bands, the singers are always shouting. The men have long hair and wear tight clothing that's like, I'm not sure how to explain. Second skin.
That would be spandex, she adds with a laugh. It sounds like you've been watching MTV.
That's right.
You should listen to Air Supply. It's soft rock and romantic.
Smitty grins. Hang on. I've got something you might like. He's gone a couple of minutes while I finish my dinner and Carol clears the dishes. Here you go. It belongs to my daughter, Karen, but I don't think she'll mind that I loaned it to you. He sets down a little black box with some tiny headphones and a handful of the clear boxes I found in my dorm room. My roommate has one of those. What is it? It's called a Walkman. He presses a button and a door on the device opens. These cassette tapes contain the music. He shows me how to insert a tape and operate the player. I slip on the headphones and music fills my ears. I grin. That's swell. There are so many new inventions we'll have to catch you up on, he says. I remove the headphones and he shows me how to turn it off. Abbi said that in the future, all the music you could ever imagine fits in a tiny phone that people carry with them wherever they go. Smitty and Carol look at each other stunned. In fact, she said you can ask it any question you want and it talks back to you with the answer.
Oh my, it never occurred to me you hold secrets about the future,
Carol says, her brow furrowed. I don't have first-hand knowledge of anything, only the things Abbi shared. She wanted to prepare me so that I'd understand what was happening if I land that far in the future.
But that's 40 years from now,
she says, laying her napkin aside.
I'm sorry. I've been caught up with the excitement of seeing you again, and I've neglected to remember that this is a dire situation for you.
It's true. I might travel in the night and wake up in a new time. It could be a year from now, or 20. I have no way to know. She looks to Smitty.
Honey, we have to help Will.
I'm trying, but it's not something that will be done in a year or so. It's a marathon, not a sprint. She waves her hand.
I don't mean your research. I'm talking about his security and safety. How do we help him in the future, especially if we aren't around anymore?
Smitty pushes his chair back. I've taken some precautions. I wasn't sure when to bring it up. Carol puts her hands on her hips and gives him a look that I interpret as, get on with it. He swallows and clears his throat. Will, your name is on the deed to this house. I look at the two of them. Mine? Why? Because I want there always to be a home for you to come to. And when Carol and I are gone, my son, Wally, is named as our personal representative. He'll keep the house in order so it won't be sold. Surprise registers on Carol's face.
You've told him about Will?
Not yet. He's still too young. I'll tell him when the time is right. When he's older, and in case I die before I talk to him, there's a sealed letter in my safe deposit box explaining everything. The thought of me traveling to a time when Smitty is no longer alive twists my gut. I pray to God it never happens. I never thought of any of these things, but Smitty has. And knowing I will have a safe retreat brings me a newfound sense of peace. Thank you. Will, this will always be a home you can come to. And if you want to move in here at any time, permanently, it's yours. Carol dabs at her eyes.
Thank you, honey. I'm so happy to hear it. Will, I think you should consider moving here now. We can help you and keep you safe.
She sets her eyes on me with such hope. It puts an ache in my chest, and I sigh. I appreciate the offer. But Abbi is somewhere out there and alone. I have to find her. I promised. We sit in silence and let that fact sink in.
I understand. I wish I could protect you both. This is an impossible situation.
Her voice grows husky, and she wrings her hands. Smitty reaches out and lays his hand over hers. We'll all do the best we can. Now, how about that chocolate cake you made? The next morning, I'm still here, so I head off to class where we're studying the Roman conquest of Greece. There's a snap of cold in the air and frost on the sidewalk, warning of the coming winter. After class, I sink my hands into my pockets and head up to Observatory Drive on my way to meet Smitty for lunch. As I round the crest, the sidewalk is blocked, and maintenance trucks are parked in front of the Carillon Tower. My heart rate speeds at the sight of workmen going in and out of the door to the building. "What's happening?" I ask. "Repairs on the tower," a man says, as two others struggle to haul out a bell the size of a basketball. The sight strikes me as if I've been shot in the chest by a cannonball. If they take down the bells, I can't travel. I'll be stranded here, and I'll never see Abbi again. I want to holler at them to stop, but my voice has left me. I stagger backwards, unable to form words. I have to get to Smitty. He has to fix this. I turn and step into the road to cross. A car slams on its brakes and squeals to a stop a few feet from me. I stare at the car in shock. The man behind the wheel yells, "Watch where you're going!" I stumble out of the way and hear him mumble as he passes, "Idiot students." Everything moves too fast in this time, and I could have been hit. My hands are shaking when I enter Smitty's office. He takes one look at me and leaps from his chair. "Will? What's wrong?" I lean against the doorframe. I was nearly hit by a car. "Are you all right? Come and sit down." He begins clearing binders off a chair. I shake my head to gather my wits. "No, it's bad." He looks me over for damage, thinking I've been injured. "Not me." I wave him away. There's a tightness in my chest, and I can only draw shallow breaths. "It's the bell tower." "What do you mean?" "The bells. They're taking them down." I sigh and slump into the chair. I can't believe my own words. Shock registers on Smitty's face. He grabs his coat and races out the door. He moves fast for his age, and I run after him, back to the bell tower. He confronts the supervisor in charge, asking questions, gesturing at the tower, and demanding answers until the man is pulled back to work. Smitty returns to my side, shaking his head, his jaw set and brow knit. "There's structural damage to some of the interior beams. The only way to repair them is to remove the bells." We stare as the workers struggle and bring out one bell after another and drop them carelessly on a flatbed truck. My body is numb, and it's not from the cold. What if the bells are reinstalled in the wrong order? What if they damage one? What if the alignment is wrong? I ask, thinking of every possible tragic outcome. "I know." Smitty rubs his forehead. These questions and more must be racing through his mind, too. Then I ask the question I dread the most. How long until the project is finished? I don't know, but I'm going to make calls until I get to the bottom of this. He turns his head back to his office. "You coming?" "No. I lost my appetite." I gaze up at the tower with a hollow feeling in my gut. Smitty leaves, but I stay as the precious bells are unceremoniously dumped onto the waiting trucks. After a while, I'm unable to watch any longer. I stagger off, wanting so desperately to escape. But now, my only means to do so is gone. Chapter 27. That night, I stare glumly at the television, obsessing over the loss of my future. I mindlessly spin the Rubik's Cube, turning the perfect matching colors into chaos. Smitty called to inform me the bells aren't scheduled to be replaced until April. He insisted I go to his house for dinner, but I declined. The hollow feeling in my gut has spread, and I've never felt so powerless in my life. I'm now stuck here, possibly forever if the bells don't chime correctly when they're reinstalled. Am I to live out my life in this time, where I'll never know what became of Abbi, where I'll never fit in, where I have no one but Smitty? Chaz returns from a study group, dumps his books on the desk, and flops onto his bed. "Good news! We're going to a party," he says, with far more energy than I have. No thanks. I'll pass. My eyes never leave the television. He sits up, grins, and tries again. "There'll be girls there." That's the last thing I need. I shake my head. Sorry. I've had a very bad day. In fact, it feels like it's the first day of the end of my life. What happened? Other than losing my future? Nothing. Instead, I say, I was almost hit by a car. Dang! But you didn't get hit. You have a new lease on life. All the more reason to get out. Plus, he says, slowly stretching out the word, you owe me. I was your wingman the other night. I groan. It's hard to argue against that. He took me around to all the bars until I finally found Abbi. That backfired on me. And you're a chick magnet. I stare blank-faced with no idea what he means. A chick magnet? Come on, you must have noticed all the girls drooling over you that night. If I had a face like yours, I'd never spend a night alone again. I frown. This is a strange time. Going to a party is the last thing I want to do. But I owe the guy a debt. So I give in and agree. Chaz hoots and dances around the room. I want to crawl into a cave and never come out. We end up at a house party, crowded with students drinking beer while loud music plays from a stereo system. Watching television has taught me some things about life in 1983, but this is new, and I don't fit in. Chaz must sense my unease and stays by my side as we grab beers, yell over the music to be heard, and work our way through the house. A fella he knows waves us over and invites us out on a back balcony. There are a dozen or so students crowded there in a large circle, chatting and laughing. Another fella lights up a rolled cigarette, like the kind Chaz smokes. A girl scoots over to make room for us. Chaz grins at me, and we join them. Other than giving my name and dorm, I mostly stay quiet and listen to the banter. They're talking about a Halloween party that's held on State Street, and are laughing about different costume ideas. It's so easy for all of them, but I struggle to relax. The cigarette is passed around the circle, which is something I've never seen before. Each person inhales and then holds their breath afterward before passing it on and blowing the smoke into the air. When it reaches me, I hesitate for a moment. Everyone's doing it, and Chaz said it's not tobacco. Heck, what does it matter even if it is? I'm likely stuck here forever. I take a small puff and pass it to Chaz, but he waves me off. No, dude, take a bigger hit than that. I take a deep drag and hold my breath like the others. Chaz nods that I've done it right and takes it from me. I'm not sure when it happens, but my head becomes a bit woozy. It's as if there's a fine veil over everything. I relax, and the music takes me to another place. Suddenly, my devastating day doesn't bother me so much. I give Chaz a crooked smile, and he laughs. Discovering weed is the balm I need to face each day. It takes the edge off of thinking about a life where I may never travel again. If that's the case, the only way I'll ever see Abbi again is in her current life, in the 2020s. That's 40 years from now. I'd be in my late 50s, an old man. It could never work. Mostly, I stay on my own, smoking weed in my room and enjoying the hazy feel it gives me. I watch a lot of television. The MTV channel is always on with its music videos. It's the perfect distraction to numb my mind. Chaz laughs and says he created a monster by introducing me to pot. You've got to get out once in a while. You're becoming a recluse. One afternoon, Smitty shows up at my dorm, demanding to know why I stopped meeting him for lunch. What's the point? You know, I can't travel without the bell tower. Even though with the bell tower, life was frightening. Not knowing when I'd travel or to what time period, this is somehow worse. Deep creases appear on his forehead as he frowns. I know this is difficult, Will, but you need to stay positive. Perhaps this is a gift, to be here and experience this time. I arch my brow. He should know better than to say that. Sorry, but I'm not feeling lucky. It's an adjustment, I know. Please, join Carol and me for dinner. She's been asking for you. We're both concerned. But I'm not feeling sociable, and beg off. Smitty looks at the junk food wrappers and unwashed clothes in the neglected mess of my dorm room, and asks if I'm keeping up with my schoolwork. I nod. The truth is, I've lost interest. How can I be motivated to go to class when my life's in such disarray? When Halloween approaches, Chaz informs me I'm joining him and another guy from our floor for the State Street Halloween party. I say no, but he's not having it. It's epic. The UW is famous for this party. We're going as the right stuff and we need you as an astronaut. My face screws up in confusion. I don't understand what he said, and he notices. You need to lighten up on the weed, man. The right stuff, you know? The movie. Astronauts. Aiming for the moon. I nod as if a light bulb just went off in my brain, which it didn't. I learned about the moon landing, but knew nothing of this movie. Later that night, I go to the library and look up astronauts and the space program. Not only have there been moon landings, but there are now space shuttles that ferry astronauts to and from a space station that floats in outer space. Holy moly. The next night, I find myself knocking back drinks with a group of fellas from the dorm. We are all dressed in white painter overalls. The suit has an American flag patch on the shoulder, NASA printed on the front, and silver tape used to transform it into a spacesuit. Outside, we slide on our papier-mâché helmets and pose for photos in the courtyard before heading off to the party on State Street. Campus is teeming with students in outlandish costumes. There are groups of guys dressed as six-packs of beer, witches, devils, and my favorite, the gals, dressed as Rubik's Cubes. This is a far cry from my youth where we played pranks, tipping over outhouses, releasing animals from their pens, and smashing pumpkins. There was always a celebration at the Anderson barn, where we wore simple costumes of hobos or ghosts, and bobbed for apples. As we crest Bascom Hill, I witness a sea of people milling about the street and sidewalks. There aren't hundreds of students gathered. There are thousands. My hometown of Ephraim had a population of less than 300. When we reach the edge of the fray, there's a loud buzz of chatter, laughter, and music. Chaz leads the way, and we eagerly follow. It's nice to be a part of a group, as if I belong, and the heavy burdens I've been carrying are lighter. There are girls with their hair in pigtails, dressed in pink-footed pajamas, people wrapped in bedsheets that I learn are togas, and so many costumes of characters I have no idea who they are. But then, I notice some guys dressed as the Three Stooges and smile. These characters I know, and it's nice to see that not all is lost to time. More people pour onto the crowded street. Chaz tells me that students bus in from all over the state for this party. There's a guy pushing a grocery cart containing a keg of beer. He fills cups of beer for people as he passes. The mass of people continues to multiply, and our group of astronauts is separated. Suddenly, the people around me are squeezed together, like sardines. My papier-mâché helmet is crushed. There's no moving forward, or any direction for that matter. It's a logjam of humanity. There are alarmed faces in the crowd. Then, suddenly, I'm lifted off my feet by the sway of the massive crowd. It's difficult to breathe. A couple of girls scream, and others push against the pressure, making the situation worse. This is too much. This place is out of control. Fighting my own panic, I look toward a side street and see some movement. That way! I shout to the people around me and point. It takes several minutes, but we slowly inch our way out of the crush. We're not the only ones. There are two girls dressed as black cats, crying and smearing off their whiskers in the process. Others pull their masks off to breathe better. This time is out of hand. There are too many people, too many cars. Everything is too fast. I long for the simpler times. I long to row a boat to escape my fears. I long for Abbi. Chapter 28. November comes with blustery winds that seep through my puffy nylon coat and rob the trees of their fall color. The waves on the lake are turbulent and angry, and the Carillon Tower stares down on campus, hollow and silent. Now that I don't need to fear traveling in the night, sleep evades me, and I lie awake into the wee hours. Each day, I trudge to class and hope for enlightenment, but after a while, I only make rare appearances. Instead, I attend the movies and savor buttered popcorn and get my education via the cinema. The one movie that sticks with me is War Games, about a student who's playing a game on a computer that turns into a real war. Most of it is beyond my comprehension, but Abbi told me a lot about how computers become commonplace in the future. The idea of computers starting wars is concerning. I see Risky Business, Indiana Jones, National Lampoon's Vacation. It's all fascinating and helps my mind escape from my desperate situation. Then, one day, I watch a love story titled An Officer and a Gentleman, and my heart aches for Abbi. At night, after smoking a joint, I often go to Headliners, the last place I saw her. I sit at the bar with a beer and proceed to get soused as the music pounds through my brain. My eyes scan the crowd, hoping to spy her beautiful face and easy spirit among the coeds. But I never do. Instead, girls approach me for a free drink, possibly a date, or to fix the sad sack that I've become.
Hi there.
A gal says, as she and her friends squeeze up to the bar. I offer a curt nod and look away.
I'm Terry. What's your name?
She's out of breath and grinning. Her face is pink, having come from the dance floor, and her dark hair is slicked to her forehead in perspiration. Will, I answer, without looking at her. Her friends order drinks from the bartender.
Well, what has you so down in the dumps?
I run my thumb over my beer bottle, causing the condensation to drip down the side, and wish she'd go away. Not a thing.
Is that so? Then you can come dance with me.
She tugs on my arm, assuming I'll follow her. When I frown and pull my arm away, she screws up her mouth in consternation.
You're no fun.
I'd rather be left alone. And the only way to do that is to leave. But Terry doesn't give me a chance.
What's wrong?
She parks herself on the stool next to mine.
Did you flunk an exam? Did your girlfriend break up with you?
If only it were that simple. The bartender delivers wine coolers, and her friends nudge Terry to join them, but she waves them off, determined to keep pestering me. With her friends gone, she sips from her bottle, and I hope she'll stay quiet. But she doesn't.
Will, you need some serious cheering up. Lucky for you, I'm here to help. Tell me about yourself.
I give her the side eye, but she doesn't notice. When I don't respond, she does.
Okay, I'll go first. As I said, I'm Terry, I'm from Watertown, and I'm a business major, but my secret dream is to be a pilot.
Her friendly smile is innocent and engaging.
My dad's a banker, and my mom is a beautician.
She leans back and looks at me, expecting me to respond. What am I to say? Some baloney about my major? How would she react if I told her the truth?
Come on, your turn.
She nudges my arm and smiles. What the heck? She seems like a nice enough girl, and she did ask. Let's see what she thinks. I am from Ephraim, a small town north of Sturgeon Bay. I've been going to school on and off since the late 1920s, but never long enough to declare a major. Terry wrinkles her brow, trying to make sense of my words, and, assuming she heard me wrong, she leans in to hear better over the thrum of the music. And my dream is to return to my girlfriend in 1930. She gives a wide-eyed look that dissolves into laughter.
That's hilarious. You must be a writing major.
I continue on. My father was a farmer. My mother kept house, but my entire family died of smallpox in 1927. She sobers with that, unsure of what to think of me.
That's randomly specific.
It's only the tip of the iceberg. I tell her about Model T cars, my favorite radio show, and life on campus before all the modern buildings were built. Her brow raises.
Okay, very funny.
She pins me with a silent look. You asked, I shrug, and take a drag off my beer. Now, maybe, she'll move on and leave me alone.
Obviously, that's impossible,
she says, talking with her hands in the air. Not if you're a time traveler, I mutter.
You travel through time?
She giggles, back to her bubbly self.
All right. Tell me about time travel.
With her elbows on the bar and her chin resting on her clasped hands, she waits expectantly. This girl truly wants to know. So, I start talking and tell her all about it. She listens, fascinated.
Your bed time travels?
She asks, fully invested in my story. I suppose that's true. Everything on it stays with me, but now I'm stuck here in 1983.
Because the bells have been removed from the Carillon Tower,
She finishes. I nod. Revealing my secrets to this stranger releases some of my tension. I breathe a bit easier with this weight off my chest.
Can I come with you?
She asks. Then her eyes light with humor. Her friends rush up.
Terry, come on.
One grabs her wine cooler, the other her arm, and they pull her from the stool toward the dance floor.
Wait, you guys.
She giggles.
He's a time traveler. He's going to take me with him to the future, but I have to sleep with him to do it.
They fall into each other, laughing. A hot flush sweeps across my face. It's time to go. Smitty stops by a few days before Thanksgiving, explaining that his family will be spending the holiday weekend with Carol's family in La Crosse. He also says it's for the best I don't meet them, as it could be complicated. I say it doesn't matter. I say I don't mind. I say that I'll be okay. But wedged between us is the memory of that frigid Christmas Eve of 1949, when campus emptied out and we were lonely. Smitty and I bonded over Salisbury steak and apple pie a la mode in the warmth of the college club, and I gave him cherry jam and Christmas cookies. Smitty hands me a sack containing a piece of pumpkin pie. Chaz goes home for the holiday, as does every other guy in my dorm. I remain here, in a foggy haze from my joint, remembering Thanksgiving last year with my family. Their faces are still vivid in my mind. My mother wiping her brow as she set the steaming dishes of sage dressing and buttered carrots on the table. My father carving the turkey, and Agnes, proud of the corn husk turkey she created as a centerpiece. For the first time since I began traveling, I'm alone. No one to lie to about who I really am. It's liberating to be by myself, but also achingly lonely. I turn the music up loud, watch more movies on a beta video machine, and go to the Renabaum's Diner, where I went with Abbi, Ruby, and Walter. Sitting in the same booth, the phosphates and fountain drinks are long gone. But I'm still able to enjoy a grilled hamburger and French fries. Will, I'm concerned about you, Smitty says, when he appears at my door in mid-December. My clothes are rumpled. I learned how to work the coin-operated washing machine, but haven't used it for a while. His brows are knit together, and his gaze is pained. You need a shower and a haircut. I turn back into my room. That will certainly solve my problems. Don't be flippant with me. He pushes into the room and takes in the mess. His eyes land on the desk, where my textbooks are stacked, untouched, and he frowns. Have you given up on your classes, too? I shrug. What's the point? He frowns, and in a stern voice says, You need to clean up your act, young man. It's laughable. Is this his father figure approach to talking to me? I toss the Rubik's Cube in the air and catch it. Don't use that holier-than-thou tone on me. I knew you back when you were green around the ears and afraid to look at a girl. Smitty huffs, his face turning red. That was nearly 40 years ago. You have your whole life in front of you, Will. Now is not the time to throw it all away. Easy for you to say. You're an old man. What kind of life do I have to look forward to? I'm either trapped in this godforsaken time, or if by some miracle the bells work again, I'll be somewhere unknown where it's even worse. You don't know that, he insists. Come on, man. You used to be interesting. Now, you hide behind a desk and claim to do research to help find Abbi. I turned over all that money. Did you just stash it for yourself? His face turns a darker red, and his eyes bulge in anger. About time, he showed a little emotion. Listen here, you smart-mouthed brat! He points his finger in my face. I've had enough of your lip! But I'm not remotely done speaking my mind. And what about the bell tower? You should be forcing them to speed up the repair. Throw some money at it. Bribe someone. He shakes his head. That's out of my hands, and you know it. You are in an extraordinary position. Yet here you are, getting wasted and flunking out of school. I'm not flunking out, I shout into his face. Smitty moves closer and, chest to chest, yells back, That's not what your professors told me! Spittle hits my cheek. I shove him forward with my chest. My grades are none of your darn business. The door opens and Chaz enters, oblivious to our tussle. He pulls up short, wide-eyed at the scene. Get out! Smitty points at Chaz without breaking eye contact with me. Chaz soundlessly steps back, pulling the door closed with him. Smitty blows out his breath and moves away, as if trying to find his patience. You and Abbi have been my business from the moment I met you. A lot of good that's done us, I snap. What have you ever done for me? He shakes his head in disbelief. Will, it's time to grow up and be a man. Stop waiting around for someone else to save your ass. Smitty flings the door open. It smashes against the wall, and he storms out. Chaz has been waiting in the hall. He walks gingerly into our room. What the heck did you do to piss off Professor Smith? I rake a hand through my stringy hair. Don't worry about it. We're old friends. Chapter 29. Despite Smitty's efforts to motivate me, I'm more defiant than before. Each time I'm called to the hall phone, I refuse to go. One day, a guy from a room across the way hands me a phone message from Carol, inviting me to Christmas dinner. That's a huge concession after Smitty declared it was a bad idea for me to meet his family. I crumple the message and refuse to go. Final exams roll around, and I consider not taking them. But something deep inside convinces me to try. I pull all-nighters, as the guys say. I'm good at that, having played night owl for so long to stay awake with Abbi. Still, I find myself nodding off while at the library and waking with my face in a book. The exams are brutal. My hand cramps from scribbling answers in the blue books used to record them. I try to eke out every last shred of information from my brain, but there isn't enough. I've missed too much. I used to be smart and motivated. Now, it all seems fruitless. After my last exam on December 23rd, most of the dorm floor is either celebrating or heading home for winter break. I drop into bed and sleep like the dead. When I wake, The dorm is quiet. As always, I check the room to see if I've traveled. But of course, nothing has changed. How could it, with no bells in the tower? There's not much to do with campus closed up, other than a couple of food halls for the scattering of mostly international students with nowhere to go. I wander down State Street and make my way up to the Capitol Square, where it's bustling with throngs of last-minute shoppers. The street posts are adorned with lights, and the storefronts with Christmas wreaths and garland. Carolers wearing Santa hats sing on a corner. The Orpheum is showing A Christmas Story. Maybe I'll see it tomorrow. It's hard to be alone all the time. Even the people I know, like Smitty and Carol, have to keep me at arm's length. That night, my stomach grumbles, and I realize I haven't eaten all day. The food hall, running on limited hours, is already closed. I'm bored with television, so I head out in search of dinner. As I cut across the library mall, the sign for the college club catches my eye. This is where I spent my last Christmas Eve. It's like stepping back in time. The same oak bar. The mirror seems to have aged, and the tables and chairs are different, but the light fixtures around the bar appear to be the same. Taking a seat at the bar, I order a burger and cheese curds. There are a handful of people tucked into the booths. Each time the door opens, a flush of cool airs enters. Soft holiday music plays. I stare at the lights above the bar and wait for my food. When it arrives, I eat slowly to stretch out the time. A holiday song comes on, and I recognize it as White Christmas. A whoosh of cool air blows in. A man takes the stool next to me at the bar and orders 2 beers. "How did you know I'd be here?" "It seemed likely," Smitty says. The beers are delivered, and we drink, with only the crooning of Bing Crosby to fill the void between us. When the song ends, Smitty places a gaily wrapped package on the bar next to me. "It's from Carol. Cookies." I take a drink. I want to stay angry, but it's difficult to maintain. "I've been doing a lot of thinking," I say. I realized that I was angry at you, blaming you for my misfortunes, so that I wouldn't hate myself as much." "Oh, Will." Smitty's hand goes to my shoulder. The steady connection eases the pressure I've been pinned under. My eyes well up and threaten to spill over. "I'm sorry. It's just that it's hard to—" He squeezes my shoulder and gives me a gentle pat. "No need to explain, my friend." We remain quiet as the music croons, and Smitty allows me to pull myself together. Then he slides an envelope across the bar. It's addressed to Smitty as Professor Smith. I hike an eyebrow at him. Why is he giving me his letter? Smitty gestures back to the envelope and the return address. I peer closer. It's from Mrs. Winifred Weeborg, my teacher, and it's dated a few days ago. My mouth gapes as I stare at her name, written in perfect, artful cursive. Why would she write to Smitty? I look to him for answers. "You asked me to send her money. That was 22 years ago. We've corresponded around Christmas time every year since." My hand goes to the envelope, touching the ink where she wrote. She is from my past, my long past, and she is the only person alive who's known me so well, or so long. I never thought I'd hear from her again. Smitty finishes his beer and motions to the bartender for another. I've been worried about you, Will, so I wrote to her. Go ahead. The letter inside is for you. Having a missive from my past is like a miracle, an unexpected gift I could have never anticipated. I open the envelope. Smitty explains that he removed the letter Miss Winifred wrote to him. The remaining letter is for me alone. The linen stationery is thick and smells of something that I pretend is home. Her script fills the page, and I read slowly, savoring each word. She is so happy to have received Smitty's letter, and to know that I am safe and well. She expresses that she's struggled with the idea of my travels, as they are quite unusual. I notice that she doesn't specifically say time travel, or that I'm hopping through the years. If someone else were to read the letter, they would likely think I was traveling the world to exotic locales. She thanks me for the extravagant gift and says it came at a time when she needed it most. Then she continues and addresses Smitty's fears about my well-being. I can't imagine the situations you have endured. From the little I've learned, it must be truly upsetting and difficult to come to terms with, and your friend, Professor Smith, is deeply concerned that you have given up. Will, I have always felt in my heart that you were destined for great things. Your travels were certainly nothing I would have imagined, but with every burden, there is a gift, a silver lining of sorts. As corny as it may sound, each time a door closes for you, remember that a window opens. You need to keep searching for the gift. Great things come from great sacrifice, so don't be deterred by your hardships. I have the utmost confidence in you, and know in my heart that you will refocus and overcome the challenges that you face. Wherever you are, and wherever you go, always know that you are thought of with the warmest regards, and I wish you the best. Lowering the letter to the bar, I let my mind absorb her words. She's not forgotten about me, and is, as always, rooting me on. I'm a bit speechless, and fortunately, Smitty doesn't push, as I marinate in her kindness. Without specifically saying it, Miss Winifred is telling me to snap out of my pity party and take charge of my life. She's right. I've let the devastation of the bells coming down command my world. I don't know what my future is, but I'm better than this. It's then I realize her letter would have never been possible without Smitty. My heart swells with gratitude. I lift my chin in acknowledgement. He waves it off. Smitty gazes around the bar at the vintage light fixtures, scratched bar, and cracked tile floor. You know, not much has changed in this place over the years. We look at each other's reflections in the aging mirror behind the bar. I appear exactly as I did when we first met all those decades ago. Smitty is A gray-haired, middle-aged man. I burst out laughing. Smitty cringes. Except for me. With the new year, I resume lunches with Smitty, but only once a week, since there's not much danger of me disappearing in the night. I sign up for classes and dutifully attend, even though my heart isn't in it. It feels like I keep repeating the same courses, so I'm not actually learning much. The new boathouse has a training room with rowing machines. It's nothing like being on the water, but I enjoy the familiar, repetitive movement, and it keeps me focused. Smitty and Carol have me to their house for dinner every other week. It's become a welcome home away from home. After dinner, Smitty and I watch the Badger basketball team play and yell at the TV when we disagree with a referee's call. I'd like to take the skiff out, but the lake will be frozen for a couple more months. Carol says that I'm speaking more slang and that I've started to blend in to the 1980s. I suppose it was unavoidable. They encourage me to join a club or make friends, but I don't have it in me. I occasionally go for a beer with Chaz, but that's about it. One night, Carol brings out an ice cream cake to celebrate. What's the occasion? I ask, while wondering how one makes ice cream into a cake.
Hasn't Smitty told you?
She gives him a chastising gaze, and he shrugs.
He's been published for his work on string theory and nominated for a number of prestigious awards.
Geez, Smitty. I had no idea. Smitty, unaffected by her announcement, is busy eyeing the cake. Carol continues while struggling to get a knife into the frozen cake.
It's a very big deal, and will bring international attention and more funding to the university.
This is a great step in the right direction. He must be making progress. One day in early March, Smitty appears outside my math chem class. His face is alight, and there's a prance in his step, a comical sight that I've not seen from him before. What's put you in such a jolly mood? I heft the strap on my backpack higher. It's the current method of carrying books to class. There's something you need to see. His grin is infectious as he takes off across campus. I'm at a loss as to what could have possibly put him in such a mood, but I follow along, having to rush to keep up. Then it strikes me. He's discovered something. Did you do it? Did you make a breakthrough in your research? My heart jolts with the possibility. Not that, although the work is moving forward with significant promise. We turn the corner onto Observatory Drive. I stop short at the sight of the Carillon Tower. There, surrounding the base of the building, are workmen, trucks, and a contraption with a pulley system that is delicately raising one of the larger bells into the building. I stare, dumbfounded. But I thought they said April. That was the original schedule, but it turns out that a significant under-the-table donation from an anonymous benefactor, he nods his head at me, motivated the contractor. It's finally happening. I run my hand through my hair. My emotions are pinging from the thrill of my ticket out of here to the fear in my gut that it won't work. Smitty reads my thoughts. We won't know if it works or if something has changed the dynamics of the vibrations. The situation is uncertain at best. Are you saying that if it even works, there's no way of knowing what will happen? His nod is serious, almost ominous. But there was never control over your time travel. When, where, or why, he offers as a caveat. He's right. Or is he? Then why did I meet Abbi? I've seen her in 3 different times and spent months with her in 1930. Doesn't that mean she's my destiny? Smitty considers my comment carefully. Possibly. But it's also brought you in regular contact with me. He has a point. I've almost spent more time with Smitty than with Abbi. No offense, but you're not nearly as charming, not to mention beautiful. And there it is. Visions of Abbi pop into my mind. Abbi with me at the beach, studying on the lawn near the observatory, and her when we first met, and I rescued her from the lake in a downpour. Do I dare to dream that I'll see her again? What happens now? I search Smitty's eyes for answers, and notice that, along with his excitement, there is a sorrow he's trying to hide. Now, we're back to not knowing whether you'll stay or go on any given night. His voice is husky with emotion, and it takes me a minute to realize what's going on. He's sad that I could be leaving. This might be our final day together, and there's no telling if I'll see him again. Our eyes lock in unspoken communication. It's time to get our house in order and say goodbye. In case I travel. In case I'm gone forever, and we never meet again. Chapter 30. I pace the tiny dorm room. Chaz is out, likely sleeping over with his new girlfriend. I'm tempted to criticize their loose morals, but Abbi and I did the same thing, and I have no regrets. I look at all the trappings of the 1980s that were so foreign to me when I first arrived. The Walkman with cassette tapes, the color television, the stereo system, and the microwave we used to make popcorn and cup of soup. Even Chaz's band posters of Aerosmith, Foreigner, and Led Zeppelin are special now, as I've spent so much time watching MTV. As I survey my bed and what I want and need to take with me, I toss the Rubik's Cube into my satchel. Who knows if the puzzle will still exist in the future? With everything set and my nerves humming on high alert, I climb into bed. I've never felt such angst before. Will the bells ring tonight? Will I travel? And what year will I land in if I do? Will I be alone? Or finally reunited with Abbi? I lie awake, fretting over the myriad of possibilities, tossing and turning, punching my pillow into submission. It's like I'm having the battle of my life by leaving my future to fate, the will of the blasted bells. Why would I do that? I could stay here. I'm used to this time. My eyes follow the cracks in the ceiling, the shadows in the room created by the light of the moon, and the time on the clock radio as the numbers slowly flip into the wee hours of morning. Still, the bells don't chime. Then, somewhere in the fringes of consciousness, a melody begins to play. It's soothing and familiar, and draws me in. The hollow gong of bells seem to reverberate in my chest as I become one with the sound. But something is off. The final note does not go up, but goes down. I gasp and bolt upright in bed. This is wrong. A sheen of perspiration covers my brow. Did I just travel? But a cursory glance of my room proves nothing has changed. Did I imagine the whole thing? Or did the bells really sound? I would swear they did, but the tune has changed. I have to speak to Smitty. Will, this is incredible. Smitty's clothes are rumpled from sleeping on his office couch. He rubs sleep from his eyes. Planted in his desk chair, I deliver an exasperated eye roll. But what does it mean? I implore. Why did the tune change? And why did I wake up before it could take me? Smitty slips on his shoes and ties them, then collects a black case. All excellent questions. He grabs his coat and heads for the door. You coming? I scramble after him. Where to? To check the data, of course. He has data? Smitty shakes his head. What did you think was happening with all the research funds? Honestly, I've never given it much thought. He said he needed a lab and equipment. Beyond that, I have no idea. I shrug and duck my head. He frowns. Maybe you should lay off the wacky weed and be part of the solution. When we reach the physics building, we take the elevator to the 12th floor. I really need to move my office over here. All this back and forth is wasting time, Smitty says, unlocking the door to the lab. Inside the long room is an array of large metal machines with lights, dials, brightly lit digital numbers, some that are changing as I watch. Smitty moves through the room and checks readings on a number of machines and presses buttons that kick a printer into action. Absolutely everything in this room is foreign to me. It's electronic, and there are computers attached to some of the equipment. What do these devices do? I peer over his shoulder as he jots down notes. He explains that each instrument is measuring and recording different changes. Changes in sound waves, air pressure, particle mass, ionic velocity, and seismic anomalies, to name a few. Some of the instruments I need are still in development, so I won't be able to study electromagnetism and quantum field theory for a couple of years. I scratch my head. Most of what you said is gibberish. Smitty glances up from his work and drills me with a piercing glare. It will remain that way until you take your studies seriously. You must build a strong foundation of physics, mathematics, and science before you can move on to complex topics that may be affecting your time travel. My eyes drop. He's right. I've ignored the whole reason I came to college and become a slouch. Looking around the room at all the machines beeping and printing out feedback, I realize how much effort and dedication Smitty has given to my and Abby's cause. I will be better. I will focus. In the meantime, I ask what results he's discovered. Will, analyzing this data will take days, if not weeks. But I thought, what happened last night is astounding. You experienced a near episode of time travel. This is the first time we have a known occurrence to study, and trust me, every instant of last night's data will be analyzed. The question that nags at me even more is why the final note went lower instead of higher. When Abbi and I hummed the melody together all those months ago in the Carillon Tower, her note went lower and mine went higher. We guessed that was why she traveled back in time and I forward. Does this mean that had I not woken, I would have traveled back in time instead of forward, as I always have? Would I have returned to Abbi? Or would I have returned to my own time, before all of this began? Smitty and I discuss the possibilities at length, but he has no certainty about what was happening last night either. We spend the day together. I help him retrieve the data and record it into ledger-type spreadsheets on a computer. It's Saturday, and there's no staff working. I'm dog-tired, having only slept a few minutes last night. Adrenaline kept me going for a while, but now I'm dragging. When Smitty declares we've done enough for one day, he locks up the lab and we walk toward his office where his car is parked. Will, neither you nor Abbi ever mentioned waking up once the bells chimed. Bear with me on this hypothesis, but perhaps what happened last night was a choice. Has he gone mad? There's no choice in time travel. It tosses me through the ears like a leaf on the wind. Smitty raises his hand. Hear me out. Maybe you get to choose where you go? I don't understand. All day long you were tracking the science of this, and now, out of the blue, you're spouting nonsense that it's whatever I want? What kind of researcher are you? You're supposed to solve this thing, not throw out some ridiculous hypotheses. It would be irresponsible of me not to consider the power of manifestation. I don't understand. So, what happens tonight? If the bells even chime again, am I supposed to choose where to go? I don't know, he says, rubbing his forehead. All I'm saying is that let's not rule anything out. We part ways at the parking lot. I say my goodbyes, and that I'll see him tomorrow, or possibly never again. He pulls me into a brisk hug and pounds me affectionately on the back. I trudge up Bascom Hill. On the other side stands the cursed Carillon Tower, the keeper of my past, present, and future. I place my hands on the rough, abrasive wall and lean in. What do you want from me? I whisper, then listen for a response. But all I hear is the rustle of the wind through the trees, the rev of a speeding car, and the murmured conversation of passing students. Does this mammoth bell tower have a soul? It remains cold and reticent. I'm exhausted, but afraid to go to bed. Suddenly, it appears I may hold the key to my travel, which seems absolutely impossible. But yet, if there's a chance it's true, I must try. With my bed loaded and organized, I fall onto my pillow. My thoughts focus on Abbi, the way her loose hair blows in the wind, the light scattering of freckles across her nose, and the smile that melts my heart. I concentrate on all that she's lost by being alone in time, and then my mind wanders to the family I lost. If I went back to the beginning, could I save them? Sleep begins to take me. Do I want to be with Abbi or with my family? It's Abbi who holds my heart and feels like my destiny. My mind dips deep toward that dark comfort of slumber. In the distant corners of my consciousness, the sound of the Carillon bells begin to ring. I'm jerked awake when the door flies open and hits the wall. Chaz stumbles in, creating a racket as he bumps into his chair, then falls onto his bed. He's obviously on a bender. Before he came in, I was going. I was moving on to another time. Will it happen again? Or am I finished for the night? I puff up my pillow and close my eyes once again. The weight of exhaustion and stress Make it easy. I drift off to sleep, while trying to stay conscious at the same time. Chapter 31. The moment I open my eyes, I know. I'm staring at the crack in the ceiling, which seems to have grown. But even if it hadn't, the room feels different and smells different. And so, it continues. I wanted this, didn't I? To keep moving so that I could get closer to finding Abbi? To give Smitty time to work on his equations and research so that he could actually help? Turning my head, I see my roommate's head on his pillow, facing away from me. On the wall above his head are sketches and paintings. He's an artist. I slip out of bed and see jars of pencils and paintbrushes. An ivy plant has grown so high, it climbs up my roommate's bedpost to the curtain rod over the window. There's a guitar in the corner and a microwave on top of a miniature refrigerator. I have definitely traveled forward. On my nightstand is a new wallet, a small container labeled Listerine strips, and a wristwatch with a rubber-type band and digital readouts. But the best part is the copy of the Daily Cardinal that slipped onto the floor. I pick it up, and when I spot the date, drop it onto my bed. April 22nd, 1999. Blowing out my breath, I link my fingers behind my head and stare upward. That's almost the new millennium. So many thoughts rush through my brain. I've traveled again. 15 years. But I'm far too early for Abbi. She hasn't been born yet. And this is a time she never landed in. I'm sure of it. Then, what about Smitty? How old is he now? Late 60s? Maybe 70? Is he still teaching? All I can think is that I need to find him as soon as possible. I'm tempted to run to his office, but it's early and he's likely still at home. Remembering the slip of paper Carol jotted their phone number on for me so many months ago, I retrieve it from my wallet and punch the numbers onto a wall phone in the hallway. The phone is old and worn, and might actually be the same one that was here yesterday, in 1983. The phone rings, and my chest tightens as I slip the number back into my wallet. I pray Smitty hasn't died or moved away, because then I'm up a creek without a paddle. On the third ring, Carol answers.
Hello, Smith residence.
Carol, hello. It's Will. There's silence. Hello? I repeat.
Oh, dear Lord. I'm sorry, Will. I can't believe it's you. We thought, well, never mind.
I picture her shocked expression. She's a difficult woman to rattle, having witnessed her calm while almost delivering her third child in the front seat of a broken-down car. I chuckle. I'm a bit surprised to be in this time, too. I ignore the odd look from a girl walking by in a fluffy lavender robe, carrying a basket of toiletries. My eyes pop open, and I do a double take. Why is there a girl walking the corridor of a men's dormitory in her bathrobe?
Wait until Smitty learns you're back. He's missed you terribly,
she says, drawing me back to our conversation. Yes. Is he there? May I speak with him? He's alive and safe, and that's all I needed to know.
Oh no, I'm sorry, but you just missed him. He left for the office a few minutes ago.
I slap my hand against the wall. I can wait a few minutes longer. All right, I'll meet him at his office when he arrives. Thank you, Carol. I've got to run, but I'm sure I'll see you soon. I barely wait for her goodbye as I move to hang up, but then she calls out, Will, wait! I pull the receiver back. Yes?
Smitty has a new office. It's in the new research building, near Union South.
She gives me directions and insists I come for dinner that night. I promise I will, excited to catch up. Anxious to reach Smitty, I take off for his new office. Outside, the sky is a dull gray with a cold mist. I notice that so much is the same. The buildings that I've known since I began at the university, and the ones added over the years. It's familiar, and good to know things aren't that different. But then I notice the automobiles. They seem more streamlined and quieter, but they are everywhere. Some students are on bikes, but many others buzz by on small motorbikes. The noise is loud and disturbs the day. I make my way to University Avenue, which has grown from a 2-lane road in my time to 5 lanes of heavy traffic speeding past and swapping lanes as they go. The city buses are large and modern with a roar of power. The intersection is crowded, with students on every corner wanting to cross. I'm quite familiar with streetlights and crosswalks, but this is something different entirely. Some of the lights blink with yellow arrows and green arrows, while others remain red. The crosswalk has numbers counting down, then flashing red. I'm so confused by the lights that I don't realize the mob of students is already halfway across the lanes of traffic. I hesitate, not sure if I still have time to make it across, when 2 fellas dart past me. Just as I follow them, the backed-up lanes of traffic suddenly fly forward, right towards me. I hesitate, and a car weaves past, nearly hitting me. Now all lanes are accelerating, and I'm caught in the middle. I try to race forward, but a blast from a car halts me in place. I see an opening and run back toward the sidewalk. Horns blast and tires squeal. When I jerk my head toward the sound, a delivery truck is skidding straight at me. I put my hand out as if I can stop it. It's too late. I'm airborne, and everything moves in slow motion. I see pedestrians waiting to cross the street. I smell burned rubber from the tires, and I feel panic as my body careens into the path of an oncoming bus. Chapter 32. A high-pitched, repeating beep disturbs my consciousness. It's annoying and piercing in my ear. When I try to turn my head away from the noise, my head doesn't move. There's a murmur of voices. I strain to understand them. The beeping stops abruptly, and I hear more clearly.
"Doctor? He's waking up,"
a woman says. Doctor? Why is there a doctor in my dorm room? Someone places their cold hand on my wrist and holds it there.
"Pulse is 72.
Let's have a look-see, a male voice says, and I feel a sharp pinch on my arm and jerk it away. Excellent. Will, can you hear me? They know my name? My head is foggy, and I can't remember why I'm so tired. He calls my name again. Can you open your eyes? It takes effort, but I do. The room is bright, and it takes a moment to focus. When I do, 2 strangers peer down at me. Welcome back, the man says. The woman beams alongside him. Should I know these people? Or have I traveled again? I try to remember, but draw a blank. I try to turn my head, but can't. There's something holding it in place. Will, I'm Dr. Kronman. You're in the hospital. You've had an accident. I've never been a patient in a hospital in my life. I was born at home. My right hand goes to my head, but hits a metal device first. What? I squirm to move, but find myself weak and helpless. It's as if I'm trapped. My panic must show. Will, try to stay calm. Raising my other hand, I discover it's in a plaster cast. What the heck has happened? I feel around my head. There are metal bars attached to some type of harness. It's as if there's a cage around my head and shoulders. What kind of future is this? Is Abbi here? Is Smitty? The woman smiles gently and takes my hands away from the contraption and places them at my side.
You're safe and healing, Will. Right now, you need to rest.
She's right. I'm exhausted from such small efforts. My eyes drop closed, and I fall back to sleep. The next time I wake, the room is quiet. I see tubes inserted into my right arm, and a machine near my bed is blinking lights. My left arm is in a cast, and the blankets are pulled up to my chest. When I woke up before, the doctor said I'd been in an accident, but I don't remember one. There's a fog of confusion in my mind. Further inspection reveals a table next to my bed, a sink, and a cabinet. On the other side of the room, rays of sun beam through a wide window onto an old man sleeping in a chair. He's wearing a rumpled plaid button-down shirt and beige trousers. The man's silver-haired head is leaned back, eyes closed behind his glasses, and mouth agape, displaying the silver fillings in his teeth. I wonder who the old fella is. And then it strikes me. I look closer, but this man is old. It can't be. Smitty? My voice comes out sounding gravelly and weak. The man's head jerks forward, as if he just nodded off. He straightens his glasses, looks at me, and smiles in his familiar way that age can't erase. "It's good to see you again," Smitty says. "But did you have to put me through all this?" He rises from his chair and approaches my bedside. He's still tall, with a solid chest, but thicker middle. His face is lined with wrinkles I expect are from the trials of life, and his jowls sag, but the sparkle in his eyes remains. I know it's him, my friend, but my heart breaks to see him this way. The years have stolen his youth, and even his middle age. "You're old," he chuckles, and the hearty rumble brings a smile to my face. "Yes, Will, I suppose I am. You, on the other hand, haven't aged a day." His hand grips the railing of my hospital bed, as if he's bracing to tell me something I'm not going to like. What year is it? I can't seem to remember. Is that what he's worried to tell me? "It's 1999, he says calmly. Okay, that's good, I think. What about Abbi? Have you seen her?" His eyes lower, and he shakes his head. "Unfortunately, no. There's been no sign of her. She's still lost in time, like me. But is there anyone to help her?" Smitty keeps eyeing me, as if I'm supposed to read his mind. If it's not the year, and it's not about Abbi. I move to scratch my nose, and I'm reminded of the tubes and the fact I am in a hospital room. I raise my eyes to Smitty's. "What happened?" His brow furrows, and he fails to hide the sadness in his eyes. "You were in an accident. That's what the doctor said, but I can't for the life of me recall it. Smitty places a reassuring hand on my good arm. The important thing is that you're going to pull through. The door opens and a nurse enters.
Look who's awake.
She's all smiles.
You, young man, are our special miracle.
She adjusts my pillow, then wraps a device around my upper arm and squeezes a ball that makes it tighten. Then she listens in her stethoscope and counts to herself while staring at her watch.
Very good. All normal.
Before I can ask any questions, she pops a white stick-like device into my mouth, adjusts a bag of fluid that appears to be feeding into my arm, and says the doctor will be right in. I glance at Smitty because I don't know what's in my mouth, let alone anything that the nurse is doing. He pats my shoulder and leans in. She's taking your vitals, your temperature, and blood pressure, he whispers. The doctor enters, the same man from yesterday, and greets Smitty. Professor, good to see you again. He glances my way as the nurse pulls the plastic stick from my mouth. Looks like things are turning the corner here for your nephew. Yes, it's a huge relief, Smitty says with a sigh, showing how worried he must have been. Good morning, Will. I don't know if you remember, but we met this morning. Dr. Kronman, I say. He grins. Excellent. Let's take a look at a few things. He pulls out a tiny flashlight and flashes it briefly into each of my eyes. I blink. Then he has me watch his finger as he moves it side to side, without moving my head. He raises the sheets at the bottom of the bed and looks at my toes. It's then I'm horrified to realize both my legs are in plaster casts. He places the cold metal of his stethoscope on my chest and listens. Will, your heart is strong, your reflexes are normal, and the coma has allowed your head injury to heal. He swings the stethoscope around his neck. Coma? My eyes find Smitty, and he nods. His lips are pressed together in a grimace. What the heck happened? But before I can ask, the doctor continues. Now we just need to fix all those broken bones, and that's going to take some time. Dr. Kronman finishes his exam and makes notes in a chart. You must have questions. Yes, too many to count. The doctor leans back against the counter and crosses his legs at the ankles. Shoot. What happened? I hesitate with my words, embarrassed that I don't remember anything. How did I end up like this? I direct this at Smitty. His brow furrows, as if he doesn't want to reveal the bad news. You were hit crossing traffic. According to bystanders who witnessed the accident, Dr. Kronman interjects. You were hit by a delivery truck and pushed into the path of a city bus. I rack my brain, but can't piece it together. Smitty tries to jog my Swiss cheese memory. You were on your way to my office. You had called my place and talked with Carol. It begins to come back to me. I had just arrived, I say to him, and he nods. There was so much traffic, and the lights were confusing. He pats my arm. It's all right. You're safe now. Thank God Smitty's here. What would I do if I were all alone? I can't imagine. I shift my attention back to the doctor. What's wrong with me? I can barely move, as I'm trussed up like a turkey. He smiles as if it were a joke, which it wasn't. When you arrived, you were in very bad shape. You have 3 broken ribs, a punctured lung, a crushed pelvis, and a head injury. You have numerous broken bones, including your clavicle, left arm, and both legs. My good hand feels my chest, which is wrapped in some sort of bandage, and I try to digest what he's saying. We've patched you up with a couple of pins in your femur, and we removed your damaged spleen. I don't know what all of that even means, but it sounds dire. He adjusts his glasses. Quite honestly, Will, you are lucky to be alive. It certainly sounds that way. I reach down and feel some sort of brace around my hips and the casts on my legs. Panic tightens my chest. Will I be able to walk again? Because if I can't walk, how do I ever leave this time? How do I live my life? How do I find Abbi? Yet, I'm terrified to ask and receive bad news. This is a lot of information all at once, the doctor says. The good news is that you were in a medically induced coma, so your healing is well underway. He tells me to rest and assures me he'll be by again tomorrow as he departs to check on his next patient. Smitty, I call out, desperate for my friend, even though he's at my side. Will, it's going to be okay. His voice is patient and gentle. I look into his eyes. Is it? How will I ever overcome these injuries? He gives me a sympathetic grimace, and I know I'm in real trouble. Carol and I will be here with you, every step of the way. I shouldn't be here, I blurt. I never should have traveled at all. I should be back safely in 1927. Perhaps not, but you are, and I'm thankful. He moves to the window and looks out into the distance. It's difficult having a cherished person in your life suddenly disappear into thin air. It's like mourning a death. His voice has a hitch in it. He clears his throat. Over and over again. He's emotional, but all I can think of is what the doctor just said. I should have died in that accident. Smitty waves his hand toward the electronic devices surrounding my bed. But you didn't. Modern medicine has made great advancements. It's truly a miracle you're alive. I huff, and a sharp pain shoots through my chest. I wince. So, this is what broken ribs feel like. He drags his chair to my bedside and sits. I've missed you, Will. You are my oldest and dearest friend. With a weak smile, I nod. Smitty is the same to me, but he's an old man in his late 60s now, and I haven't yet reached the age of 20. How can I be his friend when I can barely scratch my nose? More than anything, I don't want to be here at all. Chapter 33. Smitty visits every day. He explains that I was in a medically induced coma for 5 weeks. I didn't know that was something doctors could do. The only times I'd heard of someone being in a coma was right before they died. So, I was here, unconscious and unaware of anything, and the doctors literally brought me back to life. Despite all my injuries, I don't feel much pain, partly because I'm casted, bandaged, and braced with few options of movement. The nurses who breeze in and out of my room all day assure me that the best way to heal is to remain this way for a few more weeks, which is pure torture. I have no say in the matter, or really anything at all. At least the IV is removed after a week, and I have better use of my hand. Smitty updates me on things that have happened in the past 15 years, but it means nothing to me. He gently breaks the news that Miss Winifred passed away 6 years ago. One more loss. I would have liked to see her again. I blame myself for this, as there was no reason I couldn't have visited her when I was stranded for so long in 1983. The one thing Smitty doesn't talk about is his research progress. If he'd made a breakthrough, or if he'd found Abbi, he would have told me. But he doesn't bring it up, and I don't ask. Day after day, with little movement, takes its toll. I should be enthralled by the changes in this time. There's a television with a remote controller. I push buttons on it to change channels. But even that doesn't hold my interest. Not only are my bones broken, but my spirit is too. Carol drops in every other day with fresh flowers, baked peanut butter cookies, or comic books about a precocious boy and his stuffed tiger titled Calvin and Hobbes. Anything to cheer me up. But it's hard to be chipper when I'm marooned in a hospital bed with the sides raised like a toddler's crib. About 3 weeks into my ordeal, I'm wheeled into a procedure room where the cast on my left arm and my right leg are removed. "Are you sure that's not going to slice my skin open?" I say, eyeing the tiny spinning saw that gives off a high pitch. The technician smiles. "It looks dangerous, but I promise you'll be fine." I clench my teeth, ready for the worst, but sure enough, he slices the hard cast and not my leg. I stare in shock as they remove the cast, revealing my bare leg and a terrible stench. The skin is dry and scaly. My leg is pale and has shrunk into something I don't recognize, as if someone else's leg is there instead of mine. What happened? I fail to keep the panic out of my voice. "Your muscles have atrophied from lack of use. Don't worry. You'll start physical therapy and be back to your old self before you know it." I should feel relief from his words, but I don't. The man goes after the cast on my left arm next, revealing a similar sight. My arm is shrunken, and the hair is matted against my scaly skin. I look disfigured, and I want to hide it. When I bend it at the elbow, an ache shoots at my arm, and I wince. "You may experience some joint and muscle discomfort for the next few days, but it'll pass," he says. My physical therapy breaks up my days, but the exercises I'm given offer limited movement since my pelvis needs another 6 weeks to heal. Boredom and the blues set in. Smitty drops by with my Rubik's Cube. He collected my belongings from my dorm room bed a few days after my accident. Then, one day, Carol hands me a movie in the form of a video. I'm not interested, but she insists and inserts it into a video machine before quietly leaving. The movie is Back to the Future, and it changes everything. I watch the movie repeatedly, as well as the 2 movies that follow it. To the nurse's chagrin, I buzz them several times a day to rewind and replay the tapes. They try to tempt me to watch something else, but I refuse. I relate to the main character of Marty McFly in so many ways. And while Smitty isn't eccentric like the character Doc Brown, I do see certain similarities. Smitty and I discuss the theories and science of time travel used in the movies. He continually reminds me that the movies are fiction, not fact-based. He finally reveals that his research and efforts have zeroed in on string theory. He's convinced it is the basis of what's happened to Abbi and me. After that, I ask for every movie involving time travel. I watch Terminator, which is quite disturbing. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure makes me laugh, but isn't helpful at all. And Somewhere in Time, a love story that boils time travel down to wishing hard to travel back to his love. Ridiculous. But that was something Smitty hinted at before I traveled the last time. He felt there was a bit of intention involved with time travel. If that was so, why did I end up here and not with Abbi? My only other joy is the view of Picnic Point and the lake from my window. But despite that, my mind fixates on everything I've been through. Why can't I travel to Abbi? Or backward in time? What happens when someday I'm out of here? Will I travel again? When will I land next? It's hard to ignore that Smitty is getting older. He's now shared much of his current research process with me, at least as much as I can comprehend with my limited education. What if the next time I travel, he's gone? If he dies, who can help me? Who can be trusted to continue the research? It's then I decide. It's time I step up and help myself. Are you sure? This is quite a turnabout from the last time we spoke about your education, Smitty says with skepticism when he visits that night. Positive. I need to understand these theories you've been tossing around. I have nothing else to do here other than watch the television, and frankly, MTV is nothing like it used to be. Smitty smirks. Is it because I'm dead set on returning to my studies? Or because of my opinion on the state of modern-day television? I slide the fork from my lunch tray inside my remaining cast to scratch an itch. I want to get straight to the meat of the science. No more English literature or history courses. I want the science, physics, and mathematics courses. He clears his throat, as if trying to hold back what he's really thinking. What caused this change of mind? He toys with my Rubik's Cube, but has never been able to match up more than one side. From what the doctors say, I'll be stuck in this blasted place for another 6 weeks. I smack my hand on the rail of the bed, a small act of defiance. Every time I travel, I have to jump into my courses midstream. I never get to finish anything. Well, he says, thinking it through. Perhaps we could set up accelerated coursework, where you focus on one class at a time. It's used for summer classes, so I don't see why we couldn't make it happen. He explains that an average 3-credit course is about 45 hours of classroom instruction, plus another 3 hours of study per classroom hour. You'd be learning independently. Do you think you could manage it? Is he kidding? I've always been a fast learner, so this will be a piece of cake. Yes, I'm going out of my mind here. When can I start? His face cracks into a grin. My, you are certainly eager. Now I'm giddy with excitement. There's no chance I'll time travel from this hospital bed, so this is going to happen. True to his word, Smitty sets me up with my first course, quantum mechanics and thermal dynamics, and Carol supplies me with notebooks, pencils, and a calculator, which she has to teach me how to use. There was a calculator on my desk back in 1983 that I never bothered to try. Suddenly, I no longer have to write out equations in longhand or bother with a slide rule. The calculator saves so much time. I can enter much of it into the small handheld device. I smile and think of Abbi and all the wonders she told me about. They're all proving to be true. I dive into the thick textbook, soaking in every theory, example, and problem. From the moment Smitty leaves, I work all evening into the wee hours of morning, until my eyes can't stay open. The next morning, the nurse wakes me with a breakfast tray And I continue on, pausing only for meals and a physical therapy session. Television, the view of the lake, and chatting with my nurses no longer hold my interest. I immerse myself in the world of science. Finally, I have purpose again. Smitty retrieves my completed work and nods as he scans my answers. One day, returning a graded assignment, he lowers himself into a chair with a groan and a crack of his knees. "Will, I'm impressed. I had no idea you were such an astute learner. You are a gifted student." Aw, look at you getting all serious. And you thought I was nothing more than an irresponsible stoner. He shrugs with a grin and a twinkle in his aging eyes. "Apparently, you've been keeping this talent from me." I twirl my pencil between my fingers and chuckle. School has always been this way. This is why I had to leave home to come to the university. Granted, I've never had this much time to study until now. I hear from the nurses that you've been burning the midnight oil and studying late into the night. This isn't a race. You have plenty of time, he cautions. But do I? Time is something I will never take for granted again. Deep diving into the sciences feels like the best use of it. Finally, the day arrives when the cast comes off my left leg. I lie back, my hands behind my head, beyond pleased to lose this blasted cast. Even though I know what to expect, I'm still shocked because with 6 more weeks in the cast, my leg looks even scrawnier, and there are long scars on my thigh where a metal rod and pins were inserted to rebuild my femur. The sight makes me squeamish, so I close my eyes until my leg is covered again. "It's called a butter burger," Smitty says, setting a takeout bag in front of me. "What happened to McDonald's?" "Don't tell me. It doesn't exist anymore." "No, they're still going strong. Although there is a push for healthier options in fast food these days." When I open the bag, a delicious whiff escapes. I take a bite, and Smitty's right. It's really good, albeit not that warm. "Put a couple of onion rings under the bun. It's even better." My eyebrow hikes up, but I do as he suggests. He smiles. "My granddaughter Kayla taught me that trick." Gosh, it's hard to believe you're a grandfather. I shake my head while chewing my burger. He's right about the onion rings. "Grandchildren are the best part of my life." He smiles thoughtfully, then looks at me. "Other than you and Abbi, of course. I can't imagine where I'd be if the two of you hadn't crashed into my life." Crashed, huh? How else would you describe having time travelers from the past and the future drop into your life willy-nilly? He raises a shaggy gray brow to prove his point. After all these weeks, I finally have something to celebrate, and things to look forward to. With the cast off, I should be able to move back to my dorm soon. Smitty pauses, his spoon in midair. Before he can say anything, I continue. Before I couldn't possibly walk, but now, with the casts off, I'll be able to. He drops the spoon back into his shake. "Will, I thought Dr. Cronman talked to you about the rehabilitation and physical therapy you'll need." He did, but it shouldn't take long. I'm a hard worker. The doctor said I'm healing well, and heck, I pounded out a 4-credit course in 3 weeks. Setting his ice cream on the bedside stand, Smitty wipes his mouth with a napkin and focuses his eyes on me. "I don't think you understand. Your pelvis was crushed in the accident. You won't be able to walk unassisted for months." He's wrong, but I let him continue while I eat more of my concrete mixer. When you're released from the hospital next week, you'll be moving to a rehabilitation center where you'll receive intensive physical therapy. Disappointment engulfs me. But I thought that you'd go back to your dorm? He shakes his head. I'm sorry, Will. Your road to recovery is just beginning. Chapter 34. Living at the rehab center is much like the hospital, but with less pricks and prodding. I thought I'd be on my feet by now, but am confined to a wheelchair when I need to move about. The physical therapy sessions are painful, as my muscles and joints are reawakened after months in a hospital bed. I quickly learn the mantra, no pain, no gain. The folks working here are nice enough, but everything, the walls, the floor, the equipment, is a dull shade of gray. My room overlooks a parking lot, and the food tastes like paste. For all the modern conveniences of the time, this place is dismal. Smitty, you've got to get me out of here. I beg of you. I'm going batty. I know. He stares at my dinner plate of limp noodles, cauliflower, and fish, and wrinkles his nose. Everything on your plate is white. Yup. At lunch, everything was yellow. Macaroni and cheese, corn, and a lemon muffin. The cook likes color coding. Yesterday, it was brown. He cocks his head, trying to figure out a brown meal. Meatloaf, stuffing, brown rice, gravy, and banana bread. All right, then. He nods, trying to keep a straight face. I wasn't going to mention anything until you were stronger, but I have a proposition for you. My meal forgotten, I shift to sit straighter in bed. Carol and I wondered if you'd like to come live— Yes, I blurt before he can finish. I didn't finish, he chuckles. You didn't have to. I'm in. What if I had said, come live in a pig barn? I bet the pig slop would taste better than this. I grin and poke at the mushy cauliflower on my plate. But if we do this, you have to promise to do everything the physical therapists tell you, and you can't let your coursework slide. No duh, I say. Smitty shakes his head and laughs. No duh? Really, Will? That's so 80s. Catch up with the times. 2 days later, I moved into Smitty and Carol's house on the lake. They've converted the sitting room into a bedroom for me, complete with a hospital bed and walker. I glare at the medical equipment. I don't plan on needing those things for long. Carol flits around, opening drawers and showing me the hospital-style recliner, where I can study or eat and not have to be in bed all day. There's a television in the corner, flowers on a bookshelf that contains various study materials, and my satchel. I wheel my chair over and rub my hand over the canvas bag. I possess very few belongings, and most of them are in this bag. Then I spot a grainy framed photograph of Abbi. She's smiling at the camera, all innocent and sweet. My eyes meet Smitty's. Thank you. He nods. And, Carol, thank you for all of this. It's so much nicer than the rehab center.
We want you to be comfortable.
She smiles, and I see the shades of her as a younger woman.
There's more. Come see what we did with the dining room.
Smitty wheels my chair into the next room. The formal dining set and china hutch are gone and have been replaced with physical therapy equipment. I look between them both. Where's your furniture?
That old stuff?
Carol waves her hand as if it doesn't matter.
I've been wanting to update this house for years.
I bet this wasn't what you'd planned on. She sets caring eyes upon me.
No, but having you here is much better.
My life takes on a new pattern of physical therapy each morning and afternoon, studying in between, and a lunch break with Carol to watch a soap opera called All My Children. It is oddly addictive, and I look forward to spending an hour each day with Erica Kane and the people of Pine Valley. Each evening, after Smitty returns from his office, we join together for a home-cooked dinner. When Carol hears about the color-themed meals at the rehab center, the next night, there's a red tablecloth on the table. She sets down a tureen of tomato soup with a smirk. It isn't until she brings a dish of beets, a plate of sliced tomatoes, and a bowl of red Jell-O that I catch on. Nice one. I raise my glass to her. Smitty likes to discuss my assignments in the evening, which is perfect. He's able to tutor me through the tough spots and keep me on track. I'm completing another class every 3 or 4 weeks. It's a lot of work, but it's satisfying to finally take charge of my life. Their house is a revolving door of therapists coming in to help. At first, there are nursing aides who get me up and dressed in the morning. It's a day of celebration when I can finally do it myself. My favorite therapist is Brian, who also works as a sports therapist for the university's hockey team. He's short and stocky, with a terrific sense of humor and no-nonsense approach. A lot of time is spent stretching and building strength in my core and limbs. In the first weeks, we work the parallel bars where I literally have to learn to walk again. I stand between the bars and grip them for support, while Brian holds onto a thick belt he's tied around my waist. The pain brings tears to my eyes, and Brian considers 3 small steps a success. It's eye-opening and depressing. But he won't let me dwell on what bad shape I'm in. He says anything worth achieving in life will take 1,000 steps to reach, and that our therapy work is moving us forward every day. His words resonate with me long after our session ends. I know that I'm excellent at crew, but I wasn't in the beginning. I spent my lifetime rowing to get the skills I acquired. And Smitty didn't wake up one day to brilliance. He worked his whole life learning. He doesn't realize it yet, but I plan to do the same. He's getting older, and someone has to take the helm when he no longer can. I can't be a kid forever. In fact, I feel like I've lived 1,000 years. And if we're to crack the code of time travel and find Abbi, well, that'll take far more than 1,000 steps. One night, while Carol is at a Zumba for seniors class, I ask Smitty about the cost of all my care. It must be astronomical. I've been so focused on myself that I never thought about how all this affects Carol and him. He clicks off the TV. "It's not my money, Will. It's yours." I cock my head. "How is that? Don't you recall adding me on as a co-signer on your accounts?" Thinking back, I put the pieces together. That's right. Between the stock tips you had and some very good financial planning firms, you've amassed a fortune. Of course. I knew this from setting up the accounts in '83, but I'd directed so much of it to go to funding that I assumed it had dwindled over the years. Smitty adds, "You've been through so much with your accident. I didn't want to burden you with anything else." How having a lot of money could be a burden, I don't know. My parents could certainly have benefited from a larger bank account. In fact, it seems that I could now go back and buy the family farm. Because of the growth and capital gains, a foundation was created about 10 years ago. It's easier to manage the money that way, and to fund research needs and other charitable giving. My mind spins. And I'm one of those charity cases? He nods. Will, your money has helped a lot of people and advanced what we know of string theory and quantum mechanics in momentous ways that will someday benefit the world. This newfound knowledge spurs me on more. I need to catch up with technology. Carol teaches me to use their computer, and I get lost in the wonder of all it can do. I feel like Abbi is looking over my shoulder. I'm beginning to wonder, if I could travel to her normal timeline, would I find her? A week later, Smitty and I go head-to-head for the umpteenth time. Absolutely not! He glares at me, his arms crossed. Come on. My legs don't work so well yet, but my arms do. I need to get out on the lake. He pinches the bridge of his nose. We didn't watch you fight for your life all those weeks just to have you drown in the lake. I throw my hands in the air. When did he suddenly stop trusting my decisions? I grew up on the water. I'm not going to flip the boat, and even if I did, I'm a strong swimmer. But Smitty is adamant and refuses. I'm so furious, I stop speaking to him. Carol circles around our quarrel, remaining neutral. After 2 days of me staying in my bedroom to avoid him, Smitty knocks on the wall. I can't in good faith let you take a boat out on your own. Not until you get full use of your legs back. I roll my eyes and ignore him. But my eyes return to him to see what he's up to. Would you be interested in going out in the pontoon boat? I know it's not as cool as the Skull, but at least you'll be on the water. The next day, after my therapy session with Brian, he helps me out to the boat. Smitty takes the helm, and for the first time in what seems like forever, my face is to the breeze as we cut through the gentle waves across the lake. By November, I'm done with the wheelchair and move on to a walker. The hospital bed is removed, and I get a normal bed of my own. In celebration, Carol makes a green meal of baked spinach, steamed broccoli, peas, lettuce salad, and lime jello. I'm not a fan. For the holidays, the decision of what to do about me meeting their adult kids is taken care of. Smitty and Carol's daughter, Karen, has planned a Thanksgiving getaway at a water park in the nearby Wisconsin Dells. For Christmas, their daughter Lori and her husband have built a new house they want to show off. Before they leave on Christmas Eve, Smitty and Carol give me a laptop, which opens a whole new world for me, and I barely miss them. I have nothing to give in return, which doesn't sit well with me. In January, I graduate to a cane. Carol frets I'll fall. Smitty hides behind his newspaper so he doesn't have to watch my wobbly limp. When Carol celebrates my achievement by serving a blue dinner, where she's added blue food coloring to the tuna noodle casserole, we decide she's hit rock bottom and it's time to end her color wheel of meals. I inform Smitty that I'm ready to return to school. He says no, that it's too soon. In February, Smitty takes me to his new research facility. There's a large staff monitoring data, setting up new tests, and working equations, all under the guise of exploring string theory. What they don't know is that it's actually for the purpose of discovering how time travel works and how to master it. I've completed so many courses that I can now carry on an intelligent conversation with Smitty about what he's doing. I continue studying different topics and coursework, but we're no longer concerned about final exams or grades. One day, I plan to travel out of this time. Transcripts don't travel forward in time as I do. All that matters is that I build a strong framework of knowledge. In March, I corner Smitty. I'm ready to go back to school. He harumphs. It's too soon. It's not. It's the middle of the semester. You're not going anywhere. When April rolls around, I no longer need the cane, and Brian has graduated me out of physical therapy. I have ongoing exercises to do, but I can finally enjoy normal activities. My bedroom is moved upstairs, and Carol finally gets new furniture. Smitty decides it's time I started pulling my weight by mowing the lawn. He also teaches me to drive his car. At first, I'm terrified because I was almost killed by one of these beasts, but Smitty feels I'll be more comfortable in this time and in the future if I learn. He was right. As usual, it opens up a new level of freedom. In May, I'm finally able to take out the skull, and my heart soars as I dip and pull on the oars, skimming across the water with spray hitting my face and the sun warming my skin. It's on the water that I start making my plans. It's time for me to go. I need to find Abbi. In June, I make arrangements to move back into my dorm room for the summer session. I break the news to Smitty. He argues that it's not safe to travel willy-nilly into the future. He says he could use my help here and asks me to stay for another year or two. I've been here for over a year. I was stuck in the 80s for 6 months. I'm getting older, and Abbi is still out there somewhere. I promised I'd find her. He looks away, avoiding eye contact, and his voice is strained. I'm afraid I won't be alive in the future. I press him for details. He lets out a weary sigh. Carol tears up. Smitty has cancer. Chapter 35. A week later, Smitty enters the university hospital for surgery. His kids are with Carol to wait, so I stay back at the house and fret that everything goes well. Lori and Karen help bring him home and make sure Carol can manage caring for him. I take a long drive until they're gone. When radiation for his cancer begins the following week, he insists that Carol not see him go through treatments. He has me take him to the cancer center at the hospital each day. I realize that this is why he taught me to drive, so Carol wouldn't have to. I'm introduced to the technicians as his grandson, which fills me with pride, but also sadness, because Smitty and I were once the same age, and now my best friend is running out of time. His concerned kids come to visit more regularly, and I, as their foreign exchange student, make myself scarce. The weeks pass, and his energy is zapped. He sleeps more each day. When he's awake, he puts on a show of feeling well and reviews daily reports coming in from the lab. He doesn't like being weak or stuck at home, which I can relate to. We play cribbage, backgammon, and cards to keep his mind occupied. Slowly, his strength returns, and we take the pontoon boat out for hours at a time to fish, talk, and catch the fresh air. When I cross the vast lake to campus, I cruise past the university, Picnic Point, and Trip Hall. This is where I belong, where I'll find my future. I'm sure of it. When we reach the Union Terrace, I notice it's been remodeled again and is bustling with people. Look, Smitty, they still have the sunburst chairs. Yes, as much as some things change, others remain the same. He gazes longingly at campus, where he's spent most of his time, and I wonder how it feels to be his age, 70, with most of his life behind him, and not much to look forward to. What will happen with his research when he's gone? Will the program be shut down? Perhaps my path will be to go wherever time takes me. I glance at my friend. I could stay here with him and learn everything I can. But then, if I ever find Abbi, I'll be too old for her. You're thinking so loud over there, I can hear it, Smitty says with a smile. I laugh and turn the boat back towards home. I suppose I was. Thank you for staying to see me through my treatments. Of course. You know I'd do anything for you. He nods and looks out across the lake with a rueful expression. It's time for you to go. I startle, not expecting to hear this. Go where? He turns his head, and our eyes lock. Wherever time takes you. Carol makes a celebratory send-off lunch that we enjoy on the deck, overlooking the lake. In the far distance, the Carillon Tower rises above the hillside. I had arranged to move back to my dorm for the summer, so even though I didn't use it before, I can use it now. Will it work after all this time? When it's time to say goodbye, I thank Carol for all she's done for me. She tears up and cups my face.
You are such a fine young man, Will. Having you here has been a highlight in our lives. Stay safe and come back anytime you can.
There's no guarantee I'll travel at all, but based on the past, it's likely to happen. If I can, I will. My satchel is full, as well as a bag with a few souvenirs from this time, including a picture of Smitty and me. Smitty drives us downtown, but makes a stop along the way. He gestures up at the aging sign for the college club. How about one for the road? We take spots at the bar and order beer. Much has changed, but the bones of the place are still visible in the old mirror, the dented bar that once gleamed, and the woodwork throughout. We've talked so much these past months that suddenly we're out of words. So, silently, we drink our beer, both lost in our own thoughts. When our glasses are empty, the time has come. Saying goodbye is so blasted hard. I fetch my bags from Smitty's car. I think I'll walk from here. He registers surprise, but quickly recovers and nods. Be careful out there. Keep the monitoring equipment on full power. The developments in measuring particles, sound waves, and disruptions to the atmosphere are so advanced now that there's bound to be helpful data when I go. I kick at a stray stone on the sidewalk. Smitty sighs. Will, you have been the best friend a man could ever wish for. My head bobs as my words are stuck in my throat. He pulls me into a fierce bear hug, and I hold tight to him. One last time. You take care of yourself, I murmur in a husky voice, adjusting the strap of my satchel on my shoulder. Safe travels. I turn, walk away, and don't look back. Chapter 36. The whirring of an engine outside my window draws me awake. I'm so exhausted that I don't open my eyes. My head is in a deep fog, almost as if I'm unconscious. My body fights to fall back asleep. But the noise of the motor passes my window again, forcing me to wakefulness. I recognize the sounds of a lawnmower. I slowly blink awake and stare at the ceiling. The same familiar crack runs over my bed. I don't look beyond because I'm not ready. There's so much at stake. My life will change again if I have traveled. If I haven't, I'm afraid of what that means as well. The room is bright with morning sun, and the scent of freshly mown grass wafts through the open window. The air is warm, so it must still be summer. I shift my legs and feel the pile of belongings wedged at the bottom of the bed. There's some security in that. I glance across the room. Last night, the room was bare, with only me staying here. But now, the bed is made, and the room well lived in. Could this be a time when I'll find Abbi? My heart lurches. I don't dare get my hopes up. I need to play it cool. Have I traveled a year? A decade? Or longer? Will Smitty and Carol still be here? One thing at a time, I remind myself. The door opens, and my roommate enters. I glance over. He's bent over his desk, dropping things in a backpack. His side of the room is cramped. The bookcases are packed with belongings, and the walls are covered with UW Badger posters and signs. Each time I travel, there seems to be more items in the room. "Morning," he says in a chipper voice. He's tall, with brown hair and friendly brown eyes. "Morning," I mimic, never wanting to engage much with my temporary roommates. "Big day today. We're officially college freshmen." He grins, adding a notebook to his backpack. I admire his enthusiasm, but I've been a college freshman for a couple of years now. I'm like the guy in the movie Groundhog Day, waking up in the same place over and over. "What time's your first class?" He picks up a thin black device and starts tapping on it with his thumbs. I can't see what exactly he's doing, but it proves I am definitely further into the future. "Not until 11, I say, but I have no idea or intention of going to class today. The last time I traveled, I was hit by a car, and my life was derailed. I'm going to take it slow this time. Who knows what new oddities lie ahead?" My roommate slaps on a baseball cap and heads for the door. "Have a good one." He slips out, and I'm alone. I heave a sigh of relief, girding myself for this next step. My pulse turns up a notch as I gaze around the room. There's still a microwave and a mini refrigerator, but no stereo system or boombox with large speakers. There seem to be fewer books, but perhaps that's because the school year's just beginning. A schedule of dorm activities is lying on my roommate's desk. On the top is his name, Colton. On my nightstand, there's no clock radio or key to my dorm room. But there is a black device the size of my hand and a thin white plastic card that resembles a playing card and reads University of Wisconsin-Madison. Printed on it is my name and my photo. I peer closer. How is this possible? Student IDs have certainly changed. The year listed on the ID jumps out at me. It's no longer the year 2000. I've jumped more than 20 years into the future. A usual touch of panic flares, but then I realize what this means. I'm in Abby's time. 30 minutes later, I stand before the Liz Waters dorm. The building has barely changed after all these years. The sky is blue, with white, puffy clouds floating on the light breeze. Students, male and female, enter and exit the building. A tingle runs up my arms. She's here. I know it. Braving my way in, a foolish grin spreads across my face as I follow the familiar halls to her room. 2 yellow paper stars are taped to the door. One reads Jada, and the other, Abbi. Yes! I lean against the wall for support and nearly weep. After all this time, all those jumps across the decades, Abbi is here. I blow out my breath, stand straight, and knock firmly. My heart races. Will she know me? I hadn't thought about that. If she didn't know me in 1961, she probably won't now. I'll have a lot of explaining to do. I wait patiently as students slide past, but no one answers. I knock again. It's a small room, but she should hear the knock as I try again. When no one responds, I lean my ear to the door, but hear nothing within. My excitement dims. She isn't here now, but clearly she's in this time. In fact, she's probably in class. I'm tempted to sit on the floor by her door and wait, but that might be suspect. Outside, I wait on a bench in the shade of an old oak that's been here forever. I check out each girl in case Abbi somehow looks different. There's a steady stream of students that are heading out or returning to class. The girls wear scandalously tight clothes that reveal far more skin than is decent. Their shorts are so small that they reveal every curve of their legs. Many of the students who pass are staring at a device in their hand, similar to what my roommate Colton had. These must be the tiny phones that Abbi told me about. They take pictures and hold all the information you could ever desire. It's amazing to witness this new invention. My stomach grumbles, and I wish I'd grabbed something for breakfast, but I can't take a chance at missing Abbi. The longer I wait, the more the reality of the situation sets in. I don't know the exact day she first traveled. That means either she hasn't traveled yet and would have no way of knowing who I am, or what lies ahead of her, or she has already traveled and isn't here. Suddenly, my stomach is in a knot. I stew in my thoughts, and after what seems like forever, I spot Abbi's familiar smooth gait as she walks toward Liz Waters. I leap to my feet, overwhelmed by this miracle. She's wearing tiny shorts like the other gals, a peach t-shirt, and tan canvas shoes. Her gorgeous hair blows lightly in the breeze. As she comes closer, I see the details of her beautiful face. I step into the middle of the wide entryway sidewalk so that she has to walk past. Her eyes are as sparkling as I recall. Her pink lips form the sweet Cupid's bow that I've kissed so many times. I'm unable to draw a breath. It's been nearly 2 years since that fateful day we were parted. My eyes are fixed on her, but she is lost in her own thoughts and doesn't notice me. She's going to walk right past. So, Without thinking, I step directly in her path and bump into her. Harder than I meant to. Oomph! I take her arm so she doesn't fall. Her skin is warm and tan, and I desperately want to pull her into my arms and hold her for all eternity. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? She's startled and looks at me.
Oh, you're fine. I wasn't looking where I was going.
She smiles, a little embarrassed, but there's no recognition in her eyes. She slips her arm from my hand, offers an apologetic smile, and continues on. I spin on my heels, my jaw dropped, and a dagger to my heart. She doesn't know me. Chapter 37. Now what? Do I wait and keep following her when she leaves? Explain who I am? When I saw Abbi in 61, she was already a traveler and didn't need a lot of convincing to believe we knew each other in the past. But now, when she hasn't traveled yet, I just don't know. Maybe I could warn her, stop her from ever traveling in the first place. Then she wouldn't be trapped alone in time in the past. I'd hoped she'd leave me some sort of message, but it must not have been possible. But if I'm able to convince her that all of this is true and teach her how to avoid traveling, it might erase all of the memories we have of each other. She will have never loved me, and I'll be the one here, in the future, alone. It's too much. I want to pull my hair out or punch a wall. I need Smitty. But is he even alive? He'd be in his 90s now. Back at my dorm, I go to call Smitty. But the hall phone is gone, as is the table that once held a thick phone book. There's a bump in the beige paint, indicating where the phone was once attached to the wall. I scratch my head.
Hey, Will. You coming to the bonfire tonight?
Nah, I've got some things I've got to do. Those things are figuring out how to get to Smitty's house when there's no phone anymore. I'm tempted to ask Colton how to work the thin black device that's on my nightstand, but that would reveal my ignorance about modern-day life.
Are you sure? There'll be a lot of girls there, flipping their hair, flirting, and all that "what's your major" talk. We'll make them forget they have boyfriends back at home.
You're terrible. Thanks, but it's not for me.
You know, I met a girl today that I think you'd really like.
I arch a brow. You're trying to set me up? What's wrong with her? Why aren't you interested in her? Colton laughs.
Fair point. She's really nice, beautiful, and funny. But I didn't feel that zing.
And you think I'll feel the zing?
Hey, I'm just trying to help you out. Trust me, if you don't snatch her up, someone else will.
Thanks, but I'm searching for a particular girl, and I can pretty much guarantee that your girl isn't the one. As I crunch through the pine needles and dry leaves, the earthy scent of nature surrounds me. It's been a long time since I've wandered this path. Being stuck in one time for so long removed any reason to keep checking my tin for messages from Abbi. Finding my way is simple, as I've traveled these steps many times before. But when I turn a corner, I hear voices in the distance and catch sight of bright orange tape wrapped around the perimeter. I halt in place. Never have I seen someone near the site of my buried keepsakes, and now it appears they've been discovered. I inch closer and peer through the branches of trees and a cluster of leggy shrubs. There are 2 guys and 2 gals. Based on their age and the look of the measuring equipment and tools, they're possibly grad students. Do I approach? That tin holds some of my dearest possessions. I stand straight and look skyward, shaking my head. Why didn't I keep them with me? Or leave them with Smitty and Carol? But it seemed best to split my belongings up, so that if I lost some, I wouldn't lose all. Private letters between Abbi and me are in the tin. Photographs, and my father's pocket watch. Could they recognize me from the photos? If ever there was proof of my time travel, it's safe to say it's in that tin. I edge closer. If they spot me, I'll just walk away, as if I was out for a stroll. If only I'd worn sunglasses and a cap to hide my identity. I think that was it, says a short fellow, looking down at the cleared dirt. They've dug the entire area around the decaying oak down 12 inches.
Maybe, but we need to be sure,
says a tall woman wearing her red hair in a ponytail.
Let's wrap up for today and finish tomorrow.
There's no sign of my things. They must have taken them. Dejected and worried, I walk away. What I need now is help, and Smitty is the only person who can do that. But I'm so afraid I might learn that he's passed on. The city bus doesn't run all the way to Smitty's place. It drops me about a half-mile away, giving me time to ruminate as I walk the remaining distance. I saw Smitty yesterday, but now, today, that was more than 20 years ago. A lot can happen in that amount of time. People grow old, but for me, I'm on fast forward through time, barely aging. In my time, I'd be over 110 years old, long dead. What will I find at Smitty and Carol's? If they are still alive, will they have moved to an old-timer's home? He always said the house would be here for me if I needed it. But how will I find it today? Boarded up and vacant? I turn the corner onto his street and see it. The lawn is mowed, and flowering plants line the steps to the front porch. The hydrangea bush is in full bloom. There is life at this house. I spy the area for clues that it's Smitty or Carol. I press the doorbell, and then run my fingers through my unkempt hair and smooth my t-shirt so I look more presentable. I shift from foot to foot, hoping desperately that Smitty is here. I wait and wait. Perhaps no one is home. Then I see movement through the cut glass window, but I can't make out who it is. The door opens, and there, peering up at me, is a familiar-looking old woman with salt and pepper hair and a wrinkled face. Her pale eyes go wide.
Oh, dear Lord!
She grabs onto the doorframe for support from the shock. Hello, Carol, I say gently and smile, hoping not to upset her as she processes the fact that I'm again gracing her front porch. It only takes her a few moments to recover.
Come in! Come in!
She steps back, and I enter, glancing around and noticing the same bench and side table in the entryway. But the framed photos on the table have changed, as has the mirror hanging over it. The television blares from another room.
Will.
She pats my shoulder and cups my face in her hands.
You've been away so long.
I know. There was nothing I could do about it. I'm sorry.
Of course there wasn't, you sweet boy. Let me hug you.
She wraps her thin arms around my torso, and I hug her carefully so as not to cause her any pain. Carol has been like a mother to me, standing in for the one I lost. I was afraid that you wouldn't live here anymore.
You know Smitty. He says the only way he's leaving is if it's in a pine box.
She laughs, and the years disappear with her smile. My heart leaps. He's here?
Oh, my gosh! Here I am prattling away when it's really Smitty you want to see. He's in the den. Go right in.
He's alive. I don't mean to be rude, but I leave Carol and dash for the den, passing familiar furniture that has magically become worn and faded since I was last here. This place has been more of a home to me than perhaps any other. I find Smitty in his recliner, watching television. His hair is pure white, and he's much thinner, with a face lined by wrinkles. He notices my movement and looks up. He doesn't say a word. I wonder if he's well. Does he remember me? He just looks, and then a slow smile covers his face, and there's a twinkle in his faded eyes. You're late. I grin. There's my friend, emerging from behind all the signs of old age. Sorry about that. The bus took an extra 20 years to get here. Smitty shakes his head. You always did have trouble with time. With a trembling hand, he turns off the TV and rises from the chair. His clothes hang on his thin frame, but despite his frail appearance, he easily crosses the room. You know, some days I wonder if all this time travel business has been a figment of my imagination. Yet, here you are again, standing before me, looking much the same as the first day we met. Are you real, Will? Or is my mind playing tricks on me? I smile fondly, pained to witness this flicker of doubt he has in his own sanity. I take his hand in mine and look him straight in the eye. I'm very real, Smitty. I promise. I'm sorry to have worried you. He emits a sigh of relief and pulls me into a hug with surprising strength. I thought so, but it's been so very long. This man has been my one constant through all of this. He has been my best friend, confidant, advisor, and father figure. And he is clearly nearing the end of his journey. I hug him fiercely, careful not to hurt him. When we pull apart, I can't help blinking my tear-filled eyes. Smitty pulls a hanky from his pocket and mops his face. I thought I'd lost you forever this time. You know me. I keep showing up like a bad penny. More like mold in the basement, he says with a laugh.
Nonsense.
Carol enters the room.
You have been our lucky charm, Will.
She suggests we take our reunion out to the porch, and she serves up a plate of cookies, as if she'd been expecting me. I give Smitty an update on my recent travels, the discovery of my tin, and bumping into Abbi. He asks detailed questions, excited to have another travel episode to analyze. She had no idea who I was. She practically looked right through me, I say. The experience still breaks my heart. After all this time, all this searching to find her, to help her, she doesn't even know me. Carol looks on sympathetically. Think about it, Smitty says. Do you know what day it is? Friday? What I mean is that it is the day before Abbi travels. She has no context to know you. That was made painfully clear when she didn't give me a second look. What I was wondering since this happened is, would it be better to stop her and save her from an unknown future so she isn't stuck somewhere in the past? Smitty considers my words carefully before answering. The fabric of time is tenuous. Any snag in that fabric could unravel devastating consequences. I understand your noble goal to protect Abbi, but I am afraid it would backfire or change the future in unknown ways. If you never met Abbi, you would lose all memories of her. It would be as if she never existed. You would be experiencing your life in a new way. It's likely that you and I would never meet either. Is that a scenario you'd like to set into play? I push away from the table and pace the deck. I know he's right. He's always right. No, but I feel helpless. I'm finally with her in her own time. I should be able to do something. What you need to do is wait. Tomorrow we'll be in uncharted waters. We'll be in a time outside of anything we've studied before. How am I possibly supposed to stand by and do nothing? I could stop all of this right now, tonight. There's a saying. It's better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. I grip the railing of the deck and look out across the lake, where I know Abbi is. So close, and yet so very far away. I desperately wish I could transport myself back in time so that I could relive every moment we spent together. But that's not how it works. Chapter 38. My roommate, Colton, is gone when I wake up the next day. When I went to bed at dawn, I only meant to sleep for a couple of hours, but my mind was abuzz from my long talk with Smitty. I was afraid he'd be senile, but his mind is sharp. Rolling out of bed, I spot the gleaming black phone on my table. I growl. It is a mystery how anyone can use it to make a telephone call or get answers to all the world's questions as Abbi said you could. I'm much happier in a world where a telephone is a telephone, and an encyclopedia holds the answers. After rushing to shower, I pull on a gray UW t-shirt, shorts with many extra pockets, and sport sandals that have no buckles. The straps use Velcro to stay closed. Amazing. I head out, hoping that today will be different. That today I'll find a way to reach Abbi. Smitty said we're in uncharted territory, which means anything could happen. Outside of the dorm, the day is sunny, and I notice long blades of grass the lawnmower missed. I pick one for good luck. I gave up the habit of chewing on grass long ago. When I rap on Abby's door, I'm tingling with both excitement and fear. Abbi, please be here. Please remember me. A girl with corkscrew hair wearing a t-shirt and shorts opens the door. The roommate, Jada. My heart drops for a second. Is Abbi here? I peek past her, but the room is empty.
Sorry, she's not,
she says with a welcoming smile while looking me over. I almost blush at her perusal. Do you know where she is? Or when she'll be back? I add, but Jada doesn't.
Should I have her call you?
I wish. Nah, I haven't figured out how to use the phone yet. She gives me an odd expression, as if even a small child would know how. But could you give her a message? I add, tell her Will is waiting for her at the Carillon Tower.
But I don't know how long she'll be.
That's not a problem. I have all the time in the world. I'm a combination of total calm and desperate jitters as I wait for Abbi. Part of me is terrified she still won't recognize me, but at my core, I feel that she must. Even if she doesn't remember, if she will at least listen to me, I think she'll find that strong connection that we share. We're soulmates, and even time can't change that. It's Badger Football Sunday. Many of the students who pass are wearing their UW red and white. Smitty said that he and Carol host big Badger football parties for his family, which has grown exponentially with grandchildren and great-grandchildren. My eyes track every girl who walks past. There are groups of students, couples, and many who walk alone. Again, so many of them are staring at their phone device and not where they're going. No sign of Abbi. Where could she be? After an hour, I shift my focus to the cars and bikes cruising by. Abbi was right when she mentioned that some cars were very small and others were very large. I pull another long blade of grass from the ground and slip it between my teeth. My feet get sore from standing, so I lean against the side of the Carillon Tower, with one foot braced against the stone wall. Excitement begins to bubble within. One way or another, I am going to talk to her soon, and with that comes a calm confidence. It will happen. I gaze around, deep in thought. When I glance to the side, there she is, about 15 feet away, gazing straight at me. Abbi, I gasp. Her expression of relief and joy says it all. I toss away the blade of grass and stride forward. She runs into my arms, fitting perfectly after all this time. The anguish between us is palpable, and we hold each other desperately close for long minutes. She smells of that familiar essence that belongs to her alone. Her soft, silky hair caresses my face as her heart beats against mine. Lowering my head, I nuzzle her neck and breathe. I've missed you so much. Her hold tightens.
I never thought I'd see you again.
There is agony in her voice. Where has she been? And what has happened? There will be time for those questions later. I tilt her chin up, and after traveling across decades, I capture her mouth with mine. It's as if time never passed at all. She fits me in every way, and gives a sigh when the kiss ends. Cupping her face in my hands, I gaze into her gorgeous amber eyes that are sparkling with gold flecks. I can't believe you're really here. I hoped, I prayed, I wished on stars. And here you are. It's a miracle. Her mouth pops open in surprise.
It's only been a day for me, but I was out of my mind worrying about you.
A day for her, and nearly 2 years for me. How is that possible? I thought she'd been stranded in the past for months, if not years. Her fingers go to the scar on my jaw and lightly trace it. I don't think much of the scar, as I can't easily see it.
What happened here?
I shake my head and smile. That ordeal is behind me. I take her fingers and kiss them. It's nothing. It doesn't matter now. Her brow wrinkles.
How long has it been for you since we were last together?
A lifetime ago, I want to say, and stare at the ground. Very long time. But we can talk about that later. I kiss her again. Her mouth, her cheeks, her forehead. She laughs and pulls me into her embrace and runs her hands over my back.
You're really here?
I am. And darn it, if having her in my arms again wasn't worth every minute of torture.
Oh, Will, I have so much to tell you.
I smile into her lovely face and weave my fingers through her hair. And I you.
First, why didn't you come find me last night before any of this began?
I did, I say, but you looked right past me. It was devastating. She tries to recall seeing me, but doesn't even remember that I bumped into her. I explain that I knew she hadn't traveled yet, and because she didn't recognize me, then I couldn't take the chance that I'd change something. Now that we're together at the same time, we have to go see how Smitty can keep us together. We link fingers. I am never leaving you again.
You mean you don't want to go back home? You want to stay here? In the future? With me?
Her face is alight with hope. Abbi, you are my home. She kisses me again, then takes my hand.
The professor is on the terrace, waiting for us.
Right now?
Yes. Let me quickly text him.
She pulls out her phone and rapidly taps on it with her thumbs as I look on in confused awe. I found a gizmo like that on my nightstand, but I can't begin to figure out what to do with it. She smiles, kisses my cheek, and we walk.
That's all right. I'll teach you. Come on, we'll meet him and my new cousin there.
She eyes me expectantly. Who? I stop short and narrow my eyes at her. She never mentioned a cousin. Why do I get the feeling something else is going on here?
I found Ruby's baby.
She squeezes my hand and bounces on her toes. My mind flies back to 1930, when a pregnant Ruby was expelled from school and separated from Walter. When?
While you were at the stag party, I got a letter from Ruby.
She grins and goes on to tell me the story of how Ruby wrote and said she had named the baby after his father, Walter Colton Smith.
At first, I didn't get it, but the name kept nagging at me until I realized the professor goes by W.C. Smith. I figured out the dates, and it all fit together.
I break into a huge smile. Smitty is Ruby and Walter's son, and that make Smitty and Abbi related. I sweep her into my arms and twirl her around. That's amazing. It's impossibly, perfectly incredible.
Can you believe it?
She laughs, and the sound is music to my ears. Gosh, I've missed her.
He's my grandmother's brother.
Have you told him yet? Smitty is going to be over the moon when he hears this.
This morning, right before I found out you were here, you should have seen his face. He's so happy, Will. After all this time, he knows who his family is.
I wrap my arms around her waist, pull her close, and kiss the side of her head. I'm so happy for him. He adores his family and has treated me not only like his trusted friend, but also like a son. Smitty's story is complete. When we reach the terrace, I see that it's been remodeled again and features even more of the cheerful sunburst chairs from when I started college back in 1927. A group of girls pose for pictures in an oversized sunburst chair. There's an outside concession stand selling beer, and the scent of brats and burgers on the grill fills the air. It's changed so much.
Isn't it great?
She runs her hand over my back. I could get used to it. Abbi! Will! Over here! I recognize Smitty's son, Wally, from the photos at Smitty's house. Wally waves from a table where Smitty and Carol are seated, along with a woman who must be his wife. After all the years of Smitty trying to keep me hidden from his kids, the cat is clearly out of the bag. I squeeze Abby's hand as we approach. Hi, I'm Wally. It's incredible to finally meet you. His smile is friendly, and I see the resemblance to younger versions of Smitty, as Wally shakes my hand, then gestures to the woman at Carol's side. And this is my wife, Joan.
My pleasure. I've heard a lot about you over the years.
Smitty is grinning like a fool, looking years younger than he did last night. Abbi and I take a seat next to him.
Colton is on his way. In the meantime, are you kids hungry?
Joan asks.
We didn't get a chance to eat back at your place, Dad. How about we order up some food for everyone?
Smitty leans back, pleased as punch. That sounds perfect. It's been too long since I've enjoyed lunch on the terrace. Joan and Wally head over to the concession area, leaving us alone. I never thought I'd see this day, Smitty says, misty-eyed, looking Abbi and me over. Carol pats Smitty's arm and smiles. We've been popping in and out for nearly all his life. It must be surreal. My fingers are linked with Abby's, and our legs are pressed together. Me neither. My roommate Colton appears, out of breath. Hey, Gramps, he says, leaning over and holding his side, while his eyes dart to Abbi and me. Hi, Colton. I stand. I can't believe you're tied into this too.
Dude, is it true? You're some sort of time traveler from the 1920s?
I'm afraid so, I say with a laugh, as he shakes his head as if this is far too impossible to comprehend. Relax, Colton. Give it some time to sink in, Smitty says with a wink. Colton looks from Abbi to me and back again. Oh my God. Abbi and I exchange confused glances.
Abbi is the girl I was trying to fix you up with last night, but you ditched out.
What? She looks at me and laughs.
So, I literally could have met you before I ever traveled, but you stood me up?
But you wouldn't have recognized me.
No, but I would have when I traveled.
Colton drops into an empty chair and shakes his head.
Not only did I discover Gramps has been hanging out with time travelers most of his life, turns out we're related to one,
and I'm living with another. That about sums it up, Abby says, and we share a grin. Wally and Joan return, loaded down with food and drink. Thanks, Dad. I could really use a cold one. Colton reaches for the pitcher of beer. Sorry, kid. No beer for you unless you get it by sneaking off to some keg party. He hands over the pitcher of soda instead. Colton flashes a quick grin at Abby. They have a history that I don't know yet. Joan sets down the tray filled with cheeseburgers, brats, and nachos. I didn't know what anyone wanted, so I got a little bit of everything. Thank you, ma'am, I say. I was in such a rush to find Abby when I woke up this morning. I didn't eat. Help yourselves. She smiles and accepts the chair her husband has pulled out for her. We dig into lunch with smiles and laughter all around. It strikes me that this is a momentous time for all of us to be reunited, to no longer need to hide from Smitty's family, and for them to see the results of time travel firsthand. Professor? Abby, you don't need to call me Professor. I think we've known each other long enough. Plus, we're family now, he says with affection. How about Smitty? Like back in my college days. All right, Smitty, she smiles. You said earlier that you didn't bring me back. All along, I assumed that's why I kept running into you. He washes down his food with a drink of his beer. I thought the same thing for the longest time. But you see, while I've cracked the why and how of your time travel, I never could determine how to manage it. It's my belief that you and Will both landed back here of your own free will. Or perhaps I should say, fate. How is that possible? She asks. Over the years, I did a lot of research on sound waves, quantum theory of gravity, energy fields, and string theory. The rest of the group looks around the table at each other, already lost. Dad, can you explain in the simplest terms? Wally asks. Yeah, dumb it down, please. We aren't all geniuses, Colton says, and we laugh. I notice a twinkle in the professor's eyes. All right. Let me see. Smitty goes on to explain the parallel universes in string theory, and how an anomaly where one parallel universe intersects with another causes a sort of wormhole. So, there are different versions of us sitting around a table eating lunch? Colton asks, reaching for more nachos. That's right. Of course, it's much more complex than the dumbed-down version, but that is the gist of it, he says, with a twinkle in his eye, and leans back in his chair. He continues on, explaining the contributing effects of the sound waves from the Carillon Tower, atmospheric pressure, and vortexes that occurred in our rooms. This explains why everything on the bed traveled with you. The same type of vortex exists in Will's dorm room. Smitty continues explaining his life's work to a wide-eyed audience. He and I talked about most of this during the many months I lived with him. In the years since, he's solidified his theories to the point of certainty. Around the table, they all nod in fascination. Do you think other people time-traveled from our rooms? I ask. I can't say for certain, but I haven't found any such evidence. Then why us? I ask, looking at Abby, and thankful she's back in my life. Now that I've learned that Abby's grandmother was longing for the identity of her lost sibling on her deathbed, I think that deep-seated emotional need was the final ingredient that brought all the factors together into the perfect storm for time travel. His voice cracks with emotion. Smitty was the lost sibling she longed to find. I give him a supportive smile. This is a huge day for him. He pauses and gazes around the table. I can tell he's enjoying being surrounded by loved ones and able to talk freely. Smitty, I say. Abbi smiles at my familiarity with him. I haven't had the chance to explain to her all the history he and I share, but I will. There is so much to tell her. Now that Abbi and I are both here in this time, how do we stay? I know the answer to this, but I want Abbi to hear it firsthand from him. Under the table, I brush my hand over her leg. She looks lovingly back at me and covers my hand with hers. We can't seem to stop touching each other. It's as if we need that physical contact to make sure we don't lose our connection. Smitty pushes back his food basket. That should be relatively easy. We need to get you away from the vortex, he says, with a serious set to his eyes. You mean they can't sleep in their dorm rooms? Colton asks. Exactly. And I'd feel much safer if they were away from the effigy mounds and the Carillon Tower as well. So, we need to find new dorms? I ask. More than that. You'll have to move off campus, and I suggest you do it immediately. Today. There's no way to predict what might happen if you stay put. Abbi looks from him to me and back again, her forehead crunched with worry. But where will we go? I squeeze her hand. She won't need to worry about that. Carol and Smitty share a knowing look, and I know exactly what they're thinking. We thought you could stay at our house. At least until you have time to find something closer to campus, Carol says, with a gentle smile and hopeful eyes. I've been holding on to that big old house all these years, in case you needed it, Smitty adds. We have more bedrooms than we could ever use. Of course, I understand that 2 young kids like you might be horrified to move in with a couple of fossils like us. I glance at Abbi, and her lovely smile and nod confirm it. We'd love to stay with you. And then, you and I can make up for lost time, Abbi says to Smitty. Oh my gosh, I'll have to get my mom to come to town so you can meet her. I'm not sure if we should tell her about the time travel, but she'll understand from the things Grandma sent in her hat box how I looked into the past and found you. Carol beams, and Smitty's eyes tear up. I would love to meet my sister's daughter. My niece. Smitty smiles with such happiness that I want to hug my old friend. That night, Abbi and I stand on Smitty's deck, the place I spent so many months stranded and longing for her. We gaze out over the lake. There's a full moon overhead, and lights from campus twinkle from far across the lake. Abbi shivers. I slip my arm around her and sigh. My life is complete. Abbi, I think the reason I time traveled was to find you. She places her hand on my chest, the warmth radiating to my heart. I brush a lock of hair from her face and gaze into her eyes. You are my soulmate. I know we're too young to make any permanent commitments, and we've shared the most life-altering experiences. She kisses me, cutting off my words. Will, I'm forever connected to you. I'm glad to hear that, because I've traveled a long time to find you. I graze my lips over hers. You look happy.
I am. I've gained a family, and I have you.
Until the end of time. I kiss her, and from across the lake, the bells of the Carillon Tower chime. I wrap my arms snugly around her. Now that we're together and safe from traveling, I can begin to live again. For real. Chapter 39. The best part of a pontoon boat is having the space to curl up and canoodle with your gal. As wonderful as Carol and Smitty are, Abby and I need space to just be us. On the far side of the lake, I throw anchor, and Abby snuggles up to me on one of the bench seats. Oh my gosh. I can't believe this is actually real. I never thought I'd feel this way again.
It's okay. We found each other again,
she says with her hand on my chest and hair brushing against my cheek. I kiss the top of her head and revel in the warmth of her against my side.
The last 2 days have been insane. You glossed over what happened while we were apart.
Part of me wishes I'd traveled straight here to be with you. It certainly would have saved a lot of pain, but then I would have missed all my time with Smitty.
And here I thought I was close to him, but in reality, I only spent a few days with him. I was surprised when you were calling him Smitty and not Professor.
Yeah, we go way back. She tickles my stomach, and I laugh, capturing her hand and kissing her lips. She sits up.
Really, please, tell me what happened. You're the same, but you're different, too.
She draws her finger over the fading scar on my jawline. I take her fingers and kiss the tips. It's fair to say I've grown up a bit since we were together in 1930.
Go on.
We spend the afternoon gently rocking in the sunshine as I relay the story of meeting Smitty, going home to Ephraim to see Miss Winifred, my hazy days in the 80s when the bells came down, and finally, the story of my accident and long recovery. Her face is stricken.
Oh my God, Will. You could have died.
I'm too stubborn to die, I tease. She purses her lips and shakes her head.
When I saw you at the tower, I knew you looked older, but I had no idea you went through all that.
It's all in the past. Now that we're together again, I feel so light. It's as if a huge burden has been lifted. She delivers a radiant smile, and my heart flips.
God, I missed you.
She snuggles back against me. I love you so much, Abby. We lie that way as the sun dips lower in the sky, just being together, connected, and so comfortable.
What would you like to do now?
She asks. I suppose. Eat one of those sub sandwiches you packed. She laughs.
That's not what I meant. But yes, I will feed you.
She opens the cooler and pulls out sandwiches, sodas, and chips.
What I meant was, what should we do now that we're together, in a time where we belong?
I cock my head and give her a pointed look as I unwrap my sub.
Okay, she laughs, where I belong. But I hope you want to be here too.
You know I do. I take a bite of sub, chew, and swallow. What I'd like, more than anything, is to be normal. To just live, go to school, take you on dates. She beams.
I'd like that too.
Life has never been so sweet. Abby and I are together and sharing our lives and love with Smitty and Carol. They were always devoted to each other, but it's even more evident now as they are elderly, a term Smitty dislikes. But There is no denying the ravages of time on this once youthful and vibrant couple. Every day they go walking. Smitty says he's training for a big trip, but Carol just shakes her head and smiles. When I gaze at Abby, I hope that we also have a lifetime of happiness together. We settle into a routine as commuter students. Each morning we drive to campus for classes and studying, and then return to Smitty's at the end of the day. I bought a car with funds that began as a tiny investment nearly a century ago. It's not a DeLorean like Marty McFly drove, but it does have plush seats and a steering wheel that heats up on cold days. There's even a screen that shows what's behind me when I back up. The features are beyond my wildest imagination. Smitty asks a lot of questions about his parents, Ruby and Walter, and his sister, Abby's grandmother. We share the crazy antics we experienced in the short time we knew Ruby and Walter. And Abby has unending stories of her grandmother. Smitty laughs and smiles, and there's a wistfulness in his eyes for lives he never knew. Abby introduces me to many different foods: avocado toast, sushi, fajitas, quiche, and my favorite, molten lava cake. She pops it in the microwave, and a minute later, a little cake emerges that oozes decadent chocolate when sliced into. Smitty set me up with the dean of physics, a former student of his, explaining that I was an advanced student, despite what my transcript says. I had to endure exams that I'd taken while recuperating from my accident, but in the end, I was granted credit for my past work and was able to continue on. I've again taken a heavy load of classes. He also had Wally pull some strings, and the anthropology department mysteriously lost all the evidence from their dig. My tin, all its contents, including my father's pocket watch and my family photographs, suddenly appeared on my bookshelf one day. Once a month, I drive Smitty to his lab. He promises he's done driving now that I'm here, but I'm not sure I believe it. In the lobby is a lighted glass case filled with plaques and crystal awards bestowed on Smitty. They're national and international awards. Featured in the center is a Nobel Prize. Wide-eyed, I ask about them, but he brushes me off. I'd have stashed those in the basement, but the president of the board insisted we show them off. He introduces me to the staff and explains many of the developments, then takes me aside. Only 2 people on staff are aware that time travel is one of the studies of our string theory research, and neither of them know it has actually happened. I nod, relieved that my secret is still safe. There is little resemblance in today's modern equipment to that from the year I last traveled. It's all lightning-fast computers, enormous monitors, and endless spreadsheets. It wasn't until you traveled back in 2000 that we were finally able to harness the information, and with your and Abby's most recent travels, it's opened a whole new realm of possibilities, he says in a whisper. On a visit in November, he directs me to park near Science Hall. The building is one of the oldest on campus and built with dark red bricks and steeply pitched roofs. We take an ancient golden elevator up to the top floor to a small landing. Smitty won't breathe a word about what he's up to. He unlocks a metal gate, and we climb a narrow staircase, ducking to avoid knocking our heads on a sharp slanted ceiling. He's barely out of breath. He's in better shape than I guessed. He unlocks an ancient oak door in the attic and pulls the string to a single, bare light bulb. He smiles broadly, like a child at show and tell. What do you think? The room isn't very big. It's been cleaned up, but still looks and smells like a musty old attic. Dormer windows keep the room comfortably bright and overlook the lake with views of the terrace and the red gym. There's a recliner with a small table next to it. I notice modern equipment set up around the room. What is this place? The short answer? It's a test lab. To test what? He arches an old, shaggy eyebrow. Really? Have you learned nothing? He can't be serious. For time travel? He nods. This, my friend, is another vortex. It carries all the same indicators as the dorms you and Abbi traveled from. Shivers creep up my neck. If it's a vortex, I want the heck out of this place. It hasn't been tested yet, but someday I hope it will be. I edge my way toward the door. I don't know. This seems like a bad idea. There's something else you should know. The vortexes here on campus aren't the only ones. There are others located around the world. They're all in proximity to Carillon Towers that use bells cast by the same foundry in England. I blow my breath out, not sure how I feel about it. What does that mean? Are there other people who have traveled? I haven't been able to figure that out yet, and I'm running out of time. Perhaps one day you can. Thanksgiving brings some of Smitty's kids and grandkids together, including Colton and his parents, as well as Abby's mom from Ohio. Don't worry, she's going to love you, Abbi says, her fingers combing my hair into place, which doesn't give me much confidence. The story is shared of how Smitty and Abbi discovered each other after doing a DNA test and have developed a special friendship. So much so that when Smitty and Carol were looking for a house companion to help with the chores, Abbi volunteered. Her mother accepts the story, despite thinking that moving out of her dorm wasn't a good idea. We're all one big happy family, with her calling Smitty Uncle and his kids her long-lost cousins. She's even brought old photos of Ruby and Walter from their younger years, all the way up until they died. She points out to Smitty that they share the same wide feet and odd-shaped ears, which he loves. Her mom also notices how close Abbi and I are. She's glad to see Abbi so happy after a difficult start to college. The three of us take a walk after dinner, and she asks about my parents. "Mom!" Abbi exclaims. But how could she have known? It's all right, I say, and I explain that they died in an accident, since the truth that it was smallpox would be hard for her to believe. A month later, I drive home with Abbi, relieved to have another final exam complete. Only one more, and I'm on winter break. We're going to Abby's hometown in Ohio for the holidays. I think her mother wishes Abbi and I hadn't gotten serious so quickly, but she seems to like me well enough. As I round the bend, there are flashing red lights on the street in front of Smitty and Carol's house. My heart is in my throat. Abbi and I share a frightened look at the sight of the ambulance, fire truck, and patrol car that are blocking the driveway. Who is it? And what happened? I can't bear the idea of losing either of them. Was it a bad fall? Or something worse? I pull up to the curb, and Abbi is out of the car before I can put it in park. I race behind her to the house. We can't enter, as somber-faced paramedics maneuver a stretcher out the front door. My blood runs cold. There's a sheet covering the identity of the person. "Oh my God," Abbi cries and turns into my side to avoid looking. I hold her close, in hopes of protecting her, But nothing is more real than this moment. Either we've lost Smitty, which I cannot fathom, or it's sweet, kind-hearted Carol, Smitty's rock. As the workers lift the stretcher down the porch steps, I see the size of the body under the shroud. The breath goes out of me, and my chest feels hollow. When the doorway is clear, I take Abbi by the hand and enter. There, sitting on the sofa, talking to a police officer, is Smitty. His weary eyes are mournful and defeated. He leans forward on his elbows, as if it's the only way he can stay upright. The officer glances up at us. "And you are?" "I'm his grandson," I respond without hesitation. She nods, rises, and pulls me to the side. Abbi rushes to Smitty.
"I'm Officer Sanchez. Your grandfather is pretty shaken up. It's good you're here."
I nod, and don't know what to do with my hands, so I sink them into the pockets of my jeans. What happened?
"Your grandfather found your grandmother slumped over in her chair."
My eyes are on Smitty. Abbi has her arm around his shoulder and is tearfully consoling him.
"It was most likely a stroke or heart attack. Mr. Smith said—"
"It's Professor," I interject.
"Excuse me?"
"It's Professor Smith, not Mr. He's a renowned physicist. He has a library named after him. He's a great man." It may seem a small thing to others, but Smitty is far more than a frail old man who just lost his wife. She nods.
"My apologies. Professor Smith said that his wife suffered from high blood pressure."
I didn't know that. In fact, Carol and Smitty never said anything about their health, other than the time he had cancer.
"I know this is a terrible shock. We've called Professor Smith's son, Wally. He should be here shortly."
"Good. That's good." She excuses herself and steps outside with the others. Smitty is mopping his face with a tissue, and then abruptly stands. "I need to call her friend Joyce from Card Club. She'll let others know. And who else? I'm not sure." He looks around the room, pats his pockets as if looking for something, and then heads for the den. Abbi looks at me helplessly. I've got this. I follow Smitty into the den and close the French doors behind me. He's fumbling with his cell phone. "Darn technology." I take the phone. "You don't need to call anyone. Wally is on his way, and we'll all help take care of things." Smitty stands, hands at his side, and looks at me with the saddest eyes. "Will, she's gone. I am so sorry. She was my other half, my better half." His voice is a whisper. I nod. "She was the first family I ever had. What am I going to do without her?" He searches my face. Tears well in his eyes. I put my arms around his bony shoulders. "I don't know, but I will always be here for you. I promise." Smitty leans against me, and I hold my dear friend as he weeps. Chapter 40. We weather through Carol's funeral, and then Christmas with the entirety of Smitty's family. The love and joy surrounding him is touching. I think of my own family from so long ago. If there was a funeral or gathering, I never knew. I missed the opportunity to celebrate their lives, or to say goodbye. Abby slides her hand into mine.
You okay?
I blink back my emotions. Yeah, his family sure is great. She lays her head on my shoulder.
You're pretty great, too.
We're pulled back into the melee of the family, friends, joy, and grief. Abby flies home to spend the winter break with her mom. I had planned to go too, but opted to stay back with Smitty. Abby and I text and video chat every day. Now that I've mastered the use of my phone, it softens the fact that she's so far away. At least, it's only in miles and not years. This gives Smitty and me lots of time together as he grieves Carol. While incredibly sad to lose her, he's pragmatic that we all must die sooner or later. One evening, over a game of cribbage, Smitty says, "I can't tell you how much it means to me to see you and Abby together and happy again. You've found a way to have a normal life despite it all." It seems normal, but I'll probably need to see a shrink someday. He chuckles. "We don't call them that anymore. It's a therapist. And you're likely right." He sets down his cards. "There's something I've been wanting to talk to you about." Okay. "Despite a rough start in the orphanage, I've had an amazing life. Marrying Carol and raising our kids brought me so much joy. But now she's gone, and I'm in my twilight years." I want to shush him for that comment, but don't. He seems to need to talk. "I've been thinking about taking a trip for a long time, but didn't want to leave Carol behind." "Why wouldn't you have taken her with you?" He settles a meaningful gaze on me. Without him saying it, I realize what he's getting at. Shivers race up my spine. "Smitty? No, it needs to be tested, not by you. Then who? Someone younger with more to lose?" He drills me with a stare. There's something about this that seems off. "You could end up in any random time." "I don't think so. I believe it can be harnessed." I shake my head. "This makes no sense. Why would you risk your life to do this? What's so important?" He gives a deep sigh, wrings out his hands, and in a shaky voice says, "I want to see my parents." Talk about a stab to the heart. Oh, Smitty. I reach out and give his hand a squeeze. Of course he does. He's made such profound developments in the field of time travel. It's only natural he'd want to use it for himself. There's no way to be sure you'd land in the right time. "I think there is," he says softly. "Please, don't. I couldn't bear to lose you." He nods, his hopes dashed and feelings hurt. He doesn't bring it up again. Winter passes quietly and slowly as we adjust to the loss of Carol. Abby and I are deep in our studies, and Smitty has hired a trainer to help him get stronger. He claims that if he's going to be alive, he better be strong enough to enjoy it. When spring semester's finished, Abby and I are finally able to take off for a weekend trip to Ephraim. After taking Smitty for a haircut, mowing his lawn, and making sure he has everything he needs, Smitty shoos us away, saying he'll be fine on his own. For the first time, I'm able to drive to Ephraim instead of taking a long train or bus trip. When we crest the hill and circle along the bay into the small town, I'm taken aback at the familiar sight. While there are many new hotels and motels on the outskirts of town, the center is remarkably the same, including Wilson's ice cream shop, the hillside hotels, and the spire of the church steeple anchoring town.
This is the cutest town,
Abbi exclaims.
It still has that romantic old-time feel.
I can't believe how little has changed. I point out Anderson's store, where I used to pick up dry goods for my mother, and the one-room schoolhouse where Miss Winifred inspired me. It's still a tourist town, only far busier than when I was a child. What has changed, however, is my father's farm. It was right here, I say, pulling the car over, but there's no sign a farm or any farms existed on this road. I wonder if they tore it down when the state park bought the land.
Probably.
The cemetery, on the other hand, hasn't changed much at all. I stand before my family's weathered gravestones, cap in hand, with Abbi at my side. I had asked Smitty to order new gravestones for them decades ago, and they are fine. Surrounding the stones are a mass of tiny blue flowers.
Look at all the beautiful flowers. I wonder how they got here,
she says. These are the wild forget-me-nots that I planted when I visited after they died. The delicate flowers, indeed, reseeded and live on.
Your family has been gone nearly 100 years,
she says. Maybe by the calendar, but not by my clock. We lay fresh flowers on their graves, and I say a silent prayer, wishing there was some way I could have been a better son and saved them. Abbi finds Miss Winifred's grave in a newer section of the cemetery. She was so kind and such a driving force for me. As we walk back to the car, Abbi slips her arm around my waist. She always knows what to do, no matter the circumstance. That night, we go to a fish boil in a restaurant that used to be the post office. The sight of the whitefish, potatoes, and onions being lowered into the pot takes me back to watching my mother cook. As dinner draws to a close, and we're enjoying cherry pie a la mode, our conversation leads to the future.
During the time when you were traveling, you got through a lot of school. I feel so far behind. What are you going to do when you graduate?
After completing another 2 semesters of a full class load, I should finish my degree in 1 more year. Now that I've had time to think it through, I want to follow in Smitty's footsteps and take over his work, or at least part of it, at the lab.
I thought that might be the case.
She smiles knowingly and squeezes my hand. Smitty's team is so close to some major breakthroughs, and I'd like to be a part of it. I'd like to further his work. First, I'll need my master's and to start work on my PhD. Of course, all his work has been done under the guise of string theory, a massive topic. Only a select couple of people know the time travel link.
I think that's really important. His studies and papers are out there. There have to be others interested in the topic as well. It would be wonderful if you could someday take the lead on it. Plus, who better than you? Someone who's experienced time travel firsthand.
I scrape the melted ice cream and stray cherry onto my fork. What about you? Have you decided on a major?
I have.
She wipes her mouth and lays her napkin to the side.
I'm going to major in business.
That's a surprise to me. Why business? She grins.
Someone has to run the business side of things.
The next day, I rent a boat from the marina and take Abbi around the bay and up the coast. I regale her with stories of my childhood, cutting and pulling ice out of the frozen bay, the country dances held each fall, working alongside my father on the farm, and always sneaking away to take a boat onto the bay. We picnic in Peninsula State Park with fresh cheese, Corsica breadsticks, and dark chocolate-covered dried cherries. I gaze at my beautiful girlfriend, aware of the miracles it took to bring us together. You know I'm gonna marry you one day. She smiles, as if it's no surprise at all.
Is that so?
It is. I grin. We return home Sunday afternoon, relaxed and happy, with a couple jars of cherry jelly for Smitty. But when we open the garage door, his car is gone. That darn rascal. He said he'd given up driving, but the first chance he gets, he's taken off.
On the bright side, he's in his 90s. It's not like he'll go very far.
I'm not so sure about that. We drop our bags inside, and there, on the kitchen island, is a note from Smitty. Tingles of dread climb up my arm. Dear Abbi and Will, I've decided to take a trip. It's been a lifelong dream to do this, so please forgive my subterfuge, as I know you wouldn't have approved. Were it not for you, this trip wouldn't be possible. The two of you have been a blessing in my life, and you've made these past months without Carol bearable. I've gone to see my parents, and I'll try to swing by to say hello to you as well. With deepest affection, Smitty. No, no, no! I pound the counter. Abbi stares at the letter.
I thought you said you talked him out of it.
I thought I did. Come on, we better go. We hop back into the car, and I speed to campus and park in the ramp. Smitty's car is there too, with a parking ticket on his windshield. I knew it. Abbi flashes me a worried look. We race to the science building and ride the old elevator.
Do you think he could actually travel?
I honestly don't know. The gate to the attic is unlocked and open. My heart nearly pounds out of my chest as we take the final steps. The door to the vortex room is closed. With my hand on the handle, Abbi and I share a terrified look. She takes hold of my arm, and we enter together. There, in the recliner, is Smitty.
Thank God,
Abbi says, and we go to him. His eyes are closed, and he's smiling. There's something clutched in his hand, and a satchel, like the one I used to carry, is in the chair with him. Smitty? I say softly. He doesn't move. I call his name again. This time, his breathing shifts, and he stirs. His eyes slowly open. He focuses on me with a confused expression. His skin is pale. What are you doing? I notice that his hair has grown. I took him for a haircut 3 days ago, and now it brushes the edge of his collar. Or should I say, where have you been? A broad smile covers his face, and his eyes lock with mine. Oh, Will, it was the best trip of all time. The joy in his eyes lights up his face. He looks to Abbi. They are so in love. He leans forward to stand, but struggles and holds out his hand to me. I help him to his feet, and he collapses. I barely catch him, and together with Abbi, we lower him back to the chair.
Smitty?
Abbi calls to rouse him. He's slumped over and doesn't respond.
Recline the chair,
She says.
he needs to get blood to his heart.
We lay him back, but he doesn't rouse. I take his wrist to check his pulse, just as the nurses at the hospital did so often to me. There's a weak, feathery beat, and then it stops. Chapter 41. 5 years later. Abbi stands on the balcony of our villa, wearing a light, gauzy dress, and soaks in the view of the Mediterranean. Her suntan skin glows as the early evening sun sinks low in the western sky, and a warm breeze blows her hair. I wrap my arms around her from behind. I have the most beautiful bride that ever lived. Her laugh rings like a melody, and she leans back into my embrace.
Aw, I bet you say that to all the girls.
Only the ones I take on my honeymoon.
Ah, so during those years when we were jumping around through time, you acquired a couple more wives?
I turn her around to face me. No, there's only one girl I've ever loved, and she's right here in front of me. I lower my lips to hers, and she melts into my embrace. I will never tire of her. We're in Vernazza, a lovely town perched on the coast of Italy. We spent the day out on the water, sailing and snacking on focaccia bread and olive oil. Below us is a picturesque piazza, dotted with colorful umbrellas shading the tables of various restaurants. Across the way are the ruins of an ancient castle. Suddenly, the bells peal from an old monastery adjacent to our terrace. Every hour, they gong for the time, and a couple of times a day, they play a full song. Our kiss ends, and we hold each other, watching the bell tower. An ominous feeling comes over me as the reverberation of the bells reaches us.
Is it bad that I'm nervous every time that thing rings?
Abbi asks, tightening her hold on me.
I want to cling to you in case something happens.
I brush a lock of hair from her face. I don't think I'll ever recover from that feeling. At least, it's not midnight. That night, we dine at a restaurant that has spectacular cliffside tables with a view of the crashing surf below, sailboats gliding across the water, and the setting sun. We toast to our wedding, and then we toast to Smitty, who is never far from my mind. I wish he was still alive to see us married, I say. She nods and sips her champagne.
He lived a full life and saw so many things.
For years, we wondered where Smitty landed back in time and what he saw. There were a couple of clues, but we never knew anything for sure. There was a campus newspaper from the fall of 1929 in his pocket, which was when Ruby and Walter would have been dating. The other interesting clue was that his hair was longer when he came back than when he left. We figured he must have been back in time for at least a couple of weeks. After dinner, we pass a street musician playing a hauntingly beautiful love song on his violin. Care to dance? I ask, holding out my hand. She accepts, and we sway to the gorgeous strains. This day has been perfect, and I couldn't ask for anything more. We've put behind all our discussions of work, the foundation, and the future, concentrating on each other. When we return to our villa, Abbi slips into a filmy little number and we make love. I thank the time travel gods for bringing her into my life. Later, as we lie in each other's arms and are near sleep, the bell tower softly gongs. I'm barely conscious as the bells play a familiar tune. My hold on Abby instinctively tightens, and I drift off to sleep. This has been Running Out of Time, written by Angie Stanton, narrated for you by Cole Eubanks. Copyright 2022 to present by Angie Stanton. Production copyright 2024 to present by Angie Stanton. If you would like to hear more of Angie Stanton's books and hear behind-the-scenes stories, please subscribe now to her YouTube channel at Angie Stanton Author. Thank you for listening.